When Shiu woke up, he found that everything around him had changed. Everyone around him was wearing strange clothes. From time to time, there were some ninjas walking on the street, and the surrounding environment became both familiar and unfamiliar to him. Where am I? Shijir touched his head. Somehow he didn't remember what happened before, but he looked at the surrounding environment that didn't seem to be a fraud, and knew that this was not a prank. Did I cross this? Or did I not wake up in my dream? Shiyu gave a deep pinch, himself. It hurts. I'm not dreaming. That's because I crossed. Shijir turned around and saw 3 familiar rock statues. This is? Could it be that this is Konoha village? Have I crossed to Konoha village? Shijir also said incredulously. Ding! A magical voice suddenly appeared in Shijir's ears. At this time, Shijir heard a voice similar to a robot. Binding, binding, binding successfully. Congratulations to host. The strongest blood system has been activated. Host, may I ask whether you used the first reward of the blood system? Shiyu answered without even thinking, use. Ding! Hello host. The system has already sent you the first system reward. Otsutski blood. May I ask if the blood is merged? Shiyu naturally said, choose to merge. As soon as Shijir's words fell, he felt that his body began to change, and that burst of inexhaustible comfort all over his body instantly hit Shijir's brain. A lot of dopamine is produced for you to resist the next pain. As soon as the system's voice fell, a magical light shot towards Shijir from all directions. Shijir had just been heaven, but now it was naturally hell. The sensation of tearing up and down the whole body and the sensation of bursting blood vessels instantly attacked the whole body from the brain. Shiyu's pain was unbearable, and he said nothing, as if he had been completely numb to the pain. Host, hold on. The fusion is about to be completed. 3. Shijir was already in pain and was going crazy. 2. Shiyu's surrounding voices were blurred. 1. The final voice of the system fell. Shijir had lost consciousness. The fusion is over. Congratulations to the host. The first reward is fused. The purest blood of Otsutski. However, Shijir fainted completely in pain, and did not hear the last sentence of the system. In the dimness, Shijir seemed to hear someone call his name again. Uchiha Shijir. Uchiha Shijir. Shijir finally opened her eyes, and what was printed in her eyes was a beautiful young girl with jet black hair and slick black eyes. It was obvious that she was right in front of her. This person was calling Shijir's name. Shiyu was lying on a white hospital bed at this time, and the smell of all kinds of disinfectant around him made him a little uncomfortable. It could be seen that he was lying on the hospital bed. My name is Uchiha Toshijir, Shijir asked rhetorically. The woman was a little sad, and she couldn't help crying when she watched. Oh you, brother Shiyu, blame me. You have to return the necklace. Otherwise you won't remember everything like you do now. Do you remember who I am? The woman was crying too asked. Shijir looked at the girl in front of her, and slowly shook her head and said, sorry, I don't remember anything. You called me Uchiha Shijir? Am I from the Uchiha clan? The girl cried again and said, it's over. Brother Shiyu, you really forgot about me. I am Xiao Xing. Shijir touched his head and said with some embarrassment, Xiao Xing, I may really have amnesia. Can you tell me what happened before? Xiao Xing took out a mirror and placed it in front of Shijir. Shijir also saw what she looked like. The jet black hair happened to cover his forehead, the high nose bridge, yellow skin, and a pair of obsidian eyes, with divine eyes, like an eagle when sharp and a sheep when gentle. It should be a perfect face of a handsome man, but unfortunately, from the left eyebrow through the bridge of the nose, there is a scar, which makes the handsome face look a little inadequate, but it is a bit more fierce. Look at you. Not only did you lose your memory, you also lost your appearance. It's not the bad guys of your Uchiha clan who snatched my necklace, and then you helped me to get it, but in the end they were injured by a group of them. They even used a knife. Scratched your face. When I found you, you were already unconscious. Unexpectedly, now you have amnesia. Xiao Xing almost cried again. Sister Xiao Xing, don't worry, although I am amnesia, but you see that I am okay now. Shijir was comforting Xiao Xing while his brain was running fast. Through? System? Bloodline? Xiao Xing? Although it's messy, I might be able to get on it. If not surprising, I should be in the Hokage ninja world now. It seems that my soul has passed through a teenager from the Uchiha clan. Shijir then chatted with Xiao Xing. After Shijir talked, he found out that although he was a member of the Uchiha clan, his parents were unfortunately killed in the battle very early. Only Shijir was left alone in Konoha village. No one took care of Shijir. Shijir grew up in a sneer and Byakugan. Xiaoxing's experience with Shijir is very similar. Therefore, when you are in trouble, Shijir always takes care of Shijir as her younger sister. But this time, Xiao Xing received insults from the noble children of the Uchiha clan. Shijir was because of Xiaoxing's emergence. During the dispute, she accidentally hit the head, so this gave Shijir the opportunity to travel through machine. After thinking about the causes and consequences, Shiger's tasks are naturally clear. Ha! Uchiha clan. Shiger also sneered at the tearful Xiaoxing. Okay, Xiaoxing, you should go back to rest soon. Didn't you say that I will take the graduation exam of the ninja school tomorrow? I have to prepare. Shiger also sent Xiaoxing away. The system is activated, and the blood of Otsutski has merged. I don't know what kind of abilities I have now. Shiger also closed his eyes directly and felt the inside of his body. I can feel that earth-shaking changes have taken place in my body. Shiyu suddenly felt a little itchy in his eyes and a little hot all over. He could feel a strong air current surging everywhere in his body, and his brain's consciousness was like a key to power. In that case, then open it. Shiyu also directly opened all the hinges of her body, and a pure power instantly occupied every part of Shiyu's body. Is this chakra? The familiar and unfamiliar energy contained in every part of my body is naturally the most common chakra in the Hokage world. Chakra instantly covered Shiger's whole body. Although she was only a teenager, Shiger inherited the purest blood of Otsutski. Chakra in her body was already horribly strong. Shiger felt the endless power, and his eyes began to itchy. It seems that the meridians of my eyes have not been cleared by chakra. If that is the case, let me wake up in one breath. Shiger also directly controlled chakra in his body and rushed towards his eyes. What? The moment of pain caused Shiyu to close his eyes tightly. He covered his eyes with his hands, but felt the pain disappear instantly, and gradually he found that his eyes could be opened. He could feel that his eyes had undergone tremendous changes. He took out the mirror and saw that there were some subtle changes in himself in the mirror. The white eyes are also a huge shock inside. White eyes, there are 3 tomo. Such eyes don't even appear in the original work? What are they? Shiyu found that he seemed to have unprecedented eyes, which was shocked in his heart. But what made him even more surprised was that he found that he could not only see what was behind him, but also anything within 1 kilometer around him. As long as he had a thought, he could see clearly. This is a 360-degree view, and it has the ability to detect. This is the ability of Otsutsuki and Hyaga's Byakugan. Shiger was naturally excited, and Byakugan's insight ability surpassed Sharingan. At the same time, Shiger also found that in addition to seeing the chakra veins of the people around him and the flow of chakra in the human body, he seemed to be able to fully understand all the subtle movements around him. This seems to be the function of Sharingan. Since I own the 3-Gold Jade, it means that I have the ability to copy and see through the non-blood succession boundaries of forbearance, body, and illusion. Manjikyo and Rinnegan weren't directly awakened. Maybe it's because chakra isn't enough, too young. Shiger also got his eyes back to normal with a thought, but he found that his eyes were still white. It seems that the blood of Otsutsuki has begun to awaken, and it needs to grow with age and chakra to fully evolve. Shiger also wanted to understand. After that, Shiyu became familiar with chakra in his body. And the Hokage room at this time. Report 3rd generation. No foreign enemy invaded. 3 Umbu wearing different masks reported. There is no foreign enemy? Why is there a cage-level chakra outbreak, said a middle-aged woman, Yutaten Koharu. The cage-level experts in the village should have already left the village. Mito Kato Homura also said. No, it's not an invasion by a foreign enemy, so it must be from the inside of the village. This seems a bit troublesome. The speaker was the 3rd generation of Konoha Shinobi Village, the country of fire. At this time, he was in his prime of life. He was called the strongest Hokage, full of majesty. He had just clearly felt a huge cage-level chakra burst out from the village, but then disappeared, and 3rd generation's eyebrows were also frowned. It's in the eventful autumn. It's better not to have extra branches, but you'd better not let it go. Hiruzen, a middle-aged man with his right eye reminded. Danzo, let me go and see it myself. Then 3rd generation, accompanied by 3 Umbu, headed towards Konoha Hospital. Shiger didn't know it at this time, he had already attracted the attention of the Konoha village high-level officials. Shiger was feeling the flow of chakra in his body, but suddenly felt a strange wave of fluctuations. With a thought, Shiger opened Bailanyan. He clearly found that within 1 kilometer, there were a few extremely large people flowing in chakra. Get closer by yourself. One of them had more chakra mobility than he had just had the blood of Otsutsuki. Konoha village has such a capable person, let me see who you are. Shiger also changed his mind to scout eyes, and found out that several people wearing white masks surrounded a person and started to move towards their own place. Shiger was also a little stunned when he saw the person in the lead. The man had a little black beard, wearing a Konoha marked helmet on his head, with a murderous look. This person is the 3rd Hokage in the middle-aged age. Why did you come to me? Shiger was also a little depressed, and she closed her Bailanyan with a thought. 3rd generation and Umbu also arrived in the ward. After seeing Shiger, 3rd generation may seem to relax his vigilance a little, but did not leave. Shiger knew that 3rd generation may should still be suspicious of him. Although dangerous, it is also an opportunity. Oh, this kid, are you alone in the entire ward? Did you see any other people? Sarutobi Hiruzen said amiably. Shiyu said without a heartbeat. Hokage-sama, I'm sorry, I didn't find anyone. And Umbu opened the patient's file and said, he is from the Uchiha clan, and his parents were both Konoha and died on the battlefield. When Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at it, Yu nodded and said, good boy, your parents are Konoha's heroes. Shiyu shook his head and said, if it were a hero, I wouldn't be here. Sarutobi Hiruzen also sighed when he heard the helplessness in Shiju's words. Are you a ninja? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. Not for the time being, I will prepare for the ninja school exam tomorrow. Shiju replied truthfully. After you pass the exam tomorrow, come to see me. Would you like to worship me as a teacher? Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly said abruptly. What do you want? Shiju nodded excitedly and said, of course I do. Hokage-sama, third generation, he belongs to the Uchiha clan. I know. Sarutobi Hiruzen also raised his hand to stop what Umbu wanted to say. Sorry for making you an orphan, but Konoha is your eternal home, and everyone in Konoha village is your family. When Sarutobi Hiruzen left, he touched Shiju's head. Let's go, look elsewhere. Sarutobi Hiruzen also turned around and left Konoha Hospital with Umbu. Although I don't know why, third Hokage will want to accept me as a disciple, but third Hokage is called Dr. Ninja. What I lack now is all kinds of skills. Shiju was also excited. In my mood, I had a good dream. And when he woke up the next day, Shiju also found that he in the mirror became whiter, and his eyebrows were gradually reduced, his jet black hair became a little gray, and the whole person became a little weird. The whole body's chakra and pupil power also obviously increased. It seems that the blood of otsutski has begun to transform my body. Shiju also walked to the ninja school in memory. Quite easily, Shiju has already entered the ninja school. After Shiju arrived, he took the only seat left, and the graduation exam had already begun. Hi, Shiju, I heard that you were hospitalized. How are you doing? Asked the same table. Shiyu tilted her head and looked at the same table. She was a woman with fiery red hair, a clean and tidy appearance, and a cute face. Her eyes and skin were as white as milk. It can be seen that this is a woman from the Hyuga clan. I'm fine, thank you for your concern. Shiyu also ignored the woman afterwards. Shiju secretly opened the Bailanyan, thus clearly seeing the flow of chakra in the dozens of people in the class. Well, this group of people is far worse than the chakra in third generation's body. After all, they are all kids. But Shiju eventually saw a few different little ghosts, and the chakra flow of those little ghosts was slightly different. Closing the Bailanyan, Shiju discovered that he was observing the Uchiha and Hyuga clan. No wonder the chakra movement was a little familiar. Next, we will start our graduation exam. Today's exam content is the same as before. I immediately took out one of the 3 body techniques. As long as I pass the test, I will be allowed to graduate. Then I started to recite the names of the people who want to take the exam one by one. The first one, Hyuga Red Butterfly. A shy red-haired girl walked out from Shiju. Hyuga Red Butterfly? That's her name. Shiju also thought in her heart. It's transformation technique to test you. Change me, let's start. The invigilator also spot-checked immediately. Hyuga Red Butterfly then made a seal on both hands, and then with a bang, she became exactly the same person as the invigilator under the smoke. Shiju's white eyes were naturally opened, and he completely mastered the transformation technique's formation and the flow of chakra throughout the body. Sure enough, the energy of the body is chakra. Use the seal to release chakra? However, Hyuga Red Butterfly seems to be a little bit inadequate in the use of chakra, or wasted some, but other than that, it is vivid, it should be able to pass through. Shiju also instantly mastered the transformation technique and the 3-body technique through Bailanyan. Sure enough, the invigilator announced that Hyuga Red Butterfly had passed. Next, the invigilator read many other examiners one after another, and Shiju easily became the master 3-body technique. Next, the invigilator said the name of the person again. Uchiha wait. Then a black-haired boy walked to the invigilator. This person's expression was extremely arrogant, and he gestured at Shiju. The meaning of provocation was naturally obvious. Everyone looked back at Shiju. Shiju was sleeping on the desk. This guy dares to ignore Uchiha, I can already foresee that he will be beaten again. Uchiha Shiju, the tail of the crane, I don't know if I can pass the test. Now it is so arrogant. Many of the classmates here felt a cold sweat for Shiyu. You are clone technique, let's start. The examiner didn't seem to notice the situation in the class, but just focused on the exam. Next, Uchiha Wei naturally succeeded as a clone and passed the exam perfectly. Shiju seemed to be sleeping, but he was actually observing the flow of Uchiha's chakra with his white ring eyes. This guy does not seem to have any talent. Chakra has more storage than others, but chakra is too wasteful to use, not to mention the perfect release. The clone disappeared after only a second, which is really disappointing. Shirain also spoke out in public. What? The same table lady, Hyuga Hungdi, also doesn't understand why Shiju, who used to be at the tail of the crane, is so courageous now that she dared to spray Uchiha directly in front of the class. Uchiha Ai's face changed in an instant, and the atmosphere in the class instantly became quite weird. Ha ha, what a joke. Uchiha Wei fought back and laughed, looking at Shijir, and said, clone technique is a ninjutsu used to confuse people. How can there be any imperfections? You mean you can use it perfectly? Well, Uchiha Wei, you passed, and I will go back to my seat for the time being. Uchiha Shijir, since you are so confident, then you should do all the 3 body techniques again. The examiner is obviously also a little dissatisfied with Shijir, so it is. I want to use this to prevent Shijir from coming to Taiwan. It is a pity that Shiyu directly agreed. Then I will start with the body replacement technique. Shiyu walked to the front of the classroom generously and made a very standard seal. Then he only heard a bang sound, and he instantly turned into a wood, and he became the main body. Appeared on the seat. When is he? Report to the examiner, 3 body technique is finished. Shiyu was also lying on the table and preparing to continue sleeping. Nonsense. Even if you can barely count your body replacement technique to pass, but you only used the body replacement technique. Uchiha Wei also verbally criticized him immediately. Okay, I announced that Shijir passed the exam. The examiner shook his head and finally announced the results. Uchiha Wei was puzzled and puzzled. He couldn't understand what caused the examiner to directly announce that Shijir passed. This guy, Uchiha glared. Shijir, who didn't put it in his eyes, also had a grudge. I'm not reconciled. Uchiha Wei also waited until the end of class to find the invigilator directly. Why Uchiha? I knew you were coming to me? Not convinced, the examiner also asked. Yeah, Uchiha Wei said, teacher. What is going on? Everything is not like what you see. When I announced the exam, Shijir had already used clone technique and transformation technique, and the body was disguised. He used the clone to come for the test, and the clone became again with the body replacement technique. Then he lifted the clone again, and his body also changed back. Sounds a little confusing. Uchiha Wei also didn't understand. Yes, think about it, what you can't understand, he has already displayed it, you two should be about the same age. This is what makes him terrible. 3 body techniques suddenly all the display is completed, even I have not seen when he made the seal, but how can clone technique control it? Isn't he the most basic ninjutsu to confuse the enemy? Uchiha Wei still asked unwillingly. Yes, so what he used is not clone technique, but shadow clone. After the invigilator finished speaking, Uchiha Wei also said angrily, how is it possible? Shadow clone technique is a B-level ninjutsu. How did he do it? Uchiha Wei, how can I know this? Just ask him yourself. The invigilator also said to Uchiha Wei impatiently. After completing the graduation exam, Shijir naturally received Genin's forehead protector. Shijir tied it to his forehead, just blocking some of the bulging changes in front of his forehead due to blood awakening. Wow, Shijir brother, have you really become a ninja? Xiao Xing also said excitedly. Don't you wear the forehead protector on my head? You can't lie to anyone, Shijir said with a smile. Brother Shijir, let me ask you to eat ramen. Shijir couldn't refuse. Xiao Xing immediately took Shijir's hand and ran to the other side of the village, but after a while, he reached the door of a familiar noodle restaurant. Yo ramen. Shijir swallowed a mouthful of water when he saw this familiar place in his previous life, and was then pulled into the store by Xiao Xing. A young man in the shop seemed to keep his eyes closed. Shiyu looked at the spiritual boy in front of him, and couldn't really connect with the slightly greasy Uncle Yul in the future. Sister Changpyu, beat the uncle, Xiao Xing shouted enthusiastically. Wow, little star sister and Shiyu brother are here. The little girl called Changpyu is also extremely cute at this time. Although she is only a few years old, her face is already watery, anyone can do it. Love it. Shijir and Xiao Xing are not much older than Calamus, but due to their life experiences, they seem to be much more mature than Calamus, so they often come to play with Calamus. Wow, the two of you haven't been here for a long time. What do you want to eat today? Uncle Hand Beater also welcomed. A luxurious tonkotsu ramen, a normal udon noodles. Xiao Xing also ordered. It's still a luxurious udon noodles, a normal pork bone ramen. Shijir also declined, knowing that Xiao Xing is not well off, but he even raised a level for himself, and he was very moved. Wow, haha, you're welcome. I will make you luxurious. The Uncle Hand Beater obviously liked Xiao Xing, and soon brought 2 bowls of hot noodles. Thank you, Xiao Xing said politely. Snapped. I'm going to start. When Xiao Xing and Shijir thought they could enjoy a meal in peace and joy, an unexpected guest came from outside. Shijir Waimai watched her eyes, and Xiao Xing beside her was also taken aback. You are Uchiha, what do you want to do? It can be seen that Xiao Xing is very scared of the Uchiha in front of him. Uchiha Wei was even more arrogant, with the corners of his mouth raised, revealing the villain's iconic death smile. Shijir, good luck. Passed the exam. I want to congratulate you, Uchiha said with a smirk. Then Shiyu just turned her head and asked, Xiao Xing, did he take your necklace away? Yes, Xiaoxing also said quietly. Why? Not convinced. Uchiha Wei sneered, if you want to get back the necklace, come and fight with me. Come to the small forest outside the village. Then Uchiha Wei also took out Xiaoxing's necklace. That's my necklace, Xiaoxing said, but, Brother Xiu, you have to be careful. Or let's not go. Trust me, see bye. Shijir didn't say anything extra, and went out with Uchiha. Soon, I arrived at Kanaha's grove. Uchiha turned around and smiled and said, Uchiha Shijir, a guy without a father or a mother, dared to resist me. Unexpectedly, if you just passed a small exam with luck, you were so brave enough to dare to be an enemy of me. Come on, give me a severe lesson to him. Uchiha Wei shouted, and the 5 surrounding accomplices who acted as thugs rushed out of the dense bushes. Oh? Attracting me here, it seems that you wanted to teach me early. Shijir didn't care about Uchiha's contempt, because in Shijir's eyes, these people in front of him were already gone with him. 1 level. By Lun Yan. Shiyu opened by Lun Yan directly, and the thugs in front of him immediately surrounded Shiyu. What kind of eyes are these? You guys can't make them yet. Uchiha Wei was shocked when he saw Shijir's eyes, and immediately urged. Several small gangsters around also raised their small fists, and then slapped Shiyu. Sangyu Bailanyan instantly saw through the trajectory of several people's moves. Shijir only moved his body slightly, and all the 5 Uchiha pony attacks failed. How is this possible? Uchiha Wei was taken aback. When did Shijir become so flexible? At a young age, if you don't have any abilities, you dare to learn those scumbags unscrupulously. Shiyu also sneered. Shadow Clone Technique. Shijir used the Shadow Clone Technique for the first time, and 5 Shadow Clone appeared around him instantly. These 5 Shadow Clones also attacked the 5 in an instant, punching and kicking them. In less than half a minute, Uchiha Wei's men had fallen to the ground one after another and began to F***Ka, it hurts. This kid is really heavy. Help! Uchiha Wei gritted his teeth in disbelief and looked at Shijir, then looked at the fallen subordinates and cursed, it's really useless. I can't even beat Shadow Clone. Go away. The 5 subordinates also struggled to get up and fled in despair. Unexpectedly, you actually learned the B-level Shadow Clone? Uchiha Shijir. How come? Uchiha Wei was very unwilling, and he forced himself to calm down, and said, it seems that Shadow Clone Technique is your ninjutsu at the bottom of the box, right? Ha ha. Let you see my ninjutsu today. Uchiha Wei started to seal the seal. Si Wei Shen Hai Wu Yin, Fire Style Great Fireball Technique. Then Uchiha Wei chakra gathered in a large number of throats, and then burst out. In an instant, a burst of hot air gushed out, and a great fireball that didn't seem particularly dazzling hit Shijir. Boom! The 5 shadow clones were also instantly ignited by the great fireball and turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared. Shijir didn't expect that Uchiha Ei could barely use this trick, and he was surprised. However, Shijir was not afraid, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Through the 3-hooked jade and white round eyes, not only did the master easily understand the key to this ninjutsu, but also saw that Uchiha was very unfamiliar and reluctant. Seeing that chakra in Wei's body had bottomed out, he was already at the end of the battle. Shijir moved a step back, stretched a little further, and then said, as a student of the ninja school, you can be considered a good master of fire style at the Master C level. But, today I will let you see what you can do. It's real. Fire style great fireball technique. Shiyu easily copied this trick and released it. Impossible. Uchiha Wei didn't think of his big move at the bottom of the box, but Shijir would have learned it instantly. Shijir also gathered chakra in his throat, and then burst out, a huge fireball whose power and range exceeded Uchiha's, and it blasted at Uchiha in an instant. The 2 fireballs finally collided together, both of them cancelled out a lot. But in the end, Uchiha's fireball collapsed, and Shijir's fireball was about to swallow Uchiha in an instant. Uchiha Wei was shocked and unable to move at the critical moment. Earth style wall. A voice came from diagonally behind. Then, an earth wall broke out and blocked Uchiha guard. The fireball hit the earth wall heavily. Uchiha guard was sweating profusely, but barely survived. Shijir frowned, and his Bailanyan clearly saw that the man who displayed 2 Lyubi was an older ninja not far away. At this time, the ninja also walked out step by step. Little devil, it's too cruel to start. It can be seen that the ninja is also a member of the Uchiha clan, and seems to be inextricably related to Uchiha. Brother Horn. Fortunately you are here, Uchiha Wei also quickly said excitedly. Ha! If I don't come, you will lose to this guy who has no father or mother. Uchiha also seemed to hate Shijir. Shijir looked at Uchiha's horn with a slight anger and coldly snorted unexpectedly, if I beat a small one, an old one will come. Then if I defeat you, maybe even your Uchiha patriarch will come out. Ha! Little devil. With you? Can you force the patriarch to take action? Stop dreaming. But you really know yourself and don't call yourself a Uchiha clan. Today, your luck is good. Next time I won't let you go easily. Then Uchiha Horn was about to take Uchiha Way away. However, Shia snorted coldly. He wouldn't let the Uchiha clan in front of him leave. After putting on an air in front of him, Shijir quickly settled, and in an instant a great fireball was released again. Want to go? Fire-style great fireball technique. The glow of the fiery fireball was even more dazzling than just now. Uchiha Horn was taken aback. He immediately grabbed Uchiha's guard and flashed away, barely avoiding the attack. Uchiha Horn immediately asked angrily, "Smelly boy, what do you want to do?" Uchiha's Horn looked rather embarrassed. "I wish to accept the bet and let him hand over Sibail's necklace. I won't kill you." Shijir also stared at Uchiha with cold eyes. "Dare you?" Uchiha Horn also shouted loudly. Shijir's eyes were icy, and his pupils were rare white, making Uchiha Kakuza shudder. "Yeah, it depends on what you did." Uchiha also glared at the guard, and then helplessly threw the necklace to Shijir. Shijir grabbed it smoothly. Seeing the necklace intact, Shijir smiled coldly at the two Uchihas. Uchiha Wei and Uchiha Horn gritted their teeth, but their skills were not as good as others, so they had to leave. When they left, Shiyu turned and walked to the ramen restaurant just now. When he arrived at the ramen restaurant, he took out the necklace. Xiao Xing looked at the glittering necklace, and she was so excited that she cried. "Wow, Shijir brother. This is true. Is it really my necklace?" Small point. "Xiao Xing, I also beat the guy who bullied you. I believe he will not bully you anymore," Shiyu also said very confidently. "Thank you brother Shiyu." Xiao Xing felt very relieved. Shijir finished eating the noodles and separated from Xiao Xing, and returned to his home. Before he rested for a long time, Shijir started to seal in excitement. When Uchiha Corner used Earth Style, Shijir just copied his ninjutsu. Earth Style Turiabite. Shijir Yuki directly used this newly learned ninjutsu. Suddenly, a wall of earthy nature came up directly, and this earthy wall seemed to be much thicker than what Yamato Uchiha had used. Shijir also smiled with satisfaction when he looked at the Tulia wall. After a day of acquaintance, the use of Bailanyan is even more handy. It seems that Bailanyan is a collection of Byakugan and 3 Tomo Sharinan, which can instantly replicate the special pupil technique of the Ninja Phantom. The purest blood of the Otsutski clan allows me to have the full attributes of Fire Style, Water Style, Wind Style, Earth Style, Lightning Style, Yin and Yang, and Chakra at the same time. This is why I can use Master Ninjutsu so well. Shijir's guess is not wrong, but he seems to have overlooked that the chakra in his body has already reached the cage level standard. This is one of the main reasons why he makes ninjutsu stronger. This system is the same, it disappears after a word is left behind. I don't know what to do to trigger the system again. I don't know how long this kind of life will last. I will officially become Genin tomorrow. I don't know who my guide Jonin will be. Who will my teammate be? Shiyu thought wildly, his eyelids heavier and heavier, and gradually entered a dream state. Shiyu woke up when the sky showed a white belly. When he walked to the mirror next to the pool and looked at it, Shijir realized that his appearance had changed a little bit. The skin seems to have become whiter, and the horns on the head have also enlarged a lot. It seems that the blood of the body has allowed the body to evolve again. Chakra seems to be more full than yesterday. Shijir still put on Konoha Forward Protector, changed into a handsome black ninja uniform, and went to the ninja school for the final graduation. When the students saw the radiant rain, they were all a little surprised. Oh my god. This guy is unscathed. Could it be that Uchiha Wei didn't bother him? What happened yesterday? Uchiha Wei will definitely retaliate against him. He may not be ready yet. It's a pity that when the students around saw the scarred Uchiha, they couldn't keep calm anymore. How could this happen? Uchiha was injured. Yeah, what's the matter? Could it be that Uchiha Shijir injured him? How is this possible? That's Uchiha. SHHH, keep your voice down, don't talk nonsense. Yeah, early. Classmate Uchiha Wei. Shijir narrowed his eyes and watched the Uchiha guard greeted him like a demonstration, then walked to his seat and sat down. Uchiha walked back for a while, swallowed, as if he saw something terrible, then forced a cold snort, walked into the classroom, sat in his seat, and no one looked at it. Oh my god? I didn't read it wrong, did I? Uchiha Wei was shocked? So Uchiha must be repaired by Shijir? Really? I can't believe it. Everyone say a few words, said a gray-haired teenager wearing a mask coldly. After that, no one dared to speak out. The cruel boy attracted Shijir's attention. He had gray hair, a knife on his back, and a mysterious mask. The chakra flow on his body was much higher than that of other students. Although Shijir's soul came through, but all of Shijir's memories had disappeared. Naturally, he didn't know this person. This guy, it doesn't seem to be simple. Shiyu thought. Do you know no one anymore? A melodious female voice sounded nearby. Shiyu turned his head. Are you interested in him? He is the number one in our class, classmate Heitake. It turned out that the tablemate with big red hair was explaining to Shijir. You, Hayaga. Shijir touched his head and seemed a little embarrassed. He couldn't remember the name of his tablemate, but he knew that it was Byakugan from the Hyaga clan. Me? I am Hyaga Red Butterfly. Remember, don't forget it in the future. Hyaga Red Butterfly smiled, as if it could melt and condense the ice of 10,000 years. Okay, I won't forget. What is the full name of this Heitei classmate? Shiyu nodded and asked politely. His name is Heitei Kujuo, Hundi replied. Ha, Heitei Kujuo? All right. Shiyu was speechless, almost thinking that he had passed through the disaster of Chi Mu Nangsayang. Then a teacher he hadn't seen appeared again, and then he picked up a list and began to recite the names of the students. Akamaiki Hogtree. Yamanaka has hope. Nara Kazuru. Ueno, Shika, Cho have always been the best partners, and your grades are average, so let's be the first class. Except for Yamanaka Yuki, the other two are men. Akamaike can be said to be fat to ultimate, while Nara Kazuru is extremely shrewd, and Yamanaka Yuki is one of the few seductive blondes. Next, Uchiha Wei. The teacher was divided into classes for half an hour. In the end, there were only 3 people left. Looking at Shiger, he said, in view of the special grades of the student's graduation exam and the extreme contrast between his usual grades, I put the following 3 in the same class. I hope you can take care of each other. The 7th class, Uchiha Shiger, Heitei Kujuo, Hyaga Red Butterfly. Okay, the leader teacher of class 7 has already arrived early. You can go to the principal's office and see your leader teacher, and the others will continue to divide into classes. The teacher announced. I don't know if it was God's will, and I was actually assigned to the 7th class. And it happened to be the same table and the first Heitei student in the class. Ha! Is this the worst person who takes me? Shiger also a little speechless. At this time, countless female classmates quarreled. Oh my god. Hyaga Red Butterfly is so happy. Heitei classmate is her teammate. Not only that, Uchiha Shiger is also very handsome. 2 handsome guys alone. Really jealous. Unfair. Some are disappointed, some are rejoicing. Oh my god. The prayer worked. Hyaga Hundi was a little excited and couldn't bear it. It seemed that she wanted to join Shiger and Nangsayang in a group. Let's go! Heitei Nangsayang still has that cool face, not against Shiger, but this person from beginning to end. In an exclamation, Shiger and the 3 walked to the principal's office. When opening the door, Shiger saw a very familiar figure in the original book. Wearing a large kimono, Kanaha's forehead protector is on his forehead, and his eyes are pure white, just like Hyaga Red Butterfly. Byakugan? The Hyaga clan? Heitei Kujuo asked in surprise when he saw it. Oh, that's right, when I first met, please take care of me. I am not talented. It is Kanaha Shinjin Jonin and Hyaga Hizashi. You can call me Teacher Hizashi. It seems that the 3 students are the students I want to take. Hyaga Hizashi is very least courteous, does not seem to regard the 3 as subordinates. Uchiha Shiger, Heitei Kujuo, and Miss Hyaga Hancho. Although Hizashi's name has changed, he is still very humble and polite. Hundi nodded. Ha! Hizashi looked at Shiger's eyes, slightly puzzled. Shiger naturally understood what Hizashi wanted to ask, so he said, Ms. Hizashi, you can speak directly. Well, if the offense is more offensive, Uchiha Shiger-san, your eyes seem to be similar to those of our Hyaga clan? Hizashi asked with surprise when he saw Shiger's eyes. After all, things like this kind of blood succession limit are not only in Kanaha, but the entire ninja realm is very sensitive. It is natural for Hizashi to ask about it if it is protected by the blood succession limit family. Shiyu hurriedly explained, I don't know, my eyes have always been like this, and I don't have any special feelings, maybe I was born like this. Offended, it seems I felt wrong. Hizashi smiled and nodded. Then he said, by the way, the 3 of you are now ready to go to the Kanaha exercise site. Next, we have an entrance test, which is personally confessed by Lord 3rd Hokage. Those who fail will lose their qualifications to become genin. You guys, the 3 of you must go all out, now, prepare. Hyaga Hizashi also suddenly became serious, and instantly transformed from a fatherly form to a strict teacher. Naturally, the 3 newly promoted genin disappeared in the principal's office one after another. Soon, Kanaha's 3rd exercise field. The 3 figures gathered here quickly. On the 7th class of Kanaha genin, Hyaga Red Butterfly waited there, but from time to time he looked at Uchiha Shiger not far away, his face flushed slightly. Heitei Kujuo, who has gray hair, a mask, and a well-made knife on his back, is also sitting cross-legged, seeming to be thinking about something. Wearing a standard ninja uniform with the emblem of the Uchiha clan that is shallow and invisible, wearing a Kanaha forehead protector, and Uchiha Shiger, whose skin color and eyes are slightly fair, his eyes are like an eagle, and he is full of concentration in the original. Waiting, like a stone. At this time, Hyaga Hizashi looked at everyone and nodded. Everyone's performance can be seen in full view. He has also reached the 3rd exercise field. Suddenly, Hizashi suddenly appeared in front of everyone, and started Genin's formal entrance exam abruptly. The three of you are Konoha's big clans, with the glory and talents of your father's generation, so I hope you can truly complete this lesson and become genin in the true sense. Hayaga Hizashi said and took the already prepared bell. Come out. Bell? Do you want to grab the bell? Is this Konoha's tradition? Shijir also guessed. What does this mean? Heite Kujuo didn't seem to know the meaning of Hizashi's bell. Only Hayaga Red Butterfly seemed to understand the meaning of Hayaga Jonin of the same family, and couldn't help asking, could it be that? Yes, Miss Hundi, you guessed it right. Here, there are 2 bells, and there are 3 of you. That is to say, at least one of the 3 of you will not grab the bell. If that person doesn't grab the bell, then I'm sorry, he will lose the qualification to become a genin. As soon as Hayaga Hizashi's voice fell, he threw the bell in his hand into Hayaga Koko's hand. You have 2 choices, defeat me together and get another bell, but defeating me is obviously not a simple matter, but if you take your partner's bell, you can still successfully become genin, then you can start. Hayaga Hizashi hung another bell on his waist, showing that it is impossible to grab the bell without defeating Hizashi. Then I will attack you too. As long as you grab the bell and shout, I grab the bell and complete the task, then congratulations. You will become Konoha genin. Hizashi's voice just fell, Watch it immediately shouted to the 3, start. When the words fell, Hizashi immediately got serious, and Shijir didn't expect Hayaga Hizashi to be real. The Akugan. Numerous blood vessels burst out from around Hizashi's eyes instantly, and Hizashi instantly saw through the meridian nerves and acupoints in the 3 of them. Go! As the number 1 in the ninja school, Heite Kujuo is naturally able to achieve the basic principle of fighting without stage fright. He rushed up with a stride, as if he wanted to take down Hayaga Hizashi on his own. Grey Tooth. Heite Kujuo directly drew out his knife and slashed it at Hayaga Hizashi, using the famous Heitake sword art of the country of fire. Heitake swordsmanship? Well-deserved reputation, unfortunately too naive. As Jonin, Hayaga Hizashi turned on Byakugan again, and instantly found the weakness of Heite Kujuo, and then shot it with Inch Jin, and Heite Kujuo was knocked into the air very easily. Damn! Is this the strength of Jonin? Heite Kujuo flew away unwillingly. Solve 1, it's up to you. Hayaga Hizashi looked at Shijir and Huncho, showing no sign of mercy. This is just training. There is no need to use your full strength. Hundi finally couldn't help it. After all, they belonged to the Hayaga clan, and there was no scruples at this time. What are you talking about? Miss Hundi, training is fighting. Of course, you have to use your full strength, and this is an instruction issued by Master Hokage himself. Hizashi didn't have any mood swings, as if to explain a fact. So, do you want to resist? 2. Gentle Fist. Hayaga Hizashi attacked the 2 in an instant. Seeing that Hayaga Hizashi even used the gentle fist of the Hayaga clan, Shijir naturally stopped delaying. His hands quickly formed seals, and even Hizashi was taken aback by Shijir's speed of seals. This kid, Jian, is so fast. Earth-style Turiabai. Shijir shouted quickly. Afterwards, a huge thick earth wall quickly rose to protect Hundi and Shijir. Hayaga Hizashi's heart was shocked, and then he praised again. This guy has just become genin, so he already knows this level of ninjutsu. It's amazing. Chakra is not wasted at all. He also took care of protecting his teammates. It's really good, but he said, unfortunately, it's useless. 8 trigrams air palm. Hayaga Hizashi didn't show any mercy, and struck out with all his strength. Even the mud wall that Shijir used to disintegrate instantly. Is this the strength of Jonin? Shijir also secretly admired. Gentle Fist. Hayaga Red Butterfly also attacked Hayaga Hizashi at the moment when the earth stream wall was broken. Ms. Hayaga, you forgot about me. Heite Kujuo suddenly shot out from behind Hayaga. He picked up his grey teeth and slashed towards Hayaga Hizashi. It was a coincidence that he and Hundi made a front and back flanking attack. It is a pity that Hayaga Hizashi owns Byakugan. The figure behind Heite Kujuo was naturally seen early. Hizashi grabbed Red Butterfly's wrist with one hand and Kujuo's neck with the other. They crossed each other and threw them out at the same time. Shijir naturally wouldn't give up such an opportunity, and one rushed to Hayaga Hizashi close. Shadow Clone Technique. Shijir instantly separated 2 Shadow Clone, a cloud of smoke filled the surrounding area, and 1 Shadow Clone attacked Hayaga Hizashi. Good coming, Hizashi said, and then a gentle fist hit a close Shadow Clone, and Shijir's other Shadow Clone hand was caught by Hizashi the moment he touched the bell. In a punch, thick smoke rose instantly. In the smoke and dust, only the voice of Ji Yin was heard. Si Wei Shen Hai Wu Yin. Fire-style Great Fireball Technique. Shijir's hands quickly formed seals in the distance, and he took a breath. Chakra gathered in his throat for an instant, then spit out abruptly, and a fiery ball of fire slammed into Hizashi in an instant. Besides Tuliabai, he has such a powerful Great Fireball? This guy's chakra volume, promising. It made me play so heartily. Hizashi was also full of fighting spirit and was very happy. The fireball hit Hizashi instantly, but Hisashi didn't panic and shouted, 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. Then it began to spin like a top, and a whirlwind was immediately generated around it. Even the mighty great fireball, easily cracked by revolving heaven. Then Hisashi immediately stopped revolving heaven and Byakugan. Okay, that's it for today. Hisashi also stopped the fight in time. Then he changed his expression and looked at the three seriously and said, Heide Kujuo, Uchiha Shiger, your strength is not enough to defeat me, and Hyaga Red Butterfly is a cumbersome, why not snatch Red Butterfly's bell? Snatching a teammate's bell? Isn't that robbing his life? Heite Nangsaying said coldly, besides, she is a female classmate, no matter how we say, we are also teammates. What about you, Uchiha Shiger? Hisashi asked sharply. Ms. Hyaga, I never wanted to snatch the bell from my teammates, because I am very embarrassed. The bell on your body is already in my hand. Shiger smiled and looked at Hyaga Hisashi with a smirk. Ha! You said you got the bell. Hyaga Hisashi was taken aback. He clearly saw that the bell was still hanging quietly around his waist. Hundi and Kujuo also looked at Hisashi and Shiger in wonder. Hisashi also looked at his waist, and the bell was there clearly and quietly. Hisashi seemed to understand something, and then he took the bell from his waist in his hand, and in an instant, he realized something was wrong. Could it be? Hisashi hadn't finished speaking yet. Pop! The bell disappeared with a burst of smoke in an instant, turning into Shiger. Hundi and Heite's eyes were also a little more unbelievable. Ms. Hyaga, before the great fireball technique, my shadow clone touched the bell on your waist, do you remember it? Shiger said in the distance. I remember this. Hyaga Hisashi responded. Yes, at that time, you used 2 gentle fists to hit me as shadow clone, and when I was hit, a thick smoke suddenly rose. Shiger later explained, and when one of the 2 shadow clone disappears and the other turns into thick smoke, when the acupuncture points and meridians all over your body disappear, you are deeply sure that the shadow clone was attacked by gentle fist, has disappeared, and then immediately focused my attention wholeheartedly on my great fireball technique. You mean, the first shadow clone I hit disappeared, and the second one didn't disappear at all but used transformation technique and turned into a bell? Hisashi's heart was a little shocked. He never thought of it anyway. The trainee genin who had just graduated from the ninja school in front of him could think of such a careful plan in such a short period of time. Unexpectedly, Shiger, who was talking at this time, shook his head and said, Sorry, teacher, I am actually shadow clone. Then he disappeared with a snap. The Shiger that turned into a bell turned out to be Shiger's body. Both Hundi and Nangsaying looked at Shiger in shock, and this operation simply refreshed their 3 views. Using the smoke of shadow clone, using my confidence in Byakugan and my own skills, using my extremely precise control and the use of skills, Hyaga Hisashi doesn't know what to express anymore. This guy is probably not an ordinary genius. Only then did Hisashi understand why 3rd generation had specifically asked himself to take care of Class 7. Take it. Shiger threw the snatched bell to the somewhat dull Heite Kujuo. Ha! What do you mean? Heite Kujuo was also puzzled, and he wanted to throw the bell back. Wait, there are only 2 bells, one for Hundi and one for you. As a team, if you don't help each other and recognize each other, then it's not a class at all. Shiger didn't put the title of genin in his eyes. Strength is the most important thing, who cares about a name? Shiger. Heite Kusuzuo was a little bit ashamed, a little guilty, and a little unwilling. He just wanted to beat Hisashi with all his heart, but he didn't think about anything else. The bell in his hand was still warm, and he didn't know what to do. Shiger. Hyaga Red Butterfly seemed to be moved. She had been paying attention to Shiger before, but she didn't expect that the changes would be so great now. Then the 2 threw the bell to Shiger almost at the same time. Hyaga Hisashi has quick eyes and quick hands, and with a bell in one hand, he retracts it. Then, looking at the 3 people in front of them, they were also a little less stern and a little more amiable. Congratulations! The whole team passed the test. Your performance really stunned me. Not only strength, but the most important thing is a broad mind. Hyaga Hisashi touched the heads of 3 people in a timely manner and said, You made it. Officially from today, become a member of Class 7. Ha ha. The 3 of them all looked at each other, and they knew a lot about each other while fighting side by side, and they also agreed with Hisashi a lot. The bond is so connected. Shiger breathed a sigh of relief. It can be said that there were no major accidents in the whole battle. The most unexpected was Hyaga Hisashi's revolving heaven. When it came out, Shiger almost vomited, although his body was transformed into a body. I lost the bell, but I still feel it. After this battle, 3 genin and 1 jonin ninja team was formally established, and the leading teachers were naturally Konoha Jonin and Hyaga Hisashi. The 3 people all have a certain understanding of each other. When Shiyu returned home, he was naturally very excited, not for anything else, but today's harvest can be described in the 3-word Shuangfantian. The reason is the same, because Shiger copied his teacher's technique. Gentle Fist, known as Konoha's strongest genre of physical skills, can directly attack the vein system. This directly makes up for the shortcomings of my close physical skills, and unless someone from the Hyaga clan carefully observes it, you can't see it at all. I used Gentle Fist. 8 trigrams Air Palm. A high-strength and high-density chakra shock wave is launched from the air to attack a long-range target. It instantly makes up for the lack of mid to long-range physical attacks. 8 trigrams Palms Revolving Heaven. Hyaga clan secret skills. Even most of the Hyaga clan are not qualified to learn, claiming to be able to rebound all physical attacks, called absolute defense. This trick seems to rely mainly on the release of chakra in the acupoint. To put it bluntly, the more chakra you can release, the larger the range, and the longer. That's it. It was copied by me. This can only be done by someone who owns 3 Tomo Sharinan and Byakugan at the same time. It's great. Although I couldn't copy the 8 trigrams 64 palms, but there is always a chance, right? Shiyu started crazy when there was no one at home. Practice. As Shijir, who has 3 gold jade and white round eyes, this day is undoubtedly lucky. Not only has he become genin, but he has also learned a series of secrets of the Hyaga clan. Ordinary people have no chance to learn the Hyaga clan's physical skills. Without Byakugan, their power can hardly be achieved. Under Shijir's by chakra veins and acupoints can be seen clearly, so the essence of Gentle Fist can be maximized. Shiyu continued to practice until late. When he was about to lie down and sleep, he was suddenly a little alert. When he opened his Balanyan, he saw 3 people sneaking into his house. Shiyu saw the 3 of them clearly. Aren't these 3 people from the Uchiha clan? Why did they come to my house so late? Look at their murderous look. Isn't it because they want to kill me? Shijir guessed, and then directly resorted to it. After using the shadow clone technique, 3 shadow clones were separated, and the main body was disguised. Be careful to sail the 10,000-year ship. Shijir hid quietly. SHHH. He must be here. A familiar figure appeared. Uchiha. Shijir also looked at the person in front of him coldly, squinted his eyes, and clenched his fists. The 3 Uchiha Wei touched him quietly, and then whispered, "Brother Fang, remember to be heavier." This guy. It made me lose face in school. Ha! I lost face too. I must teach him a good lesson today, said another familiar Uchiha ninja, Uchiha Horn. Shijir also investigated the person called the eldest brother, and that person was called Uchiha Fang. It's funny. You were defeated by a mere wild species? What a joke. Uchiha Fang also curled his lips. In his opinion, he wanted to kill Shijir just to move his fingers. Don't worry, everything has been prepared. After Uchiha Fang said, he was about to enter the gate of Shijir house. It seems that these 3 Uchiha tribes are looking for revenge on me. Unexpectedly they would have targeted me like this. The body owner before the soul wears, why is Uchiha's abandoned son? Shiyu also felt a little bit in his heart. I don't understand. Since these guys dare to come, don't think about going back easily. Shiyu squinted his eyes, thinking about it. The 3 of them had already walked into Shijir's house. Seeing Shijir sleeping on the bed, everyone looked at each other and smiled. He. It's so unprepared. We deserve to be beaten. Uchiha Wei didn't think too much, sneered, and the sack he carried directly wrapped the sleeping Shijir. Immediately afterwards, he took out a wooden stick and began to beat Shijir frantically in front of him. Ha ha, it's driving you crazy. Wei and Kakuza smiled triumphantly, but Fang felt that something was wrong. After knocking a few times with the wooden stick in his hand, Wei felt that something was wrong in his hand. Bang! Shiyu instantly turned into a big wooden stake. Suck! Uchiha Fang reacted quickly and immediately wanted to escape. Body replacement technique. How could this happen? We were found. Withdraw. Wei and Kakuzu were a little panicked, and turned around to leave. Unfortunately, before he could withdraw, 3 Shijir shadow clones suddenly appeared in front of him, and they surrounded them in an instant. Shadow clone. Uchiha Fang was also a little surprised. This is a B-level ninjutsu. How could the child in front of me be able to use it? Shijir also appeared directly, sneered and sarcastically said, unexpectedly, Kanaha's powerful clan, Uchiha clan, so sinister and vicious? He even ran to my house in the dark to take revenge on me. The shadow clone beside him also smashed his fists one by one, crackling, aggressively, and seemed to be ready to shoot immediately. Misunderstanding. Uchiha Wei Qiang smiled and waved his hand, seeming to want to delay time, and then shouted abruptly, Big brother and second brother. Come on. As soon as the voice fell, 2 voices rang almost at the same time. Fire style Phoenix fire technique. Fire style Dragon fire technique. It turned out that when Shijir didn't pay attention, Uchiha Kak and Uchiha Fang had already made their own seals and used 2 different fire style ninjutsu. Although it is only a C-level ninjutsu, its lethality is not small. Ha! Do you think C-rank ninjutsu can cause harm to me? Naive. Shijir shook his head, disdainfully. Big talk. Let's talk about fire style when you hold these 2 tricks. Uchiha Wei smiled sinisterly and stepped back. A stream of pure chakra gathered in the corner of Uchiha, and then fireballs were continuously spit out from his mouth, and Shiger's shadow clone and the body also dodged at the speed of thunder at this time. And Uchiha Feng's dragon fire technique is not like the phoenix fire continuously spit out, but it is a flame ninjutsu that continuously emits a straight line. The two men left and right, attacking Shiger, leaving Shiger almost nowhere to hide. The small house also instantly turned into a fire scene. Shiger naturally wouldn't sit still, and quickly sealed the seal at the same time as Shadow Clone, and the seal was faster than the two Uchihas. Almost instantly, several Shiger said at the same time Earth-style Duriabai. In an instant, two huge dirt walls burst out of the ground, blocking the flame ninjutsu of the two people. How can it be? A kid who just graduated from a ninja school can use Earth-style Duriabai? Uchiha Feng and Uchiha looked at each other and were surprised. We really underestimated this kid. Shiger was also a little surprised and thought, these guys dare to directly attack me with such a powerful ninjutsu. Shiger immediately questioned, aren't you afraid to attract the attention of the security team? Uchiha Kakaku and Uchiha Feng glanced at each other and laughed. Ha, kid, you really like to play stupid. Don't you know that the Uchiha clan is in charge of Konoha's security work? In other words, we have already said hello in advance today. Let us play this piece. That's it. Shiger came to understand. The three Uchiha clan in front of him had already ventilated in advance, and now they were waiting for Shiger to die. In that case, I can't keep you. Shiger is no longer the powerless Uchiha Shiger. Uchiha Shiger. It has always been that grievances must be repaid. If you have grace, Shiger's face quickly became gloomy. Then Ji-in with both hands shouted, Shadow Clone Technique. 2 Shadow Clones came out again, and the 5 Shadow Clones are now the limit of Shiyu. Therefore, adding Shiger's body has a total of 6 Shadow Clones scattered away, surrounding the 3 Uchiha in front of them again. Shiger faced the 3 of them, and rushed over with his ultimate speed, while rushing his hands to complete the seal at the same time. Fire-style Great Fireball technique is also Great Fireball, but Shiger's power is exaggerated, and the coverage area is even so large that it can directly cover 3 people. This is Great Fireball. Are you kidding me? Uchiha Wei was also a little dumbfounded. Quickly get away. Uchiha Horn and Uchiha Feng were taken aback and kicked the stunned Uchiha Wei. The 3 of them were lucky enough to escape Shiger's Great Fireball. Unexpectedly, Shiyu had calculated where the 3 of them would have to stay away, and let Shadow Clone encircle the 3. The white round eyes of Shiger's 3 Gold Jade also came out directly. How are you, White 3 Tomo Sherinan? Uchiha couldn't help exclaiming. Surprised? There are even more surprised ones. Shiger also looked at Shadow Clone and said to the Uchiha 3, try your own moves. Fire-style Phoenix Fire Technique. Fire-style Dragon Fire Technique. Fire-style Great Fireball Technique. Almost at the same time, the 3 Shadow Clones completed their seals, and at the same time they released the sea-level fire-style ninjutsu that they had just copied. In an instant, 3 fiery flames gushed from their throats. Quick! Jump into the air. The 3 Uchihas had to avoid the horror of rain shinobi technique, and jumped into the air. Only by jumping up can they escape the 3-sided fire style. However, Shiger smiled and said, it's a hit. It turned out that from the beginning, Shiger's ninjutsu was aimed at using Shadow Clone to force the 3 to jump into the air, so that they would not have the opportunity to dodge the next move. Shiyu said silently in her heart, 8 trigrams air palm. Then he used the gentle fist method of Hyaga Hizashi, the 8 trigrams air palm, which was copied not long ago. Suddenly, a chakra shock wave that could not be detected by the naked eye hits in an instant, forming a strong wind. The 3 of them were completely unprepared and were knocked out directly. They never dreamed that the shock wave was a young man, from the abandoned son of Uchiha. Puff! The 3 Uchihas vomited blood almost simultaneously. How can this be? Is this really genin strength? Impossible, it is absolutely impossible. The 3 Uchiha fell to the ground unwillingly, but had nothing to do with Shiger. They were still clamoring for Shiger, but now they have no fighting spirit. Shiger defeated the 3 in just one face, and Beng Xian continued to pursue the victory. Who knows that in Balin's eyes, he has seen many people wearing masks and ninja uniforms rushing here. It's too much trouble, the Umbu in the village has already come. These guys are really lucky. They even got a life back. Shiyu then also chose to stop at the right time. Soon, Umbu, wearing a mask, rushed to him, glanced around, feeling slightly startled. You guys, they should all belong to the Uchiha clan. You dare to fight with ninjutsu in the village. Take them all back, said Umbu wearing a mask. However, Shiger found that the situation seemed a bit wrong. This Umbu, the eyes of chakra flow quickly, and it seems like a member of the Uchiha clan, isn't it? They belong to the group. Shiger immediately noticed something unusual. However, Shiger was not afraid, and allowed the so-called Umbu to take herself and 3 Uchihas to the Konoha security room. Then the Umbu began to interrogate the people, saying it was an interrogation rather than acting. "Four of you, have you passed the game tonight?" said the masked Umbu ninja. It was this guy who moved the hand first. Uchiha's horns immediately bit back. Seeing his appearance, Shijir was seriously injured. "Oh, really? Uchiha Shijir? How dare you take the initiative to hurt others? What should be the crime?" The Umbu immediately accused him sharply. "Ha! Acting? You should be with them, right? Umbu of the Uchiha clan." Shijir also sneered, without feeling any fear at all because of the predicament in front of him. "Ha! I don't understand what you are talking about, but you are very smart. Smart people live soon." The Umbu also sneered. "An abandoned son bullied Uchiha way? A man without a father or mother, and his surname is Uchiha, really embarrassing my family." The Umbu also laughed at Shijir and said, "Let you see what Uchiha is. Proof of the family." The Umbu of the Uchiha clan took off his mask to death, revealing the scarlet eyes of the three-go jade. "This is 3 Tomo Sharinan. This is the proof of the Uchiha clan." Uchiha Umbu sneered, "You are an abandoned son of the Uchiha clan, what is there to be proud of?" The clay figurine also has a 3-point anger. She was already angry in his heart, but there was no change at all on the outside. Playing against Umbu, there is only one chance. Shijir didn't say a word, watching Uchiha in front of him unable to extricate himself from being immersed in his own world. 3-go jade. This is a symbol of the glory of the Uchiha clan. A wild species like you is impossible to awaken to the limit of blood. Shijir held back it again. He knew that he still had to wait for the 2 generations. Although his heart was angered to the extreme, Shijir calmed down. Wait. The opponent is Umbu. Shijir kept calming herself. This time, he has decided to make a move. It wasn't until this Umbu finally relaxed his vigilance completely and walked toward Shijir. "It's now, Bailanyan." With a thought, Shijir opened Sangoyu's Bailanyan. In an instant, Shijir saw through Uchiha Umbu's meridians and clearly saw the weak position on Umbu's heart. "Gentle fist." Shijir shouted inwardly, and then his hand shot out instantly. Boom! Although Umbu raised his hand to resist, Shijir's hand had already touched Umbu's heart. You guy. Uchiha Umbu, completely unexpected, the Uchiha kid in front of him would suddenly take the initiative to attack himself as Umbu. He is Umbu. The kid in front of me is just a student who just graduated from the ninja school. Until the moment he knew his death, he couldn't understand why he saw a pair of white 3 Tomo Sharinan in the eyes of Uchiha kid. Gentle fist is a fist that can directly attack the vein system in the body, and can directly damage the internal organs of the human body. Shijir had just found the right time and hit Uchiha Umbu's left chest with a palm. The seemingly weak palm actually directly destroyed Uchiha Umbu's heart. No one thought that Shijir would complete a leapfrog kill. Jiao, Fang, and Wei were all stupefied on the spot. Once again they settled in place. You killed Umbu." Uchiha Wei also took a step back in fear. Dared to kill Umbu ninja in Konoha. Horn was also very shocked. "What the hell is going on? When I met him, I just died." Uchiha Fang's 3 views have also been refreshed. "You must know that the person in front of you is just a new genin. Even if Jonin is playing against Umbu, the result is not always certain, but in the end, it is the Umbu class Uchiha who lies down." "Come on!" Uchiha yelled immediately under the anxiety. "It's a pity that no matter how you call it, there is no movement outside. Since you have seen it, then you have to die." Shijir also directly ordered the 3 shadow clones, and at the same time, 3 hooks and jade white round eyes were exploded. In an instant, all the movements of the 3 were seen through. The Uchiha trio were extremely frightened in their hearts, but they rose up to resist. They picked up the shuriken in Kunao, and threw them at Shijir. "Uchiha Ryu shuriken throwing technique? It seems that you haven't practiced hard." 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. Shijir spoke as he made his whole body spin like a top, and a strong wind suddenly formed around him. Revolving heaven, which can be called an absolute defense, also flew the shurikens around in an instant, and the range and power of revolving heaven even surpassed Hyaga Hizashi. That's right, Shijir copied the secret technique of the Hyaga clan, revolving heaven. The lights went out in the entire garrison review room, and 3 members of the Uchiha clan instantly hit the wall and vomited blood again. The 3 were hurt. Seeing that the 3 were already seriously injured, Shijir did not choose to be merciful. You can't kill us," Uchiha Horn said. "We are from the Uchiha clan, you will have a lot of trouble if you kill us," Uchiha Wei said too. "Yeah, Shijir. After all, you are also of the Uchiha clan. How can you still be a Konoha genin killing your brothers of the same clan?" Uchiha Fang, no matter what his face was at this time, he immediately begged for mercy. "Is a brother of the same race now? Why didn't you say that? Since you want to kill me, you must pay the price of being killed by me. Stop talking nonsense. Go to hell." As the saying goes, gratitude must be paid back, grudges must be repaid. Shijir relentlessly attacked the hearts of the three with gentle fist, and instantly took everyone's lives. After carefully hiding the bodies of the four people, Shijir used the transformation technique to change into Uchiha's appearance, and passed the Konoha security room with ease. Then Shio ran all the way and reached his home in ruins, lying on the bed that had been completely turned into coke. After all, it was the first time to kill. Shio was somewhat uncomfortable. The next day, when the sky shone slightly, Shijir woke up because he saw Umbu with a lot of Konoha and was about to knock on his door, and Shijir was ready to fight back. Boom boom boom. Who is it? Shijir asked vigilantly. Konoha Umbu brought a message from Lord Third Hokage. Let me take you to the Hokage room. Shijir thought for a while and opened the door. The Umbu waited quietly outside the door, seemingly meaningless. Why did Hokage look for me? Do you want to ask about what happened last night? If you go, wouldn't it be impossible to escape? Shiyu's residence has become this look. I am afraid no one does not doubt him, but Shiyu felt that if the third generation project wanted to take action against herself, she would not invite herself over in this way. What are you afraid of? Shijir calmed down, and finally followed Umbu to the Hokage room. Soon after, Umbu brought Shijir to the Hokage room. At this time, the third generation was wearing Hokage's red coat and Hokage hat, with a serious expression, smoking and puffing out smoke rings. And there are 3 Umbus standing around. Go and find again. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand. Yes, the 3 Umbu replied, and disappeared. Go down, too. Hiruzen looked at Umbu who had brought Shijir here, and then disappeared in a flash. Okay, Shijir, how are you doing? Sarutobi Hiruzen forced himself to smile, but reluctantly. Report to Master Hokage, I have completed the graduation exam and graduated from the ninja school, Shijir said truthfully. Hokage nodded, let out a puff of smoke and then said, very well, Hisashi has told me all about your situation. Your performance is outstanding. I said before that after you graduated from the ninja school, you will be accepted as a disciple. Of course, this counts. From now on, you are my student. Of course, you are still a student of Konoha Gen in 7th class. The team teacher is still Hyaga Hisashi. Hokage went on to say, I'm just giving you some guidance, the rest is up to you. Shijir felt very strange. In his opinion, it was impossible for third generation to be unaware of everything. Sarutobi Hiruzen took out a piece of white paper. Chakra test paper. Shijir also blurted out. Do you still recognize this thing? That's okay, I'll explain it for you. Come, take this paper in your hand. Hokage also handed Shijir this chakra test paper. After Shijir got the chakra test paper, chakra was naturally guided to the test paper, and then this test paper had several changes in an instant. One piece becomes wrinkled, one piece is cut, one piece becomes wet, one piece catches fire, one piece shatters. Even Hokage couldn't help taking down his pipe, widened his eyes and looked at Shijir and said, what an incredible child. Your chakra attributes are really comprehensive. You have all the 5 attributes in ninjutsu. Compared to other Uchiha clan, your potential will be greater, Hokage couldn't help but said. Every attribute on the chakra test paper is average, and the imprints are also very deep, indicating that your chakra is also huge. Is it because of the physique of the Uchiha clan? Hokage also took another cigarette. Then Hokage said, you can win Hisashi's bell, indicating that you are already very good at using ninjutsu and chakra. As for physical skills, Hisashi can teach you. I am not good at illusion, so let me teach you. Ninjutsu. By the way, do you want to learn ninjutsu? Hiruzen asked first. As a professor of ninjutsu, Sarutobi Hiruzen knows how rich in ninjutsu, but the most dazzling skills are the 4th gate, the first summoning ape demon wishful stick, the 2nd gate ghouls, and the 3rd gate compound ninjutsu. Shuriken technique, 4th gate shuriken technique. Summoning technique can't be passed to me. The ghoul seals up this technique, kills 10,000 enemies and destroys 10,000, and they all die. Basically, a normal person can't learn it. Although the shuriken technique is powerful, it should be able to use Sharingan. It's easy to copy. Why don't you use ninjutsu? Shijir doesn't wait for me. Shijir also immediately figured it out. Hokage-sama, I want to learn compound ninjutsu. As soon as Shijir's voice fell, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes lit up. My boy, you actually know the existence of compound ninjutsu. It's really interesting. But ninjutsu should be a bit difficult for you. Are you sure you want to learn? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked again. Okay, Hokage-sama, Shijir said again. Well, you still call me Hokage-sama. Sarutobi Hiruzen also looked at Shijir with a smile. Shijir reacted and immediately changed his words, Ms. Sarutobi. Third generation's haggard face showed a slight smile, and it didn't look like it was pretend. Good boy. Third generation nodded as the rain watched. The third generation was about to take Shiyu out, but was blocked by an unexpected guest. The man's right eye was wrapped in a bandage, and his expression was a little low. He looked at Shijiro in disbelief and said, "A member of the Uchiha clan, Hiruzen, have you really thought about it? This is Danzo." Shijiro guessed. Danzo, he is different. Hokage watched Shijiro defend. "I think the disappearance of the Uchiha clan that made a lot of noise last night has something to do with him, too." Danzo also squinted and questioned. "Enough, Danzo. I have accepted him as a disciple." Hokage also defended. "Hiruzen, I hope you don't forget Uchiha Madara. Sooner or later you will regret it," Danzo warned, and then left the Hokage room slowly. "Don't be surprised, that's Danzo, the head of Umbu training class, one of Hokage's consultants, and my former teammate," Hokage also said with an apologetic expression. "It's okay," Shijiro naturally replied. Soon, third Hokage and Shijiro arrived at the exercise site. "Can you release your ninjutsu to me?" Third generation asked with a smile. "Yes," Shijiro also printed directly and quickly. Sure enough. Fast printing speed. Third Hokage couldn't help but praised, knowing that Shijiro used fire style attack ninjutsu, and third Hokage used his own water style. Fire style great fireball technique. Shijiro quickly spit out a large fireball. Water style water barrier, and third Hokage also completed the seal, and a water wall quickly appeared in front of him, completely blocking the great fireball technique. Shijiro also opened Bailanyan in an instant and copied this B-level water style ninjutsu trick. Not bad. Third Hokage praised, and then said, "As expected, your chakra volume is huge, and the control of chakra is also very accurate, and the connection seal is also very fast. The use of ninjutsu can be described as pure fire. See, come and you often practice. In this case, I won't hide it. Since you want to learn compound ninjutsu, then you have to learn the attack ninjutsu of 5 escapes. Just now you used C-level ninjutsu, and today I will teach you B-level ninjutsu with more lethality." Weiwu Sichenzi Joyin, the third generation item, quickly closed, and Shijiro on the side also instantly remembered the order of the seal and the flow of chakra around the third generation item. Fire style fire dragon flame bomb. The third generation spit out the fire dragon flame bullet in his mouth in one breath. The hot flame instantly ignited the surrounding combustibles, and the flame danced like a violent dragon, front, left, and right. 3 directions were quickly rushed by the fire dragon, and the direction of the fire dragon was controlled by third Hokage and chakra. Although it is a B-level ninjutsu, its power is amazing. Not only does it have a wide range, it is difficult for the attack to avoid, and the temperature of the flame will instantly burn the enemy to ashes, but the requirements for control are very high. The flame must be obeyed. What you mean, it is very difficult, and there are still high requirements for chakra's control. After Hokage finished the explanation, he said, "Next, you have a try." Everything just now has been deeply recorded in Shijiro's white wheel eyes, so he didn't feel scared at all. Weiwu Sichenzi Joyin, fire style fire dragon flare. Shijiro used the standard fire dragon flare almost exactly the same as third Hokage, and quickly felt the fire dragon's uncontrollable and violent flames. Use chakra to control the fire dragon. Third generation Yu said excitedly. He had no idea that his new disciple could make the fire dragon so perfect for the first time. "Don't let the fire dragon lose control. Let him attack straight ahead," Hokage reminded again. Shijiro was struggling at first, but soon found the feeling of controlling chakra. After he found the feeling of controlling the fire dragon that controlled 3 directions instantly attacked straight ahead. "Awesome. The first time I used fire style so well. I'm really lucky to have a disciple like you." Sarutobi Hiruzen seems very happy, and seems to have forgotten all the other unpleasantness of today. "Hit the iron while it's hot. I'll teach you water-style ninjutsu again. It needs 44 seals, but thanks to the improvement of the second Hokage, Water Dragon Bomb only needs 3 seals. Look." Third Hokage also quickly finished the 3 seals, and then a water dragon quickly appeared behind him and rushed forward. Pour a large amount of chakra into the water, and then condense the water into a dragon form to attack the enemy. Of course, it can also be sprayed directly from the mouth. Water-style Water Dragon Bomb technique. Third Hokage also finally stopped. Needless to say, by third Hokage, Shijiro has already completed the seal and release in an instant. Water-style Water Dragon Bomb technique. Shijiro spit out water style directly from his mouth, and water style instantly transformed into the form of a water dragon, launching a violent impact forward. "Yes," third Hokage continued excitedly, "water style is like this. Let's talk about earth style. Earth style Earth Dragon Bullet. Turn the soil into the form of a dragon and attack the enemy." Third Hokage once again used the Earth Dragon Bullet. Shijiro also mastered the essence of the Earth Dragon Bullet again, and then the Wind Dragon Bullet and the Thunder Dragon Bullet, Shijiro also mastered instantly. "I wanted to teach you a kind of ninjutsu. I didn't want the Dragon Bullet technique of the 5 elements escape technique. You learned it all. Your talent is even higher than Orochimaru." Third Hokage looked at Shijiro and couldn't help but praise. Road. When Shijiro wanted to continue learning third Hokage's ultimate move, 3 Umbus suddenly appeared. Seeing 3 umbu, Shijir knew that it should be out of play today. Sure enough, third Hokage said, "You go back first, you can't shoot too much, you go back and then practice carefully to familiarize yourself. You must firmly remember these 5 attributes of B-level ninjutsu. Master is good, it is very practical." Sarutobi Hiruzen was also afraid that Shijir would be too eager for quick success. Yes, teacher Sarutobi. Shijir also left the training ground. Shiyu's mood can be described as excitement. Not only the 5 dragon bullets, but also the water-style water barrier. The current reserve of ninjutsu is enough for me to kill ordinary jonin. Shijir also returned home excitedly. Who knew that when he returned home, he saw 2 teammates in Xiaoxing? "Ha! Why are you here?" Shijir asked when he looked at Heitake Nangsaying and Hyaga Red Butterfly. "Xiaoxing, why are you here?" Shijir asked. "Shijir, Mr. Hyaga asked us to meet at Konoha Gate. He just informed us that we have received a sea-level mission, and we should set off now. But we didn't find you, and this little star sister also happened to be looking for you," Hyaga Red Butterfly said. "Xiaoxing, what's the matter?" Shijir asked too. "Brother Shijir, I'm fine, you are going on a mission, this is some of my heart." Xiaoxing gave Xiu the Liang pill he bought, which moved Xiu's heart for a while. "Silly girl, it's okay, it's just a sea-level mission, wait for me to come back." Xiu comforted, and then quickly arranged his equipment. Hyaga Red Butterfly, Heite Kujuo, and Uchiha Toshijir No. 7 arrived at Konoha's gate together, and Hyaga Hizashi and another bearded man had already been there early. "Red Butterfly, Kujuo, Shijir. Let's go," Hizashi also announced, "because of your outstanding performance. I specially applied for the sea-level mission for you. I hope you can complete the mission perfectly." "Are these 3 little ghosts reliable?" The bearded uncle seemed to not believe in the strength of the Shio trio. "As genin, they are definitely the best. Uncle, you need to know that your commission can barely reach the sea-level standard." After being stunned by Hyaga Hizashi, the uncle was much more honest. "The uncle you see now is called Hideo Noguchi, and he is our client for this mission," Hyaga Hizashi introduced. "It's very simple. We only need to protect Mr. Noguchi from wild animals and bandits." Hizashi also briefly explained the content of the mission. This mission is a sea-level mission. It is usually a mission that was only accepted as Chunin. However, considering that the geographical location is within the territory of our country of fire, and I lead the team, it is also an exception for you to participate. I believe you guys, Hizashi also encouraged while explaining. After walking for about 3 hours, the 5 people also walked from noon to afternoon, and the sky began to dim. "It seems that we can't walk to the next town with our feet. Let's rest until tomorrow morning," Hizashi said. "At this speed, when can I get there?" Uncle Bearded said anxiously. "Mr. Noguchi, is there something to hide from us?" Shijir also looked at Noguchi immediately and asked. And Mr. Noguchi suddenly panicked, but still pretended to be calm and said, "Well, how can I hide anything from you?" But everyone present did not believe in Noguchi. Wow, the moon black and the wind were high, and the wolves began to howl. "What's this sound?" Noguchi shuddered, and Hyaga Red Butterfly was obviously also a little scared. "Red Butterfly, protect Mr. Noguchi, Shijir and Kujuo, pay attention to keep the formation. Byakugan." Hyaga Hizashi directly exploded Byakugan, and the eyes were full of blood vessels and blue veins for an instant. "The wolves attack." Hizashi just shouted, and in an instant, he was thrown down by a group of wolves hidden in the dense forest. "Ah, Hyaga-san!" Hyaga Koko also screamed. Heite Kujuo was also sweating profusely, and he could see that he had never encountered such a bad situation. He directly talked about his gray teeth and rushed to the wolves. A few stabs took away the lives of a few wolves. However, the wolf went mad as soon as he saw the blood and began to howl. Wow, how many wolves are there in total?" Noguchi said scaredly. Hyaga Red Butterfly held Kunao in his hand, and was also a little stunned on the spot. Emotions are out of control in an instant. Shiyu looked at the wolves with a sneer and shouted, "Heitake, return to the team. Get close to Noguchi and form a circle." "Okay." Heitake didn't lose his mind completely, kicked a wolf, and the 3 of them surrounded the city in a circle, surrounding Noguchi in the middle. What the wolf is most afraid of? Fire. Fire-style great fireball technique. Shijir also completed the seal in an instant, and a huge fireball spit out. The wolf who was close to him hadn't reacted, he was instantly lit by Shijir's fire style and burned to death. The wolf is a very cunning animal. When he saw such a fierce enemy, he naturally escaped instantly. "Trace." Shiyu put his hands down and said, "It's okay, everyone, go to sleep." Noguchi didn't even react, and found that the crisis had been resolved. Even Hyaga Red Butterfly and Heite Kujuo don't believe it. "Sleep? But Mr. Hyaga." Hyaga Red Butterfly also looked at the place where Hyaga fell just now, but found that there was no shadow of Hyaga at all, but saw a wooden stake. "Beard, Hundi, Kujuo, Hyaga-san is not dead, and he is Jonin anyway. He just wanted to see our reaction ability, but now I don't know where to look at us. Seeing the three people's suspicious eyes, Shiger touched his head and said, which one of you is really injured? You are really in danger, Hayaga-sensei should show up. Sure enough, as soon as Shiger's words fell, Hayaga Hizashi appeared in front of everyone. First I looked at Hundi and Kujuo, and finally Noguchi and Shiger. Shiger, I have been following the crisis from beginning to end, and you are the calmest one. You not only protected your teammates, but also your client Mr. Noguchi, and even repelled the enemy. From now on, the captain of the 7th squad, it's you, Hayaga Hizashi said calmly. Let's talk about Nangsaying. Have you ever thought about the consequences of rushing to the wolves at all costs? If there are more wolves, you will be easily besieged. If Shiger didn't call you back, what would the result be? And the crisis of Mr. Noguchi and his companions? Have you ever paid attention to it? Miss Red Butterfly, a ninja needs to have patience in addition to possessing ninjutsu. Just now, your heart collapsed. No matter what caused it, I hope that from now on, your heart will be stronger. Okay, although Hizashi is not harsh, both Kujuo and Hundi have deep self-blame. Hizashi then looked at Noguchi and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Noguchi, I believe you can understand it too. It was just a false alarm. It's okay. Mr. Noguchi didn't dare to say more. Everyone was speechless all night, and then they were on duty one by one, taking turns to watch the night, and there was nothing to stir. The second tenton lit up, and everyone started to move forward again. In contrast, it was obvious that Nangsaying and Hundi were more stable, and Hayaga nodded secretly when he looked at them. If you know what you are wrong, you can correct it, not bad. Shiger focused on the bearded Noguchi. I always feel that this guy has something to hide from us. Shiger also continued to walk forward quietly. After walking for about a morning, Shiger discovered something was wrong, and Shiger suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Hayaga Hizashi asked too. Teacher, something is wrong, Shiyu said. Something's wrong. Hayaga Hizashi seemed to have discovered something. Protect Mr. Noguchi, Hizashi said. And Kujuo and Hundi immediately surrounded Noguchi with Shiger, facing around, carefully observing their surroundings. Byakugan. Hizashi turned on Byakugan in an instant, and at the same time, Shiger opened the Bailanyan and instantly saw the dense crowds hidden around him. There are enemies. Be careful, Shiger also shouted immediately. Then countless shurikens shot at Hizashi. Revolving Heaven. Hizashi immediately used 8 Trigram's Palm's Revolving Heaven, and instantly turned around like a top, and instantly bounced the surrounding shurikens. Oh, 2 things. Nearly hundreds of people surrounded the group of 5 directly, and the leader was a fierce robber. I'm sorry, you have to stay with this person, and the others will just scrap one arm, the robber said casually. Protect Noguchi, and the others will give it to me. Hizashi dashed forward. In Byakugan, chakra veins and acupuncture points were clear, gentle fist method was used, and any enemy he encountered was instantly cut off from his nerves and nerves. Muscles have lost their ability to resist. So strong, Noguchi also sighed. This guy is Konoha's Jonin. You guys won't hold him back for me. You guys killed those little ghosts and grabbed me that big beard. The bandit leader ordered, and then a group of bandits rushed up. Gentle fist. Look at the knife. Hayaga Red Butterfly and Heitei Kujuo also used the housekeeping skill Gentle Fist, and the other used the housekeeping skill Heitei Swordsmanship. Although they are only genin, they are also very easy to deal with. Shadow Clone Technique. Shiger also directly separated 4 shadow clones, and directly used the most powerful ninjutsu he learned against those bandits. Fire style Fire Dragon Flare, Lightning style Thunder Dragon Bullet, Water style Water Dragon Bomb, Wind style Wind Dragon Ball. The attack range of the 4 attributes is extremely large, the fire and wind are combined, the minds are combined, and it becomes a compound ninjutsu in an instant. The bandits on the left and right instantly became the first victims of Shiger's compound ninjutsu. The fire rides on the wind, and the wind rides on the fire. It has the extremely destructive fire style and the wind style with ultimate cutting power. It instantly becomes a terrifying fire wind dragon bullet, instantly killing a group of bandits in front of you. 7 or 8. On the other side, the mind compound dragon bullet technique also hit the approaching robbers in an instant. Countless robbers lost their lives in this way. It's impossible. Quick retreat. The information is wrong. This is genin. Quick retreat. The bandit leader ran away, but he couldn't catch up even if he wanted to chase them. But these bandits, seeing that all his bosses ran away, he naturally dispersed in a rush. This is Master 3rd Hokage's compound ninjutsu. I didn't expect you to be able to learn this trick at a young age. It's amazing. You guys are doing very well. Hizashi satisfied Hundi and Nangsaying this time. Nod. Then Hizashi looked at Noguchi and asked, Mr. Noguchi? What's the matter? I don't know, Mr. Noguchi said in a panic. This is a band of bandits with hundreds of people? What did you provoke? If you don't speak clearly, we have the right to return directly to Konoha. Hizashi also said solemnly. No. I said. Mr. Noguchi finally told the truth. The final location for the escort is the craftsman village in the northeastern part of the Land of Fire. That is our village. Our village is very poor, but it is the best place to build weapons in the world. Not long ago, the village recently discovered deep underground. He was indestructible with a buried piece of magical meteorite iron, but when he discovered it, he leaked the news. After I researched the technology to polish it in the country of fire, I was informed by the village immediately that I was in Konoha and asked Jonin to escort me back to the village of the craftsman, and protect me to complete the meteorite research. But who knows that all the money I have is only enough to entrust a sea-level task. So, you concealed the information and didn't care about our life or death? Hisashi also asked sharply. The village of craftsmen is located in the small country of the country of craftsmen, located in the northeast of the country of fire. It is already outside the country of fire. You have concealed the degree of danger, even the content of the mission, and the location of the mission. The subordinates are in charge, they are still a group of children, Hisashi said, turning his head to leave. It can be seen that Hisashi still takes good care of the three subordinates. Master Jonin, please, the artisan village is really poor, and it has been targeted by many forces. Regarding meteorite iron, our purpose is to explore its ingredients. If the research is successful, the data will be made public. The construction technology of the whole ninja world will advance, and after certain forces are obtained, they will definitely be used in the production of weapons. At that time, war will break out. Peace will be gone forever. Noguchi was also on his knees. The ground begged hard. I don't know that it was that sentence that touched Hisashi. He pondered for a while, then he pulled Noguchi up and said, neither for you nor the technique of shinobi. Everything that Konoha shinobi did should have ended here, but anyone who is a ninja should have the belief in protecting peace. Shijir understood it. If Noguchi told the truth earlier, even Konoha might have swallowed this technology. This bearded man is indeed an idealist, but it doesn't matter, it has little effect. I hope that I can meet more and stronger enemies. Shijir is also full of war spirits. The next battle will be very dangerous. Your only task is to protect Mr. Noguchi. As soon as Hisashi's voice fell, a laugh rang. Ha ha ha. It is really not a wise move to use those cheap robbers. It seems we have to do it ourselves. The voice was very ethereal, and it was difficult to determine his location. Pretending to be a god. Heite Kujuo also cursed in a low voice. Ha! Genin, I don't know how you died later, Byakugan. Hayaga Hisashi spotted the man in an instant, and shot a shuriken. And the detonation talisman was placed on the shuriken early. Bang! The detonating talisman exploded in an instant, and the two figures had nowhere to hide, and they finally appeared. Ha ha, who am I? It turns out that Jonin is the leader of the Hayaga clan. This time there might be Byakugan's trophy. Finally, a figure appeared in front of everyone. The ninja forward protector was marked with the mark of the country of water, but a line was drawn in the middle, which means that this person is a traitor from Mist Shinobi Ninja Village. On the forehead of the other ninja is the Cloud Shinobi logo, and a line is also drawn on it. 2 rebels. Hisashi was also ready. Don't dream of 100 days. The Byakugan of the Hayaga clan is extremely difficult to obtain. As long as they are sure to be caught, they will use the secret technique to destroy their Byakugan. Cloud Shinobi seems to be more familiar with the secrets of the ninja, just staring, said Noguchi and Shijir. The 3 genins will be left to you at will. Jonin of the Hayaga clan will be handed over to me, Cloud Shinobi rebelliously ordered. In his eyes, Genin was insignificant, so it was handed over to Mist Shinobi, who was inferior to his own. Ha! It's cunning. I actually left the fun to myself. Mist Shinobi then looked at Shijir and said, I'm sorry, I will solve you as quickly as possible. Come on, be careful, Heite Kujuo reminded. As soon as the voice fell, Mist Shinobi had already thrown out his shuriken. Shuriken, Shijir reminded, and then Kunao in his hand also shot down countless shurikens. Ha! The kid is the kid. Mist Shinobi rebels with the body flicker technique, and the whole person has appeared in the middle of Shijir's trio. Look at the sword. Heite Kujuo waved his grey teeth, but blocked the betrayal of Mist Shinobi. Gentle fist. Not to be outdone, Hayaga Hundai took advantage of Nangsaying to drag Mist Shinobi to rebel, and a gentle fist came over. Shijir reacted fastest, and took this opportunity to hug Mr. Noguchi and hide behind him. Humph. The kids reacted very quickly, but they still can't escape. Mist Shinobi rebelled and then directly Ji-in used a ninjutsu trick. Water-style Mist Shinobi technique. In an instant, there was a thick fog around me, and I couldn't see everything clearly. Be careful. This is Mist Shinobi's silent killing technique. Watch your surroundings, Shijir reminded. Little devil, I didn't expect to know a lot. In that case, I will give you a whole corpse. The voice of Mist Shinobi's betrayal was all around, and it was impossible to determine where he was from the sound. Open your eyes. Shijir opened Bailanyan silently. Sherinan would be disturbed by the dense fog, but Byakugan Scout eyes could clearly see the location of Mist Shinobi's rebellion. This guy dare to use Mist Shinobi technique in front of me. Shijir also raised the corners of his mouth slightly. He had already seen the rebellious movement of Mist Shinobi, and he could clearly see the chakra context of the person in front of him. This guy's strength is not weak. Chakra in one suit seems to be reaching the level of Jonin. Shijir also quietly looked at Mist Shinobi's rebellion and thought, this guy should have discovered me, see I will do it. Shijir also used shadow clone technique quietly afterwards. Ha, kid, so you are here. The Mist Shinobi had apparently seen the figure of Shijir, and suddenly picked up the vital point of Kyuuxiang in his hand. Boom, unexpectedly, at that moment, the rain turned into shadow clone and disappeared. Fire-style great fireball technique. Shijir also completed Yuian in an instant and launched a ninjutsu attack on Mist Shinobi. Water-style water barrier. The Mist Shinobi ninja's not printing speed was not slow, and it blocked Shijir's great fireball attack in an instant. As the fire encountered water, the surroundings became more blurred in an instant. You kid is not a simple kid. Mist Shinobi also never dared to despise Shijir again. Shijir's unsuccessful attack was not frustrated, and said loudly, hey take, red butterfly, protect the beard. Give me the person in front of you. I was really underestimated by the kid. Mist Shinobi gave a betrayal and laughed, then immediately finished the seal and said, water-style water body technique. Then a total of 3 Mist Shinobi rebels appeared in front of Shijir. Why? Shijir also watched the opponent with Balin's eyes without any consideration. Neither the water body nor the shadow clone, Sharinan and Byakugan can see the body, but as long as they are attacked, the water body will be lifted. Shiyu also raised the corner of his mouth and said, at this time, you are a clone, I don't know if you are stupid or stupid. Lightning-style Thunder Dragon Bullet. Shijir finished Jian and spit out an oversized Thunder Dragon Bullet. The Thunder Dragon instantly spread from the front, middle, and back 3 areas and attacked Mist Shinobi. This kid. Can you still use lightning style besides fire style? Mist Shinobi frowned and said, this kid is definitely not an ordinary kid. Earth style earth flow wall. Mist Shinobi reluctantly resorted to earth style. In the 5 elements escape technique, water, water, fire, earth, earth, wind, and wind are used to escape. Except for the water barrier, which is the Tulia wall, the water barrier is guaranteed to be electrocuted. Mist Shinobi does not have wind-style chakra for rebelliousness, so he has no choice but to resort to haste. Mist Shinobi used a dirt wall to completely protect the whole body. However, even so, the dirt wall collapsed in an instant. It was also a B-level ninjutsu, and it was shattered by Shijir. The power of the Rain Thunder Dragon Bomb is amazing. This kid's ninjutsu power is so amazing. It seems that you can't use ninjutsu to fight him. Mist Shinobi rebels instantly changed his strategy, and once again chose close combat. Water-style Mist Shinobi technique. Mist Shinobi rebels once again used Mist Shinobi ninjutsu, and the surrounding fog became thicker. Shijir instantly understood Mist Shinobi's rebel intentions. Ha! You guy, you want to play close combat with me? This time you can't run away. Shijir also immediately prepared the counter-killing Mist Shinobi tactics in his mind. Shijir still pretended not to see Mist Shinobi. At this time Shinobi was obviously hit, and he no longer hesitated, but still approached Shijir cautiously. This guy is really cautious. It looks like a lot of people must have died. Shijir looked around pretendingly, and then left his back to Mist Shinobi. Ha! That's great. This time the kid is dead. Mist Shinobi rebelled with confidence and moved closer to Shijir more boldly. This guy is in the game. Shijir's Balinyan naturally possesses 360-degree reconnaissance capabilities. He clearly saw Mist Shinobi taking out the Kunikata in his hand and moving faster and faster. Shijir suddenly noticed that Mist Shinobi had stopped, as if the peace before the storm. It's coming. Shijir suddenly saw Mist Shinobi picking up Kumixiang and stabbing herself at the hungry tiger. Shijir immediately turned around, his hands already blocked back, one hand firmly grasped Mist Shinobi's rebellious kunao, and the other palm had already blasted Mist Shinobi's rebellious chest. Mist Shinobi didn't have any fear, and used all his strength to stab Shijir. In his opinion, how much offensive power can the imp's palm have? Ha! Shijir snorted coldly, and with one hand, gentle fist had hit Mist Shinobi's left chest. Puff! Mist Shinobi vomited blood instantly, his eyes were already full of shock and fear. His brain seemed to be unable to control his body. When he was dying, he still didn't think about why Shijir had the ability to kill himself. You guy, dare to use the Mist Shinobi technique, otherwise I wouldn't use gentle fist to kill you in public. Shia sneered and walked to the side of his teammate. Shijir, are you not injured? Hundi immediately cared about seeing Shijir. Your hand is bleeding. Where is the enemy? Red Butterfly asked. Kujuo also looked around with his gray teeth. It's okay that Mist Shinobi has been killed by me, these injuries are all trivial. Shijir said, I don't know what happened to Hayaga-sensei. Mist Shinobi technique solution. Shijir just copied Mist Shinobi technique, and the reverse Mist Shinobi technique naturally learned instantly. The fog dissipated instantly, and seeing Hayaga Hisashi and the Cloud Shinobi betrayed from a distance was inseparable. Both are physique masters. Cloud Shinobi mainly uses lightning style, and Hayaga Hisashi uses Byakugan in gentle fist. The two seem to be evenly matched. Ha! What a waste! Even Genin can't solve it. The fog cleared, and Cloud Shinobi immediately saw the corpse of his teammate lying on the ground. Ha! Cloud Shinobi directly threw countless shurikens, and Hisashi immediately used 8 trigram's palms revolving heaven. The shurikens were shot down one after another. After Hayaga Hisashi stopped, the Cloud Shinobi rebel directly threw a few kunao, and kunao has a detonation talisman. Be careful, Hayaga-sensei. Shijir immediately reminded him when he saw it, and then made a prejudgment to quickly seal with both hands. Hisashi immediately backed away, while Cloud Shinobi turned around and prepared to flee. At this time Shijir Jin ended, and immediately said, Wind Style Wind Dragon Ball Technique. The anticipation ninjutsu instantly attacked Cloud Shinobi Renin, and Cloud Shinobi Renin frowned, but couldn't escape. With his hands crossed, he actually planned to use his body to resist B-class Wind Style ninjutsu. It seems that I guessed it right. This Cloud Shinobi ninja is good at lightning style, and was defeated by Wind Style, but he doesn't know fire style. That's the case. Shijir's seal was over again, and the hot flames instantly protruded from his mouth. Fire style Fire Dragon Bullet Technique. Before the Wind Dragon disappeared, the Fire Dragon appeared again. The wind rides on the fire, and the fire rides on the wind. In an instant, the two dragons merged into one to form the third Hokage stunt composite ninjutsu. Composite ninjutsu Wind, Fire, and Dragon Bullet Technique. What? Cloud Shinobi's rebellion was also taken aback, and immediately strengthened his defenses. Although they are 2 B-level ninjutsu, they reached the power of A-level ninjutsu in an instant under Shijir's use. Even the Cloud Shinobi ninja, who is famous for his physical toughness, was still beaten by this wave of ninjutsu. It was a whole body injury. Unexpectedly, there was such a tough kid in the plan. Humph! The Cloud Shinobi ninja still laughed, and then he also used the body flicker technique and disappeared. Don't chase it, Shijir. Good job. Hayaga Hisashi took Byakugan away, nodded as he watched Shijir, and Hisashi frowned. In addition to bandits and bandits, there are already ninjas involved. The strength of the two traitors just now is estimated to have reached the level of Jonin, but I feel that there seems to be someone else behind them. Hisashi looked at Noguchi and found that Noguchi also had a guilty and pitiful look, and then he also wanted to sigh. The mission itself is also a C level, but now not only a bandit group has appeared, but also more than a few Jonin rebels. I really don't know what kind of enemy will appear next. The actual level of the current mission is tentatively set to level B. This is already Jonin's mission category. You can quit here, even if you have completed the mission. Hayaga Hisashi then said solemnly, next, even if it is me, there is no way to guarantee the safety of the 4 of you. If you stop here, it will be too late. I am the client. Even if it is dangerous, I will go to the country of craftsmen. I can't quit. Noguchi said. I want to go, after all, my strength can only be improved by constantly fighting. Shijir also said truthfully. What about you? Hisashi asked. We are a team, we have to go together. Heitei Kujuo also responded. Me too. Although Hundi was the only girl, she still said firmly. Okay. The 7th class. Keep going. Target the craftsman's village in the country of craftsmen. Hayaga Hisashi also started advancing again with the 4. In actual combat, Shijir's strength has improved rapidly. Although he has the blood of the Otsutski clan, he cannot play a stronger role without experiencing the wind and rain of actual combat. Body flicker technique, Mist Shinobi technique, and water body technique. Although they are not powerful, they are all very practical ninjutsu, especially body flicker technique. Although it is only a D-level ninjutsu, it has created countless powerhouses. For example, Flash Goddess Shisui. Shijir is also practicing the instant technique while rushing. A week passed, and several people took turns to watch the night. During the day, they accelerated their speed and finally left the northeastern border of the Land of Fire and entered the territory of the Land of Craftsmen. Finally here. Heitei Kujuo also breathed a sigh of relief. These few days of rushing made the nerves of the 5 people highly nervous, but they did not encounter the enemy's attack again. And Hayaga Hisashi also took time to train Hayaga Red Butterfly and the chakra control ability of the 3 genin. And to practice control ability is to practice climbing trees and treading water, and Shijir's control of chakra is naturally perfect. He is like a miracle, reaching the fastest record under 3 people, and Hayaga Hisashi is naturally thorough. I was shocked. According to Hisashi's original words, Uchiha Shijir is really talented. Genin alone can defeat Jonin. He has a calm personality and various tactics. It is absolutely rare in the world. If you say that the legendary Uchiha Madara is young at that time, he didn't know who was more dazzling than the local? If it is possible, it may be stronger than Uchiha Madara, maybe. Shijiro naturally didn't know that he was so praised by his teacher. He still practiced the ninjutsu that he copied not long ago as usual. In front of me was a huge and stout tree. There are countless shuriken scratches on the trunk of the tree. A young man carrying a shinobi sword was looking at the trees in front of him out of breath. How is it possible? That fellow Shijiro climbed to the top so easily? Kujuo raised his head unwillingly and saw Shijiro standing at the top of the tree and practicing other ninjutsu. Miss Red Butterfly, Heite Kujuo, you two need to work harder. Shijiro has already passed the chakra control test, not only on the trees, but also on the water. Hisashi watched. Shio nodded in satisfaction. No, I can't let this guy surpass me all the time. Heite Kujuo also has his own arrogance. He once again climbed the tree, but because of his anxiety, the chakra under his feet was not evenly controlled and fell to the ground again. And Hayaga Red Butterfly is naturally thinking, come on, you must break through yourself and not become a burden to the entire team. You must strive to become a strong ninja. Only in this way can you help the people you like. As a result, Red Butterfly worked harder than usual and controlled chakra more easily. Shijiro, on the other hand, stood alone on the top of the tree studying the recently copied ninjutsu. Shuriken Kakashi copied thousands of ninjutsu, but chakra storage is a big problem. But for me, everything is not a problem. Shijiro also thought. After all, Otsutski's purest bloodline gives Shijiro a superb chakra reserve. Just the newly promoted Genin Shijiro has an extraordinary cage-level chakra. Class D body flicker technique is really practical, Shiyu said with some excitement, and then the whole person suddenly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already in another place. If an ordinary ninja uses this trick, and I ran into it, it would definitely be a dead end. Shijiro discovered that after copying the body flicker technique, the use and control of chakra could make the entire body flicker technique almost a step forward. Class. Just like using those destructive fire styles, Shijiro's hands can often have more terrifying power than others. I don't know how long I have practiced. The D-level body flicker technique has been completely used by the Shijiro master, and Shijiro has become familiar with the recently copied ninjutsu one by one. Finally, you can practice the knot printing speed, Shijiro said. He knows that in the ninja world, not only are there ninjas like Mizuki Shiro who can make knots with one hand, but also Yu Uchiha Itake that knots 6 seals in 1 second. Super power. Zikuyan Moken did not apply for Usahe. Shijiro practiced for a long time, and the sweat beads on his head had become big. Everyone, it's almost time we need to continue on our way. Hayaga Hisashi reminded everyone, then Shijiro nodded. A good harvest today, you guys worked hard. Shijiro naturally said to his 5 shadow clones. Shijiro naturally knew the bugs of shadow clones practice. After the shadow clone was removed, what shadow clone had learned in a day, as well as the experience and fatigue, would instantly return to the body. Pop. Shijiro released his shadow clone. Jain's proficiency and 1 day's insight were also instantly returned to Shijiro's body. It's really rewarding, but I'm a little tired. Shijiro jumped easily and returned to Hisashi's side. Of course, Heite Kujuo and Hayaga Red Butterfly gathered again. Well, it's good, but don't try so hard next, we have to save our energy for the following tasks, Hisashi said to the Shijiro trio. Understood, the 3 naturally replied. I don't see it, these little ghosts are getting more and more reliable. I'm sorry, I got my eyes off before, Mr. Noguchi said with some embarrassment. As long as the task can be completed. Shijiro did not blame Mr. Noguchi either. In the next few days, Hisashi led the crowd and there was no fierce battle. Shijiro naturally still used Shadow Clone for training. By the time he reached his destination, Shijiro was able to make 3 seals per second. Don't underestimate the speed of Jiu. This speed of Jiu has surpassed most ninjas in the ninja world, and may be on par with the adult Heite Kakashi in the future. And in the future, Kakashi's speed may be the top 5 of ninja's speed. After walking for a while, I can clearly feel that the number of humans around has begun to increase, and the vegetation has begun to decrease. It turned out that it has reached the end of this trip, the village of craftsmen. Thank you. Finally. I finally arrived in the village. Mr. Noguchi was also very excited, and after he had settled the people, he walked into the village. Shijiro, how do you feel? Hisashi asked, too. It feels like something is wrong. Shijiro was also telling the truth. The whole village of carpenters didn't feel popular to him. There were only scattered tourists, all of them panicked and guarded. It seems that something is wrong. All the people seem to be carrying weapons. Heite Kujuo also saw the anomaly of these people at a glance. That's the case, everyone, be careful, Mr. Noguchi, is there any danger? Hayaga Hongdi also couldn't help asking. And when everyone said hello, Mr. Noguchi had reappeared. Noguchi walked out with a smile, seemingly weird. It's great. The composition of meteorite iron has been studied. Your mission has been completed. Congratulations. Before Mr. Noguchi came to the front, everyone had discovered something was wrong. Suddenly Noguchi violently violent, and several shurikens had already been thrown at the nearest two of Heitake and Hundi. Careful! Shijir used a body flicker technique and instantly appeared behind Heitake and Red Butterfly, pushing them away. The attack of the Mr. Noguchi in front of him was also taken aback when he failed in an instant. Body flicker technique? A Konoha's little devil could be so strong? Ha ha, it's really interesting. Mr. Noguchi on the tab also sneered, and then he changed into what he was like with a bang. You are. Hyaga Hizashi was also ready to fight immediately. Ha! I'm not your old acquaintance. The ninja has become Cloud Shinobi's rebellious appearance. Be careful. There are many people around. In Hyaga Hizashi's Byakugan, there were countless ninjas around. What the hell is it? Let you hold on to us. Heitake Kujuo also questioned. Ha! Kid, our purpose conflicts with your mission, so we have to solve you. Cloud Shinobi said with a bloodthirsty smile, I won't let you run away again. Lightning style go. Cloud Shinobi quickly Kyuin used lightning style ninjutsu, and the thunder and lightning instantly spread to the ground, and Hyaga Hizashi could only retreat. The Shijir trio and Hyaga Hizashi were also separated instantly by thunder and lightning, and then the Cloud Shinobi once again entangled Hyaga Hizashi. Shijir and the three were facing more than a dozen rebellious ninjas and wandering ninjas at the same time, and they were under pressure. A lot of people. What should I do? Heitake Kujuo has never encountered such an emergency. Shijir, is there a way? Hyaga Hundi asked too. There is barely one. Shijir also immediately figured out a way to break through. Kill! A dozen rebel ninjutsu quickly rushed over to the three of them. Shijir quickly sealed the seal, and Fengwo compound ninjutsu issued again. Composite ninjutsu wind, fire, and dragon bullet technique. The infinitely powerful compound ninjutsu instantly killed several weak enemies in an instant, and other enemies were also very cautious. Shijir knew that the enemy would be very careful next. Water style mist shinobi technique. Shijir also used the ninjutsu copied not long ago, and the mist around him instantly thickened, and he couldn't see the 5 fingers even when he stretched out his hand. Lost the enemy's position. The enemy also reported in the thick fog. Shiyu copied the silent killing technique and body flicker technique, so he could move silently, but quickly and sensitively. In the thick fog, he could easily hide his figure, but Bai Lunyan could clearly see the enemy's position. Therefore, Shijir is like a wolf entering a flock of sheep. Every time the enemy sees him, he has used gentle fist to strike various key positions of Chinin. In a short while, several ninjas had already died in Shijir's hands. The rest of the surviving ninjas were all sweating profusely, and they were anxious, afraid that they would be themselves next, and their fighting spirit was also lost a lot. Shijir, like Shinigami in the dense fog, quickly took the lives of the unfortunate. Where are the people? The wandering ninja looked around, but didn't see anyone, and Shijir approached him again and again, piercing his internal organs with gentle fist. It can be said that gentle fist combined with dense fog is simply Shijir's home field. Although it is naturally useless to deal with ninjas with a slightly stronger consciousness, for such a ninja at the level of miscellaneous fish, it is natural to kill one by one. Let's kill one pair of two. One less person. Damn it. Where is he? Damn, why is this? The wandering ninjas and rebel ninjas have already regretted it a bit, but it seems that Genin is more difficult than the Jonin of the Hyaga clan. In a blink of an eye, there were only 3 ninjas besieging Shiyu's trio. Only the last 3 are left. Shijir thought to himself, and after that, he used Shadow Clone to separate 2 people, and changed them into the other 2 using the transformation technique. It was easy, the remaining 3 ninjas were finally solved by Shijir. They didn't even react to death. How could their former companions kill them? After solving the battle here, Shijir and Koko Kujuo naturally went to help Hyaga Hizashi. Hizashi is a physical ninja, but the enemy obviously also possesses ninjutsu with the thunder attribute. Hizashi is difficult to get close, so he is at a disadvantage. Ms. Hizashi, leave it to me next. Shijir naturally did her part. Ha! Little devil. What a shame. Last time I was careless. Then Cloud Shinobi seemed to have seen the corpses of a dozen ninjas, and then he couldn't talk about it. What's the situation? Your fate is really big. None of the 15 wandering ninjas can kill you. Cloud Shinobi is very surprised. In his estimation, Shijir is even a powerful elite shinin. Now it should be too bad, but what he didn't expect was that Shijir had to survive again and completed the counterkill. You guy. I'm afraid I've already reached Jonin. Konoha's kid? Is it so strong? Really troublesome. I didn't expect such a strong kid. Cloud Shinobi also frowned. It was his calculation error. Therefore, his chances of winning are naturally eliminated here. Look at your family crest. Could it be that you are from the Konoha Uchiha clan? Cloud Shinobi couldn't help but ask. Ha! Feel it for yourself. Shijir also started Jin without hesitation and shouted, Fire style great fireball technique. The Cloud Shinobi ninja naturally used the body flicker technique to quickly dodge, but Shijir continued to release the Great Fireball technique in a huff. What an annoying kid. Cloud Shinobi did not expect Shijir's breath to last as long as chakra. When Shijir was finally over, Shijir once again quickly performed wind-style ninjutsu, wind-style wind dragon bullet technique. The strong wind instantly turned into a wind dragon and attacked Cloud Shinobi. You guy! Cloud Shinobi was obviously angry when he rebelled against Shinobi. Shijir didn't give him any breathing time at all. Moreover, if the General Genin used Great Fireball's level of ninjutsu, chakra would definitely not have much left. Yu is using B-level ninjutsu endlessly, and he still doesn't feel like chakra is not supporting this kid. What the hell is going on? Even Jonin, his chakra should be over. Cloud Shinobi became more and more unbelievable and more shocked. It seems that the situation between this kid and that Jonin is exactly the opposite. His mid-range and long-range attacks are very strong, but melee combat, I won't lose to him, the Cloud Shinobi said with confidence. After that, it was also a body flicker technique, and came to Shiyu's side, which was in Shiyu's arms, lightning-style thunderbolt armor. In order to prevent accidents, the Cloud Shinobi ninja also used a lightning shield. Shiyu frowned slightly, thinking that this guy was so cautious. Shijir naturally stopped confronting Cloud Shinobi for the time being, and once again used the water-style mist Shinobi technique, and the surrounding area instantly thickened with fog. Good job, Shijir. Hyaga Hizashi's Byakugan can clearly see the enemy's position in the thick fog, and Shijir also effectively blocked the enemy's sight. Damn, it blocked my sight? Where is he now? I don't know. Cloud Shinobi reluctantly changed his lightning armor to full power. Although chakra consumes a lot, at least can guarantee temporary safety. This guy, I can't see us anymore. Shijir and Hizashi immediately worked out their tactics. There. Cloud Shinobi suddenly saw Shijir's figure, appeared in front of him, and attacked Shijir, but Hayashi's 8 trigrams air palm also came out behind him. Naive. Cloud Shinobi sneered. After that, Cloud Shinobi Rebel immediately appeared behind Hyaga Hizashi with an instant technique. The Kilo Cloud Shinobi Rebel's hand had already poked the area forward, and sneered, go to hell. However, Hizashi instantly became a big wooden stake. Substitute technique? At the moment Cloud Shinobi's betrayal was slightly stunned, Shijir's attacks followed one after another. Composite ninjutsu, the wind, fire and earth Dragon Ball technique. The Dragon Ball techniques of the 3 attributes are mixed together, generating miraculous attribute changes with each other, extremely terrifying power, rushing towards Cloud Shinobi with lightning speed. Ah! Impossible! Cloud Shinobi turned into a panic, roared, seemingly unwilling, but he had no time to avoid Shijir's menacing move. In the end, he could only be hit by this powerful compound ninjutsu. Shijir's compound ninjutsu was extremely terrifying, and many buildings on the street were burnt down. You must know that the wind, fire, earth, and earth Dragon Ball technique, which combines 3 attributes, already has the power of transcended A-grade ninjutsu. Fruit to eat. Really strong, Nanxiang and Hundi said in surprise. The whole body of Cloud Shinobi in front of him was so terrible that he was completely unrecognizable and naturally dead. Shijir was a little embarrassed, even he himself did not expect that this trick was so powerful, because he killed the enemy prematurely, so he said a little apologetically, Teacher Hizashi, I'm sorry, have not waited, asked for information, I accidentally killed him. It's okay. If you ask him, you won't necessarily say that you did a good job. The most important thing for us right now is to find the client, Mr. Noguchi. Hizashi didn't care, and immediately opened Byakugan. Byakugan! Hizashi's eyes suddenly burst into blood vessels, and he quickly discovered the location of Noguchi. In the cave not far to the northwest, Mr. Noguchi was locked there. Hizashi and Shijir immediately arrived there quickly. The location of the cave seemed very cryptic, but under the leadership of Hizashi, he walked in easily. It's okay, Mr. Noguchi. Hizashi cut the rope that tied Noguchi with kunao and asked, it's okay, sorry, to involve you all. The research materials have been taken away. The ninjas who robbed the materials seem to be rebellious and do not belong to any country. Noguchi recalled, doesn't belong to any country? Hizashi also pondered for a while, and he was also thinking about where the people who took his information would go. Rebellion? If it is rebellion, they cannot act together unless they are a group or they follow the command of the same person. Shijir also said the key point. But Renan's use of my information is of no use. Noguchi was also puzzled. I see. Shijir also reacted immediately. Behind this there must be the shadow of other ninja villages. They are not easy to use the ninjas of their country, because they are easy to fall behind. No one wants to be the first to provoke a conflict and become the culprit of the third ninja war. Therefore, they disguised or bought the traitor. Shinobu, go on a secret mission. Shijir immediately made a bold explanation. There seems to be some truth, there might be something on this guy, Hisashi also guessed. Ha! He has something in his pocket. Heitake also took out the contents of his pocket. It's a letter. Fortunately, I can read it clearly. Heitake began to read. The letter says, "Don't worry, Kanaha's mice will leave it to you. When it's done, Yuno-kuni, White Rose, see you." Yuno-kuni. Everyone was surprised. The material was probably brought to Yuno-kuni. It's the village where the war is forgotten? What kind of power will there be? Hisashi was also very puzzled. Since this point has been reached, no one wants to quit, right? Let's set off immediately. Then, Hayaga Hisashi led the team and client Noguchi, once again embarked on a mission journey to Yuno-kuni. This journey did not encounter any enemies, and Shijir had some new changes during this mission. First of all, Shijir realized that his skin was whiter, and the horns of Otsutski and Toyama grew longer and longer. At the same time, he could feel his chakra volume soaring. The strength of the ninja can be divided as follows: Genin, Shinin, Jonin, Quasi Shadow, Shadow, Super Shadow, and Shijir's chakra volume at this time is estimated to have reached the peak of ordinary cage level. And because Shijir chakra control is extremely in place, the utilization efficiency of chakra has reached 100%. Therefore, continuous use of body flicker technique and various super powerful ninjutsu will definitely not cause any chakra overdraft. If the battle is dragged into a protracted battle, Shijir's chakra recovery speed will also be a nightmare for all opponents. On the road, Shijir not only learned the ninjutsu that he had copied before, but also copied the lightning style, earth walk and lightning style armor of Cloud Shinobi this time, and became a skilled master. He also had some melee combat skills. The personal defense ninjutsu. But the most important thing is that Shijir started to practice a new ninjutsu, which is the very famous big move in Hokage Rinnegan. Although Rinnegan is only A-level ninjutsu, it does not require seals, and the consumption of chakra is less than that of Chidori, and it can be developed into a super ninjutsu with various forms and nature transformation in the later stage, and chakra, which can integrate nature transformation, is the most practical and promising close-range ninjutsu. In this timeline, Namikaze Minato doesn't seem to have created Rinnegan yet. Minato, it's no wonder I am. Shijir bought water polo and rubber balls in the passing villages and towns on the way. For chakra's ability to control and chakra's quality, Shijir has naturally met the requirements, and the rest is to practice hard. Shijir is on the road while controlling chakra's continuous rotation on the water polo in his hand. In the first water polo stage, Shijir easily broke him, almost without any difficulty, and then Shijir put the rubber ball in his hand. But even when Shijir tried to control chakra's rotation, he still couldn't break the rubber ball, which was much harder than water polo. Shijir then realized that it is not because of the Otsutski bloodline that you can instantly master all the techniques, like this kind of technique that does not require seals, and when no one wants you to copy, you can only practice by yourself. At critical moments, he always falls short. Shijir is not discouraged. If he can learn this trick so easily, it can't be regarded as one of Naruto's ability to open and hang. Although it is difficult, Shijir still has a way. Naturally, he opened the Shadow Clone plug-in and separated his maximum 5 Shadow Clone to help him practice, which is 5 times the practice speed. After many days of practice, Shijir's experience has increased a lot, and he has become a lot sharper for chakra. Shijir has slowly begun to feel that the rubber ball is about to be broken. Shijir, who had reached the peak of his concentration, turned chakra in the rubber ball more powerfully, and then just listened. Boom! The rubber ball finally broke completely. After completing the 2 stages of training, only the hardest and most important 3 stages are left. Other team members, such as Hungdi, are still conducting physical training secretly with Hayaga Hisashi. After all, they are members of the same clan. Many of the secrets of the Hayaga clan can be taught by one's pockets, but Shijir does not have much interest. It is true. It was because he had copied those secret techniques a long time ago. And Heitake Kujuo is not idle either. He takes Shijir as his target. He practices tree climbing and treading water whenever he has time. Now he can control chakra extremely well. This scene is really like the scene in the 7th class in the original book where there is no cut in white. Shijir can't help but think about it. After a few more days, everyone finally arrived at Tangren village in Yuno-kuni. Yunin village is completely different from Konoha village. There are hot spring hotels everywhere, and the environment is very elegant. Even the flowers on the streets have been carefully repaired. It has to be said that Tangren village is really better than Wood at this point. Leaf. This is the village called the War of Oblivion, and the hot springs are extremely famous. Hayaga Hisashi also introduced. I don't know where the information will be, and there doesn't seem to be any suspicious people around. Hungdi said. What is the White Rose? It should be the name of a shop? Heitake Kujuo also guessed. It's such a big place, I think we can only find it separately. If we find any suspicious people, remember to send a signal. I'm with Mr. Noguchi, Hisashi said, and left with Noguchi. Let's go, let's just walk around, too, Shijir said to Hungdi and Heitake Kujuo. Go to Rose Street. It is the most famous place in Tangren village. People in the whole street love to plant roses. Red Butterfly also ran towards Rose Street happily with the rain. Heite Kujuo was also a little embarrassed. He was too much like an electric light bulb, and he whispered, "Is it so obvious that Red Butterfly likes Shiger?" Then followed slowly. "You didn't think too much, just thinking about the task." He and Hundi arrived at the famous street Rose Street in Unokuni, saying that the street is just an alley, but the fragrance of roses drifts around, and the windows and doors of every house are full of roses. The breeze swayed, and the rose petals would dance with the wind, and the whole person's heart seemed to be emptied. Very romantic. What a beautiful street. It would be great if I could live here. It's so happy to see such gorgeous flowers every day. The long red hair of Hyaga Red Butterfly also fluttered in the wind, and his tender eyes stared at Shiger. Shiger noticed something. However, Shiger's thoughts are like this: ninjas are really precocious. They are all children, and they start to have ignorant feelings. It's a sin. This alley, Unokuni, is very famous, but it may be due to the wrong time. At this time, there were not many people in the alley. After walking around at random, Shiger soon lost interest, and suddenly a beautiful girl Shiger stopped. "This little brother, are you interested in staying in our hot spring hotel? Our price is low, and the house is very good." A charming girl looked at Shiyu and said with a grin, "No, we still have things." Shiger immediately refused. After all three of them have tasks. Shiger shook his head and immediately walked to another part of the alley. At this moment, Shiger saw a man who behaved suspiciously. The man approached the window step by step, not knowing what he was looking at. In short, he looked very strange. Who is that? Shiyu suddenly saw a man with a suspicious identity, so he immediately reminded Hundi and Nank, sighing, "Follow him." Heite Kujuo and Hundi looked at each other and nodded, and followed Shiger together. Shiger found the man approaching the back window of the bathhouse. Very suspicious. Shiyu rushed forward and patted the man's shoulder and asked, "Who are you? What are you doing?" "Oh, be quiet, my dear." The white-haired suspicious man turned his head and was taken aback, not thinking that the person in front of him had delayed his good deeds. Shiyu also looked dazed, and instantly knew who this person was. At this time, the woman's screams had already been heard in the bathhouse. "Wow! Someone is peeping." All the women immediately blocked their important parts, and the water vapor in the bathhouse did not allow the white-haired man to see clearly. This person. What are you looking at?" Red Butterfly understood what was going on, and her pretty face immediately turned red. Naturally, Heite Kujuo understood and whispered, "Guilty." He also turned around immediately. "Run! Run!" The white-haired man didn't say much, and immediately ran away. "Follow him." Shiger would naturally not let go of this opportunity, and then the three people followed the white-haired man and started chasing. Unexpectedly, Jireya's habit is really strange. "I started peeking at girls in broad daylight," Shiger said with a smirk as he ran. "Jireya? Who is it?" "You confessed to the wrong person." The white-haired man was still running non-stop and didn't admit it. "Looking at the man in front of me, his pure white hair grows to his waist, he wears a forehead protector with oil on his forehead, a red mark under his eyes, and he wears a red outer coat with brown clothes inside. There are wooden clogs under his feet, and he wears a wall guard on his hands." "Not Son-in Jireya? Or who?" "Brother Jireya. I'm Sarutobi's new apprentice," Shiger also said while chasing Jireya. "I don't remember you as a junior. Let's talk about it. How can I call it a peek? I'm drawing material. Looking for inspiration. I want to write a book. Do you know that? I'm a writer." After hearing this, Shiger was naturally 100% sure that the white-haired man in front of him was Toad Sage Jireya, one of the legendary Konoha Sunin. "Then it must be you." Shiger was 100% sure that the person in front of him was definitely Jireya. "Boy, you are really annoying." Jireya finally stopped, and then looked back at Shiger carefully. The ninja uniform on this kid has a shallow Uchiha family crest pattern. It seems to belong to the Uchiha clan. One of the other two kid looks like gray teeth, and the other red-haired kid is obviously from the Hyaga clan. It seems that it is a Konoha shinobi. There is nothing wrong with it. Jireya then reluctantly admitted, "Yes, I am Jireya." "Brother Jireya, what is your purpose in coming to Unokuni?" Shiger asked. Jireya looked around cautiously and said, "This is not a place to talk. Let's find a decent place to talk." The four of them entered a wine house together and entered a private room. Jireya was a little bit drunk when he picked up the wine glass. Unexpectedly, the old man will accept new disciples? It's really rare. Since you are the disciple of the third generation old man, it is indeed my junior. Are you Genin? Why are you in this place? Where is your leader Jonin? Jireya also asked in confusion. This kind of ninjas of a certain degree will generally not go to other countries to perform missions. He went to investigate elsewhere. We also came here to complete a task, Hyaga Hundi said. What about you, brother Jireya? Shiger asked. I am almost like you, I am also completing a task, but this task is S level. S level. Heite Kujuo also swallowed, and the S level mission is still elusive for him. Ha! A kid from the Heite clan? Don't be discouraged. When you reach my age, maybe you will be able to complete the S level mission very easily. Jiraiya also comforted, and then looked at Shijir and said, little brother, I'm afraid there is no progress on my mission for the time being, how about you? Is it convenient to reveal your mission? After ensuring the absolute security of the surrounding information, Shijir stated the purpose of this trip. You mean looking for confidential information? And are you looking for a place called White Rose? Jiraiya also became serious immediately. Yes, brother Jiraiya, do you know what? Shijir asked. Remember the hot spring hotel on Rose Street? Jiraiya also asked suddenly. What do you mean? Shijir asked. The name of that hotel is White Rose. Ah, the three of them all understood. In that case, let's go to White Rose. Nangsaying said. You may be recognized, or I will try it. Jiraiya then thought for a while and said, it doesn't seem appropriate. After all, even if you recognize me, they may see through me. The handsome Jiraiya has a real face. Well, everyone thinks Jiraiya is too narcissistic. Let's become like this. Shijir instantly changed into the appearance of the Cloud Shinobi Rebellious. This is the ninja who died in battle with us. They will not be suspicious if they become like this. Great. Your brain is really good, Jiraiya said. If that's the case, you go. The three of us will meet you at the back. Shijir agreed and walked to the White Rose Hot Spring Hotel. The Jiraiya three followed quietly behind them. But after a while, Shiyu came to the White Rose. It was the coquettish and sexy woman who saw Shijir immediately, but her face changed and said, Are you here? Yeah. Shijir nodded. Has Kanaha's little mice been killed? Done. Shijir replied. If that's the case, then come in. The woman didn't seem to doubt, and directly let Shijir into the White Rose. The woman immediately took Shijir in. Then, a group of strong men came at the door, their hands at the door, and the guards were solemn, while Jiraiya and others could only observe the situation outside. Shijir, is there any danger? Hundi asked a little worried. Don't worry, he is very smart. As long as there is danger, he will definitely notify us, and then we will just rush in immediately. After Shiyu entered the hotel, the woman led him all the way to a place similar to a study room, and the woman pulled a book outward. Kaba, the voice of an organ. A very hidden secret door appeared. Let's go. The woman licked her tongue and said very strangely. Shijir naturally walked in. Taking this opportunity, Shijir opened her eyes and wanted to observe the surrounding environment, but she saw a scene that Shijir couldn't imagine. This is Mr. Hayaga. Shijir saw Hayaga and Noguchi in the depths, and they seemed to have been caught. Something's wrong. Could it be that this is a trap? Shiyu felt a little nervous, but decided to go inside. Hey, tell you good news, the woman said suddenly. You said, Shiyu replied. We dealt with a little mouse for you, the woman said when she looked at it as if she was tentative. Oh, is it Kanaha's Jonin? This guy's physique is not bad, he escaped with Noguchi. Shijir immediately took Kaido. Oh, so, I almost thought you were the enemy? The coquettish woman shook her head and said, continue to follow me. I will take you to see the Archbishop. Although you have lost the target, you are lucky. The thing is that they seem to have followed you to the country of Yuno, and then they searched for our location, and they were easily caught by the Archbishop. Shijir seemed to understand that White Rose was only the entrance to the enemy's base camp, and Hayaga Hisashi and Noguchi must have revealed their identities before they were caught by the so-called Archbishop. Not long after walking in the secret road, Shijir finally reached the place where Hayaga Hisashi and Noguchi were captured, and Hisashi and Noguchi understood the moment they saw Cloud Shinobi's rebellion. My own person. Hayaga Hisashi also told Noguchi beside him in a very weak voice, and Noguchi also understood. Archmaster, he is here, the coquettish woman said respectfully. Okay, you go down. The person called the Archmaster turned Shijir's back, so Shijir couldn't see his face. My lord Thulhu, another enemy of the Jiajin sect is here. The arch-leader also raised his hands and shouted feverishly. We have one more experiment from the Uchiha clan. This is really great. Where is your companion? The kid of the Uchiha clan. Shiyu was shocked inwardly, exposed. Jiajin cult? Thulhu. This is the cult organization that Haiden joined in the third stage of Zayazai. It turns out that they are the organization that tried every possible means to obtain meteorite iron from the kingdom of craftsmen. Take it down. The Archmaster turned around. Shijir noticed instantly that the skin of the Archmaster's whole body was like a skeleton, just like Haiden's death division in blood. Suddenly, many followers of the Thulhu cult appeared around, and they rushed toward Shiyu enthusiastically. Shiyu naturally would not sit and wait for death, and Jian with both hands shouted, Shadow Clone Technique. 5 shadow clones were produced. 6 Shijir gathered Hayaga Hisashi and Noguchi in a circle, and then picked up Kunao to face the enemy. Shijir. They are very strong. Be careful. After Hisashi said, Shijir untied the rope that bound Hisashi with karma. Shijir. They are here. Hisashi set his posture, ready to fight. Fire-style great fireball technique. Shijir instantly attacked the surrounding Thulhu followers with a super great fireball. Ha 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 ha. You are in the Jiajin cult, do you still want to be an enemy of the evil god? The great fireball technique attacked, which should have wiped out all opponents in front of him. In fact, it seems to be the same. Where great fireball has passed, almost all the Thulhu people have been recruited, their clothes have even been burnt, and the whole secret room is also a smell of cooked meat. Shijir, don't be careless. They have special abilities. Hisashi also set his posture and used gentle fist to instantly kill an enemy of the Thulhu in front of him. Is it an immortal body? Shijir frowned, and Bai Lunyan instantly covered her surroundings. Shijir suddenly found something wrong. He felt that the enemies who had been burned to death by his great fireball, although they were hit by the front, seemed to come back to life in an instant. Isn't it immortal, but fell into a false death, and then resurrected? What a troublesome ability. Shijir also frowned, but the enemy in front of him seemed to be much weaker than Haydn. Ha! You foolish humans! Lord Thulhu will not let you go. Everyone collects their blood and uses the blood of the dead division. The arch-leader spoke directly. In an instant, the resurrected fanatics stood up again one after another, trying their best to get close to Shijir. As long as the blood is collected, it seems to be dead. Shijir also thought of the tragic ending of Asuma in the original book. In that case, shadow clone technique. Shijir separated 5 shadow clones in an instant, and the enemy could not find Shijir's true body in an instant. After that, Shiyu repeated his old skills and used ninjutsu again. Water-style mist shinobi technique. Shijir, you have just used fire-style, and then using water-style chakra will consume even more. Hyaga Hisashi reminded Shijir quietly beside Shijir. There is no other way. The enemy is too few and we can only kill them in an instant. If they fight for a long time, their physical strength will be exhausted. It is better to fight hard, but there will be some chances of winning. Shiyu said there were some. The odds of winning, but I still have a bottom line. After all, my assassin hasn't been used yet. Okay. Pay attention to chakra. If chakra is not enough, I will desperately block them. You take the opportunity to escape. Hisashi said solemnly. Okay. On the surface, Shijir agreed to Hisashi, but she sneered inwardly. Shijir's chakra storage had reached the peak of cage level. If it weren't for her age, she might have already reached cage level. Do not. Under Shijir's mist shinobi technique, a lot of thick fog began to form around. Although Shijir's chakra took more, it completely blocked the enemy's sight. Okay, Mr. Hisashi, I'll get in. Don't worry. Shijir also rushed directly into the dense fog. Balin's eyes widened, and the enemy's location was naturally well known. Immortality? I don't believe that there is no way. Shiyu sneered and dived into the fog. Keep your eyes open, everyone. Search for me. Don't let the 3 guys go. Lord Thulhu will reward you. After the arch-leader said, all the people were more excited, more desperate, and looked around as if they were brainwashed. Leaned out. However, in the dense fog, no matter how large their numbers are, it is of no use. Shijir walked quietly behind an evil god cultist and saw through the timing. Gentle Fist had already been shot. Naturally, his deadly part was locked. Gentle Fist instantly cut off the blood of the cultist, and the cultist died instantly. Shiyu quickly used the body flicker technique to leave there, carefully observing the change of the believer. Shijir discovered that the man was indeed dead after hitting his own trick. Chakra seemed to stop flowing all over his body, and his heart stopped beating. However, a strange force burst out of his brain in the next second. A vitality enveloped the whole body, and then the whole body began to recover quickly. That's it. It's almost the same as Haydn's immortal body, so if you want to kill so many Thulhu cultists, you can only use that trick. Shiyu confirmed once again. A believer has been knocked down. Go and reinforce. The voice came from there. The arch-leader responded quickly, and his strength was the strongest among them, so he also led his own little friend to the name just now. The general orientation of the believer ran over. Shijir and his shadow clone had already begun to seal, and at the same moment they used the 3 attribute compound ninjutsu to the Thulhu followers. Composite ninjutsu water and earth thunder dragon ball technique. The 3 attribute dragon bullet ninjutsu is the limit of Shijir's compound ninjutsu. After all, chakra coexists and counteracts each other. Shijir is currently unable to forcefully combine the 2 attributes of fire and water into one. The landmine itself is a B-level ninjutsu, and the 3 types are mixed together to produce a more powerful destructive power. All the believers in front of him were instantly killed by Shijir with such a wide range of ninjutsu, and the arch-leader was naturally knocked down without exception. Shiyu did not stop his hands, he continued to ji-in. Countless fire-style ninjutsu is used again. Fire-style great fireball technique. Fire-style dragon fire technique. Fire Style Phoenix Fire Technique. Fire Style Fire Dragon Flare. Wind Style Wind Dragon Ball. Hyaga Hizashi was a little dumbfounded at the sight. The student in front of him used so many powerful ninjutsu that consumed chakra, bombarding the enemy again and again, even if it was the jonin of the Uchiha clan. The amount of chakra is not so big, right? Hyaga Hizashi was very worried when he saw that he didn't stop, so he turned on Byakugan, but Hizashi was stunned. It can be clearly seen in Byakugan that Shiger chakra flow is different from ordinary people. It is also dazzling and powerful at ordinary times. How can it be? This guy usually hides his strength. It's really hidden. Hyaga Hizashi saw Shiger hit the enemy with dozens of fire-style ninjutsu, and hurriedly stopped and said, "Shiger, the enemy should be dead. No need to continue." Oh? Shiger stopped then. Sure enough, almost all Fulhu followers had been carbonized by Shiger. It can be seen how many Shiger's ninjutsu was used. Shiger was very cautious, and still kept probing for possible surviving enemies, but Shiger shouted, "Oops, I didn't see the Archbishop." Shiyu said with certainty, "It's all fired into Kurozumai, can you recognize the Archmaster?" Noguchi said in surprise. As soon as Noguchi uttered, Hizashi reminded loudly, "Be careful." The Archmaster suddenly rushed out, and Hizashi shot Noguchi flying, saving Noguchi's life. It turned out that the Archbishop did not disappear, but was bombarded by Shiger's fire style with his upper body. The Archbishop himself was dead, so Hizashi and Shiger did not feel the flow of chakra. However, like other congregants, even if the upper body is bombarded, the Archleader can still be resurrected in an instant. This may be the immortal body. Damn it! You must find a way to bury him alive. Shiger also reminded immediately. Buried alive. Do you mean this? Earth-style Huanquan Marsh. Suddenly, a huge swamp suddenly appeared on the ground of the Jiajin sect. Shiger and others naturally jumped up, but because the Thulhu cultists had not had time to resurrect, they instantly fell into the quagmire and could no longer escape. Huan Quanzhao instantly buried all the Thulhu cultists in front of him. This trick is, you are. Hizashi was taken aback. Yes, I'm the legendary handsome and suave Kanaha-sunin, Toad Fairy Jiraiya. Jiraiya opened his hand and stepped on the wooden clogs and made a crisp sound, which looked very funny. After using ninjutsu, it's okay. Forget to introduce herself proudly. It turned out to be Jiraiya-sama among Sunin. Hyaga Hizashi said excitedly. Brother Jiraiya, how did you get in? Shiger asked. Just now there was a beautiful young lady who opened a secret tunnel for me and let me in. I thought it was a trap, but it wasn't fortunate. It might be because my charm conquered it. Come on, Jiraiya said proudly. Is it her? Shiyu immediately thought of the coquettish and scary girl. Although I don't know why she chose to save me, I owe her a favor anyway. Shiger also said, Brother Jiraiya, thank you. You're welcome. Our mission just happened to collide, I'll help you handle it. Jiraiya said indifferently. This Jia Jinjiao, I have been watching them for a long time. If it weren't for you, this task might have been frozen. Hizashi, the students you brought out are very good. Jiraiya also praised. Hizashi blushed and said, Master Jiraiya is showing love. They are indeed very good ninjas. I am really ashamed of being Jonin. Okay, next I will deal with them. As for you, you can leave after completing the task. Junior brother Uchiha, I don't want to owe you anything. Let me teach you an interesting trick of ninjutsu. How? Jiraiya said with a smile too. Of course. Shiger would naturally not refuse such a good thing, and she agreed very simply. Okay. Jiraiya immediately collected the items for the mission, and Hyaga Hizashi also took Noguchi and Koko Kujuo to the hotel to wait for Shiger. Shiger and Jiraiya are naturally preparing to learn a new skill. Seeing the skills you have just now, it is in place, chakra seems to be extremely sufficient, I will teach you an interesting ninjutsu. Jiraiya smiled and said, Third generation also admires you, I deliberately make things difficult for you, if you can learn this trick within 30 minutes, I will teach you another ninjutsu. Really? Shiyu naturally earned it. Really? Jiraiya nodded. Okay, come on. Shiger also said confidently. Jiraiya started the teaching mode. Jiraiya talked in great detail. He said, what I want to teach you is Ninfa Needle Jizo. This trick is to use chakra to stimulate your hair, turn it into a needle, and wrap your body. To defend against the opponent's attack, the harder the hair, the stronger the defense. Of course, this move is a combination of offense and defense, and when it is appropriate, it will have a very good effect. And the consumption of chakra is not high. In theory, chakra is enough. If the art is used in place, you can defend body art and illusion. For ninjutsu, if the opponent uses an escape technique that is more powerful than your defense, it will still hurt you. After Shiger listened, he instantly understood the principle of this ninjutsu. Do you understand? Jiraiya asked. Understood, Shiyu replied. Then I will do a demonstration again, Ninfa Needle Jizo. Jiraiya's hair instantly wrapped her whole body and protected herself, and the hair was also covered with barbs. If someone just attacked Jiraiya, they would be pierced by the thorn in an instant. If I remember correctly, Orochimaru also suffered from Jiraiya's move. Quite powerful ninjutsu. It's like becoming a hedgehog, but if the enemy uses a very powerful long-range attack or blunt weapon attack, I am afraid it will be difficult to do. Shiyu analyzed in his heart. Okay, you can try it. Although Jiraiya asked Shijir to give it a try, he knows that no matter how talented people are, I am afraid they will not learn it after reading it. After all, ninjutsu only has to try and use more, can have more experience, and it will naturally be easier to use. Who would have thought that Shiyu would confidently say, okay, this guy is too confident, right? Jiraiya couldn't help it. Shijir naturally shouted with both hands Ji and Ninfa Needle Jizo. Then the graying hair immediately wrapped his whole body completely. A scene that shocked Jiraiya came out. Sharp barbs burst from Lin Tian's hair, and the attack range was even larger than that used by Jiraiya. Jiraiya also flipped back somersault immediately and cursed, boy, be careful, brother Jiraiya? This should be considered complete. It really is a very useful ninjutsu. Shijir dismissed ninjutsu, and did not forget to praise Jiraiya's ninjutsu. Jiraiya wiped his sweat and forced himself to pretend to be calm, but the shock inside was absolutely unprecedented. This is impossible. This guy is more talented than Orochimaru. This guy. What's going on? Could it be that Sharingan was turned on and ninjutsu was copied? What a terrifying talent. Even my genius apprentice, Minato, is not as talented as his senior brother Jiraiya. Don't be stunned, I'm considered to have learned this. What about the other ninjutsu you just said? What is it? Shijir asked immediately. I'm your brother, of course I won't lie to others. Your master can only be so-so. Since you really have mastered this ninjutsu, then I will teach you the same forbearance. Surgery. Jiraiya's composure made Shijir a little funny, but Shijir resisted it in the end. This technique is called the Chaos Lion Hair Technique. The same principle, but it is much more difficult than the Needle Jizo. You may be a master after learning it for at least a month. This trick is to let chakra stimulate the growth of hair and control it to become a fierce lion head to wrap the opponent, using the chakra in the hair to instantly chop the opponent into pieces. It is a forbearance method that is more suitable for active attack than the Needle Jizo. Of course you can also use this trick to entangle some people who need to be saved, as long as you don't pinch them to death. Oh, when Jiraiya made a cold joke without knowing it, Shijir also let out an embarrassing cry. Let me demonstrate. Ninja Random Lion Hair Technique. Jiraiya knots the seal again and uses ninjutsu, and his hair instantly grows, like a lion's head, biting into the air. Shiyu's eyes lit up, and he felt that this trick was quite extraordinary. Sure enough, it is son in Jiraiya, who can think of using hair to make shape changes. Shijir was naturally watching carefully with white round eyes on the side. In Shijir's white eyes, the self-knot, the flow of chakra throughout the body, and how chakra controls, output ratios, etc., naturally entered Shijir's mind completely and waited until Jiraiya used it. When it was over, Shijir did her part and immediately copied the ninjutsu she had just learned. Random Lion Hair Technique. Shijir performed ninjutsu in a majestic manner. The hair grew instantly, and the area was so large that it instantly turned into 9 huge lion heads, and then rushed forward like a giant snake. In the past, he bit the boulder on the side and then easily crushed it into powder. You must know that Shijir is not simply copying ninjutsu, but through observation and copying, and then learning and making yourself more integrated, and all this is not only due to Bailanyan, but also Shijir's majestic chakra volume, and the blood of Otsutski with chakra affinity. Jiraiya's mouth grew wide and was silent. Looking at Shijir in front of him, he said something impressive. This is a lie. Am I dreaming? I'm going crazy. Jiraiya also made a sloppy look, greeted Hisashi, and hurried away. It is estimated that it was hit by Shijir. Thanks. 4. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't stand in front of everyone now, Mr. Noguchi said thankfully. Since the mission has been completed, we should go back. Hyuga Hisashi turned around to leave. Wait a minute. I'll get something. Mr. Noguchi entered the village of craftsmen, seeming to have sorted out something, and then appeared in front of everyone again. I saw Noguchi holding a dark black knife and said, "This is the meteor knife I made using the skills of the country of craftsmanship. This is the only one in the world. I will give him to you." Thank you. This thing is too expensive, I can't make it. We just completed the task we should complete, which should be done. Hisashi said. No, as long as we were besieged by robbers, your mission was completed. What you completed was the mission of the ninja, and what I completed was the mission of helping the ninja, Mr. Noguchi said plausibly. I can't see the big beard in front of me, it really speaks loyalty. Heite Kujuo also said, but I already have the gray tooth blade, and we naturally have a knife that is more suitable for us using the Heitake sword art. Hyuga Red Butterfly also said, my Hyuga clan uses gentle fist, I don't really use this knife. then I won't need it. Shijir, since Mr. Noguchi's hospitality is difficult, you can accept it. You have great potential and good strength. With this knife, you are not insulting him. Hisashi spoke, and Shijir naturally took the meteorite knife in a smooth manner. The hardness and sharpness of this meteorite iron knife are the best in the world. I can guarantee that no knife can beat him in a pair. And this knife has high hardness and strong toughness. I dare say that even if you meet the legendary ninja swordsman, you will definitely win. This sword is worthy of the 2 words the strongest. Bearded Noguchi also vowed. As the so-called sword and hero, Shijir naturally reached out and took this meteor knife. As soon as he took over the knife, Shijir felt that the knife seemed to have a pulse, as if he had come back alive, and then there was a trace of cold from the blade, and Shijir felt his brain clearer. It really is a good sword. Heavenly meteorite. It seems to have a certain connection with the blood of otsutski, and Shijir just thought that this meteor knife seemed to respond to Shijir, and once again came a cold feeling. This feeling was very comfortable for Shijir, and it seemed that even the meridians of the whole body were more connected. It really is a good knife. It seems that you are born to me. Shijir nodded naturally and stuck the knife around his waist. By the way, this knife doesn't have a name yet, why don't you just call it uchiha? Noguchi suggested. Shiyu's face turned blue. Kaido, bearded, this name is too ugly. Since he is the hardest knife, why not call it the hardest knife? Heitake Kujuo suggested. Heitake, your name is pretty ugly. Hisashi also said jokingly. It's better to call it a peace knife, I hope there is no war in this world. Hyaga Hongdi also suggested. Ha, not bad, but Hongdi's name is excellent. Nan Xiong also joked. Forward. After a long period of trouble, Shijir finally decided on the name of the knife himself, Shijir. Shiyu, Meteor Blade Shijir. Yes, it's a knife with the same name as my name. I hope I can be like this knife, the strongest in the world. Shijir also said firmly. Not bad, but I still feel far worse than fish. My hardest knife is also good. This meteor knife is housed in an equally exquisite black scabbard, and this scabbard seems to be made of the same meteorite iron material. The whole body is black. It can be seen on the handle. It is made of rare material and feels extremely handy. Good. With such a knife, it is impossible to say that you are not excited. Shijir just pulled out the meteor knife. Like a tree with a light wave, the huge and thick tree was split in two, showing its sharpness. Sharp in the world. If you cooperate with a more appropriate sword technique, that would be a nightmare for Shijir's enemies. A terrifying killer. I don't want that much. Shijir puts these thoughts down first, and now what I want in the end is to return to Konoha. Shijir has already started to miss his sister Sibaiil. Saying goodbye to bearded Noguchi, Shijir headed towards Konoha with his partners and others. On the way back, it wasn't as exciting as when he came, but even if he didn't encounter an enemy, Shijir and his partners were still very diligent to improve their strength. Kujuo and Hongdi have taken further control of chakra, and now they can walk freely on the water. In less than half a month, Master's water walk is already something to be proud of, but the partner knows that compared to Shijir, it is really not enough. When the partners were practicing chakra control, Shijir naturally used the precious time on the return journey to continue to be familiar with his own ninjutsu, and picked up his meteor knife to practice hacking all the time. Shijir was able to determine that his future self would pass through the white wheel eyes can definitely easily lock the vital points of the enemy's body, and then hit them hard. But first, you have to cooperate with body flicker technique, preferably Flying Thunder God, and a set of swordsmanship that suits you, plus your own Balinyan's lock on the enemy. Thinking about it will make you feel terrible. However, Shijir was not in a hurry for the swordsmanship for the time being, and the most important thing at the moment was to get the third stage of Rinnegan. Shijir is practicing Rinnegan with Shadow Clone every day. He has been able to use his chakra to break the rubber ball, but he needs to go further to form a small typhoon in his hand. Energetic, energetic, energetic. Start, Shijir kept saying to herself, controlling chakra to ultimate, and those chakras began to think about their own orbit, spinning in circles. Very good. That's it. Go on. Regular rotation. Shijir pumped himself up and concentrated. The chakra in his hand was naturally running perfectly, and under Shijir's stability, it became bigger and bigger. When the size was about the size of a palm, Shijir couldn't help but get excited. Although it's not big, Shijir can still feel the terrifying compressed high-density chakra. It's finished. Shijir was very excited, and then looked at the tree trunk next to him and shouted, Rinnegan. I saw Rinnegan hit the tree trunk, squeezing out a huge thread-like depression in an instant, and the whole tree also began to squeak. The leaves began to fall in various ways. It seemed that the earth was shaking. Shiyu increased the strength in his hands once again, and finally the trunk was directly knocked down, crashing to the ground, and the trunk made a loud bang, and countless birds were startled away. Shiyu was extremely excited, tried again, and found the feeling he had just once again, and the blue balls in his hands formed once again. Success again. Shijir tried a dozen times, and finally remembered what Rinnegan felt. NS success. It seems I can already master rinnegan. Now it is time to stabilize chakra's output, and then use it for actual combat. Shijir was extremely excited, and A-level ninjutsu rinnegan could use it without juju. Already very strong, the development prospects are still very good, because it can derive other advanced ninjutsu, such as the S-level ninjutsu injected into wind-style chakra wind-style rinnegan shuriken. This is a good beginning. Shijir started to familiarize himself with rinnegan as he hurried again, and when he reached Konoha village, Shijir was able to put rinnegan away freely. The most important thing is that unlike Naruto, I can release rinnegan with only one hand. This greatly increases the practicality in actual combat. Understanding the key, it seems that rinnegan is not difficult, Shijir thought. When Shijir wanted to export more Rinnegan's chakra and turn it into big ball rinnegan, Hisashi stopped Shijir in time. Shijir, come here. Okay. Shijir walked to Hisashi. If I didn't guess wrong, your blood inheritance limit means that you have already opened your eyes? Kyaga Hisashi also asked suddenly, making Shijir very vigilant. Teacher, why do you say that? Shijir asked. Yeah, it's okay, open your eyes, just tell me. No need to hide, in Byakugan, I can observe your eyes are filled with the flow of chakra. You want to hide your strength to the enemy surprised? It doesn't matter, next time you want to use Sharingan, just use it directly. Don't use Mist Shinobi technique to block your vision, my Byakugan can see you. Kyaga Hisashi also said with a smile. Knowing that Kyaga Hisashi thought he had driven Sharingan, but did not notice the existence of Bailanyan, Shijir was relieved. I don't know much about Sharingan, but I know that Sharingan of Sangoya Jade can replicate ninjutsu, so if you think about it this way, you have learned so much ninjutsu, so you can figure it out. You use all copied techniques, right? You can kill the enemy with a single shot in a close state. Could it be that you have also copied the gentle fist? Teacher. Shijir was shocked again. However, Hisashi shook his head and said, don't be nervous, I'm just making a joke. Although the gentle fist of the Hyaga clan belongs to the family secret technique, it can only be used with Byakugan to exert its true power. Therefore, you don't need to avoid taboos. After all, you have Sharingan. I don't know about Sharingan. Otherwise, I can help you. Blood inheritance and occult are both very taboo things. Since you can, copying is a good thing for you. From now on, I can teach you the real physical skills of Hyagaryu, but I hope you don't let the other members of the Hyaga clan know that. In that case, I can't help it. Hisashi did not reprimand Shijir extremely harshly, but rather I am willing to guide Shijir to try his best to use the secret techniques of the Hyaga clan. This moved Shijir very much. Hisashi-sensei, just by this, you are 100 times better than that Hayashi. I won't let you die. Shijir thought deeply, clenching his fists. Shijir knew that Hisashi would be regarded as Hayashi's substitute for death in the future, deciding himself to die, so Shijir wanted to change all of this. Kyaga Hisashi didn't know much about Shio Bailanyan's specific role, but knew Sharingan's ability to replicate, so he didn't say much. But Shijir still has a little bit of self-blame in his heart. When you use it in the future, you must pay attention. After all, the more cards you expose, the more dangerous. Anyone is a paper tiger in the face of absolute strength. Hisashi also reminded 2 words at the end, ending the conversation. On the road, Shijir squeezed his fist, his mind getting stronger and heavier. He thought, now my chakra volume should be the pinnacle of cage level, and the distance to the super shadow is only a wall. If I say the overall combat power, I am afraid that even the ordinary Jonin is not my opponent. If Jonin is divided into Special Jonin, Ordinary Jonin, and Elite Jonin, I will probably be able to reach the level of Elite Jonin steadily with my whole cards, but it's still too weak. You know that even Cage is in the later stage. Level is also the scum of War 5. Shijir then thought for a while. 6 paths Madara, as well as various 6 paths level characters, are far worse than they are now. Genius is divided into natural genius and hardworking genius. I believe that with my hard work, I, with the blood of Otsutski, will definitely be the strongest. Shijir also said firmly. The 4 of them walked from the mountains and rivers to the lush dense forest area, indicating that they had walked from Yunin village, the country of the river, to Konoha village, the country of fire. Finally Shijir 4 arrived in the country of fire, and no enemy appeared in the middle. Good things are hard to come by, this time our enemies are very strong, Hisashi said, but it's really gratifying that this kind of mission can be successfully completed for the first time. This time the difficulty of the mission is estimated to reach a level, right? If it were not for Shijir, even me, I would have fallen into the adversary, but I estimate that the uppermost will only submit to be level at most. Don't say anything at that time, after all tasks at this level are generally classified, Kyaga Hisashi said again. Okay, teacher. The 3 students are also very reliable, much more mature than they were at the beginning. Kyaga Hisashi smiled satisfied, then said again. Let's go. You will arrive in the village soon. After returning to the village, how about I invite everyone to dinner? Kyaga Hisashi also smiled. Good. Seeing that they had reached the village, Hyaga Hungdi and Heite Kujuo were finally relieved. Shijir was a little stunned, and then reacted and said, "Sorry, I might go find my sister, but I don't know how she is." "Oh, well, that's okay, we still have time at that time," Hungdi said with a bit of disappointment when he looked at Shiyu. Hyaga? When Shijir doesn't go to the dinner party, I feel a little bit lost. Heite Kujuo also unexpectedly joked. Hungdi blushed instantly, at a loss. Ha. Nanxiang also smiled unexpectedly. It was because Hungdi's blush was a bit exaggerated. Heite Nangxiang, I thought you wouldn't laugh. Shijir also took the opportunity to relieve Hungdi. Ha. All four of them laughed, becoming no longer embarrassed. But when Hungdi saw Shijir, his face was still a little hot, but Shijir just wanted to quickly hand in the task to find his sister Xiaoxing. Then everyone went back to Konoha Gate very smoothly, but when they saw the gate, they all had a cordial and familiar feeling, and everyone also had a long-lost feeling of returning home. It's only half a month. I never thought I would think about the village like this, Hungdi said. Yes, everyone will be homesick for the first mission, Shiyu said. Shiyu, is your only sister in your house? Hungdi asked. Yes, I have never seen my parents since I came to this world. Xiaoxing is my only relative, so I want to hand in the task and go find her and give her a surprise. No one will take care of her. I'm afraid of being bullied. Shiyu also said truthfully. Shiyu crossed over and saw Xiaoxing first, and it was obvious that Xiaoxing really cared about herself, so naturally he treated Xiaoxing as a sister. I'm sorry. Hungdi also hurriedly apologized because he mentioned his parents. It's okay. Shijir naturally didn't care at all. At the end of the episode, the three also entered the village under the leadership of Hyaga Hizashi, and then directly led to the Hokage room under the Konoha Rock. Third generation is still dealing with official duties. Of course, there is a strong smell of smoke in the room. As a big smoker, third generation must have smoked while resting. The whole room is a little smoky, and he is beside him. It's Umbu who assists in doing things. Oh, Hizashi is here. Third generation looked up in surprise. How is it? The mission was completed? Third generation said with a smile, my disciple didn't mess with you, right? Hyaga Hizashi shook his head and said, Third generation Sama, Shijir performed very well. Hizashi was about to report to the side when there was a knock on the door. Go in. Third generation said. Then the three people pushed in. The head was a female ninja with long curly purple hair. It could be said that she had an extremely cute face. Although her figure hasn't developed so well due to age, she looks it's also pretty good. If a few years pass, it will definitely develop into the angelic face of the legendary devil figure. The other ninja is an extremely ordinary ninja. Everything is quite ordinary, no characteristics at all. It is its characteristic, whether it is appearance, body, weight, etc. The last ninja is also a male, completely opposite to the second male. Although he is not very old, he has explosive muscles and a burly body. This should be a physical ninja. Ordinary ninjas seem to have a balanced development, and the purple-haired girl should be of the illusion type. Shiyu glanced at it and analyzed the abilities of the three. Violet? Hyaga Red Butterfly also responded. Hyaga Red Butterfly. Violet also reacted. Yeah, come hand in the task. Violet Sundara said. Oh, how did these two guys meet? Hiruzen seemed to be very annoyed, patted his head, and then paid out the rewards for the task as quickly as possible. Lord Third Generation, I will be back soon to report to you alone. Hizashi was planning to leave after saying that, and Third Hokage did not stop him. Shiyu's four had to leave, but even if they left, Violet shot a provocative look at Red Butterfly. Just after Hyaga Hizashi opened the door and left, he ran into another woman. It turned out to be Mr. Suzuki. The female Jonin known as Teacher Suzuki is naturally the Jonin led by the three ninjas just now. This Suzuki teacher is known as the first beauty of Konoha Jonin, heroic, grandmaster illusion and water style. Who am I? It turned out to be Hizashi teacher? I heard that you led the team to do the task? I guess, it's the D-level task, right? Suzuki said naturally. Just now our Genin second class completed a C-level task. This is a task that Shinin can complete, and our Genin has already completed it. Great. Suzuki-sensei was obviously provoking again, making Heite Kujuo also a good one. Stomach fire. I said Red Butterfly, many female classmates envy you, but I don't envy you. Do you know why? Because your team is very weak. Genin, who was called Violet, also defied. You completed the D-level mission? So you left in such a hurry? Don't worry, we won't laugh at you. Suzuki teacher also said. Suzuki Sayori, don't go too far. Hyaga Hizashi also became cold. Okay, put away your ferocious expression. Suzuki also shook his head and said, I won't be reduced to a fight with someone who only knows physical skills. It's too much. Heite Kujuo finally couldn't help but said, Physique? What's the matter? can't you defeat the enemy? Heite Kujuo, don't play tricks. I'm fine in the afternoon. If I have the ability, I will go to Kanaha 4th exercise field. We will use physical skills to show off. I have always been a little unhappy that you are the number one in the ninja school, said the brawny man. Shuaki Matsuyama, I will definitely go. Heite Kujuo said impulsively. Let's go, Heite. Shijiro also left the Hokage room with Hisashi with a cold face. Although I don't know who these people are, it is obvious that they are both Kanaha genin, and there is something wrong with each other. Okay. Whoever doesn't go will be a tortoise, Matsuyama said. Hey, this guy Heite Kusu really thought he was the number one in the ninja school. I just can't understand his arrogant attitude, Matsuyama Shuaki said. I can't understand Hayaga Red Butterfly, the baby daughter of the Hayaga family. How can he understand the efforts of ordinary ninjas like us? I want to fight them too, Katori said. Katsuhei Yashida, why do you keep silent? The leader Suzuki Sayori asked. There is also a person on the other side who hasn't spoken. If I'm not mistaken, that guy should be the strongest. Katsuhei Yashida has an ordinary appearance, but he can see what everyone ignores at a glance. You said Uchiha Shijiro? He is the tail of the crane. If it weren't for his luck in the last graduation exam, maybe he hasn't graduated yet. Violet said too. Is it really lucky? Or is there strength? I'll know when I have a chance to fight, Shengping said with a smirk, wondering what secrets were hidden in his weird eyes. Suzuki Sayori also said very seriously, don't make it too big. In other words, it's the same village ninjas. Fight against each other and let them know how good we are, and that's it. By the way, I'll see what tasks they have accomplished. Teacher Suzuki went back soon. Ms. Suzuki, did they find the cats and dogs or fertilize the ant? Violet couldn't help but want to laugh. Yeah, those guys should only be able to do a lot of D-level tasks. Things shouldn't be that simple. Katsuhei Yashida guessed with a smile, just by looking at Suzuki Sayori's expression. They completed a B-level mission. The content of the mission is highly confidential, and I don't have permission to watch. Class B? Isn't that a task that Jonin can complete? Violet said in shock. Teacher, can't you read it wrong, right? Matsuyama Shuaki also asked incredulously. I also thought I was wrong. After reading it many times, it was a B-level mission. It seems that Hayaga Hisashi did it on purpose. For Hayaga's daughter, he didn't hesitate to complete the task by himself. Katori Sumayer guessed. Yes, it must be so. Matsuyama Hidichi echoed. Only Katsuhei Yashida remained silent and showed an intriguing smile. Since the agreed time was in the afternoon, everyone also decided to go home to prepare. Shijiro naturally quickly returned to the place where he lived. He found that his little house was spotless, and every corner was clean. It was a bit strange. After thinking about it, Shijiro understood. It turns out that Xiaoxing is cleaning for me every day. This little Nizai is really careful. Is she looking forward to my return every day? Is this a letter for me? Shijiro picked up the letter he had left on the table and opened it. Brother Shiu, I am Xiaoxing. If you read this letter, it means that you have finished your mission and returned home. I am not at home. Now I have started a part-time job. I have to help you solve problems. I heard that ninjas will be injured and may die. If I earn more, you can do less dangerous tasks. Remember to come to me. I'm at 365 Kanaha Street. I'll work there. You can come to me. Rain Shinobi couldn't help but smile and said, this guy, at such a young age, has begun to learn to support his family? It's also difficult for me to share my worries, it's really hard for her. Of course Shijiro walked along Kanaha Street, and finally walked to a very ordinary grocery store. After checking the house number, she found that this was the shop where Xiaoxing worked. When I walked in, I saw Xiaoxing and seemed to be cleaning inside. Wow, Brother Shiu, you are here. Xiaoxing also said excitedly, has the task been completed? It's done, it's so interesting for you to dress up here. Shijiro couldn't help but smile. Hey, I'll give you a surprise later. If a guest is here, I'll go to greet you first. Xiaoxing hurriedly went to greet the customer. Shijiro also wanted to see Xiaoxing's F***K on the sidelines. Welcome, what do I need? How can I help you? Xiaoxing asked for a long time and the customer didn't reply, but looked at Xiaoxing with disdain in his eyes. Shijiro frowned, but didn't say anything. Is this guy here to find the fault? Shiyu squinted his eyes slightly and watched coldly. I want everything here, the man in the hat and sunglasses said suddenly. All? Then I'll pack it for you? You may have to wait a little longer. Xiaoxing said happily after passing Shijiro. I have a big order. Waiting for me. Xiaoxing happily went to prepare the box, and put all the goods on the shelf neatly in the box. Come and I help you. Shijiro also started to work for Xiaoxing. Finally, it took half an hour, that is, an hour, to pack all the goods. Xiaoxing was panting tired, but Shiger was calm. Okay. This guest, altogether. Oh, sorry, I didn't bring any money today. Next time. The rich second generation smirked as he turned and left. Hey, are you kidding us? Shiyu's face also became gloomy, and she put one hand on the shoulder of the rich second generation. Yeah, are you a ninja? Great, do you want to hit me? This is Konoha village, hit me, you won't have any good fruits. Come here, buy and sell. The rich second generation seemed to have deliberately designed the two, and several bodyguards at the door swarmed into the grocery store. What's the matter? What's the matter? Why is it so noisy? The store manager. Before Xiao Xing could explain, the bearded store manager immediately recognized the rich second generation. Wow, Master Nakajima. It's you. What's wrong? What about getting angry? The bearded store manager instantly turned into a flattering expression, and he could see that the store manager was quite sleek. The young Master Nakajima also sneered, your clerk forced to buy and sell, and he also colluded with outsiders to try to beat me. You see his hand is on my shoulder, this is the evidence. He is not an outsider. He is my brother. You fellow, you spit someone. Where did I provoke you? Xiao Xing retorted immediately. You didn't provoke me, who made the person on duty today not a Narcissus, said the rich second generation who was called Nakajima. Narcissus, you mean Miss Amamiya Narcissus? Well, she is off today. The store manager also stammered in his explanation. Then I don't care, I will see Narcissus today, Nakamura said forcefully. But the Narcissus is not here. The store manager, sweating profusely, quickly explained it again. In that case, you'll fire me for the stinky kid in front of me, and I will pay Miss Narcissus's salary in the future. I will still visit you by Tenten. Otherwise, don't even want to open your shop. Nakajima arrogantly said, and you, let go of your dirty hands. Xiao Xing, tell him to let go. The store manager said winkingly. Fire her. Nakajima said with a sneer. Although the store manager hesitated, he finally made up his mind and said, Sayo, you have been fired, hurry up and go with your friends. Manager, you can't do this. Shiger waved his hand to stop Xiao Xing from speaking. Xiao Xing, don't say anything, I can see that you have done nothing wrong. This guy is pursuing this girl called Narcissus, but Narcissus should not look down upon him at all. That's why he vented all his grievances to you. This kind of person is worthless except for his father's money. I don't even bother to talk to him for a person like this. You fellow. Young Master Nakajima became angry. Who do you think you are talking to? Giving a look at the two bodyguards next to him, the bodyguards turned to Shiger in an instant. Want to do it? This was exactly what Shiger meant. Apart from anything else, Shiger waved his fist and hit a bodyguard in the abdomen. Puff. The bodyguard was instantly punched and spit out bitter water on the ground. Yeah. The other bodyguard also rushed toward Shiyu directly. However, this kind of bodyguard was naturally non-threatening to Shiger, and easily escaped, and then lifted his foot and tripped the bodyguard unconsciously. Ah, how is this possible? A little kid can actually give my men to. Could it be that you are a ninja? Known as the Fu second generation of Nakajima, I saw the forehead protector on Shiger's head. When I kicked the iron plate, I almost peed my pants in shock. F***K off, don't let me see you again. Shiger's murderous aura was violent, and Fu second generation, known as Nakajima, immediately weakened his legs and limped out with his bodyguard. Brother Shiyu, you are really amazing. Xiao Xing also said in surprise. It's nothing, I blame it for making you lose your job. Shiger also said apologetically. Forget it, the store manager is also to protect me. Xiao Xing tested his own things and planned to leave quietly. The store manager didn't say a word, and was embarrassed that he didn't know what to say. Xiao Xing, you don't need to leave, I haven't thanked you well yet. Suddenly a nice girl's voice came from the room inside. Then, a graceful girl with her own fairy spirit walked out of the house. He said to Shiger, thank you, you are Xiaoxing's brother. Thanks to you just now, I don't think that guy will bother me anymore. Xiao Xing, you can't go. The girl turned her head to look at the store manager and said, if Xiao Xing leaves, I won't do it. Humph. The store manager hurriedly smiled and said, how can I let Miss Xiao Xing go? It was just a slow-down strategy. I didn't expect Xiaoxing's brother to be a powerful ninja, and he solved his stupid bodyguards in 3 or 2. Then the store manager turned his head and said to Xiao Xing, girl Xiao Xing, don't leave. Your salary has doubled. Then the store manager turned around and looked at the girl with her own fairy spirit and said respectfully, do you think this is okay, miss? Yeah, huh. The girl slightly answered Sundara. Miss? Shiyu was also a little dazed. Yes. Brother Shiyu and sister Narcissus are the daughters behind this store's business, and the young Master Nakamura's purpose of harassing Miss Narcissus is just to get Miss Narcissus to agree to her engagement and gradually occupy them. Home property. Sister Narcissa's father asked her to start as a clerk personally and experience the hardship of grassroots work, so that's why she appeared here. Sister Narcissus has been complaining for many days, but today I saw this guy called Dammit from Nakajima for the first time, and I didn't recognize it for a while, so the store manager will play with me together. Isn't it the store manager? Xiao Xing looked at the store manager and asked. Yes. Miss Xiao Xing is right, there is nothing wrong, I will warehouse first, you guys talk. The manager ran away with oil on his feet. Narcissus looked at Shiger and smiled, then stretched out his hand and said, I forgot to introduce myself to you. My name is Amimiya Narcissus. Just call me Narcissus. I don't seem to be that kind. Today I owe you a favor. Don't worry, Xiao Xing is your sister and my sister. I won't let her be bullied again. Shiger nodded, seemingly not interested in the woman in front of him, but due to his love, he introduced himself very bluntly and politely. Uchiha Shiger, Xiaoxing's elder brother, Kanaha's genin. Really an old-fashioned person. Your favor, I will return it to you. Don't worry, what will happen next? Why don't we go out for a meal together? Amimiya Narcissus looked at Shu's friendly invitation road. Shiyu was reminded by Narcissus and thought that there was a competition between groups waiting for him. No, I have other important things. Shiger simply refused. Xiao Xing, if you have anything, remember to contact me at any time and don't disturb your work. If you have something, you know how to find me. Okay. Xiao Xing nodded very sensibly. When Shiyu finished speaking, he felt a little anxious. I don't know if I can catch up. I have to perform continuous body flicker technique. Shiger then quickly activated the D-class body flicker technique and disappeared into the shop, moving to Kanaha's fourth practice field at the fastest speed. Narcissus and Xiao Xing were left in the shop. Your brother is very good. He has always been so simple, so hacky? Narcissus also asked quietly. Hey, he was not like this before. Although he also loved me very much, since he was bullied by those in Uchiha, I found that he has changed a lot. Recently, he has acted a lot more decisively and cared about me more. I don't know if it's a coincidence. He should have just finished the mission today. Fortunately, he caught up. Xiao Xing also said mysteriously. What did you catch up with? Miss Narcissus asked very curiously. Hey, secret, you'll know it tonight. Xiao Xing made a shushing motion, and then whispered in Narcissus's ear. Shiger naturally didn't know what they were talking about. At this time, he was doing his best, ignoring chakra's consumption, using the continuous body flicker technique to advance to Kanaha's fourth exercise field. Before that, Shiger couldn't use these techniques so smoothly, thanks to his diligent practice. During this half-month mission, Shiger can find that his otsutski bloodline has become more refined and larger every day. In addition to his skin has become whiter, and his head has also started to grow horns, chakra even more it has increased a lot, and he can already clearly feel that he is infinitely close to another realm. If you look at it this way, it won't take long for Shiger's chakra to break through cage level and reach beyond cage level. As for the control and application of chakra, Shiger has become more handy than before. Those copied techniques can be used in a timely manner. Using the right techniques at the right time is much better than master. The technique used is more useful. This is undoubtedly common sense for a ninja. The biggest change is Shiger's Bailanyan. The scope of the reconnaissance eye is almost a third larger than before, and the context and flow of chakra are more clearly seen than before. Shiyu clearly felt that his pupil power had increased a lot. The strength of the body flicker technique is also judged based on the use of chakra. Driven by Shiger's unscrupulous full force, the body flicker technique's speed has reached an appalling level. And in Kanaha village, at such a fast speed, it is natural to be seen by those slightly capable witnesses. Somewhere in Kanaha village, a silver-haired boy saw this scene. This is body flicker technique? What a fast speed. Teacher Minato, have you seen it? Just like your flying thunder god technique, the silver-haired boy shouted. Kakashi? You said someone? Why didn't I see it? Said a black-haired boy in sportswear with sun protection goggles, yawning, and the family crest of the Uchiha clan on his body. Obito, just when you were eating and sleeping, the person has already passed. The female shinobu of the same team said. This female ninja has short brown hair, big dark brown pupils, and 2 purple patterns on her face. Ah, Lin. I actually saw it too, I just said that on purpose. Obito explained forcefully. Obito, you're here again. The person who spoke was naturally their teacher, but there was not much blame between the words. This man has golden hair, blue eyes like jewels, and is lined with Kanaha Jonin's green vest and blue tights. Yes, the person in front of me is the 4th Hokage of the future, but now it is just a Jonin. The 4 ninjas are Kanaha's Namikaze Minato class, Uchiha Obito, Nohara Lin, Heite Kakashi, and the leader Jonin Namikaze Minato. Obito, although it is vague, it seems that I saw the Uchiha family crest on that person. Ha, we Uchiha? Obito was also a little surprised. But I didn't feel the flying thunder god's technique and spatial fluctuations. This should be just an ordinary body flicker technique. No one among us Konoha Jonin should have such a speed. Who is he? Obito, do you know it? Or is it the talent of Umbu? Namikaze Minato asked with a smile, too. Ha! Teacher Minato? What do you mean? Do you mean my brother? Shisui. Now he doesn't go home every day, he is an Umbu under Master Third Hokage. Absolutely impossible. It's him, Obito said with a wave of his hand. Umbu? Uchiha Shisui. Kakashi was also a little shocked, but looked at Obito, and then couldn't help asking, since your brother is Umbu? I want to know how old your brother is this year? Kakashi couldn't help but ask. 6 or 7 years old. What's wrong? What's the problem? Obito didn't understand the problem, and was a little confused for a while. He looked at the expressions on Kakashi and Lin's faces, and suddenly realized it. Blushing. Kakashi. Linear. You are not allowed to laugh at me. Obito forcefully explained again, my strength is much better than Shisui. Believe you ghost. In the end, it was Namikaze Minato who cleared Obito. Alright, there are no tasks today, and we are all very interested in the person just now, so let's check it out. Namikaze Minato suggested. Wow, interesting. Obito seemed to be very enthusiastic about this sort of thing. It's okay to see, if it's a strong guy, it's more interesting. Kakashi is also very interested, but now he prefers to fight. Let's go. The whole Namikaze Minato class followed Shijiro all the way from behind. Shijiro was very alert, after all, he had killed the Uchiha clan in the village. Could it be that Umbu is following me? Shijiro also thought very vigilantly, it's been half a month? Could it be Konoha who found it? Suspect me? But then Shijiro felt that something was wrong again. If Umbu had determined that the target was him, he would have dealt with him a long time ago. Let's take a look first. Bailanyan, open your eyes. After that, Shijiro opened his Bailanyan halfway, Shijiro twisted his neck, and through Bailanyan's scout eyes, the physical veins of the villagers in the western Konoha village were all clear. If it was before, I really couldn't find out who was chasing me. Fortunately, the range of Bailanyan has become wider, otherwise I might not be able to see it. After all, the distance is relatively long. Shiyu finally found the visitor. I didn't know the result, but I was really shocked at first glance. Blonde hair, wearing a Jonin uniform, holding a special flying thunder god kunao? This is the future 4th Hokage, Namikaze Minato. And the silver-white hair covering his face, with a knife on his back? Isn't this the future 6th Hokage? Heitake is 50-50. I don't know what is the relationship between him and Kujuo. There are also purple patterns on the sides of the cheeks, the future 3 Tails Jinchuriki, the tragic character Rin Nohara, and Uchiha Obito, one of the final bosses of the original? Why are all 4 of them following me? Although I wanted to turn around and say hello to them, the situation was very urgent at this time. The Hisashi class and Suzuki class had probably begun. Shijiro did not slow down naturally, and still went to Konoha's 4th exercise field. Fast forward. If you want to follow me, follow along. See if the flying thunder god of the golden glitter Namikaze Minato can catch up with my Uchiha Shijiro's body flicker technique. Shijiro smiled, and chakra at the top of cage level burst out. Body flicker technique speeds up countless times again, instantly throwing away Namikaze Minato class. Namikaze Minato in the back quickly judged something based on the environment. So he smiled and said, the distance between us is farther, and he can't be seen at all. The other party seems to have something urgent, or has perceptual ninjutsu, maybe he has discovered me, and his speed suddenly becomes very fast. If that's the case, I'm afraid I'll be lost. Minato thought about it. Keep up, I'll take one step. I will leave a mark. Namikaze Minato discarded Flying Thunder God Kunao, then instantly appeared in the distance, and then Minato repeated Flying Thunder God again, using the Flying Thunder God space. The power of Shijiro quickly approached Shijiro. Shijiro in front was also shocked, and then he was full of joy. Oh my god. I'm not dreaming. Flying Thunder God. Namikaze Minato tried to chase me. The first paragraph of Flying Thunder God was used. Is the technique of Flying Thunder God like this? It seems complicated, but it will be the same after remembering. Minato's chakra volume has reached cage level? Really a genius. The way he played chakra for a while with Flying Thunder God has been copied by me just now. It's no wonder Shijiro is so excited in such an emergency. It is because of the heaven-defying space ninjutsu of Flying Thunder God. Shijiro has been jealous for a long time. The first episode of Flying Thunder God was instantly taken by Shijiro Master, and as long as you practice and get familiar with it, Shijiro's name will definitely shine in this world. In less than a while, Shijiro had already opened the distance between Namikaze Minato and Namikaze Minato. It's almost here. It seems that their situation is not optimistic. Shijiro's white round eyes also clearly saw that Gen in 7th class and Gen in 2nd class were fighting fiercely at the Konoha 4th exercise field. have Matsuyama Hidichi and Kujuo started fighting. After seeing the battle between the two, Shijir speeded up again. Kanaha's fourth exercise field did not appear in the original work. This exercise field is very wide and empty, like a football field, which is naturally very suitable for fighting between ninjas. Although Matsuyama was young, his explosive muscles seemed very dazzling. With absolute strength, he easily suppressed Heitei Kujuo. Although Kujuo had already used his own housekeeping skills, Heitei's knife skills, but due to the huge difference in strength, he was still defeated by Matsuyama Shuiki in the end. Damn it! How could this happen? Heitei Kusu was very unwilling, he didn't expect that he would be defeated. Ha ha ha, this is what it should be. You group of flowers in the greenhouse that has just become genin, how can you experience the wind and sun outside? How can it be compared with us old students? Matsuyama Shuiki said a little arrogantly. It turns out that several of them have been working as genin for a long time. Because of their regular experience and completion of various tasks, their strength is about to reach genin. Nang Xiang was caught off guard again, and naturally he was bound to lose. Kangxing, Shijir, I will work hard. Hongdi has some stage fright, but after the last mission, it is also the first step towards growth. After Hyaga Red Butterfly came on the court, Kujuo reminded, be careful. Be careful of his attacks. Don't be attacked. Of course. Red Butterfly knew the danger of the ninja before him, so naturally he also used his housekeeping skills Gentle Fist, but Red Butterfly did not open his eyes, so he could not display the true strength of Gentle Fist. In addition, Matsuyama Shuiki is huge, burly, and has a wide range of attacks. Every time Red Butterfly is about to attack him, he is always countered by both sides. Both of them are physical skills. Therefore, Red Butterfly cannot find a breakthrough, so it is gradually suppressed. Ha ha. Miss of the Hyaga clan, you can surrender, why do you keep holding on? Katari Violet jokes aside. Hongdai panting, Shiyu pressed harder step by step, forcing him to have no retreat. Hongdai thought of Shijir somehow. Then he squeezed his fists and said without admitting defeat, I won't admit defeat. I don't see it, you are still very persistent. However, if you don't admit defeat, you will suffer. Zayuyi snapped his two fists, looking a bit fierce. Ha! Since you still don't admit defeat, Zayuyi will continue. Hyaga Hongdi, don't force it. After all, it's just a competition. As long as you can't make it, you will immediately surrender. Our two Jonin can terminate the game at any time, Suzuki Sayori said. At this time, Hisashi was also staring at the red butterfly and shook his head slightly. Ms. Hisashi, Hongdi, it seems that it won't last long. Heitei Kujuo also said with a bit of unbearableness. It's not time to save her, wait. Hisashi also thought of Shijir at this time. Shijir, come out. I don't know if it should be a coincidence, Hyaga Red Butterfly is also thinking about Shijir at this time. Shijir, I've been holding you back, I want to be strong, I won't give up, I will keep going, until you can see me as hard work. Really, at a critical juncture, why would I think of him again? In Hongdi's white eyes, the belief in never admitting defeat seemed to be firmer. Although I really wanted to win it, but because of his age and body, his physical strength was almost exhausted. You are a lady of the Hyaga clan. I hit you, and the Hyaga clan will trouble me. Ha ha, the weak eldest lady, the real ninja is hard work, and I keep training every day. Matsuyama Shuiki started to pretend. Look, my muscles, the strength of my body. Who knows how many tasks we have accomplished? And you? You are too delicate, too weak, not even qualified to compare with me. There is no gentle of Byakugan. Fist, it can be said to be a joke. Shiuyi once again stimulated Hongdai. Don't go too far. The Hyaga clan are not easy to bully. Hisashi couldn't help but stop. Blood legacy boundary is generally a more sensitive topic, and Shiuyi can easily anger the entire Hyaga clan if he is not careful. Sorry, Hyaga-sensei, I didn't mean to target the Hyaga clan. Shuiki Matsuyama turned his head and said, I just can't understand that you are so weak as Genin, you Hyaga Red Butterfly, Heitei Kujuo, and another Uchiha Shijir, which seems to be the tail of a crane, right? You are really the weakest Genin class. Zayuyi didn't hesitate to do so. Said. Red Butterfly panted, her eyes also changed, and she asked, what did you just say? Repeat it. Ha, didn't you hear clearly? I said you are the weakest class. Shiuyi repeated again. Last sentence. Hongdi's eyes were cold and her momentum had changed. Uchiha Shijir, it seems that it is also the tail of a crane? Zaiwichi did not understand Hongdi's meaning either. Hongdi's momentum obviously changed dramatically. The ground under his shoes broke instantly, and his whole body appeared at a super high speed. In front of Matsuyama Shuiki, Hongdi's fist had already hit Zaiwichi. Zayuyi didn't react at all, with an unbelievable look on his face. He looked at Hyaga Red Butterfly in horror, the cold eyes with almost no emotion, and the blood vessels around the eyes, and then the fear came to his heart. No! say bad things about Shiger. Hungi said this softly, but Zayuyi was completely surrounded by fear, and then she lost consciousness and fainted on the spot. Red Butterfly? What's going on? Heitake Nangsaying was taken aback. At this time, Red Butterfly had changed too much. Miss Hungdi. She opened her eyes. Hisashi didn't expect Hungdi to open her eyes in this way, but because it was the first time to open his eyes, Red Butterfly seemed to have some chakra overdrawn. The blood vessels around her Byakugan quickly subsided, her eyes returned to normal, and then her whole body fell to the ground. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind her, supporting her who was about to fall. Is it Shiger? Hungdi slowly closed her eyes, as if she had no strength anymore. But in the dimness, she seemed to see Shiger behind him. It's me, leave it to me next, take a good rest, Shiyu said softly. The Uchiha boy with pure white hair gently handed the girl of the Hyaga clan in his arms to Hisashi's hands. Teacher Hisashi, Hungdi has opened the limit of blood inheritance, and chakra has over-released. Take her back to Hyaga's house and heal her injuries. Leave it to me here. Shiger also said faintly. Hisashi didn't mean to doubt Shiger in any way, and it was enough to give Shiger here. So he chose to nod his head, and then he also hugged the Red Butterfly and went to Hyaga Zone's house to heal his injuries. Just left? Suzuki-sensei was very surprised, and the other party's jonin had left like this before the test was over. Shiger, be careful. They are very strong. Even I missed. Violet's illusion is very unusual. I heard that he defeated Shinin once. Heitake Kujuo also said. Nangsaying, you are also injured, so let's go to the side to heal your injuries first. Shiger turned his head and looked at Suzuki Sayori and said, just now, it was a draw. Both of them fainted. Then Shiger's body flicker technique appeared in the center of the exercise field, looked at Katori Violet and Yashida Katsuhei, and asked, are you going to do it one by one? Or are you going to do it together? Uchiha Shiger? Are you too arrogant? Katsuhei Yashida said, who looked well balanced. Okay, let me do it first. Let me give it a try. What is so great about the legendary Uchiha clan? They are a group of big families who own and rely on blood inheritance. Katori Violet took a step forward and looked at Shiger. His eyes also seemed a little disgusted. I advise you not to link me to the Uchiha group of guys. Shiger also said extremely coldly. Violet is a little strange. Come on, take it. Otherwise, the game is over. Shiger made a good posture and hooked to Violet, provoking Violet, making Violet annoyed into anger instantly. Ha! Violet jumped into the arena, picked up Kumu, and rushed toward Shiger. Ha! Shiger couldn't help but feel a little suspicious looking at Violet's bleak posture. In Balin's eyes, something cryptic was clearly discovered. That's it. Have you already used illusion? 3 Tomo Sherinan can already crack the illusion. Although Shiger does not know any kind of illusion, Shiger with Sherinan is destined to open Mangekyo in the future. As long as Mangekyo is turned on, then the illusion really cannot be used for Shiger. Cause any harm. Shiger deliberately pretended to be an illusion, and fell to the ground, then clutching his head and shouting in pain. That's it. The illusion in the rain. Nangsaying was also very nervous. Even the Uchiha clan, without opening their eyes, will only be defeated by my illusion. Katori Violet raised the corner of her mouth. When she thought she would win so smoothly, she found that Shiger disappeared. NS. What? Violet yelled in disbelief, isn't this guy hit by my illusion? How could it? Where is he? Violet couldn't find Shiger's position at all, and turned his head to look around. Behind you. Suzuki Sayori reminded immediately anxiously. This guy. It can be relieved. No, can it be said that he uses it now? Violet illusion. Suzuki Sayori was also a little unbelievable. I knew Shiger, this guy will always win by surprise. Heite Kusuzuo was also happy when he knew that Shiger was going to take care of it. Excuse me, miss, you lost. Shiger suddenly got out of Violet's body, making Violet startle. Ah! Violet couldn't help screaming. No matter who saw a person emerge from his body, he would be scared to death. Not to mention a young girl. Stupid. I was actually bounced back by someone else. Yashida Katsuhira frowned slightly, and then looked at Shiyu's eyes, the white 3 Tomo, and then he was surprised. The white 3 hook jade? Is it an upgraded version of the blood succession boundary? This guy has already opened the blood succession boundary of the Uchiha clan, and is at the Sherinan of the 3 Gob Jade. It's no wonder that even Violet, who can use advanced illusions, was defeated in his hands. Katsuhei Yashida also understood. Solution. Suzuki Sayori had already ran to Violet and relieved her of the illusion. Violet now understands that her illusion has been bounced by the opponent in front of her. Raising his head, Shiyu said weakly, sorry, I'm not as good as others. I lost. Violet was a little lost. She didn't expect Uchiha who started the 3-Go Jade to be so unsuccessful. She even didn't expect her illusion skills to be bounced back by Shiger. When she retreated, she remembered the appearance of the man in front of her. Uchiha Shijir, one day, I will defeat you. Shijir once again made a good posture and said, 2 wins in 3 rounds, the last one, come on. Genin, known as Katsuhei Yashida, appeared. Under Shijir's eyes, Katsuhei's chakra flow was clearly higher than that of ordinary ninjas. The total amount of chakra for this guy seems a bit high. It seems that it has as much chakra as Jonin, but compared to me, it is still not enough. Shijir also squinted his eyes and thought, Uchiha Shijir? Unexpectedly, you turned on the Sharingan of the 3 Guyu Jade silently. This kind of blood inheritance limit should be more expensive for chakra. As long as I can hold on for a while, you will not support chakra and fall down. I'm right. Katsuhara Yashida made a simple guess. However, even he didn't guess that Shijir's white round eyes would not consume much chakra at all, and it only took a thought to use it. But Shijir would naturally not be so stupid to tell him. Do you think I will give you time to hold me? Shijir said contemptuously, but his hands were forming seals at an extremely fast speed. All this surprised the Suzuki team. There is such a fast speed of printing. Is this still Genin? Even Jonin, no, even anyone I have met is not as fast as him. Suzuki-sensei was also a little skeptical of life. Fire-style great fireball technique. Shijir had already finished printing. Shijir took a sharp breath, and then the flame was spit out. High-precision chakra and perfect chakra control ability, plus Bailanyan's observation power has increased the threatening power of the super-large great fireball. How is this possible? Is this really the great fireball technique? How could it be so huge? Shengping was also stunned by the scene in front of him, but he was not an ordinary ninja. The D-class instant technique directly used it, and then avoided Shijir's attack. At the same time, Shenping's hands are also fast, not seals. A very powerful water-style ninjutsu seal is quickly completed. Water-style great waterfall technique. The strength of this Shenping is indeed not bad, obviously better than Heitake and Hungdi, but I also have a big move. Shiyu also used the instant technique to jump into the air for an instant, and the seal was completed again. Earth-style wall. A huge mountainous earth flow wall quickly rose under Shijir, and the power and scope of this earth flow wall, even Suzuki Sayori, who was Jonin, couldn't believe it. It's a lie? This is Diliabai. But the earth flow wall directly blocked the impact of the great waterfall technique. Shiyu stepped on the earth flow wall, unharmed. This guy uses the earthy wall as a stepping stone, and I don't know why. The power and area of the ninjutsu used by his hands can become so powerful. The earthy wall is like a mountain. Suzuki Sayori was also shocked to analyze Road. This guy turns out to be more than just illusionary rebound. Is ninjutsu so terrible too? Violet exclaimed from the side as well. You fellow! Shenping didn't expect that even if he used the great waterfall technique, he would not defeat Shiyu, and he wasted a lot of chakra. However, Yashidachi was also preparing to rush to Shijir, using his physical skills and physical superiority to crush Shijir. However, rushing towards the opponent in such a stunned green manner is obviously extremely undesirable among ninjas. Shijir nodded his hands again, and when Yashida had just reacted, Shijir was surprised that Jian was over. Earth-style Huanquan Marsh. This trick is naturally Shijir copying himself and more senior brothers, which is one of the representative ninjutsu from Jiraiya. The originally hard ground instantly became soft, and then the green soil instantly turned into a bottomless swamp. No matter how powerful Yashida Katsuhei is, he is only a genin. Even if he has the strength to match Jonin, under impulsiveness, rushing to Shijir is definitely seeking his own death. Yashida yelled in his life, and his body had fallen into the swamp. This is Earth style. The Uchiha clan actually has the chakra attribute of Earth style. No one thought that Uchiha Shijir's Earth style ninjutsu could reach its peak. As we all know, Konoha village is mostly fire style, and Uchiha is the leader in fire style ninjutsu. In the judgment of Yashida Kappei, his water style will definitely restrain Shijir's fire style. Therefore, it also spent a lot of money on chakra using the water style great waterfall technique, but found that Shijir's Earth style is AP of the show, and the Earth style of the 5 elements escape technique is the water style. Shijir used the first Earth style, which instantly disrupted Shenping's original plan. What's more, Shijir directly used a large-scale Earth style A-level ninjutsu Wangsenuma. This guy is clearly a genin. How could he possess such a powerful ninjutsu? Not only the second class exclaimed, even Heide Kusuzuo was shocked and speechless. He did not expect that he had been overtaken by Shijir. Shijir, really strong. Heite Kuzuo secretly made up his mind, and after watching this test, he returned to Heite's house to practice his sword skills. Shenping, are you okay? Teacher Suzuki also confirmed immediately. I can hold on. Shenping roared, seeming to be extremely unwilling. Unexpectedly, this guy is quite persevering, but it surprised me a little. Shijir originally thought that he would win. Unexpectedly, Shenping, who was trapped in the swamp, wanted to resist. Lightning style go. Surprisingly, Katsuhei Yashida is still struggling to use lightning style to get rid of the shackles of the Yellow Spring Marsh. However, the predicament did not change much because of his use of lightning style. Unexpectedly, you know how to use lightning style ninjutsu? As far as I know, in Konoha village, you have the thunder attribute and the water attribute chakra, but very few. Shijir then shook his head and said, well, since you still don't give up, I will give you another good thing. After that, the seal was quickly closed again. When Shijir Yuki was over, he jumped from the earth stream wall he had summoned, and then shouted in the air, wind-style wind dragon bullet technique. Suzuki also said immediately, this is the third generation of ninjutsu, the B-level wind dragon bullet technique? Could it be that? Stop! Stop! You will kill him. Suzuki also loudly prevented Shijir from continuing to attack. However, things like ninjutsu can't be stopped easily. A wind dragon opened his mouth and roared, and at the same time, he attacked Shengping menacingly. Before Fanglong touched Shengping, he had already blown to the ground Shengping, who was trying to use lightning style. Fanglong attacked Shengping with an unstoppable momentum. Enough! We give up! Suzuki Sayori hurriedly shouted in horror. She did not expect that a genin might threaten the life of her student. Even though she already had ninjutsu at this time, it was a pity that ninjutsu had already been issued and it was too late to take it back. Shijir tried his best to reverse ninjutsu, avoiding Shenpei's body, but the power and scope of ninjutsu were too great. Even if he received a lot of chakra, it could still cause unpredictable damage to Shenpei. Danger! A voice came from behind Shijir, and in a flash, a yellow flash of light shuttled, causing little fluctuations in the space. Flying Thunder God technique. When Shengping appeared again, he was already in a safe area. In the area where Shengping was just now, the Yellow Spring Marsh was also blasted into a rags, showing the power of the Rain Shinobi technique. In front of him was a yellow-haired man wearing a blue tights and a jonin uniform. He appeared in front of Shijir and Suzuki. Ms. Namikaze Minato, thank you. Thank you Yu Tomoha Shijir, thank you for stopping. Suzuki Sayori is not confused, knowing that Minato saved the student, but without Shijir stopping, even Minato would not be able to take it. Rescued. Well, please don't take the initiative to provoke us in the future. Otherwise, there will inevitably be casualties. Shijir also left a threatening sentence, which made Suzuki Kaori a little embarrassed. Suzuki-sensei, you're welcome, are you talking about it? Namikaze Minato said. Then he immediately looked at Shijir and asked, I'm sorry, I have to save him. After all, it is Konoha's genin, so what is your identity? Is it a new jonin? How can I attack a genin? Suzuki was also embarrassed at this time and didn't know how to intervene, so he could only silently take his 3 genin students and wait. Should you not introduce yourself before asking someone else? Shio looked a little arrogant with his arms around his chest. However, Minato saw that Shijir was not malicious, so he put away the special kunout he painted with art, touched his head and said apologetically, oh, sorry, it was my impoliteness first. My name is Namikaze Minato, and the Namikaze Minato class leads Jonin. Shijir doesn't hate people who are humble and polite, so he put away his rude attitude and replied, I'm not a Jonin, my name is Uchiha Shijir, the 7th class member of Hyaga Hizashi class, our genin team's team leader. What? Namikaze Minato couldn't believe it at all, as if he had heard something impossible. Are you genin? Namikaze Minato asked in surprise. Yeah, is there any problem? Shijir asked with a smile in her heart. She seemed to have guessed Minato's expression a long time ago. Nothing, I followed you all the way. I thought I would be a jonin. Then again, genin is indeed more suitable for your age. However, according to your strength and speed just now, even if you tell me that you are jonin, I will believe it. Namikaze Minato also said admiringly. Then Namikaze Minato pointed to the traces of Rain Shinobi's use at the time, and said, these ninjutsu are all made by you? Isn't this my teacher's Yellow Spring Marsh? It's terrible. The entire exercise field is destroyed. Are you really just genin? Namikaze Minato said in disbelief once again. Shijir looked at the already evil and replied, by the way, Minato, I suddenly thought of one thing. You still have a relationship with me. If you call the land according to your seniority, you still have to call me the uncle. Uncle Master? My master is Master Jiraiya among Sunin. Master Jiraiya is the 3rd generation master, Master Hokage. Can you say that you are the new apprentice of Master Jiraiya, Master 3rd generation? Namikaze Minato also asked in surprise. Sarutobi Hiruzen has newly recruited apprentices, and not many people know about it, and no one believes that adhering to the will of the 2nd generation, and beware of the 3rd generation of the Uchiha clan, they will accept a Uchiha clan's apprentice. However, Jiraiya told Minato early in the letter. It seems that senior brother Jiraiya has already told you. Shijir smiled and nodded, come on, call senior uncle. Namikaze Minato smiled awkwardly, making him a young man about 20 years old to call a child Shishu, which really made him feel a little weird. But in the end Minato still cleverly shouted, little master. What a smart guy. Shijir didn't care about Minato's careful thoughts, because it was really comfortable to make the fourth generation in the future called his uncle. Ms. Minato, you ran too fast. I'm going to throw up. Obito, if it weren't for you to drag us down, we should have caught up with Mrs. Minato early. Okay, Kakashi, don't blame Obito. He also wants to help the old woman cross the road with a good heart. At this time, the three genin rushed over. Shijir also saw the other members of the Namikaze Minato class. All of them were the people who turned the ninja world upside down. Ms. Minato? Who did you fight with here? This is the fourth practice field. Why did it become like this? Something is wrong. Even Mr. Minato wouldn't be able to perform such a powerful ninjutsu. The silver-haired boy Heite Kakashi also noticed something wrong around him, as if he had gone through a big battle. Ha! You're the Jonin from my family. Obito was also a little skeptical. He didn't seem to believe that the person that teacher Minato had been chasing was a child. Ms. Minato? How did the surroundings become like this? Is this really the target we just chased after? Lin asked, somewhat surprised. Minato was a little dignified. Before he could speak, Shijir easily called out the names of these people. Minato, are these the members of your class? Heite Kakashi, Rin Nohara, and Uchiha Obito? The three ninjas looked at Shijir, a white-haired boy who was younger than their own age, and they all had doubts. Hey, who are you? Uchiha Obito also asked directly. He is the family crest of the Uchiha clan. Kakashi also observed carefully and said cautiously, it seems to be true. Obito also dared not approach Shijir to confirm whether he was really from the Uchiha clan. Ah, Teacher Minato, maybe you just came after him. Nohara Lin said. How is this possible? At such a young age? How can it be possible to have the speed as much as that of Mr. Minato? Is there such a person in the world? Heite Kakashi also didn't want to believe it. However, Namikaze Minato seems to have been hit, and he sighed, yes, although it hits you hard, he is the one we are chasing after, but this Uchiha brother is not Jonin, Obito, Lin, he is just like you Genin. Genin will be able to keep Teacher Minato from catching up. Impossible? How could this be possible? It shouldn't be him, right? Teacher, you must be joking with us. The three of the Namikaze Minato class all had a look of disbelief at this time. It was not that they did not believe that Shijir was Genin in front of them, but that they did not believe that Genin alone had a speed that his teacher could not touch. What did I lie to you? Not only that, the one in front of me is my little teacher. Namikaze Minato broke the news again. Ah, your master is Sunin Jiraiya-sama, your master uncle? Is he a new apprentice of 3rd Hokage-sama? Shiyu saw that everyone was almost surprised, and it was rare to explain, I am the uncle of Minato's nephew. What do you want to call the uncle of the master? Uncle Shi. Although the three of you are a bit older than me, you are 2 generations younger than me. Shijir and Minato explained the relationship before everyone understood this relationship. Hey, is it okay to speak based on strength? It doesn't make sense based on relationship. Heite Kakashi seemed to dislike talking about seniority. At this time he was in a young and frivolous period. Obito and Lin are still Genin, and his Kakashi has become Chenin. Kakashi, a genius, is very proud at this time and likes to solve problems with his own power. He does not have his future appearance at all, but he is actually extremely clever, and he does not like his peers to stand on top of his head. Oh? With strength. Are you sure? I really hope to fight against you. Shijir joked and quickly entered a serious state, seemingly ready to fight at any time. And Kakashi was also completely worthy. Although he was covering his face, he snorted coldly, and made a gesture of preparation for the seal with his hands, and he was ready to start the fight. Ah, Namikaze Minato was shocked and thought, what a battle of magnitude. How could I let them fight? So he hurriedly dissuaded him, Uncle, farewell, don't care about the children. Namikaze Minato also became a peacemaker, which is in line with his humble and polite manner. I'm no ordinary kid. Kakashi was a little stubborn at this time, and seemed to want to prove his strength. Kakashi. Minato glanced at Kakashi, and then Kakashi gave up. As for the yellow spring marsh just on the ground, Namikaze Minato recognized it as one of Jiraiya's powerful moves at a glance. Is such a powerful move used on his own subordinates? That doesn't hurt to death. Your own student, you can't let your little uncle get hurt. Seeing Shijir seem to be serious, Namikaze Minato was also very helpless, as if suddenly thinking of something, he said immediately, Uncle Shiyu, you want to play? Of course you can, but can you wait for the Chunin selection exam? Don't be in a hurry. This time, I can let Kakashi take the Chunin selection exam together. Namikaze Minato said. Chunin exam? Shijir did not receive Hisashi's notice. Shiyu then asked, you said there was a Chunin exam? Is it recent? Yes, I received a notice from the 3rd generation master. I wanted to tell them today, who knew that they were attracted by your body flicker technique, so we came here. Genin of Konoha, should all be notified by his leader Jonin, you should have been notified too? Minato asked too. After thinking about it, Shijir understood. The Hisashi class had just finished the mission and then competed with the Suzuki class, so naturally there was no free time to inform about it. It turns out that the Chunin selection exam is about to start registration. Shijir is naturally looking forward to competing against various players in a competition. Ha! Are you Shijir? Are you Uchiha Shijir? Obito suddenly stepped forward and asked in surprise. Shiyu looked at this future big boss looking for him, and was also interested. What's wrong, Uchiha Obito? Shijir asked curiously. Have you read the family tree of the Uchiha clan? Obito also asked rhetorically. Uchiha family tree? I don't know this. To be honest, I don't have a good relationship with the Uchiha clan. I don't even consider myself to be a Uchiha clan. Shijir's words are true. Obito nodded and said, sure enough. Shijir took 2 steps forward very vigilantly, raised his hand and asked, sure enough? Why do you say that? What do you mean? Uncle, Minato whispered. Shijir realized that he was a little rude. However, Obito seemed to have expected Shijir to be this reaction, and then explained, Shijir, your mood, I seem to understand a little bit. According to the family tree of our Uchiha clan, Shijir, your identity should be regarded as mine. Cousin? What? Obito, aren't you joking? Namikaze Minato was also taken aback. Cousin. Not only Shijir and Minato were surprised, but Rin Nohara and Kakashi were stunned, thinking Obito was telling a joke, but it seemed that Obito was not talking nonsense. How are you and me recorded in the genealogy you are talking about? Shijir also asked curiously immediately. My name is Obito, and I only have a younger brother named Shisui, because he is so talented to study in Umbu. Obito also said with a genealogy. So, Shisui is your brother. How old is he now? He has already studied in Umbu? It seems to be a terrible genius. If you have time, you have to play against it. But you said I was your cousin. That is to say, my dad is your dad's brother? Shijir also couldn't help thinking, what is the relationship between them? So, I really want to know, who is your father? Shijir also suddenly asked some 8 trigrams. Obito naturally didn't know that Shijir in front of him was already Shijir after his soul passed, but he was not particularly interested in his father's identity. Obito was taken aback for a moment, and then he complained, why are you paying attention to who my father is? Shouldn't you be interested in who your father is? If you guessed correctly, you probably don't know your father's name yet. Bar. But Obito's words were a bit above. Shijir really didn't know who his parents were first named since the soul passed through. You know, Shiyu naturally asked rhetorically. Who knows? Uchiha Obito shook his head and said, the problem is here, Shijir, your father, all his information seems to have been erased, even his name has been erased. Why I can remember you came because you have been feeling this strange. Erased? Shijir frowned. Yes, your name must have been your father's name before, but now it should have been deliberately erased by people in the clan. I don't know what they want to hide. Obito also said what he knew. Shiyu was a little angry in his heart. He believed that the reason why he was discriminated against by his own people must be for this reason. Why? The 3rd generation said that my parents were Konoha's heroes and died fighting for Konoha, but now? Why have I been targeted and discriminated against by the Uchiha clan? Shijir couldn't understand this. I just feel a little restless in my internal determination. Unknowingly, the white round eyes of the Sengu Jade also burst out instantly, and the 3 round white guya flashed in the eyes. Obito, as a member of the Uchiha clan, is naturally no stranger to these 3 go Jade, and he looked at Shijir in shock, and did not dare to speak. It seems, this is why the Uchiha clan targeted me, no father and no mother? This is the breakthrough, right? Shijir said, my parents are said to have died for Konoha, and I acted as the hero's orphan should be treated like a hero. However, I am now ignored by most of the Uchiha clan and even targeted. What the hell is this? Do you know? Obito. Shijir also asked. Although he hates the Uchiha clan, the Obito in front of him is one of the few Uchiha clan who does not discriminate against him, so Shijir still counts. Polite. Well, I am not familiar with the Uchiha clan now, otherwise I can help you investigate, whether it is the genealogy, or the big and small things in the clan. Now and 10 years ago, the Uchiha clan chief and so-called elders come to decide. Uchiha Obito said. Oh, I see, thank you, Obito, I will take care of my own business. Shijir knew that this matter would be counted with the Uchiha clan sooner or later, but not now. After all, Shijir killed 3 Uchiha Genin and 1 Uchiha Umbu. It seems that the matter has not completely subsided. Shijir checked that the time was almost up, and said goodbye to Namikaze Minato and others. Little master, see you next time, I hope to have a chance to fight together. Namikaze Minato also sincerely hoped. See you at Chunin selection exam. Heitei Kakashi is the exact opposite. He is full of fighting spirit and hopes to have a good fight with Uchiha Toshijir. I still hope that I can avoid meeting him as much as possible during the exam. You know. He turned on 3 Tomo Sherinan. How old is he? 5 or 6 years old? Obito also shook his head and played against his master uncle. Shijir, who was also his cousin, had no confidence in chance of winning at all. Yeah. Shiyu waved his hand, and then a body flicker technique disappeared in place. This time, everyone's suspicion of him was completely dispelled. Shijir finally returned to his home, and the family no longer looked like fighting Uchiha and the others. It should be Xiao Xing. Did you keep them so clean? I didn't think that Xiao Xing was a sensible child before, and this little Nizai would still work. Shijir thought of Xiao Xing again before she knew it. Although the room was restored, it was empty. Shiyu's heart was naturally a little unbalanced. Although my soul has come through, but after all, I and Uchiha Shijir are alone. To bully Uchiha Shijir is to bully me. It seems that the issue of identity will have to be figured out sooner or later. I don't know what the parents of this world look like. What are their names? Shijir seemed a little tired. Just about to fall asleep, she felt something moving outside the door. Before she could open Bailanyan, the people outside had already entered the house. Looking up, it turned out to be Xiao Xing, and the other one was Narcissus Amemiya, the daughter of the boss behind the scenes, who he had seen before. The two of them suddenly appeared in front of everyone with a birthday cake. What are you guys? Shijir put down his guard and looked at the two of them, a little at a loss. Brother Shiyu, have you forgotten what day is today? Xiao Xing asked. What day is today? Shiyu also asked with a dazed expression. Today is your birthday. My birthday? How old is my birthday? Shiyu asked again. Puff, you don't even know how old is your birthday? Amemiya Narcissus couldn't help but smile. Ha, you have forgotten your birthday because of amnesia. Remember, today is your 5th birthday. What? I'm only 5 years old. Shijir was also taken aback. He was only 5 years old? How come you look like a 10-year-old boy? Aren't you 5 years old? I'm the same age as you, but only a few months younger than you, Xiao Xing said. Kakashi is 9 years old, Obito is 10 years old, and I'm only 5 years old. Shisui should be a bit older than me, between 6 and 8 years old. In this way, I seem to be Obito's cousin and I am more reliable, Shijir thought. Alright, blow the candles. Make a wish. Miss Narcissus bought this cake for you, but I haven't tasted a cake. Xiao Xing was also a little excited. Okay, don't rush, hee hee. Shijir was a little touched, but she didn't expect Xiao Xing to remember her birthday, and Shijir also had a better impression of Amemiya Narcissus. After making the wish, everyone ate the cake together, and Xiao Xing and Amemiya Narcissus celebrated Shu's 5th birthday together. I have to say that it feels weird. After all, Shijir was already in her 20s before the soul was worn. After the birthday, one night passed quickly. On the second day, Shijir found that his body had changed a little bit more, his skin had become very fair, and his pupil power had also increased a lot, and he could feel the pupil power gradually increased, which is huge for Bailanyan. Of the benefits, the amount of chakra in the whole body seems to be limited by body and age. It has reached a half-step super cage level, but there is still no way to cross that hurdle. It seems that it will take time to grow up. There was no task for the next few days. Hayaga Hizashi just notified the three of them about the final test. Of course, the entire Hayaga Hizashi class decided to take the Chunin selection test. Therefore, when he was free, he practiced Raise-Non and Flying Thunder God technique of his new master at home. I have to say that Flying Thunder God technique is a very powerful ninjutsu. Shijir believes that after his own practice and development, even the yellow flash of the peak period will not be his opponent. Shijir marked the Flying Thunder God technique he remembered, and after feeling it for a long time, he finally felt the power of the space in the technique. Then Shijir extracted chakra in his body, and then combined it with the technique. The photocopy of the space of the two felt each other, and then the whole person appeared in the place where the Flying Thunder God technique was painted with a whistling sound. It's done! Flying Thunder God is the master. Shijir easily mastered the S-level space-time ninjutsu. The Flying Thunder God technique that leaves the technique and then teleports to the vicinity of the stationary object that leaves the technique is called Flying Thunder God. Flying Thunder God is easy to be caught by Shijir master, but the loopholes are also big, and it is easy for others to discover. In the second stage of Flying Thunder God, during the battle, a special kunao marked with Flying Thunder God technique was thrown out, which suppressed and threatened the enemy, and then suddenly appeared directly above the enemy. Then use the shuriken or directly use Raise-Non, a two-stage raid from top to bottom. The second stage seems to be able to leave the technique on a moving object and perform a second blow. The second stage of Flying Thunder God seems not difficult, and there is no substantial difference from the first stage, but the pressure on the enemy is already enormous. Even the masked man Obito has been injured by Minato in the second stage. When Shijir can use Raise-Non with one hand, he can skillfully use the second stage of Flying Thunder God. Although this trick is good, but the fighting style and rhythm are likely to be easily seen by the opponent after being mastered by someone else. Simply put, if the enemy knows that you can teleport and is ready to attack your teleported position in advance, then how do you fight back? How can I always master the rhythm of the battle? Shijir also thought of the flaws in Flying Thunder God, so he planned to continue developing Flying Thunder God. Shiyu suddenly had an idea. Why did I forget? Shadow Clone Technique. If the first stage of Flying Thunder God is to leave a technique on a fixed object, and the second stage is to leave a technique on a moving object, then the third stage, is it possible? What about leaving a space technique on Shadow Clone? If the Shadow Clone marked with the technique can move, then I can use Flying Thunder God to instantly appear near different Shadow Clone, so even if the enemy knows that I will teleport, it is not clear where I teleported. And if Shadow Clone can also use Flying Thunder God? I feel terrible if you think about it. The enemy will not only be unable to recognize my body, but will also be seriously threatened. This will be a nightmare in the ninja world. I'm so smart. NS. Speaking of it, and thinking about it, Second Hokage, the inventor of Flying Thunder God, doesn't know how to Shadow Clone. It's not harder to leave the technique on the Shadow Clone than it is to leave the technique on the human body, because Shadow Clone is an entity created by the technique used by Chakra. If you just teleport near Shadow Clone, it is absolutely fine, but if you want Shadow Clone to use Flying Thunder God? Shijir thought for a while, and then started his own experiment. Shijir left the space technique on her body and then let Shadow Clone Flying Thunder God come over. As a result, Shadow Clone forcibly used Flying Thunder God, but mysteriously disappeared. So, is it harder for Shadow Clone to feel the fluctuations of space than the main body? Although Shiyu encountered a bottleneck in the development of Flying Thunder God 3 stages, he also found an idea. However, although Shadow Clone can't use Flying Thunder God for the time being, it can use Body Flicker technique, and then I marked the kunai with a special technique in advance and threw it to the place where I want to teleport. This is also called Flying Thunder God. The enhanced version of the second paragraph. Let's give a name. Why don't you call Flying Thunder God technique the second series? Shiyu's name is average, but it sounds better than Namikaze Minato. Shijir completed the Flying Thunder God technique, and then continued to strengthen Rinnegan's research. First of all, Shijir's chakra volume is very large, so while maintaining Rinnegan, increase the output of chakra. Rinnegan, it seems to be bigger, but it seems to be more difficult to control. Shijir then realized that the more chakra Rinnegan had, the Vietnam controlled it. Rinnegan became bigger and bigger, and eventually became Big Ball Rinnegan. Due to the limited room area and Shijir's current body is too small, it is not conducive to the study of Super Big Jade. Shijir naturally gave up the attempt to Super Big Ball Rinnegan, but the principle is similar. Big Ball Rinnegan, although in order to be more powerful, Shijir currently cannot be instantaneous like Rinnegan. Of course Shijir also thought about injecting chakra with other attributes to make it change its nature, but because it was too dangerous, Shijir didn't have the courage to try. In this gap time, Shijir once again received Umbu's invitation. Third generation Sama wants to see me again? Okay, let's lead the way. Shijir followed Umbu, and once again arrived at the Hokage room in front of Konoha Yanyan and saw third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Shijir, in the last mission, Hisashi said that you performed very well. I heard that you can already use compound ninjutsu proficiently, is that true? Sarutobi Hiruzen also asked kindly. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's appearance, it seems that he wants to study himself and teach some new ninjutsu. Shijir will naturally seize this opportunity. Yes, compound ninjutsu can already be used very proficiently. Shijir replied willingly. It seems that you are more talented than I thought. Your chakra volume seems to be much higher than that of the ordinary Uchiha clan. With your use, the power of ninjutsu seems to be more powerful. I believe you have already guessed it. Today, I want to teach you another skill. Shijir seemed to be able to foresee something. Ninjas are more than just ninjutsu, physique, and illusion, but there are many other ways. There is the so-called Uchiha throwing technique in the Uchiha clan. However, for you who have lost your parents, you do not have this opportunity to learn. Then, today I will teach you the throwing technique and forbearance of shuriken that I know. Surgery. With your talent and your understanding of technique, I believe that today's course will also help you, so the old man will start nagging, haha. Third generation's mood seemed to be in a good mood. After third generation finished speaking, he pulled off his red Hokage cloak, and threw it accurately on the hanger. Then he took a puff of cigarette, spit out a huge smoke ring, and then reluctantly put it out and put it on the table. Superior. Third generation. No, he should be called Sarutobi Hiruzen now. Sarutobi Hiruzen revealed his unique armor, smiled and coughed twice and then said, "Go, come with me." Then a body flicker technique disappeared, not at all the old and frail appearance in the original book. The third generation item called Dr. Ninja is indeed very powerful. If the future Orochimaru matches the current third generation item, it can be said that there is only one result, and it will definitely die. Shijir definitely thought, and then a body flicker technique disappeared on the spot. Shijir followed third Hokage and once again came to Konoha's large exercise field. Third Hokage looked at Shijir and smiled slightly, and then said abruptly, "Look at the move." Then Hiruzen drew the shuriken from somewhere. Before Shijir could react, a bunch of shurikens had already attacked Shijir. See my on-the-spot reaction ability? Shiyu's mouth raised slightly, and body flicker technique had already used it, quickly avoiding Sarutobi Hiruzen's shuriken technique. Yes, but it's not over yet. Sarutobi Hiruzen crossed his hands, and countless shurikens flew toward Shijir again. Shijir opened the Bailanyan with a thought. Through the Bailanyan, Shijir could clearly see the thread wrapped around the shuriken. So, do you control the shuriken through the chakra line? Without years of effort, there is no way to master this technique. As expected, Mr. Sarutobi. Shijir also praised. I didn't come here to make you praise me, shuriken shadow clone technique. Third Hokage's palms collided, and he used the shuriken shadow clone technique, and the shuriken that instantly attacked Lin Tian suddenly changed a lot. Neither Byakugan nor Sharingan can see through shadow clone, Shijir is no exception. Seeing the shuriken that had become scope ninjutsu, Shijir quickly backed away a few steps. At the same time, his hands quickly completed the seal and said, Earth-style Dilia Great Wall. So fast Jiin. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't expect that the kid Jiin in front of him would be so fast. In the following week with Shijir as the center, a thick soil-based wall appeared quickly. This move is naturally a strengthened version of the soil flow wall. Your talent is indeed higher than Orochimaru. For the use of ninjutsu, the power is much stronger, but, just like this, I still can't escape my shuriken. Sarutobi Hiruzen controllerly Jian flew down from the top of Shijir's head. I have to say that Hiruzen's manipulation of the shuriken has reached the pinnacle of the ninja world. The shuriken itself is small and flexible. The shuriken under Hiruzen's control seems to have come back to life and attacked Shiyu once again. Past. Needle Jizo. Shijir was in a hurry and used Jireya's defensive ninjutsu. Shijir's hair quickly grew and wrapped his body, and the hard and sharp barbed thorns grew densely. The shuriken hit the hard barbs and made a sharp metallic sound of lang. Is this Jireya's ninjutsu? What an interesting guy. I didn't expect this to be mastered by you. Third generation also said with an enthusiastic smile. Not bad. Third generation praised with relief, see how long you can last. Shijir knew that he could not continue to block, who knows if third generation will suddenly make a big move. Random lion hair technique. Shijir used her hair to protect herself, turning her hair into a lion's head, and straddling her own muddy wall directly to the third generation eye. Very good. It's Jireya's technique again. And the distance can become so long. This guy actually gave you this trick. Very strong. Third generation was forced to temporarily release the control of the shuriken. Shijir was unscathed. Obviously, the third generation shuriken was not enough to break through Shijir's defense. Very good. Go ahead. Check out this trick. Compound Ninjutsu Lightning Water Dragon Bomb. Third Hokage directly used ninjutsu to smash Shijir's dirt stream wall, and he was about to hit Shijir after the needle Jizo. Body flicker technique. Shijir naturally wouldn't continue to sit and wait for death. Shijir was in his hair, and Bai Lunyan naturally saw the third generation's attack. Ninjutsu of the third generation's goal did not hit Shijir, but the third generation's goal did not change in any way. Shuriken Giant Technique. A huge shuriken suddenly appeared in third generation's hands, and then rushed toward Shijir and said, Boy, let me see your close-in technique. How about it? Shijir was of course very happy to see that third Hokage wanted to test his own ability. He drew out the meteorite iron knife on his waist casually. Shiyu, who had the same name as himself. The huge shuriken and the meteor knife hit together, making a strange sound. Ha! It seems that this is the meteor knife that Hisashi said, but it can be seen, you can't do anything with swordsmanship. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen held a huge shuriken in his hand, he raised it. Kick your feet toward Shiyu. Shijir retreated immediately, and he was a little surprised. It turned out that Hiruzen was also a person who did not follow the rules in the battle. There is a flaw. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's body flicker technique had already been used, and a spell was posted on Shijir's body. Sorry, Mr. Sarutobi, I lost. Shijir was a little lost, and when he was touched by the charm, he had already failed. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and said, Yes, if this spell is a detonating talisman, you will be seriously injured if you die. Your strength and comprehension are very strong. It seems that you know where you lost? Shijir thought for a while and said, My swordsmanship is my shortcoming, but in the end I still resorted to swordsmanship? This is just one aspect of it. Your actual combat ability is indeed very strong. However, because of your age, your body has not fully developed yet, that is to say, you have not reached your peak state. Whether it is sword skill or physical skill, everyone has their own weaknesses. You are talented enough and you can see that you are working hard, but the time is not up. Don't worry, you are absolutely fine. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Shijir and nodded and said, Shuriken is not completely ninjutsu. You have to learn to combine these shuriken ninjutsu with your persistent practice of shuriken throwing, plus your own judgment in actual combat. I believe that only with the throwing of the sword in your hand, you can become a strong man in the ninja world. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect, talent and hard work can be successful. Shiger also recognized it very much. We're teaching shuriken here today. About swordsmanship, I recommend someone to you. Third Hokage said. That is, Konoha's White Fang's younger brother, Konoha Ashiv, and Heitake Sae, also the father of Heitake Kujuo. Third Hokage said. The Heitake family, the strongest swordsmanship, can be said to be Heitake Kakashi's father, Konoha's White Fang, Heitake Sakumo, but Sakumo doesn't want to teach others easily, and the other is relatively infamous, but Konoha Ashi's strength is not even inferior to that of White Fang. You can learn from him about swordsmanship, but it seems to be said that his conditions for recruiting disciples are outrageous, but I think you can try it. I'm afraid you have to find him to know the details of the specific situation. Third Hokage also give pointers. Well, I will find him. Shiger nodded and took this matter to heart. After all, improving his strength is the most important thing. Then Sarutobi Hiruzen left the training ground. Shiger was looking back at the two ninjutsu just copied by Beilanyan, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique and Shuriken Giantization Technique. Shiger thought to himself, and then began to practice frantically. Soon, Shiger mastered these two tricks and discovered a wonderful idea from the Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. First of all, Shadow Clone keeps repeating, so that when Shadow Clone is removed, all the experience will return to me. This trick originally belonged to Naruto's bug, and Shiger, who has the blood of otsutski, naturally has it. However, Shiger can only be divided into 5 Shadow Clones at most because of his young body. If you say, write the technique of Flying Thunder God on the special kunao, then use the Shadow Clone technique, and then use the Shadow Clone to use the kunao Shadow Clone. Then I can use the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport wherever I want to appear at will. This is even more powerful than the Flying Thunder God 2 stage. If you want to name it, then it should be called Flying Thunder God 3 paragraphs. Shiger once again stroked this slightly complicated idea. First use the Shadow Clone technique, use the Shadow Clone to rush towards the enemy to cause the first threat damage, and use the Shadow Clone to throw out the kunao, and use the kunao Shadow Clone to form the second threat and damage, and finally teleport to the enemy in an unpredictable place. Various attacks were suddenly launched, which constituted the third injury. This is the real Flying Thunder God 3rd stage. Shiger was quite excited. After this idea came into being, Shiger naturally began to practice non-stop. Shuriken Shadow Clone is similar to Kunao Shadow Clone. After using Kunao Shadow Clone, the second stage of the special Kunao Flying Thunder God technique is still there, and Shiger is already in the second stage of Flying Thunder God because of the master. Can feel the power of space rippling in the technique. Shiger thought that he wanted Master Flying Thunder God 3 stages, so he used Shadow Clone to repeatedly practice Flying Thunder God 1 and 2 stages, and even Flying Thunder God 2 stages. Shiger discovered that Flying Thunder God's spatial technique is a window, and as long as he passes through the window, he can vaguely control where he wants to appear. Through the huge bug of Shadow Clone, Shiger practiced tirelessly for a week. As the so-called Kung Fu paid off, Shiger finally learned the Flying Thunder God 3 stages. Minato is so strong, and only studied the second paragraph on Flying Thunder God, it has become a nightmare for the enemy. And now Shio can make Flying Thunder God a perfect master in 3 stages. Not only is it invincible 1-to-1, it is also 1-to-many, and it is definitely not a problem. It can be said that when Shiger uses Shadow Clone to create the time-space art, no one will be Shiger's opponent. If it wasn't for Shio to kill Shio instantly after seeing Shio, as long as he was given a chance to use the Shadow Clone technique, then even if he knew that Shio would Flying Thunder God in advance, it would be unlikely to harm him. This is finally done. Just when he was about to take a break, there was a knock on the door of his house. Boom 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 boom. Who? Shiger asked and opened Beilanyan, and standing outside the door was a middle-aged man in a kimono that he had never seen before. Ha! Shiger opened the door, and the person in front of him immediately said respectfully, "Hello, is it Uchiha Shiger-sama?" The middle-aged man in front of him even called Shiger, who was just 5 years old, an adult, which made Shiger a little bit of laughter. "I am, are you?" Others are kind to him. Shiger is naturally also very kind to others. "I am a servant of the Hyaga clan, and I cannot call it you. I was asked by Master Hisashi to invite Shiger to go to the residence of the Hyaga clan." "Oh, I was invited by Hisashi-sensei. It's really rare." Shiger didn't doubt it. Hisashi had said before that he would invite Shiger. "It shouldn't be too late, let's set off right away, the teacher may have something to do." Shiger also immediately followed the middle-aged servant and walked towards the Hyaga mansion. Although the servant did not walk fast, he knew the way very much, and soon brought Shiger to the entrance of Hyaga's mansion. However, at this time Shiger discovered that the Hyaga clan also had obvious ancestry discrimination. Unexpectedly, the Hyaga clan would really use such an outrageous way to guarantee blood. Shijir saw the zanjia written on the luxurious house, and the branch house written on another relatively mediocre house. I've only seen it in the original work before, but I still feel a little absurd when I see the branch house of the clan family with my own eyes. The twin brothers, Hisashi and Hayashi, became a branch house and the other is a clan. In the end, Hisashi went to die for Hayashi. Such a thing, I will never let it happen. Shiyu also made up his mind inside. Ms. Hisashi asked. Shijir, Master Hisashi is in the branch house. Sure enough, Shijir also followed the servant and continued to walk towards the Hayaga branch house. At the location of the branch house, when you look up, you can clearly see that the two characters Hayaga are written on the house, and the surrounding buildings are very Japanese style. In the courtyard, Hayaga Hisashi was drinking tea leisurely there. Ms. Hayaga, I haven't seen you for a few days, and I have become more energetic. You are so affectionate, poetic, and uncomfortable. Shiyu asked politely for a while. Excuse me, what advice do you have if you ask me to come? Shijir also went straight to the subject. Shijir, there are two things for inviting you over this time. The first thing is that I have summoned Nangsaying and Hundi. They should be able to come over soon. After they come, we can discuss together about the Chunin selection exam, Hayaga Hisashi said casually. Shijir knew this was just an appetizer, and Hisashi must have something important to ask him. Then what's the other thing? Shijir also asked the point. Hisashi nodded, and then waved his hand. Hisashi's servants were so perceptive, they all moved away. Shiyu, it may be a bit abrupt, I want to discuss with you about the boundary of blood inheritance. Blood succession boundary? Are you sure your eyes are not Byakugan? Hisashi asked too, seeming to observe the changes in Shijir's expression. Shijir shook his head and said, I'm sure it's not Byakugan. Do you think it's possible? You inherited two bloodlines? Uchiha Sharinan and Hayaga's Byakugan? The bloodlines merged? Maybe my father is Uchiha, but my mother. Shijir doesn't seem to know the identity of his mother. Unexpectedly, Hisashi stood up and said solemnly, your name is Uchiha, you inherited your father's surname, but in fact, you still have the blood of my Hayaga clan. What? Shijir was really surprised this time. Don't you think it's weird? Your eyes are almost exactly the same as our Byakugan of the Hayaga clan. The difference is that you also have the three-hooked jade of the Uchiha clan. But the reason why you concealed it, I think, is also because you know the truth that Muzayuya Linfen must destroy it? Indeed, if you don't know a lot of things, exposing your own secrets is tantamount to seeking your own death. If you don't guess wrong, you should have awakened the abilities of Byakugan and Sharinan, right? For Hisashi's correct guess, Shijir thought about it and didn't intend to hide it. Firstly, because Hisashi was good to him, and secondly, Hisashi must have no hostility towards him, otherwise he would not hold back and tell him quietly. However, what Shiyu wants to know most now is why he has the blood of the Hayaga clan. Yes, I did awaken two kinds of blood inheritance boundaries, but why do I have the blood of the Hayaga clan? Could it be that? Shijir really couldn't believe it. It's very simple, because your mother is a member of my Hayaga clan. That is to say, my father is Uchiha, and my mother is Hayaga. How is this possible? In order to ensure the purity of blood, it should not be allowed to do so among ethnic groups with blood inheritance boundaries. Oh, yeah, it's exactly like you said. Therefore, you are a mixed race of the two big families and you will be rejected by the villagers. Logically speaking, I should have told you why after you grow up. But, I think you are a sensible and precocious ninja with your own ideas, so I think you should not be deceived for so long. In order to protect Konoha village, your parents died not long after returning from the Second Ninja War, leaving you behind. I just knew about these, otherwise, I might tell you earlier. Hisashi also said embarrassedly. It's okay, Mr. Hisashi, if you tell me earlier, I might not even have the ability to figure out what happened. You can take the initiative to tell me my life experience. I am very happy. If you deceived me for a long time, I must have a grudge at that time. Uchiha Shijir also said. He thought of Naruto, who had almost the same fate as himself, but Shijir would not be as cheerful as Naruto. Then, can you tell me more about my mother and my father? Shiyu asked again. Your mother is called Hayaga Zhenhong, and her identity is also very special. She is the daughter of the patriarch of the Hayaga clan. The patriarch's daughter? Shijir never thought that his mother in this world would be the princess of the Hayaga clan. This information has been sealed before you were born, because your name is Uchiha, and the Hayaga clan will not take the initiative to walk too close to you. And these belong to Konoha village's secrets. I didn't know it at all. These things were all told to me by my brother, Hayaga Hayashi, and there is only so much I can say. If you want to know more, I can only ask the patriarch by myself. Hisashi also explained. Then, now I'll ask him directly, can't it? Shijir asked. Yes, but you have to defeat me first with Hayagalu's physique. If you can't even defeat me, the patriarch will not approve of you. I don't need his approval, I just want to know my mother's information. Shiyu was not interested in whether he recognized the patriarch of the Hyaga clan, that is, his grandfather. Hyaga Hizashi shook his head and said, "These things are not as simple as you think. Now your identity is not clear not only to the Hyaga clan, but also to the Uchiha clan. You only know that you are a so-called abandoned child. But when your mixed-race identity is discovered and confirmed by others, and is used and incited by those who are interested, the worst result may be that you will not be accepted by Konoha. After all, Konoha's Uchiha and Hyaga are both a big family. I called you here this time, one is to tell you the identity of your mother, and the other is to fight you, see your true strength, and teach you to learn the secret techniques of the Hyaga clan. To be honest, Shijiro, you own Byakugan surprised me, but I am more curious. When I found out that you did have Hyaga's blood, I was very happy. This way I can teach you all my Hyaga flow secrets. As your leader, Jonin, I haven't taught you any ninjutsu." Hizashi was also a little bit guilty and went on a mission. If Shijiro hadn't attacked the Thulhu cult and saved him, Jonin, he wouldn't have Hizashi's life back. Although I am not in charge of the Hyaga clan, I can guarantee that you will not be bullied by those Uchiha clan in Konoha. By the way, the secret letter from the Hyaga clan says that the candidate of the Uchiha clan seems to be preparing to do something against you in the Chunin exam. Hizashi also revealed a secret message. Shiyu squinted his eyes and said, "Uchiha? In my eyes, those people are all chickens. Now that the master is in Flying Thunder God's 3-stage Shijiro, how could it be defeated by a group of Uchiha genin?" But this time, Shijiro fully understood Hizashi's purpose. As his leader Jonin, Hizashi-sensei was more or less suspicious of his own eyes during this mission. Returning to the family, naturally, I found an unusual place in my own family tree. Hayashi probably knew the whole story and told Hizashi the information. And when Hizashi discovered that his genius student had the blood of the Hyaga clan in his body, and it was very likely that Byakugan had been turned on, he naturally hoped that Shijiro could rejoin the Hyaga clan. As for why you want Shijiro to join, is the reason not obvious? Becoming genin at the age of 5, this one is unprecedented, and he is so talented that he was accepted as a close disciple by today's 3rd Hokage at a young age. On the first mission to another country, he was able to fight against Jonin as genin, and he even possessed the blood inheritance boundary of the 2 Konoha families at the same time. Whether it is potential or strength, they can be called Konoha's #1 today. As for other Konoha's new stars, it is nothing more than Heite Kakashi from the Namikaze Minato class, Namikaze Minato from the Mentor, and Uchiha Shisui from Umbu. In terms of age, they are bigger than Shijiro, and in terms of bloodline, Shijiro is not as much as Shijiro. In terms of generation, Shijiro is in the same generation as Sunan. It's all so obvious. Wouldn't you be a fool if you don't bet on Shiyu's body? Hyaga Hizashi is the head of the branch house in the future, and his vision and wisdom are much better than ordinary people. Shijiro, I don't force you to give an answer. You just need to make your choice and not regret it. In any case, I want to teach you my own Hyaga fluid technique, Hizashi said. Since someone came to the door, Shijiro would naturally not let it go. After all, Shijiro has not copied the special acupuncture technique of the Hyaga clan, which is the legendary 8 trigrams 64 palms. This set of hits on people will eventually block human chakra. Almost no one can stand up after being hit by this trick. Not to mention, Hyaga Niji, Hizashi's son, also stretches 8 trigrams 128 palms. Hizashi-sensei, if you want to fight with me, then I will naturally be with you. Shijiro thought about it and decided to fight. Firstly, through battle, I can become more familiar with Hyaga's physique. Secondly, I also want to copy Hizashi's Hyaga flow mystery through battle. Thirdly, I can understand the true strength of Hyaga Hizashi. Shijiro would not think that Hyaga Hizashi and Yunokuni had already demonstrated all his abilities. You must know that Hizashi is now in his prime. Well, good, I want to know more about your abilities, too. Hyaga Hizashi nodded and then said, however, Shijiro, the area of the environment, still try not to use large-scale ninjutsu. Shiyu suddenly felt a little funny, nodded and said, understood. Hizashi also nodded, then walked to the center of the courtyard, and then bowed. Shijiro naturally followed suit and bowed the same. Then the battle begins. Hizashi then prepared to attack Byakugan. Go! In front of Shijiro's face, he opened Byakugan's Hizashi directly, and as expected, Shijiro's eyes gathered a large amount of chakra. When Shijiro saw Hizashi's eyes opened, he naturally yelled, open! I won't keep my hand this time. 8 trigrams air palm. Hyaga Hizashi punched out, and a shock wave of air hit Shijiro first. Shijiro naturally did not resort to large-scale ninjutsu. Ninfa Needle Jizo. Ninfa Random Lion Hair Technique. Shijiro's hair swelled instantly, and then completely wrapped his whole body, and then his hair turned into 9 lion heads, and he bit Hizashi aggressively. Hizashi's Byakugan is naturally clear. Is this the Jiraiya-sama's move? It's quite skillful. Hyaga Hizashi turned directly against the lion head attack. Revolving Heaven. Shijiro did not think about defeating Hizashi by using the random lion hair technique, but he felt that offensive and defensive were integrated, so he combined the needle Jizo and random lion hair together. After Shiyu lifted the needle Jizo, he directly used the shadow clone technique to separate two human shadows. Hisashi was ready to attack, knowing Shijir was ready to attack. "Teacher, let you see my new technique." Shijir then quickly applied Flying Thunder God's technique to Shadow Clone. Then the two Shadow Clone rushed to Hisashi, and Hisashi fought with the two Shadow Clone. Then Hisashi knocked one Shadow Clone to the ground with a palm, but the other Shadow Clone threw his shuriken at the end. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Then the many shurikens that were already there were instantly transformed into more shurikens by Shadow Clone, and all of these shurikens had the technique of Flying Thunder God. Third generation purpose technique? Revolving Heaven. Hisashi used Revolving Heaven again, and the Kumo marked with Flying Thunder God technique was once again bounced off. However, these kunao are not ordinary kunao, they are all wrapped with Chakras line, and Shadow Clone controls Chakras line, waiting for the end of Hisashi Revolving Heaven at any time. Hisashi is not stupid, knowing that there is no way to continue using Revolving Heaven, and all the outside are Shijir's shurikens. In that case, I will break these shurikens one by one. 8 trigrams 64 palms. Hayaga Hisashi used Hayaga's physique secret technique, and attacked the shurikens that had attacked him. 1 palm, 2 palms, 4 palms. Hayaga Hisashi's attack speed became faster and faster. 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms. Hayaga Hisashi's palm speed was so fast that he couldn't even see. Shiyu was also in his Balin's eyes, watching and talking about it happily. 8 trigrams 64 palms. Hisashi said very hacky. Shijir's kunao was almost completely knocked out. That's it, use gentle fist to hit the 64 acupoints of the human body quickly and accurately? Shijir also copied all this. Your new technique? Where is it? Hisashi asked afterwards. Shijir smiled and said, Ms. Hisashi, you have already lost. I lost? Shijir, I don't understand what you mean. Hayaga Hisashi is also confused. It is clear that Hisashi has broken his ninjutsu, how can it be said that he has lost? Ms. Hisashi? Don't you believe it? Shijir said proudly. Come on, let me understand, if I lose, I'll be convinced. Hisashi finished his posture again. Then you are optimistic, teacher, now it only takes 5 seconds for me to beat you. Shiyu said confidently. 5 seconds? Are you going to bomb me with massive ninjutsu? Hisashi was a little scared, but he knew how terrifying the compound ninjutsu the little guy in front of him was. Of course not. Shiyu shook his head, and then said, I'm proving it to you. In fact, it's very simple. Although Hayaga Hisashi used 8 trigrams 64 palms to defeat Shijir's shurikens, many of those spatial techniques were also used on shurikens that broke and collapsed. Therefore, Shiyu directly used Flying Thunder God, and then spawned a Raiznon with his left hand. After a little sideways, he shot out from behind Hisashi. Hisashi wasn't a fool either. He had already lost the moment Shijir appeared behind him. I lost, and I didn't expect Shijir you to have surpassed me, you really deserve to be Konoha's super genius. Hayaga Hisashi was also convinced at this time. This blue ball? It seems to have a very destructive power. And Shijir, you didn't seem to use the body flicker technique to come behind me? Hisashi was also completely convinced, like a student, asking Shijir. Yes, this blue ball is the ninjutsu I developed, and the mobile technique I use is not the body flicker technique, but the space ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God technique. Shijir also said loudly the name of this trick. Flying Thunder God? Is it the ninjutsu invented by Master Second Hokage Tobirama? But you can already use Shadow Clone and Shuriken as the carrier of the technique to travel through time and space. At this point, you even have beyond the second Hokage, but it's amazing, makes me a little guilty as Jonin. Hisashi also shook his head. When Shijir was trying to comfort Hisashi in front of him, clapping sounds came from outside the door. F***K. Not bad. You are Shijir, right? This battle really opened my eyes. Shijir looked in the direction where the sound was made, and saw a person wearing a kimono with the same appearance as Hisashi. At this time, Shijir was there to look at Shijir. Brother? Why are you here? Hayaga Hisashi was also a little surprised. As a clan, Hayashi can enter the branch house at will, but he almost never takes the initiative to come. Usually, the branch house takes the initiative to go to the clan. You are Hayaga Hayashi, the elder brother of Hisashi-sensei, Hayashi-sensei? Isn't it okay to call you that? Shijir also said very politely. Hayashi smiled and said, of course, I am also Konoha's Jonin, but after watching the test just now, I feel that the two of us are far behind you. Shijir was non-committal and did not respond. Hisashi? How long have we not been fighting together? Hayashi asked suddenly too. My elder brother? What do you mean? Hisashi was also a little surprised. Is it possible that his hands are itchy as his twin brother? I hope that the two of us will join forces to fight this Shiyu brother. I just passed by, but I saw the battle between you by chance. I was itching for a while, but I guess I am not the opponent of this little brother. Well, our two brothers, let's fight him together, Hayashi also suggested. Of course I can continue, what do you mean by you then? Hisashi also asked. Shijiro was still hesitating, but Hayashi then said, if I beat us, I will tell you what I know about your mother, 1 to 5 to 10. When Shijiro heard this place, he naturally nodded and said, come on, I can continue too. Hayashi Hisashi nodded, and then he was more serious than ever. After all, the two of them already knew Shijiro's power. Unexpectedly, after many years, the reason for our two brothers to join forces is to deal with a 5-year-old child, but it really blushes, Hayashi also joked. But he is no ordinary kid. He may be the most promising ninja in the ninja world today, Hisashi also commented. Are you ready, Shijiro? Hayashi asked. Come on. Shijiro is also full of fighting spirit, and now he plans to end this competition in the fastest time. Go! Both Hayaga brothers are masters of physique, so they try to get close to Shijiro as much as possible, planning to use gentle fist next to them to defeat him. Shijiro threw the shuriken directly at the two of them, but the Hayaga brothers flew the shuriken very smoothly after turning on Byakugan. This time they used the power of gentle fist to the top. Those shurikens with flying thunder god technique were smashed one by soft power, and the spatial technique was naturally unable to be sensed. As expected of brother Hayaga, Shiryu gave a secret compliment, and then directly used the shadow clone technique to separate 5 shadow clones, and the 5 shadow clones also dragged one Hayaga in twos. Shijiro took this opportunity to leave a technique to shadow clone. This guy's shadow clone is so difficult. Every time the 2 shadow clone touched the body of the Hayaga brothers, they would be interrupted by Hayaga's attack and had to retreat. Because the battle was stuck, the Hayaga brothers looked at each other and shook their heads. They decided to use 8 trigrams 64 palms again. The magnificent acupuncture technique was used once again, and Shijiro's 4 shadow clones after the 8 trigrams hit the 8 trigrams 60 palms, they also directly turned into 4 balls of white smoke and disappeared. Shijiro's goal was obviously achieved. His last shadow clone rushed to the two of them. Then, Shijiro used the flying thunder god technique at a very suitable time, and instantly appeared among the Hayaga brothers. The Hayaga brothers cooperated tacitly and naturally guessed that Shijiro's body would appear in Shadow Clone's place. The original attack on Shadow Clone is now attacking Shijiro. Shijiro, this time, you lose. 8 trigrams 64 palms 2 in a row. 8 trigrams 128 palms. Then the Hayaga brothers began to output Shijiro frantically. In Byakugan, all Shijiro's acupoints seemed to be concentrated by gentle fist. Shijiro was a little surprised by the tacit cooperation of the Hayaga brothers. However, when the rain fell, the Hayaga brothers were also taken aback. Boom! This? Substitute technique. When is it? The Hayaga brothers still don't give up. Hisashi's 8 trigrams air palm is like flying shadow clone, and Hayaga plans to use Byakugan to find out Shijiro's location. Teachers, are you looking for me? Shijiro's voice suddenly appeared, and Shadow Clone disappeared with a bang. Shijiro reappeared behind the Hayaga brothers, took out kunai with both hands, and pressed them against the Hayaga brothers' backs. Sorry, 2 teachers, you lost, Shiryu also said lightly. Why did you appear behind us? Impossible. There is no kunai that you have marked with the technique behind us. We have used gentle fist to beat it into a mess from the beginning. Hayashi was also very puzzled. He couldn't understand why Shijiro could easily teleport behind them. Is it possible that he can really teleport, and can teleport anywhere? Hisashi shook his head, throwing out this unlikely idea. Teachers, you have been guarding against my special kunai, and guarding against me appearing in front of you at any time, but you have ignored Shadow Clone. Shijiro also replied. Shadow Clone? But the Hayaga brothers still didn't understand Shijiro's meaning. I set out 5 Shadow Clones to fight you, and I marked the other with the technique, and then used Shadow Clone to rush towards you. All this is just to mislead you and make you think that I will using the technique on Shadow Clone. He suddenly appeared next to him, attacking you suddenly. My main body has already used the substitute technique, so when you think it is my main body that you are attacking, you will become a big stake. You still didn't explain why you appeared behind us? Shouldn't you? Hisashi also guessed something. In fact, the really useful Flying Thunder God technique, as early as when you were fighting Shadow Clone, they had already marked behind you before you even noticed it, but I have been diverting your attention. That's why you won't notice. However, even if you notice it, it doesn't make any sense. Once it is marked by the Flying Thunder God technique, it means that it will be defeated by me. Shijiro disappeared again after speaking and appeared above the Hayaga brothers. Shijiro stood up beautifully and said, I can appear anywhere within a limited range around the marked object. In other words, I can start from the top of your head, behind, directly in front of you, and under your feet. Attack suddenly. When Shijiro talked about this, the Hayaga brothers were completely convinced. I don't know if it's the Flying Thunder God technique or your Shijir. I'm afraid you will grow into the backbone of the new generation of shinobi. Hisashi also gave a high evaluation. Shijir, you are really strong, too strong. Then I will tell you about your mother, Hyaga, who is really red. Hyaga Hayashi also intends to keep his promise. Your mother, Hyaga, is really red. She is the genius of the Hyaga clan, the eldest lady of the Hyaga clan patriarch. The Akugan has been turned on at a young age, and she has also mastered almost all the secret arts of the Hyaga clan. The patriarch is your grandfather and is quite satisfied with it, because no one can match it. Zhenhong was also established as the patriarch of the Hyaga clan of the next generation, but this was opposed by many clan elders, and your mother did not seem to want the family to become her own shackles. At this moment, a man broke into his world. This man is your father. Your father is completely different from the other Uchiha clan. He loves freedom. He has fallen in love very quickly with yours. However, the tragedy is counting down from the beginning of the story. The big daughter of the Hyaga clan was almost labeled as betraying the clan, and the geniuses of the Uchiha clan left Konoha village in pairs and lived in other parts of the Fireland. Later, the Second Ninja World War broke out. All participated in the battle as a Konoha shinobi. In the end, it seems that all died on the battlefield, and you were entrusted to Konoha at that time, and this settled in Konoha. When Shijir knew the truth, there were some tears in the corners of his eyes. Is it wrong? Is it wrong for them to be themselves? Live the life they want, live the life they want? Isn't this the meaning of life? In the end, they still lost their lives for Konoha, but they are still not affected by their own family. Agree? That's ridiculous. Is this also called a family? Shijir's thoughts obviously do not match this ninja world. If you want to explain why they are ninjas, they are also the ninjas of their own family. The moment they were born, they were destined to fight for the ninjas and the family. Hayashi also shook his head. Shijir's words reminded him of Hisashi's head. Caged bird. Shit. People are the first to become the ninjas later. Even people are uncomfortable, let alone ninjas. At this time, a figure appeared again at the gate. The person in front of him is very energetic, with gray hair, and his face mask covers everything below his nose. His height reaches 1.8 meters, with this gray blade on his back, and there is another one standing beside him. The reduced version of himself is Heitei Kujuo. Kainaha gray teeth? Heitei Seo? Hayashi was also surprised, and looked back at Hisashi. Hisashi nodded. The third generation project informed that the Chunin selection examination must meet with the Guardian to confirm that they are correct before they can participate. Hisashi explained. Yeah, otherwise I won't come to your place at all. What I smell is decay, corruption, and stubbornness. Heitei Sai also sarcastically said, and then looked at Uchiha Shijir and said, Boy, I like yours. Idea. Hyaga Hisashi and Hyaga Hayashi seem to know Konoha Greytooth well, and they don't say much. Are you sure to let Heitei Kujuo take the Chunin selection exam? Hisashi asked. The little Chunin exam is just a test. I need to confirm it? I just heard that this time the kid Kakashi will continue to take the Chunin selection exam. This is a good opportunity to teach him and make him deflated. Well, that's confirmation. Okay, let's wait for Red Butterfly, Hisashi said. And while waiting for Hundi, Heitei Sai also said to Shijir, Boy, I heard you are very strong? It's stronger than very strong, Shijir also said more arrogantly. Shijir is what others treat him, and he treats others how he treats others. Very arrogant. But I like it very much. The guy Heitei Kakashi is already Chunin, but the exam must be conducted in a small team, so the kid Kakashi was forced to participate. I hope you can deflate Kakashi this time. Ha. Frustrated that kid's spirit. Heitei Sai also pleaded. I will. She wanted to clean up his juniors a long time ago. Heitei senpai? What do you think of this knife? Shijir said, raising his hand and directly threw the meteor knife on his waist to Heitei Sai. Sor reacted very quickly, and he grasped the meteor knife Shijir in one hand. I have heard Kujuo say that his teammate Shijir got a meteor knife made of meteorite iron from the outside world, and that seems to be this one. Sai Heitei stared at it for a long time, and then he pulled it out. Good knife. Even Zhou Yu praised. This knife is hard and tough, extremely sharp, and excellent in workmanship. The small patterns carved on it are so exquisite. It can be called a peerless piece of art. I can still feel a cold feeling from the handle of the knife. It's like a knife breathing. This cold feeling seems to make the brain clearer. It's a good knife. The expert will know if there is any, and Ziyu's evaluation of the knife is very objective, which can be seen. The meteor knife is indeed a rare treasure. Heitei senpai, although he has this good knife, but there is no matching sword technique? It's really a pity. Shijir also sighed deliberately, looking very disappointed. Ha, boy, do you want to learn swordsmanship from me? Even Sherinan from the Uchiha clan can't replicate my swordsmanship. Do you know why? Heitei Seo asked. Can't copy? Why? Shijir was also a little puzzled. Logically speaking, apart from the limit of blood succession, there is no ninjutsu illusion that Shijir can't copy. It's very simple, because Sharingan is just a copy. My movements, my swords, and my swordsmanship are just suitable for me. My Heitake Zyuyu's weapon, Grey Teeth, is the short sword. It is suitable for assaults and assassinations. Your meteor knife is as long as a sword. Therefore, if you just copy it mechanically, you will die very miserably in battle. Shijir is so clever, knowing that Heitake Sae has a tendency to pick himself up, so he humbly said, "So, Heitake Senior, what you mean is that you need to find a knife that suits you, and you have to find a knife that suits you. Can you perform the strongest sword technique?" Heitake Sae laughed, "Ha, you are really talented, but you are wrong. It's not that you find a knife that suits you, but they find the one that suits it." Heitake Seo also said quite profound words, with endless aftertastes. You put the knife and the knife on top of the person? Is the person using the knife? Or is the knife borrowing the person? Hyaga Hayashi also asked with a bit of arrogance. What is a sword? What is a swordsmanship? What is the combination of a human and a sword? A sword and a human are for balance. How can there be who controls the other? If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. Heitake Zyuyu is very aggressive, right? The Hayashi I like is just a horrible meal. Hayashi was embarrassed and snorted without speaking. Shijir nodded seemingly. Maybe it's a bit early, so I'll ask you another question. Do you know any sword masters Konoha has? Heitake Sae asked again. Shiyu thought for a while and said, the Heitake clan, White Fang's Grey Teeth smash Konoha with a sword technique, are definitely a swordsman. Yeah, keep talking. Heitake Sae seemed extremely satisfied. Shijir thought about it again and said, the Uchiha clan has a long history of swordsmanship. I heard that Uchiha Shisui has used a good swordsmanship at a young age. Well, but Uchiha's swordsmanship has declined, and Uchiha's swordsmanship will disappear within 10 years, Heitake Sae predicted. Shijir knew the fate of the Uchiha clan 10 years later, let alone swordsmanship. Even the Uchiha clan has been annihilated. I don't know the rest. It seems that Konoha doesn't have any family sword skills anymore, right? Shijir also couldn't remember. Sure enough, you don't know. Seiya nodded and said, Second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, pioneered Konoha Ryutsuki, and the most suitable sword technique for frontal combat is Konoha Ryako. If it weren't for Third Hokage's begging of me, I wouldn't teach you my improved Konoha Ryaka technique. Heitake Sae also said a little airy. Really? Hokage please? Hayashi also directly doubted. I didn't talk to you, don't disturb me. Heitake Sae also froze back again. Shijir felt that even if third generation did not ask him to greet him in advance, it would be enough to move him. However, I like you. If someone asks me hard, I won't tell him more. Heitake Sae glared at Hayashi, and Hayashi pretended not to see it. Do you mean the Konoha Ryako technique pioneered by the second generation? What do you mean by making improvements? Shijir asked curiously. My full name is Heitake Knife Art. Heitake Knife Art is suitable for the Heitake clan's figure. The Grey Fang and White Fang are all very short, so they are suitable for raids, assassinations, and quick strikes against the enemy. Fastness and speed are his strengths, so he has his strengths and his shortcomings. However, Konoha-ryu's swordsmanship is suitable for frontal combat, capable of protracted combat, and its length, strength, and lethality are much greater. And your meteor sword is considered to be a great sword. This kind of sword has advantages and disadvantages in combat. The master of the second generation divides the posture of the sword into 3 stages, the upper, middle and lower stages. The second generation believes that the upper stage is too bulky and the lower stage. The lethality is slightly insufficient, so the second generation project is used to using the middle section, and then cooperates with its own Flying Thunder God technique to perform stabs, which is the Flying Thunder God slash, to hit the enemy. But I think everything has a reason. The upper stance has the strongest lethality, and the lower stance has the fastest attack speed. So I use the essence of our Heitake sword technique to improve the Konoha Ryako of Master Tobirama. It makes it one of attack and defense. So it can be called Heitake Konoha Ryato. Heitake Seo explained in great detail. Shijir was taken aback and couldn't see that Heitake Kujuo's father, Heitake Sae, turned out to be a super genius with swordsmanship. Although I am not suitable for learning Heitake sword art, if I learn the Konoha Ryu sword art improved by Heitake Sae, it is equivalent to learning the essence of the 2 sword art. So, kid, it's the same sentence. Knives and people should be equal. When the people and the knives are unified, your swordsmanship will reach the highest level, Heitake Sae said. If you have time, come to my Heitake's house. I will teach you the improved Konoha Ryako technique, Heitake Sae said immediately afterwards, but, don't forget what you promised me, this time you must let Kakashi deflate. And, you two had better pass the selection and become Chinin. Heitake Sae said that the 2 naturally refer to the time when your son Kujuo returned to Uchiha. Rain. Did you forget me? A female voice came from inside the Hyaga branch house. The person in front of him had fiery red hair, long draped around his waist. She walked out of a building inside the Hyaga branch house. This person is naturally the last female member of the Hizashi class, Hyaga Hundi. However, the red butterfly at this time is not dressed in casual clothes as usual, but in kimono, which looks very beautiful. I can't believe my eyes. I have never seen a red butterfly wear this way, Nan Xiong said in surprise. She was also a little surprised and said, there is a saying that Buddha relies on gold clothing, people rely on clothing, and red butterfly wears this way. It instantly appears calmer and more elegant. Red butterfly's face was slightly hot, and then she asked, do you mean that I am not usually quiet and elegant enough? Shijir was also at a loss for words, which made Hizashi and others want to laugh. Miss, you are here. Hizashi and Hayashi both looked extremely respectful, and it seemed that Hundi's identity was extremely noble. Uncle Hayashi and Teacher Hizashi, you don't need to be polite. I am just a student now, not a young lady. Hundi had the consciousness of becoming a ninja in the previous duel with Suzuki class, so he wanted to get rid of that completely. The status of Miss Kinjin. Okay, everyone is here, we are the parents, so we will withdraw first. Heitake Zyuyu is a relatively maverick person, so he also left directly as a body flicker technique. Hizashi, there is nothing wrong with me here. Hayashi nodded at Hizashi, then gestured at Hundi, and left the branch house. On the field, only the members of Hyaga Hizashi class were left. Okay, now there are only 4 of us left. Chunin selection exam, I have already signed up for you, Hizashi said. And with the consent of your guardian, Shijir, you must talk to your sister. Hyaga Hizashi's expression became very serious afterwards. This Konoha Chunin selection test is the largest Chunin selection test since the Second Ninja World War. This is unprecedented. As far as I know, there are 300 genin who signed up, because the preliminaries are this is done by the team as a unit. Therefore, the 3 are in a small team, and there are 300 candidates, forming a group of 100. This 100 groups of candidates include not only freshmen who have just graduated from ninja school like you, but also old students, and even candidates who have experienced the Second Ninja World War. And after research and discussion by the relevant departments of Konoha Village, this Chunin the selection exam will allow ninjas who have become Chunin to join. In other words, you are facing more than genin. Hizashi also said very seriously. Chunin? Why is there Chunin? Red butterfly's strength is the weaker among the 3. She was a little surprised. After all, the Chunin selection exam was to select Chunin. Why would there be ninjas who have become Chunin to participate? Our Konoha ninja team has always been composed of 3 people. Because it is a team match, it is assumed that one of the same teams is Chunin and the remaining 2 are not. After passing the selection examination, the other 2 have a chance to become Chunin. But don't worry, there will be at most 1 Chunin in the team, and there will never be more than 2 Chunin. Otherwise, it will affect the balance of the game too much. But, why? Why can't Chunin be chosen among genin? It must be in the form of a squad? Shijir also asked. The reason is unknown, but the general plan for this exam was planned by the highest level of Konoha, the Konoha advisory team, and 3rd Hokage also passed this decision, so there is no doubt about it. When Shiyu heard this, he thought of a person, half of his face was bandaged, and Konoha's countless dark incidents belonged to him. Danzo? Does Danzo have any conspiracy? It's definitely not simple. The 3 old guys in the Konoha advisory team must have some purpose. We don't actually need to think about these issues, we just need to think about how we can win. Heitake also directly said the point. Hizashi pondered for a while and said, I'm afraid it's not that simple. Tell me about the selection test process. This Chunin selection test is divided into 3 stages. The first stage is a written test. You will probably test some iron rules of the ninja and some common sense questions, but I think it may not be that simple. According to the pass rate in previous years, about 40% of the candidates will be removed, and only about 60 groups will be left. Hizashi also told everyone the real data he knew. What? 40%? Almost half of the candidates will be brushed down during the written test? Heitei Kujuo is very concerned about fighting, but for this kind of written test, he has common sense of ninja, but he has no confidence at all. His father is a maverick, he also has no interest in these ninja rules. Relax, ninja Tetsuki in common sense, even if you haven't memorized it, you can basically answer 7 or 8. Shijir also comforted. He knew that the Konoha Chunin selection exam was not that simple, otherwise the test was intelligence gathering ability, or else take the test of something that has nothing to do with the test. He has white eyes, and he has nothing to do with it. After the written test is over, the second stage is the preliminaries. After the content of the preliminaries needs to pass the written test, your chief examiner will tell you in person that I don't know everything here. I only know the test process and don't know the specific content. Hizashi is also telling the truth. Even he has no authority to know this kind of thing. Ms. Hizashi, what about after passing the preliminaries? Hundi asked curiously. After the preliminaries, there will be the semi-finals. In the semi-finals, 8 contestants will be selected to participate in the Konoha Chunin selection examination finals 3 months later, and that is the final stage, who will become champions at that time. Naturally, the person who has the most chance to become Chunin. It is worth mentioning that anyone who can pass the preliminaries has a chance to become Chunin. It mainly depends on your respective performance, as well as the discussion of the chief examiner and the jury. In short, Chunin selection will be fair, but don't forget the premise. You must pass the written test first. Hisashi concluded by putting his students together. Pulled back to reality. Do you have any questions about the process? Hisashi glanced at everyone and asked. I don't have any questions. Shijiro thought about it and there was nothing to ask. In one sentence, it was all done. Heite Kujuo is indeed a little unconfident about his written test, but Hundi is the opposite, confident in the written test, but not confident in the subsequent preliminaries. Preliminaries? Must you fight? Hong Dai asked timidly. She seems to be extremely unconfident in her actual combat, for fear of dragging everyone back. Hundi, take it easy, let's take the written test first. Shiyu also gave a relief, but there was no pressure. I said, I don't know anything about the content, but in addition to knowing the ninja precepts, Chunin naturally needs to have the ability to fight. Hisashi also hinted that there would definitely be battle. Do you have any questions about the exam process? Hayaga Hisashi also confirmed again. After no one answered, Hayaga Hisashi nodded. In this case, at 8 o'clock in the morning, 7 days later, please enter the Konoha waiting room to prepare for the written test. The exam will start at 9 o'clock. After the exam, the examiner will directly announce the results. If you pass, the examiner will take you directly to the second session. The exam is the test room for the preliminaries. Hayaga Hisashi completely finished the exam. Kangshing, you can go to Master Grey Tooth to learn sword skills in the past few days, because after passing, you will immediately enter the preliminaries. Miss Hundi, no, it's Hundi, you and I will continue to familiarize yourself with Hayagalu's physique. As for Shijiro, can you arrange it freely? Hayaga Hisashi currently doesn't know how to arrange Shijiro. Neither he nor his brother can beat him. In terms of strength, I am afraid that third Hokage can teach him. It's not something you can learn in a while. Everyone responded, and then left separately. All returned to their homes, preparing for an extremely stressful exam. 1 week is very short. As Hisashi said, it is not enough to learn Heite Konoha Ryoko swordsmanship. Shijiro does not plan to take the meteor knife this time, because the meteor knife is not very practical for Shijiro. And in these 7 days, Shijiro used his reward from the last B-level mission to create many special kunao more suitable for him. Shijiro discovered that the Flying Thunder God technique is superior to kunao, and it is indeed better than shuriken. It's much better. The shuriken is light and the shooting range is short, so you can't throw it very far. If the distance is too close, Flying Thunder God is meaningless. Shijiro filled his ninja bag with special kunao, and these kunao were fully covered with Flying Thunder God technique. Shijiro's wish to mark the Flying Thunder God technique is extremely simple. As long as he directly touches the object with his hand, he can easily cover the technique on the object he wants to cover. Shijiro remembers that the Flying Thunder God technique of second generation is a pattern, and the technique of Namikaze Minato he remembers his words, so Shijiro has also made improvements on the chakra mark of Flying Thunder God. Shijiro found that whether it is text or pattern, it is to be able to more clearly sense spatial fluctuations. In other words, if you improve your perception of chakra and your understanding of the attributes of space, you can leave a mark, even smaller. The slight advantage is that Shijiro can attack when the enemy is not even aware that he is marked. Even if you can find that you are marked, there are only 2 situations that can be released. One is to remove it myself, otherwise even Minato will not remove the Flying Thunder God mark with my chakra. The other is to become a 6 paths level existence, Master Yin Yang Chakra. In the original work, only Uchiha Obito, after becoming 10 Tails Jinchuriki, relieved the flying left by his teacher Namikaze Minato. Thunder God mark. Shijiro knows that even Uchiha Madara is not 6 paths in this era. Within a week, Shijiro made hundreds of attempts, but the effort paid off. Shijiro was finally able to leave only a 1 cm gold jade on the object, and the color was very light. Won't find out. The only shortcoming is that if the marked object is too far away from Shijiro, it still cannot be felt. It seems that it is still due to age and body. My own chakra and the power of space are also limited. Except for the Flying Thunder God technique, Shiju insisted on doing his previous exercises every day. First of all, Shijiro still uses the bug of Shadow Clone, allowing Shadow Clone and itself to perform the printing exercises at the same time. Each seal needs to be accurate, and it does not require any thought to use it. Only by copying, Shijiro will never be able to surpass others. The more Shijiro masters techniques, the more seals he needs to practice. 5 times the daily practice speed, plus the exaggerated thousands of times a day to practice the seals, will he be able to practice the techniques he has learned and finish the week. Shijiro's Ji and speed has also become a bit faster. Don't underestimate the little progress. In the world of ninja, progress of 0.1 second can live longer in the ninjutsu duel. The world of ninja is quite cruel. In this way, a week passed quickly. Shijir found Narcissus Amamiya and Xiaoxing specially, and told them about his participation in the Chunin selection examination. Brother, come on. When you enter the finals, I will definitely go to the scene to cheer for you. Sister Narcissus, you must come too, Xiaoxing said excitedly. Of course. Amamiya Narcissus also nodded, a trace of tenderness leaked between her brows. Shijir, you can definitely do it. With your good words, then I will go. Shijir smiled, and then a flying thunder god teleported to the previously marked location, and then teleported all the way to the entrance of Konoha Chunin's waiting room. The first thing I saw was Heitei Kujuo. After a week, Heitei Kujuo has also changed a lot, and the whole person has become a lot stronger. It seems that in order to let Heitei Kakashi deflate, his grey teeth have also abused Kujuo. Next to Kujuo is Kakashi, who is a little bit wrong. The two are also covered with face, one with grey hair and the other with silver hair, but Kakashi is a bit taller and larger than Kujuo. At this time, both of them were cool and didn't say a word, as if looking at each other was uncomfortable. Ha! Shijir, you really came. A familiar voice came. Shijir looked at him. It turned out to be Uchiha Obito with wind-proof goggles. Obito was still innocent. Obito ran to Shijir, but seemed to be kicked by someone and fell to the ground, falling into shit. Shiyu had a panoramic view of everything, without saying anything, but everything was clear to his chest. You will trip over when you walk? Really? Kakashi touched his head, feeling helpless. Wow, it hurts. Obito also gave a painful cry, clutching his somewhat swollen forehead. It's okay, Obito. Rin Nohara next to her was also worried. Ha 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 ha. There was a roaring noise around. All of these people looked bad, with black hair and black eyes, and there was the mark of Uchiha fan on the ninja uniform. A crane tail, a Uchiha abandoned son? You guys are in good time together. Ha ha. One of the older Uchiha seems to be 15 years old. You guy. Obito saw someone mocking him in front of Linear. He was also full of enthusiasm and wanted to rush over and punch him. Haha, do you want to do it with me? The Uchiha teenager was very arrogant, and another Uchiha clan who was about his age also joked, Zayokyu, since he wants to play. Then you play with him. Have fun. Haha, haha. Your lord, listen to you. The man named Zayokyu also gave a smirk and took a step in Obito's direction. Want to hit me? Since you want to play, I will play with you. Uchiha Zayokyu was tall, and after grabbing Obito, he lifted it into the air. The moment Obito was caught, almost at the same time, two figures suddenly teleported and appeared beside Zayokyu. A silver light drew out the blade of White Fang, the sword pointed at Uchiha, and a white light had long been behind Zayokyu's suffering. Lin was also taken aback. The silver light is Kakashi, and the white light is Shijir. My team member, you don't need to be rescued. Kakashi still looks high. Although Kakashi knows that the person in front of him is his master uncle, but there is not much politeness in his words. But how could Shijir care about this kid, Kakashi? Instead, he said to Zayokyu, if you dare to make any extra moves, I will kill you immediately. If I do what I say, you can try it. Shiryu was cold like a spear, chilling through. All the karma in his hands was passed to Zayokyu. Zayokyu was not scared by Kakashi, but by the younger Shijir. Ha! The asterisk 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 D. Uchiha, who was called His Highness by the man in his hand, yelled, and then suddenly rushed from behind Shijir, and attacked Shijir with another member of the Uchiha clan. You don't need to do it. Kakashi also wanted to get rid of the other two Uchiha in one step. However, Shijir naturally ignored Kakashi at all. Before Kakashi could take action, Shijir once again disappeared instantly. Boom, boom, two loud noises pulled everyone's sights away. The Uchiha clan, known as His Royal Highness, and another Uchiha had fallen to the ground at this time. What is going on? Most people don't know what happened, and even Kakashi was surprised. His Royal Highness. Uchiha Zayokyu stayed where he was in shock or fear. Obito, pay attention, some powerful tribes will produce some dudes, don't be bullied by them. Shijir exhorted Obito, and then said to Nangsaying, who was equally surprised, what about Red Butterfly? Haven't you come yet? Here. Nangsaying was about to lead Shijir away, but heard a sentence from behind. Stop, abandoned son of Uchiha. I am Naomi Uchiha, the second son of the great elder of the Uchiha clan. Open your eyes. Uchiha Naomasa directly turned on Sharingan, but it was only a trick. Uchiha Naomasa rushed to Shijir quickly, and kunao in his hand was about to stab Shijir. Shijir didn't make any waves, his eyes looked at Jaisen like a fool, and he let him attack. Shun, two figures appeared, then directly threw Uchiha Naojun out, and then said angrily, it is forbidden to fight in the waiting room and nearby. If there is another time, The whole team will lose the qualification to be promoted to Chunin for life. The speaker is no stranger to Konoha. One is Jonin from Konoha village Nara clan, Nara Shikasa, and the other is Konoha village's current best intelligence ninja, Yamanaka Koichi. As Konoha Genin. What kind of style? Yamanaka Kiyaki was also a little angry. Before the test started, I didn't expect the candidates to fight. Others are also full of gunpowder, right? Put away your eagerness to compete. Everything will wait until the written test is passed. Now, let me all enter the waiting room and wait. Nara Luyu also regrets taking such one. Live. The number of Chunin who were responsible for maintaining order gradually increased. As Haiyan Lu had been sitting in town for a long time, no one dared to provoke anymore. However, before Uchiha entered the waiting room, he still gave Shijir a vicious look. Shijir directly chose to open the white round eyes. The three-hooked jade-white eyes were like stagnant water, but he was scared enough. Shijir and Nangsaying happened to meet Hyaga Red Butterfly before entering the waiting room, and the three of them also walked into the waiting room together, waiting for the start of the exam. After entering the waiting room, the place was still full of unkind eyes. It was quickly discovered that there were old and new students, and even various ninjas who had experienced war. Even Shijir felt an inexplicable pressure. In the crowd, fish and dragons are mixed. Maybe there are not only the Uchiha clan who wants to take my life, but also genin in disguise, who came to spy on Konoha from other countries. Shijir also boldly guessed. However, Shijir was not the only goal. Kakashi was only 10 years old at this time, and he was already Chunin. As Konoha's genius, he was naturally targeted by others. Not long after entering, Kakashi was suddenly attacked. Kakashi, a boy with thick eyebrows wearing a green tight suddenly kicked Kakashi from behind. Kakashi also easily avoided. Wow, this person's eyebrows are so thick. Who is this? Hong Dai asked. Kakashi, you escaped my attack again. You deserve to be the enemy of my life. This is youth. This is blood. Challenge Kakashi. This is the goal of my life. My name is Might Guy. Hello everyone. This person named Might Guy stood in the middle of the waiting room, almost completely ignoring everyone's unkind eyes, and raised his thumb to everyone, showing his white teeth. Most people think that the person in front of them must be a neurotic. It's this weird guy again. Sigh. Uchiha Obito also patted his head. However, Shijir's eyes were indeed attracted by Guy. This is the person who almost kicked the finale with one kick in the legend. 8 inner gates. I still have to learn if I have a chance. Shijir also nodded slowly at Guy, walked over, and actively greeted, "Hello, Guy." "Wow, it's a great honor. I know that the youthfulness in my body can attract others." Guy also responded politely to Shijir. "You are here too." A pleasant female voice came, and everyone turned around. Shijir saw a female ninja staring at him. It turned out to be an old acquaintance, a female ninja with a big purple wave, Katori Violet. Also, Katsuhei Yashida and Hidichi Matsuyama. Heitei Kujuo reminded. Matsuyama Hideo and Heitei Kujuo showed provocative gazes, while Yashida Kappei just smiled at Shijir friendly. After all, the strong are worthy of respect, not to mention Shijir in front of him, who has repeatedly beaten the two of them at the age of 5 years old. "What happened last time? I'm really sorry. The people in our group just hate those ninjas who are defiant by relying on their blood to succeed the limit." Violet took the initiative to apologize to Shijir. Shiyu seemed a little surprised. He didn't expect that it would be like this. He thought it was a rattling sword. But Shijir didn't really hate them too much. After all, they were both Konoha shinobi, and it was just a little misunderstanding. Well, there are many acquaintances, and there are many ninjas who have never met. It seems that they are all here to take the Chunin selection exam. Shiyu greeted Violet. "You have to be careful of the Uchiha clan," Katori Violet quietly reminded. "I can feel their mistreatment of you." "It's more than I can feel that, just now at the gate, it's already a small fight." Shiyu couldn't help but said. "No, they are just normal players from the Uchiha clan. I mean, Violet, it's time for us to enter the arena." Yashida Kappei shouted, and Violet said to his lips but swallowed abruptly. "Anyway, be careful." Shijir actually didn't understand Violet's reminder. Although Violet is the same Konoha shinobi as himself, he has not relatives or reasons. Why should I remind myself kindly? However, from Mr. Hizashi, I also received the news that the Uchiha clan was about to do something to me. When I entered the waiting room, many extremely unkind eyes were staring at me, among them the Uchiha clan. It seems that the Chunin selection exam this time is not as simple as imagined. A voice once again attracted everyone. "It's the Inoshikacho trio from Konoha Genin," someone reminded. Nara Kazuru, Yamanaka Yuki, Akamaike Dolphins, known as Ino, Shika, Cho, are the combination of Konoha from generation to generation in this era. They also graduated from ninja school before. Shijir knows them. With the entry of the Ino, Shika, Cho trio, the entire waiting room can be said to be more lively. The three of them in Shiu's group are in the same class, so naturally they are also acquaintances. Ha! Uchiha Shijir, I need to take care of the actual test. Yamanaka Yuki seemed to be very enthusiastic, and said hello to Shijir. Yuki, are you so sure that you can pass the written test? Akamaiki asked while eating. Then you need to say, isn't there Kazuru? Yamanaka Yuki looked at Nara Kazuru and said, this is our think tank. It can be seen that Shijir's popularity is quite high. After all, Shijir's graduation exam in the ninja school is quite exciting. And Might Guy, who noticed Shijir's high popularity, was obviously already a senior, but he had never become Chunin before. Might Guy can feel that Shijir is full of youth, so Guy feels that Shijir is definitely a good opponent like Kakashi. Since he is qualified to be his opponent, Guy issued an invitation to Shijir to fight. You are called Shijir. Guy looked at Shijir, showing a high war spirit. Any advice? Guy. Shijir also met Guy's gaze without any fear. You can see that you are very strong. If you have a chance, let's decide the winner during the exam, Might Guy said. Shi Yuzheng was worried about how to get close to Guy. After learning 8 inner gates in the future, he naturally accepted it with pleasure. Okay, I will fight you fairly and justly. I also want to see how strong you Might Guy is. Shijir is also a lot more enthusiastic. Genma, Ebisu, I found a strong opponent for us, Guy said excitedly to his teammate. I don't know Huo Suunjian's appearance is chic, with thousands of books in his mouth. He naturally smiled and said, great, I'm already eager to try. The Uchiha clan? Guy, are you sure you want to provoke such a powerful opponent for us? Ebisu squeezed his sunglasses with his hands. It doesn't matter Ebisu, our enemy is more than one of them. Are you not all enemies except ourselves? Shiranui Genma said. Well, Ebisu was a little helpless. Shijir on the side saw everything in his eyes, but his heart was meticulously memorizing the people around him. In addition to Kujuo, Hundi, and mine, there are also many Konoha groups. Heitei Kakashi, Uchiha Obito, Nohara Linear, Nara Kazuru, Yamanaka Yuki, Akamaiki Dolphin, Matsuyama Hidichi, Katari Violet, Yashida Katsuhei, and Might Guy, Shiranui Genma, Ebisu. The one who just clashed with me, Uchiha Hideaki, Uchiha Naomasa, and another Uchiha. Currently, there are only 5 groups I know, and those guys. Shijir tilted his head and saw a group of other ninjas who had no good intentions. If there are 100 groups, there should be at least 5 waiting rooms. This time the trial is really huge. Shijir also guessed. Nangsaying, you must have no problem, don't be nervous. Hundi kept comforting Nangsaying. Nangsaying was really not confident about his written test. Nangsaying, Hundi, take the exam for a while. The exam questions are the next thing. You must focus on the exam questions, that is, the chief examiner's words. In addition, you must never quit actively. Don't quit even if you don't have a question. It's very possible. If one person quits, the whole team will be eliminated. Shijir also reminded Hundi and Nangsaying on the spot. Just when everyone was analyzing what the exam questions were, a Chunin knew all about it. Uchiha Shijir, Hyaga Red Butterfly, Heitei Kujuo, enter the ugly examination room, about to take the exam, get ready. It's time to go in. Shijir reminded again, don't forget what I said. Although Kujuo and Hundi didn't understand Shijir's meaning, they also remember Shijir's words. After the 3 of them entered the examination room, their positions were disrupted, and they sat in very scattered positions. Obviously, this was arranged by the examiner in advance. And the chief examiner is naturally Nara Lukisa, who everyone has just met. After everyone was in place, Luju began to introduce. Everyone. Hello, everyone. I am the chief examiner for the first Chunin trial, Nara Shiraku and Konoha Jonin. I need to tell you 2 things for this test. First, after entering the examination room, you are not allowed to speak. No matter who it is, if you speak, I will directly sentence him to Genin for life. You will never be eligible for promotion to Chunin. The examination room quietly didn't even have anyone who responded, and everyone didn't want to say yes, and then be eliminated by the examiner. Yes, it seems that you have understood the first point. Luju nodded, very satisfied, and then continued. The second thing, now, I will read out the test rules. You only need to listen and understand. As for those who can't understand, you should leave the test room as soon as possible. Nara Luyu then began to read the rules of the written test. This exam is based on a group. After entering the exam room, there will be a set of test papers with 8 test questions. These 8 test questions are all questions about ninja precepts and common sense of ninjas. One correct answer will add 10 points. In the last 10 minutes of the exam, the 9th question will appear. The 9th question is 20 points. You can choose to answer or not. It is recommended that you carefully consider it according to your personal circumstances. We passed 60 points in this exam, and those below 60 points will be eliminated directly. Because this question is risky. If you decide to answer the 9th question, but you get it wrong in the end, you will still be eliminated even if your previous score reaches 80 points. In other words, the ninth question is the most unconfident. Don't try it, you must know the cost of answering wrongly. If you don't choose to answer the questions, but the final score does not reach 60 points, then I am sorry, your exam will also end. The ranking of your written test results will directly determine the order of your next actual battle. The higher the score, the more advantage you will have. The examiner will tell you the specific content of the next game. Luju said that the vast majority of people in the examination room are a little nervous. Most people have given up on the plan to do additional questions. If they have clearly exceeded the passing line, they will not pay for the gains because they have answered the additional questions incorrectly. Oh, by the way, if you don't have confidence, you can just give up, but candidates in the same group as him will also lose their qualifications for this exam. Oh, you may be thinking, why did you give up? But I want to tell you that those who are eliminated in this exam will not be allowed to take the Chunin promotion exam again within 3 years, such as those who are found cheating or suspected of cheating, lost the qualification for the exam for life, Lu Ju said very solemnly. The Chunin examiners around him were all pale. Lu Ju's words were undoubtedly a blockbuster. Those who had no confidence in themselves would have increased their psychological pressure again. Failure to pass will also hurt teammates. Shiyu secretly understood. Sure enough, Kanaha's written test has never been so simple. The exam in the original book, on the one hand, tests the ninja's ability to collect information. It will be treated as cheating if it is found to have cheated 3 times. On the other hand, it tests the ninja's spirit of not shrinking from desperation, and this time the test compared with this, it also puts great psychological pressure on the candidates. I just don't know what the final question will be. Shiyu also hoped that Nang Xiang could hold on to the end. Fortunately, he had passed the anger with Hundi Nang Xiang before. Now, preparing to start the exam, you should know that Kanaha will have Chunin selection exams twice a year. You still have the opportunity. If you don't have confidence in yourself, then give up as soon as possible. Don't just be genin forever. Nara Lui continued. Under the psychological pressure, some candidates were convinced. After a short while, an examinee raised his hand tremblingly. I choose to quit. It is better to quit now. It is better than not being a Chunin in 3 years. The candidate's companion also stood up and left the examination room with a disappointed expression. Very well, to quit now means that there is still a chance in the future. It is a wise move. Don't be embarrassed. If you bite the bullet, I'm afraid it will cause more trouble to your teammates. Nara Lui also used one. After winking, more people raised their hands in the examination room. I give up this exam. I also give up. Unknowingly, many groups of candidates have chosen to give up. Shijir looked at Nang Xiang and Hundi very worried, but fortunately, they seemed to have heard Shijir's words and had no plans to give up. That's right. I didn't expect that in the Chunin exam, there would be support. These people led the unsteady candidates to give up early. Shiyu saw at a glance that Genin, who took the lead at the beginning, was at the scene with Nara Luyu. Some people left, but not many. In the end, the ones who remained in the examination room were those who wanted to take the exam. Luju nodded, looked at the time, and then said, the time is almost there. Now we will start to issue test papers. Then the deputy examiner Chunin began to unpack the test papers and then distributed them. Soon, I heard someone rustling, rhythmically answering questions with a pen on the test paper. After Shijir took the paper, he filled in the name, class, and ninja number, especially when writing the ninja number, just like the admission ticket number written in the exam in the previous life. Then Shijir began to review the questions. The first question, in the ninja world, are the 3 ninjas known as Sunin, what are their names? Shiyu was also a little surprised. He was already ready to use Bailanyan, but he didn't expect this question to be so simple. This is an exam question? This is common sense. How can the exam question be so simple? Even a 3-year-old child knows the answer, not to mention that I am 5 years old this year. Could it be that the difficulty of the subsequent questions will increase? Shiyu then glanced at the 10 lines, read the remaining 7 questions one by one, and saw the last one in one breath. Who established the Kanaha Shinobi village? Shirain Shinobi couldn't help taking a breath. The 8th question is the most difficult, but it is still a common sense question. As long as a ninja with a little common sense can understand it, Shijir really doesn't understand why he took such a simple question. Ms. Hizashi said that nearly 40% of the people will be eliminated. I think the key problem must be the last question. Shijir shook his head and threw away the distracting thoughts. He wrote the first 7 questions carefully, making sure that he would definitely pass, and then he looked at the 8th question and pondered for a while. The ninja who established the Kanaha Shinobi village, I believe that the answer written by most people is the first generation of Hokage Senju Hashirama, but this answer is not entirely correct. The establishment of Kanaha village is a ninja dreamland built by the Uchiha and Senju clan from hatred to cooperation. It was born in pursuit of peace, so it is called Kanaha. And, apart from Senju Hashirama who founded Konoha village, his younger brother Senju Tobirama, and Uchiha Madara, who most people don't want to mention. When Shiyu wanted to understand this, he worked hard to write down the 3 names. Now, I should be able to guarantee that I am currently 80 points, and now I am waiting for the last additional question. Shiyu looked at Hungi's answer with her white wheel eyes. Except for the last question, the answer was different from his own, everything else was correct, and he should be able to pass the test. Shijir felt much calmer inside, and then used the white wheel to see Nangsaying's answer, almost frightened to death. This guy, are you sure it's not here to be funny? Is this guy a genius? Konoha Sunen's name actually wrote Sarutobi Hiruzen, Senju Hashirama, and Heitake Seiyu. Never mind others, Jiraiya among Sunen, but I have completed A-level missions with us. Shijir's heart was a little broken. Heitake Kujuo said before that he couldn't do the written test. Shijir thought he was humble. Now look at it. Come on, this is how humble. I don't know, it's okay to be messy, but I put my father's name on it. Isn't this a bit too exaggerated? Shijir was helpless after the collapse, but because of her superb strength, she couldn't help. To Kujuo, the exam is still in progress. Some candidates see the question so simple and struggle with writing, but some candidates are still cautiously answering the question. They are all considering whether to answer the 9th question. Shun, suddenly Kyowa flew to the center of an examinee's table, impartially, and accurately hit the examinee's test paper. WH. What's the matter? The genin was very flustered, as if he had done something wrong. A chinin said with a sullen expression, cheaters will lose their qualifications for the exam for life. I didn't cheat. Although the candidate didn't want to admit it, he behaved more flustered. The candidates in the same group as him, please leave the exam room quietly, don't be like him. Let's not leave. Still yelling, the chinin directly gave a body flicker technique, flashed in front of the person, and then threw it from the seat and out of the examination room. The thunderous action stunned the candidates in the entire examination room in an instant. What a shame, get out of here. The ninja who was in the same group as the cheaters was full of complaints, but he didn't dare to complain, didn't dare to say a word, and immediately left the examination room. This move instantly frightened those candidates who had originally planned to cheat back. This kind of topic, even cheating? I don't know what you think. Luju also mocked, and then continued to invigilate the exam. Shijir passed through Bailanyan and found that Heitake Kujuo had been half wrong, and only 4 of the 8 questions were correct. In other words, Heitake Kujuo currently only has 40 points. If the 9th question is not answered, or the answer is wrong, then the following preliminaries will miss Shijir and the others. Oh my god, Kujuo. Our Hisashi class, whether we can pass the written test, all our hopes are in those 9 questions. In the original book, Naruto didn't answer a single question, and he still passed the test. That's because the examiner Ibis was from Konoha's torture department. In order to test their psychological quality, he constantly exerted high pressure and made them mentally weak to give up. And in this test, the examiner Luju not only used psychological warfare, but even arranged for a lot of candidates to leave, but the questions were set so simple. What purpose did Luju do at this time? Shijir really couldn't figure it out. The examiner, Nara Shikaisa, is Shikamaru's father, known as Konoha's 1st Military Division. His IQ is among the top 5 in Hokage. He will be enough to succeed Raikage as the commander of the Ninja Alliance in the future. Shijir guessed that it's normal not to understand, but Shijir knew the 9th question and would determine the fate of his team. The time is almost up. I believe you have completed the first 8 questions. Now you have to choose whether to answer the 9th question. If you are sure to answer the 9th question, write yes under the 8th question, otherwise, write no. Luju said. 5 minutes later, the deputy examiner will give you the 9th question according to your choice. In addition, if you think your score is too low, and you answer the 9th question, you still can't pass the pass line for the candidates, then give you one last chance, leave by yourself. Luju once again used his psychological tactics. A few more candidates sighed and chose to give up, and these people, without exception, were all arranged by Luju. As a result, what Shio did not expect was that many real candidates actually chose to follow suit and give up. This group of candidates, under Luju's plan, they actually chose to quit. They are still too tender. Such a psychological quality is really not suitable for promotion to Chinin. Shio is very mature and said that others are tender. In fact, I am only 5 years old. Shijir, without any entanglements, wrote yes under the 8th question. Through Bailanyan, Shijir found that many candidates had written no. These candidates should be trying to be safe. After all, they are not enough. The probability is very small, but the probability of answering the 9th question incorrectly is very high. Because he passed his breath beforehand, Hundi also wrote yes under the 8th question. Nangsaying hesitated for a while, but he seemed to understand that he had made a lot of mistakes. If he didn't spell it, he might cause the team to be eliminated, so he struggled for a while and wrote yes at the back. That's right, Shio believed that his team still had a chance to come back. After 5 minutes arrived, the deputy examiner began to check the papers row by row. The deputy examiner would give him a card with forbearance if he wrote yes. When the deputy examiner gave the card, he would also record something on his record board. The person who says no under the 8th question naturally does not have a card or any examiner's record. Shiger took the card and looked at it for a long time, and found that there was nothing special, but there seemed to be chakra surging, like a thin layer of barrier. Probably there will be a question on the card for a while? Maybe everyone's question is different, maybe. Most examines secretly guessed. But Shiger seemed to have realized something. When Chinen finished reading all the test papers with yes written on them, Luju looked at everyone once, and then made a not printing action and said to the examinee, "Are you ready? Let's go." Then Shiger was surprised to find that chakra's fluctuations came from the card in his hand, and then the shinobi on the red card slowly turned into 3 green numbers. 100 meaning I got 100 points. Not only Shiger was surprised, but those who had the card felt it was amazing. Those who don't have cards are also very curious, wondering what the cards in their hands really mean. However, Luju knew afterwards. I announced that the 9th question is over, and the written test is over. Question 9. Where is the 9th question? What does this number mean? The exam is over? Where's the 9th question? Why don't I have this card? This thing? What does this mean? As if he knew that candidates would have these questions for a long time, Luju said, quiet. First of all, congratulations to the candidates with green numbers on the ninchi card, your scores are passed. Congratulations to you for passing this exam. And you didn't get the ninja card, or the number of ninja card is red. It's a pity. You and your team were eliminated. I don't understand. One of the candidates didn't choose the 9th question because they tried to be safe. According to Luju's words, all of them were eliminated. We don't understand either. Many candidates who did not choose the 9th question, and those whose scores did not pass the line, stood up and expressed dissatisfaction. Don't understand? Then I'll explain it to you one last time. Because the exam was over, Luju didn't have the previous overlord's posture. The first 2 8th questions are correct. One question counts as 10 points, with a full score of 80 points, and the 9th question with a maximum score of 20 points, with a full score of 100 points. 9 questions with more than 60 points are considered as passing. Then Luju said, choose to answer the 9th question. That is, the 9th question is answered correctly. Add 20 points. Don't do the 9th question, no matter how much you score. All fail. You only did 8 questions. After the 8th question, the deputy examiner didn't read your test papers at all, and the red forbearance card was not issued for the candidates who wrote no. Therefore, I regret to inform you that you did not take the exam this time. Pass. Luju also explained in detail. Shiger understood Luju's meaning. Shiger immediately used the white wheel eyes and saw Nang Xiang's surprised expression. Nang Xiang's hand was a green number 60, and the red butterfly was more reliable. It was a green color of 90. Number. This guy. It's just a sideball, just 60 minutes. If he makes another question wrong, I'm afraid our team will be eliminated. Shiger was almost scared to death. This time there was a disaster. The feeling for the rest of my life. Why? Our previous questions were all right. I didn't answer the 9th question because it was safe. Is this also wrong? An examinee who was not afraid of death also fought against Luju. Luju sneered. It's ridiculous. Even students who haven't graduated from ninja school will answer these 8 questions. What are you proud of if you can answer them? And, for the 8th question, almost all of you got the wrong answer. Didn't you have a class at the ninja school? This exam disappointed me. I didn't expect Kanaha's written test. Only one candidate got full marks. Luyu also glanced at Shiger unintentionally. It was said that all the candidates had hot faces. It turned out that these questions were in the ninja school textbooks, and they thought they were very good. But even so, the examiner cannot answer the 9th question you mentioned earlier. The examinee still said unwillingly, if you know that there is a risk, why do you still want to do it? Luju's face turned blue. If you are sure, you don't want to fight it. What if you are not sure? Don't you just leave behind and run away? What about your enterprising spirit? As a Konoha ninja, can it only do something sure? During the Second Ninja War, Lord 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama, in order to protect the members of Konoha Squad including Lord 3rd Generation, alone used as a decoy to contain the elite Cloud Shinobi troops, the Golden Horn and Silver Horn troops, and finally died of exhaustion. How can there be any striving to be safe? The real battlefield life is either life or death. Even Hokage-sama is facing a life and death crisis. Ninjas are simply not a striving for safety, so it is a great career. Lu Jukang he took a long breath and continued. Ninjas, in addition to the most basic ninja common sense, they also need to have the spirit of pioneering and hard work. I said before that the higher the score, the greater the advantage of the subsequent exams. Obviously you didn't take it to heart. Ask yourself, why are you here? Is it just to pass the exam? No. The departure of the older generation gave you the peace now, and you came to this place to become the Chunin of Konoha, where the leaves are flying, the fire is endless, and the fire will continue to illuminate the village, and let the new leaves germinate. This is the will of fire. Whether it is Konoha's genin or chinin, they are all Konoha's flying leaves. People who cannot inherit the will of fire are not worthy of becoming Konoha's chinin. Those who did not pass, please leave now. When you really know what the will of fire is, come to the exam. Lu Ju's words also made those candidates blush. Those who didn't reach the mark obviously didn't even have a master in basic common sense, and those who didn't do the 9th question obviously didn't have the hardworking and pioneering spirit of Konoha shinobi. Shiyu was very fortunate that all his team passed the exam. Candidates who have passed the written test, please wait a moment. Candidates who have passed the written test in other examination rooms will come to this examination room. Then, the candidates who failed, and their team members left the examination room in a loss. A large number of candidates who passed entered the examination room. Shiyu found many familiar figures in it. Obito, Might Guy, and others seem to have passed. The familiar Konoha shinobi have passed. It's a matter of course, after all, it's such a simple question. Nara Luyu nodded in satisfaction, and at this time, a white-haired figure came in at the entrance of the examination room. At this time, all the characters are breathing, looking at the person in front of them in surprise and excitement. This is. Kakashi was most surprised. Uncle. Kujuo was astonished as Kakashi, because he was no one else but the famous Konoha's White Fang, Heitake Sakumo. Master White Fang, you are here, you can start. Nara Luyu is also quite respectful. After all, White Fang is the person with the highest qualifications and the oldest generation besides the current 3rd generation, and is bigger than Sunin's prestige. White Fang is not only wearing Jonin's ninja uniform and green vest, but he also has half an armband that Hokage is qualified to wear on his left shoulder. How many groups are left? Shu Umao asked. My lord, there are currently only 40 groups left. After passing the written test, 60% of the candidates have been removed. Lu Ju also reported. It's almost as I expected. White Fang nodded, then walked to the stage and watched the examines begin to speak. Everyone, congratulations on passing the first level. My name is Heitake Sakumo, also known as Konoha's White Fang, and I am the chief examiner of your 2nd level. Heitake Sakumo did not pay attention to his son and nephew, but took the exam. The content was told to everyone. After we arrive at the examination room, we will first decide the order of admission. Based on the group, the team with the highest written test score in each group can enter the examination room first with the team. If the score is the same, the entry order will be determined by drawing lots. Understood? Shu Umao asked. Understood. The examinee who passed the written test also replied sonorously. Seeing the extraordinary Konoha shinobi, Shumo was very satisfied, and then led 120 candidates to the next venue. Awesome! We've all passed it. Red Butterfly said with some excitement. Hey, Kujuo is really worried about me. Rain Shinobi couldn't help but said to Heitake Kujuo. Hey, sorry, Nangsaying can only apologize. Forget it, go for the preliminaries. Shiyu also cheered the players. Shijir and the others followed White Fang and soon arrived at the preliminaries Konoha Forest. Konoha Forest is rumored to be the largest Konoha forest created by Senju Hashirama using wood style. It has a huge area and high density. It is easy for ordinary people. Lost in the forest. And now the entrance of Konoha Forest is obviously blocked by a group of strange ninjas. Heitake Sakumo nodded at the ninjas, then turned to the candidates and said, they are members of the Konoha enchantment class. The venue for our preliminaries is an enchantment area in the Konoha Forest. Once you leave the enchantment area, more than a certain amount of time, the character forbearance on the back of the card in your hand will disappear, which means that you have lost the qualification for the exam. Heitake said with the red card that just got the score. So, how can we pass the exam? Heitake Kakashi also actively asked, which is also a question all candidates want to ask. In the examination room, there are 9 towers located in different directions. They are named, and all the combatants march forward in an array. Among the 9 towers, only 1 tower is the correct route to the next level. Heitake Shuumao also explained later. Excuse me, how do we know which tower is correct? What happens if we enter the wrong tower? Yeah, Yuan Lin also asked actively. The competition lasts for 12 hours. The enchantment class will narrow the scope of the enchantment every 2 hours. The tower in the enchantment may be correct. Therefore, if you want to determine the correct last tower, you have to wait. The 6th enchantment squad reduced the enchantment, Heitake said. As for entering the wrong tower, what will happen? I only know that the correct tower can pass. As for the wrong tower? Little sister, if you can try it. Seiku Shigeru also said lightly, which is somewhat similar to Kakashi. That said, the barrier keeps shrinking. We need to keep moving into the barrier until the last 2 hours before entering the correct tower. Does this count as passing? Shijir also asked. Very well, it seems you have understood. Heitake Sakumo nodded at Shijir, then looked at the other candidates and said, Everyone, are there any questions? Well, teacher examiner, what if all the candidates have entered the correct tower? Can all of them pass? Uchiha Obito also asked weakly. You said all pass? No, this tower can only enter a limited number of people, and after shrinking the enchantment 6 times, everyone except inside the tower will be eliminated. Shumao said. Jean. Obito's fluke mentality failed again. That is to say, will the fight be inevitable? Hongdi was also a little timid, afraid that she would take off Shionang-Sai's hind legs. The person of the Uchiha clan who was called His Royal Highness, then asked a strange question. Examiner, will anyone die in this game? Dead? This is just a game. It is Chunin who selects Konoha. Naturally, he cannot kill the opponent, but it is inevitable to injure the enemy. After all, it is a battle between ninjas. Therefore, if you don't want to face the danger of serious injury, if you want to admit defeat in the battle, you can enter Chakra on your forbearance card at any time, the enchantment class will sense it, and then you will directly send you to the test room. Of course, after you come out, even if you abstain from the exam, you are still alive? You can judge for yourself. Heitake Sakumo also said clearly what he said. Understood, you can seriously hurt your opponent, right? Uchiha Naomasa also squinted at Shijir, but Shijir didn't want to ignore him. In addition, after defeating the enemy, you can snatch the ninja card that records the written test results in the opponent's hand. The more cards you get, the greater the advantage after entering the tower. Those who lose the card will not be able to enter the next level, but they will not be eliminated immediately. You can also seize other people's cards. Shuumao explained once again, so that all candidates will have no retreat. Okay, the next step is to decide the order of the exams. You can use a few minutes to figure it out if you don't understand. Heitake has already explained it again, naturally he is unwilling to explain it a second time. Oh, I don't quite understand. Might guy not far away couldn't understand it at all. You don't need to understand, we will explain it to you slowly. I don't know. Huo Genma and Ebisu both immediately stopped the endless guy. Do you understand? Shiyu asked Nangsaying and Hundi. Seems to understand. Nangsaying and Hundi also said embarrassedly. That, Shijir? Can you explain more to Obito? I don't know how to tell him. Nohara Lin also begged Shijir. I'm sorry. Obito touched his head too, admitting that he didn't understand very frankly. What a fool, I still don't understand. Kakashi is also a little disdainful. Okay, Shijir is naturally obliged to assume the identity of understanding. In fact, Shijir found that this game was very similar to a game he played in his previous life, so he explained it in a very direct way. A group of 3, a total of 120 ninjas came to Konoha Forest. There were only 2 things to do. First, on the basis of protecting one's own cards, compete for the opponent's card, and if the opponent's card is captured, the opponent will not be able to enter the tower, and there will be fewer competitors, and more cards will have a greater advantage. Second, pay attention to the range of the enchantment, go to the tower you think is most likely to be the correct location, and then continue to eliminate the remaining towers after the enchantment is reduced, and finally get into the correct tower before everyone, and you will pass the game first. Because Shijir spoke more clearly than Heitake Sakumo, but I didn't expect a large group of people to gather. These people were also quite familiar Konoha shinobi, and there were some, although Shijir had never seen him before, but also guessed their identities. That's it. Obito understood Shijir's explanation in an instant after listening to Shijir's explanation. I understand too. It seems that I am still very smart. Might Guy also said narcissistically, leaving his teammates speechless. This little guy, his brain is pretty bright. Oh, so I got a perfect score in the first test. Let me see, what's your ability? Shimao looked at Shiyu's information, and then felt that the time was almost 2, so he announced. I announce the second Chunin selection exam, the team competition, the official start. The first one to enter the Konoha Forest, Uchiha Shijir, Heitake Kujuo, Hyaga Red Butterfly. Heitake Sakumo also said 3 people out loud. Name. No. Shijir was also taken aback, feeling that his team was pitted by Konoha's White Fang. Shiyu's brows trembled, and he could feel the gazes of countless candidates, but he didn't even know Shuumao's purpose. The first shot will definitely become the target of many candidates. White Fang, is this guy giving our team hatred? Nangsaying and Hundi seem to have noticed the bad eyes of other examines. But who is Shijir? Now Konoha is a rising star, afraid? Non-existent. Just do the best. All candidates, listen to me. I am Uchiha Shijir waiting for your ride in the Konoha Forest. Come to fight with me if you are not a scumbag. Shijir also cried out abnormally. I will enter the vicinity of Minino Tower first. Waiting for you there. Shijir team, and then directly entered the Konoha forest. Ha ha, good boy. This guy is really young and frivolous. Heitake Sakumo didn't hate such young people. As Shijir entered, other ninjas also began to enter in large numbers. In less than 10 minutes, all the candidates had entered the Konoha forest. Close the entrance. 2 hours later, prepare to shrink the circle for the first time, Heitake said. Yes. All the ninjas all responded, and then disappeared. In the deep forest, 3 figures are moving fast. These 3 figures are not tall, and their childish faces are still not removed. They are Shijir team. Shijir, why did we become the target of public criticism, and you still want to attract their attention? Nangsaying asked. Where are we going next? Are you near the Tower of Minami? Red Butterfly also asked. Unconsciously, Shijir has completely become the core of the team. We reached the southern periphery of Minano Tower as quickly as possible, and surrounded the enemies who wanted to enter Minano Tower. In the beginning, no one would attack us from the flanks. We just need to wait for the enemy to enter our ambush. That's it. Shiyu had already made a tactical plan long ago. Then the question is, will the enemy really come to Mina Tower? Heitake Kujuo also asked. Byakugan. Hundi gave the two a big surprise. After fighting with Matsuyama Shuaki in a week of training, Hundi was able to open Byakugan freely. There are indeed a lot of ninjas who have begun to move quickly northward. The direction is naturally the location of Mina Tower and Front Tower. Can I help you? Hundi asked. Kujuo laughed. Awesome. Red Butterfly. You will be in charge of reconnaissance in the future. With Byakugan to reconnaissance, the efficiency will be much higher. However, it is also easy to become the enemy's first attack target, so we must protect the Red Butterfly, Shijir also said solemnly. The first thing all minded ninjas do after they come in should be to rush to Minano Tower among the 9 towers. After all, his location is the closest to the other towers and is also the center of all towers. Plus, as I said just now, many candidates who targeted me would naturally come to the vicinity of Minano Tower, but they didn't expect that we would be caught off guard on the periphery of Minano Tower. Let's go. Maybe after the first battle, we will be fat. Shijir seemed to have become a staff member. However, the journey did not go as smoothly as Shijir thought. Not all ninjas ran towards Mina Tower at the beginning, and some squads did not take the usual path at all in order to be safe. Some ninjas ran directly towards Shijir and the others. In order to take care of Hundi and Nangsaying, Shijir was not too fast, so he soon encountered the first encounter of this exam. Suddenly, a few voices of Kyowa were thrown away. There are enemies. Be careful. Changing. Everyone has opened Kyowa with their shurikens. It was 3 old genin students who attacked Shijir team suddenly, but Shijir didn't seem to have seen them. Uchiha Shijir? Haha, I didn't expect a 5-year-old child to get the first place in the written test. You are still young. I would not as well quit the competition now. Dreaming. Shiyu sneered and jumped up with Nangsaying Red Butterfly. Shijir's fast not printing, the speed in his hands, made it impossible for anyone to see clearly. Fire style Great Fireball Technique. Wind style Palm of Gale. 8 trigrams Empty Palm. After Shijir and the enemy moved a long distance, they all used relatively long-range attacks. The general genin strength was far from Shijir's trio. It was just a move. Shijir trio had already defeated the 3 ninjas in front of them by an overwhelming advantage. How can it be? I obviously picked a soft persimmon. 5-year-old genin could be such a powerful ninjutsu. Lao Sheng was beaten so hard to move, Shijir went over and snatched the cards of the 3 of them directly. In this way, you will be eliminated. Shiyu said goodbye to the 3. Hundi asked without understanding, Shijir, how do I feel that our opponent has become weaker? I feel the same way. It feels like it's not at the same level. Heitake Kujuo agreed. It's not that others have become weaker, but that we have become stronger. Genin in general will not be our opponent at all. Hundi, the same is true for you. If you divide it according to your strength has already entered Chunin level. Shijir also said. I'm afraid, this exam is far from being as simple as I imagined. Shijir already knows that in addition to Konoha's candidates, the Uchiha clan will also start with themselves. After killing the first team, Shijir's speed increased a lot. If he was delayed on the road, the best time would be missed. Byakugan. After Red Butterfly reconnaissance in the rear, he once again found a squad like Shijir chasing. There is no time at all. Let us eliminate the traces of movement, so that they will use the tracking technique to follow endlessly, so let's buy time. You only need to be responsible for moving to the Tower of Mina, and take my suffering. Throw it down on Wien Road, and I will catch up with you quickly. Shijir's Kyowa naturally set up Flying Thunder God. The distance is too far, Shijir is not easy to teleport. Be careful, Nangsaying and Hundi reminded them, and then they continued to move north. Now, I can see how strong I am, Bailanyan. Shijir clearly saw that Uchiha of about 2 teams eliminated the Konoha team behind. The two teams are united? There are 6 ninjas in total? A pre-arranged appointment? Is this the legendary illegal team formation? Although there were people holding a group, it seemed very unfair to other players, but the chief examiner didn't say that they couldn't make alliances. You must know that the examination room is like a battlefield. Shiger also quickly prepared for the battle. A large number of traps have been arranged around, chakra lines, shurikens, detonating talisman, and flying thunder god special kunao, as well as flying thunder god spells everywhere. Shiger is hidden in the bushes on the side, waiting for the 6 Uchiha clan to throw themselves into the net. Come! Shiger's scout eyes had already seen them. There are traces of them here. One Uchiha saw the footprints, and the other 5 Uchiha gradually let go of their guards. This Uchiha Shiger can move so fast. However, it seems that the distance is getting closer and closer, and he can't get out of our palms. He must be killed this time. He definitely did that thing, but 3rd generation can't even want it. My Uchiha clan definitely won't agree. That's right, it must be him who killed Xiao Yi, Xiaofeng, and Xiao Jiao. We absolutely can't let him leave alive this time, a Uchiha member said viciously. So, I want to avenge the 3 Uchiha boys. Since I want to die, I can't save your lives. Shiger was already murderous. Shiger moved his fingers lightly, and the chakra line hooked on Shiger's fingers trembles. Then, from the tall trees, rows of shurikens and 6 Uchihas of Kuma burst out. Be careful! The Uchiha clan reacted quickly dodged the attack, and then aimed at the direction where the shuriken had just been shot, which was a fire-style move. Fire-style great fireball technique. The fireball instantly ignited all the leaves and branches, but did not see any enemies. Clang clang clang. In the rear, there were rows of shurikens and kunao shooting at the Uchiha 6. The Uchiha 6 then all flipped back, and then back to back, forming a circle. However, Shiger's purpose is to force the 6 people into the same position. You are done. Shiger hooked his fingers again, and the rows of kunao with detonating charms flew towards the center of the Uchiha 6 through the chakra line. It's the detonation talisman. Quickly withdraw. Uchiha's ninjutsu is far less rapid than the detonation talisman exploding. At the same time, Shiger quickly closed a seal and shouted, "Forbearance detonation talisman shadow clone technique." Suddenly, the detonating talisman of Kyowu and the number of detonating talisman increased several times again, and the entire clearing area was already densely packed with detonating talisman. Crap! We have been calculated. The Uchiha 6 people were horrified to find that their position was completely surrounded by the detonation talisman. Blast! Shiger yelled, and a big explosion occurred in the area centered on Uchiha. Boom! Smoke billowed. The surrounding trees were all blasted off, and the ground was blasted with various potholes. There were already 5 more charred Uchiha corpses on the ground, and only one Uchiha was holding the one who had lost an arm. The shoulders were there panting, unable to accept reality. Shiger no longer needed to hide at this time. He walked out. You are. Damn it. Uchiha Shiger. You thought about killing us a long time ago. You really killed Feng them. The Uchiha's eyes filled with resentment and anger. Sorry, I only wanted to use the shuriken and the detonating talisman to stop you. Who knew that you were so weak that you would be killed directly? However, I haven't thought about letting you go, so you should go to death with peace of mind. Shiyu said coldly, without a trace of sympathy in his eyes. You be asterisk 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 D. Be asterisk 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 D with dirty blood. I can't deal with it. Sherry Nan. There were 3 Guyu Jade in the scarlet eyes of that Uchiha. It seems that you are also a genius in the clan. Shiger praised. Fire-style Longian singing technique. Uchiha quickly settled, trying to get rid of Shiger in one go. Uchiha wanted to fight their backs and resist desperately, but unfortunately, it was too late. Long after they stepped into Shiger's trap, the result was fixed, and everything was irreversible. Fire-style instantly swallowed Shiger's entire body. Seeing Shiger disappeared, Uchiha laughed frantically. Ha ha ha, I won! I'm alive! I'll take revenge for you! Ha ha ha! It's a pity, you seem to be unable to do so. Shiger has already appeared behind Uchiha, and a blue chakra ball has appeared in one of his hands. Why? Are you still alive? Why did it appear behind me? Uchiha couldn't understand. Shiger replied, this trick is called Ninfa-kun technique. Raise-nan. Boom! Shiger used Raise-nan for the first time and hit Uchiha with precision, and Uchiha's back was instantly blurred by the twisting flesh of Raise-nan. Then, Shiger pushed his palm, Uchiha's whole body began to rotate, and then hit the rock with a bang. He walked over and took a look, but he was completely out of breath. The battle was too easy. Shiger didn't even use the flying thunder god prepared in advance. He just used a shadow clone to attract Uchiha's fire-style attack, and then used the body flicker technique to come to the back of the enemy. One Raise-nan was killed directly. Shiger collected all the cards of the 6 Uchihas, and was about to leave, but felt the fetal movement in his eyes. The power of blood, is it because of rinnegan? Shijir covered his slightly strange eyes and walked over slowly. The closer you get to the Uchiha clan, the more Shijir can feel abnormal. Shijir put his hand on Uchiha's body just now, and then felt a peculiar blood force hitting him, a pure yin power. This is the power of Indra. His pupil power and bloodline power seems to have been absorbed by me. Shijir looked at the dead Uchiha again and found that Uchiha's corpse's eyes had turned gray. Then Shijir discovered that these Uchiha clan had more or less surviving bloodline power. Shijir naturally absorbed it completely, and then he felt that the otsutski bloodline in his body became more pure and powerful, and his pupil power was also stronger. A lot of enhancements. It seems that I have the ability to absorb the blood of the Uchiha clan and pupil power. If this is the case, will I be able to open Mangekyo soon? Shijir also guessed. 5 Uchihas were caught in a trap and died, and the last one was hit by rinnegan. But unfortunately, rinnegan seems to have not invented Minato. Therefore, in this exam, no one would guess that these Uchihas are me. Killed. It's time to start. Shijir then extracted chakra and began to sense the Flying Thunder God technique. Found it. Shijir used Flying Thunder God 10 times in a row and caught up with Nangsaying and Hundi in an instant. What's going on? Shijir, why did you appear next to us instantly? Yeah, seems to have caught up with us in the blink of an eye? Nangsaying and Hundi both expressed their surprise. Shijir naturally told them about the Flying Thunder God. They were both comrades in arms. Shijir did not conceal it, and told everyone that he had just won 6 cards. In this way, our chances of succeeding in the promotion will be a little bit bigger. This thing will be saved with me first, and after entering the tower, I will divide it evenly among everyone. Shiu's decision made everyone meaningless. Everyone accelerated their pace and moved forward at a faster speed. Finally, Shijir team passed directly to the east side of the Tower of Rose and rounded back to the south side of the Tower of Minami. This geographical position is very superior. It belongs to the center of the map. Even if you shrink the circle, you can go to a safe area covered by enchantment at any time. Due to the fast speed of Shijir team, it first took advantage of the geographical advantage. The Tower of Minami was very high, so no one would be able to spot it when lying on the cliff. But Shijir and Hundi can use their own blood to carry out reconnaissance. As before, Shijir team arranged countless traps, various shurikens, kunao, hidden weapons, and detonation talisman on the dangerous road in front of the Tower of Minami Tower. Then he came to the cliff, quietly waiting for the prey to take the initiative to deliver the door. Sure enough, a small team had already rushed towards the Tower of Minami. Shiyu naturally found their tracks early. They look like 1 Chunin and 2 Genins, and they seem to be old students, Hundi said after turning on Byakugan to observe. It's not Uchiha, there is no need to take his life, but we still need to defeat him and seize their ninja card. Shijir also ordered. When I form a Subian, you will pull the chakra line on your left hand to the end. When I form an ugly seal, you pull the chakra line on your right hand to the end. Red butterfly, when Kujuo's chakra line is pulled to the end, you will cut off the hemp rope. Shijir also arranged. Understand. Everyone agreed. Ready. Shijir lowered himself, already seeing the enemy. Hey, Nobunaga. You really belong to you. How could you think of such a miracle? Come to ambush other ninjas in front of Mina Tower? But have you ever thought that if we get an enemy, wouldn't we be surrounded by other candidates? A female genin asked. The ninja named Nobunaga shook his head. How come? Foxfire. Now that the game has only started for less than half an hour, no one will be able to reach Mina Tower. Because this place is the center of the 9 towers, so others will avoid this 4th World War, and we will be 1 step ahead of others before others have discovered the advantages here. When they react, we have already set up the traps and ambushed them. Nobunaga said triumphantly. There seems to be some truth to what you said, but many ninjas have already stepped in before us. Wouldn't they use the current methods to deal with us? Foxfire was also a little wary. Yes, especially the Uchiha kid at the beginning. Wasn't he the first to enter the examination room? Wouldn't he ambush us in this place? Another male genin couldn't help but ask. Yukimura, do you think so too? Are you kidding? Just because he got a perfect score? This is actual combat. He just graduated from the ninja school. What courage and ability will he ambush us here? I'm Chunin. Nobunaga is very confident, and doesn't think Shijir will be his opponent. The kid might have been eliminated. Furthermore, at first the kid said to everyone, come to the Tower of Mina to find him. I'm sure he is not in the Tower of Mina at all, just to attract the firepower of others. Then Nobunaga pointed to the tower on the hill, then pointed to the road and said, look, such a narrow road is easy to defend and difficult to attack, so suitable for ambush. If it were me, I would be ambushed next to Minino Tower. On both sides, when a few of us were walking halfway, we suddenly broke out. This person makes sense, but it seems that he enjoys this treatment himself. Shiyu believes that this person is very correct, and that attacking a sneak attack too soon or too late will not achieve the best results. When this Chunin and the two genins in his group walked halfway, they faintly felt something was wrong, but couldn't tell what was wrong. Shijir waited until Konoha team finally reached the middle. It's time to shoot. Then he quickly stood up and rushed out from the front. Then there was a ZI mark on both hands. When Heitei Kujuo saw this, he immediately pulled his left-hand chakra line to the bottom. Then, countless shurikens shot at the hapless Nobunaga from both sides of the hillside. Squad, there will be an ambush. It's this kid. He actually ambushed us. Although he was shocked, it was Chunin who faced the shuriken and immediately responded. He laughed again and said, "Haha, little devil. I said you have no actual combat experience. If I were you, I wouldn't just arrange some non-destructive shurikens." Brother Nobunaga, what are you talking about? Foxfire and Yukimura were already very reluctant to deal with it. Unexpectedly, their team, Chunin, was still playing 13 there. As a result, as soon as Chunin's voice fell, Shijir once again made the ugly mark, and Heitei Kusu once again pulled the chakra line on his right hand to the bottom. Immediately afterwards, a dense pile of Kyowu on both sides shot at Nobunaga's team. Kyowu's lethality was more than that of a shuriken. This time even Chunin Nobunaga reluctantly blocked Kyowu. There are already slight scratches. Who knows? Nobunaga Chunin laughed again, while saying that you are an idiot, you are an idiot. Since you already know the arrangement of shurikens and kunao, why not arrange the detonation talisman? If there is a detonation talisman, the three of us won't be over. This person is afraid of being a big fool. Heitei Kujuo couldn't help but spit out. Why, we followed such a Chunin. Yukimura and Foxfire are already speechless to Nobunaga. Then there was no need for Shiyu to say more. Seeing that Nangsang had finished pulling the chakra line, the red butterfly directly picked up the kunao hemp rope and cut it off. Found near the tower, it just came in handy. The detonation symbol has already been affixed to the barrel. At this time, even Foxfire and Yukimura beside Nobunaga were anxious. Nobunaga, you really are a crow's mouth. It's over. What should I do now? There is no way. Only defense. Earth-style earth flow wall technique. Chunin also turned around and released an earth-style defensive ninjutsu while running down. Nobunaga Chunin's mud flow wall in a panic state was quite fragile. When the oil drum was blocked by the mud flow wall, Shijir directly raised his index and middle fingers and shouted blast. Boom, boom, boom. The oil drum exploded, directly blasting the earth flow wall to pieces. The impact of the explosion directly shook the three ninjas below, but their luck was quite bursting. They were just blown up by the shockwave. It fell, and did not suffer any serious injuries. Wow. Nobunaga was surprised to find that he was okay, and finally laughed out loud again. Big brother, what are you laughing at? We have been miserable enough. Foxfire and Yukimura were about to collapse at this time. They almost covered Nobunaga's mouth. I laughed at him, 100 secrets, arranged so many things, and still failed to get us down. If it were me, if it were you, you would directly use the geographical advantage to attack and release a powerful ninjutsu directly over it, right? Shijir directly said what Chunin was thinking. What? How do you know? No, do you know how to read mind? Nobunaga was also taken aback. What mind-reading technique? It's just what you said by yourself. Foxfire and Yukimura also covered their faces, not crying or laughing, thinking that it's over. Since you want it, I will give you one. Water-style great waterfall technique. What? It's a lie. You are just a few years old. How can you be such a ninjutsu? You are bravado. Nobunaga didn't believe it at first, and then his face turned green, and the faces of the two small attendants next to him were also green. The surging waterfall behind Shijir is not fake. Bang! Wow! The huge impact waterfall rushed down directly along the small slope. There is a saying that people go to higher places, and the water flows to lower places. When the rain is high, it emits this super large water style, and the impact almost killed 3 people. The cataract technique lasted for nearly half a minute, and Nangsang and Hundi were also surprised and couldn't keep their mouths together. What's the matter? Shiyu asked suspiciously. Shijir, your water style, is it definitely water style? Look at the bottom of the slope. Nan Xiong pointed. It turned out that after Shiyu used the great waterfall technique, a small lake had formed under the tower of Minami. Cough. The 3 ninjas tried their best to climb to a place where there was no water. They were already out of their power, and struggling to raise their heads. They saw Shijir, who had laughed at him for a long time, and Oda also revealed a super ugly afterward. The expression, almost crying. Sorry. I'm sorry, I will never talk nonsense again in my life. We admit defeat. Nobunaga and the others left the field very sadly. Shijir received 3 more 90-point cards. Shiyu, what should I do now? Hundi asked too. Nangsang also said, now we can still be condescending, but we can't raid others, and we can't move to other places quickly. I'm sorry, I only know that I am condescending, but I forgot to consider the terrain difference. Now an artificial lake is formed below us. In this way, no one else will go to Mina Tower through here. Ha! Who? Red Butterfly, take a look at the back of Jizzy Tower, is there anyone? Shiyu also said immediately. Although his Balanyan had seen 3 figures, he still wanted to use Red Butterfly as a cover. After all, not many people know the power of Balanyan. Byakugan. Red Butterfly naturally turned on Byakugan, and now, he saw 3 very familiar figures. Oh, it seems that we have been discovered. Forget it, let's come out. I didn't expect that there would still be someone ambushing others here. This person didn't seem to make any concealment, and walked out directly. When the other 2 saw this, they naturally walked out, seeming to give up resistance. Are you? Ino, Shuka, Cho, Nara Kazuru? Yamanaka has Shi and Akamiki dolphins. Shijir recognized them at a glance. After all, they graduated together at ninja school, and they are also one of the few freshmen. Why are you here? Nan Xiang asked in surprise. Akamiki dolphins just eats his own potato chips. He is too much like the Akamiki family, even fatter than the other Akamiki family. Yuxi, the only girl, said, you have to ask Kahei about this thing. He said that he listened to him at first and came here to ambush others. Oh, that's true. It's a miscalculation. I didn't expect that you would be ambushing here early. When you were fighting with the 3 ninjas just now, we came around from the back. At first glance, it was you who gave up the attack, but we are not without chance. Nara Kazuru seems to be extremely afraid of trouble. Once the matter itself exceeds his own inference, he does not want to work hard. How about that? What do you want to do now? Hundi was also quite puzzled. They exposed, and they didn't plan to attack or surrender directly. They didn't know what they were selling. Shiyu pondered for a moment, as if she understood something. It seems that you don't want to surrender, but don't bother to fight with us. Shijir then said, let's do it. Let's join the 2 teams. As Kanaha's freshmen, we will ambush others together and get the scorecards equally distributed. The premise is that our 2 teams must trust each other. Shijir also said the premise. Kazura nodded and said, of course, we are classmates at ninja school anyway. However, the union you mentioned is just what I want. That's what I mean. My Nara shadow bondage technique, plus the ninjutsu of the Yamanaka clan, plus Akamika's super powerful blows, you are responsible for arranging traps, and you will be able to kill someone with no effort. Save a lot of chakra. Nara Kazuru said. Shijir nodded, agreeing that the heads of the Nara clan were indeed not covered. Base. The enchantment above the sky began to change, and it seemed to start to shrink slightly. Shijir realized that 1/6 of the time in the game had passed, and began to shrink when he watched it. The circle has begun to shrink, the strategic position of this position has been greatly reduced, I think we have to leave immediately, Shiyu said to everyone. Kazuru also agrees, yes, but we still wait for a while, we need to confirm which tower was abandoned. Heart-turning technique. Yamanaka Yuxi directly performed the operation on a bird, and gave her body to Nara. Then Yuxi flew into the air and saw that the original direction south was not covered by the barrier. Yes, the former tower is abolished. The tower of the front? Are you sure? Shijir used Balanyan to confirm, and she found that the area of the front tower on the south side of the tower was no longer covered by enchantment. God helps me too. Shijir was also extremely excited, and Nara Kazuru was also extremely excited. However, apart from the 2 of them, everyone else was confused. Because the former tower to the south of us is abandoned, candidates located near the former tower can only go north, east, west, and Minzi Tower is the center, so those candidates will definitely come here. Shijir also analyzed. But, we don't have time to set up traps, and it's best to leave this tower, cross the lake, and find a way to ambush there. By the way, your water style is so powerful that it can create a small lake, plus Crane also felt a little weird. Shiyu didn't explain, he had already surpassed the cage level chakra by half a step, and it was normal for the great waterfall technique to create a small lake. Soon, Shijir and his team set off, crossed the lake, and prepared for battle in the densely wooded area on the south side of Minano Tower. In less than a while, there was already a small team rushing north. It's now. The 6 of us go together. Shijir also suddenly gave the order to attack. This team had no idea that someone would set up an ambush in this area and was caught off guard. Fire style Phoenix fire technique. Shijir used fire style, and the 3 ninjas in the team began to evade hastily. Wind style breakthrough. Kujuo also resorted to wind style and once again forced all 3 of them into one area. It's now, Hundi told Kazuru through Byakugan. Shadow restraint technique. Kazura stood up directly from the bushes, and then shadow restraint technique used to restrain the 3 ninjas from behind. The 3 ninjas were also very surprised. Ibizai. My body can't move anymore, the female shinobu said with difficulty. Shaizun, we have been defeated by Nara Kazuru's shadow bondage. We have lost. The ninja, known as Ibizai, said with some difficulty. You guys are so clever, you would ambush us. We really chose a bad direction to evacuate, another ninja said, and this ninja looks a bit similar to third generation. Is it you? Marino Ibiki, Shizun, and Saratobi Asuma. The people in front of them knew not only the Ino Shikacho combination, but also Shijir team, who belonged to Kana as freshmen, but it was obvious that their strength and brains had barely reached genin. However, Shijir did not recognize them at the ninja school. After all, their appearance in the future will be quite different from the present. Knock us out, planted in the hands of the six of you. We are also content, our results are not so outstanding. The last one was also passed by fluke, originally just want to experience. Asuma took the initiative to ask Shijir to eliminate them. Shijir wanted to let it go and continue the alliance, but the current situation does not allow them. Their strength is a bit poor, and they don't have the secret skills of Ino, Shika, Cho, let alone Kazuru's mind. Even if Shijir let them survive, they would be eliminated by those old students later. I'm sorry, the game was cruel. Although Shijir couldn't bear it, he eventually eliminated the Asuma trio. Then he took out the score cards of the three of them. Hold these three. Shijir threw the card to Ino, Shika, Cho. Why did you give it to us now? Kazuru also didn't know Shijir's meaning. This kind of yin person is not very efficient, we should change our thinking. Shiu replied. Change your way of thinking. Jia he didn't quite understand. We have not encountered many teams so far, which means that there are not too many people coming north near the former tower. With the former tower being abandoned, we have only seen such a team. There is no more group. Do you mean that they headed north from the Tower of Column and Tower of Line? Kazuru seemed to understand Shijir's meaning. Yes, I am afraid we will speed up. As the circle shrinks, Minzi Tower has become less important. Currently, the more strategic locations than here are Linzi Tower and Duzi Tower, which are located on the shoulders. It can at least guarantee that no one will go around in two directions, so you only need to guard against enemies on both sides, and you will not be besieged by other candidates, and you can move to other towers at any time. Indeed, your analysis is quite reasonable. Therefore, our two teams occupy the position of two shoulders, and we can beat others by surprise. Kazura knew that the Shijir team would fight with the Ino, Shika, Cho. The team separated. Our alliance is still effective, Dolphin asked while eating. Of course it works, I look forward to seeing you three after the preliminaries. Shiyu also said sincerely. It is better for them to advance than Uchiha. We plan to go to Linzi Tower. Shiyu said. Then let's go to the Tower of Do. Kazuru nodded. Then, you guys have to come on. Bye. Yamanaka Yuki waved his hand very enthusiastically, and the two teams were separated temporarily. Shijir's analysis is quite accurate. Minaji Tower is well located, but it belongs to the Fourth World War and is easily surrounded by other candidates. Therefore, even if Shijir made a speech at the beginning, not many people cared. Most people thought him. It's just attracting everyone's attention. Therefore, most of the teams plan to advance from the Column Tower and the Row Tower first, waiting for the first round to shrink the circle. Let's go. Let's continue on. Shijir was on the road while observing the surroundings, but they still didn't find any team after passing by the Minami Tower. Directly from the northwest direction of Mina Tower, Shijir finally arrived at Linzi Tower. As soon as Shijir touched it, he saw an acquaintance again. It turned out that the two teams of ninjas were fighting each other, intending to snatch the Tower of Linear. Is this the so-called mantis catching cicada and the oriole behind? Heite Kujuo said as he wanted to rush forward. Wait. We have to wait for one of them to eliminate the other team, and then kill it in the past, so that the cards of both teams are ours. Shijir also quietly lurked down immediately. Shiu, to the northeast of theirs, there is a small team lurking there. Among the red butterfly Byakugan, these three figures were invisible. Ah, there are people. Impossible. Heite Kujuo was also taken aback. He didn't expect another pair of men and horses to stare at the Tower of Promenade. They don't seem to find us. Red Butterfly observed. Shijir, didn't you say that Linzi Tower is very important? Why are there so many people fighting for it? Nanxiang asked. It is very important, but in this place, others can also find his importance. Shiyu had already seen the faces of the three with Balin eyes, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Nanxiang, have you ever heard a saying called a mantis catching a cicada, with the oriole behind? Shiyu asked. Yes. Didn't I say that just now? Nanxiang didn't know what Shijir meant. Actually, when the praying mantis catches the cicada, the oriole is behind. There is actually a sentence behind it, called the oriole catching the cicada. The slingshot is behind, and we are the last to take the slingshot. It seems to be destined. Nanxiang, your father confessed my task, and I will help you handle it in a while. Shiyu also smirked. What do you mean? Nanxiang seemed to guess something. Yes, the three over there are Heite Kakashi, and Rin Nohara is also Chiba Obito. Hongdi also knew the identity of the other party through Byakugan. It turned out to be him. Kujuo also showed a smirk and knew what to do. In fact, not only Shiger team, but many Konoha teams are upset with Kakashi, who is very stinky. Who makes Kakashi so talented? Small have you become Chunin at a young age? Kakashi had two huge personality changes. One time, after his father White Fang died, he completely became a tool, thinking that he should follow the principle of task first. Then the second change was after Lin and Obito died, and finally understood for people who don't cherish their companions, they don't deserve to be called a ninja. However, at that time, Kakashi lost a lot of energy, and his strength improvement became extremely slow, and even the Rising Star Uchiha attack gave him a second. It's probably because of reading Jiraiya's book, right? Shiger could only complain quietly in his heart. Shiger and the others waited for the moment, like a cheetah waiting to attack its prey. They are fighting too fiercely. Not far from the tower, the two teams fought fiercely, ninjutsu, illusion, and even various shuriken kuna. It was like a battlefield. It seems that there are two equally matched teams. Nangsaying said. Two genin old students, and two chunin old students. I didn't expect the battle to be so fierce. Hongdi also sighed. You must improve your strength as soon as possible, otherwise there will be no chance of survival in the Third Ninja World War. Shiyu also reminded. What? The Third Ninja Battle? Didn't the Second Ninja Battle just ended less than 10 years ago? Shiger, what do you mean? Kujuo knew that this Shiger next to him had never guessed that he missed anything. Matter. Will there be a Third Ninja World War? Hongdi also couldn't believe it. Shiyu thought for a while and still didn't intend to hide it from his teammates. After all, he was a teammate who shared difficulties. Unsurprisingly, 3 wars will break out within 3 to 5 years. Don't forget the disputes between the interests and territories of Shinobu Village. The smell of gunpowder in recent years is also full. In this case, what if something comes out? The fuse, the war will begin. Although surprised, Hongdi and Nangsaying chose to believe Shiger. What was the fuse of the 3 world wars? Naturally, Tsunagakure's Fengying disappeared, and why Fengying disappeared is because Sasori of the Red Sand killed him and turned him into a puppet. Sasori wanted to kill White Fang to avenge his parents. As a result, White Fang had committed suicide. Sasori turned to blame Third Kaze Cage, killed it, and finally triggered the Third Ninja War. Therefore, when White Fang's life ended, it also marked the beginning of the Third Ninja War. The death of White Fang was accidental and inevitable. Shiger estimated that he could not stop it. A voice pulled Shiger back to reality. They seem to be exhausted, and there seems to be no chakra anymore, Red Butterfly reminded. Sure enough, the weaker team had already been eliminated by the slightly stronger team. They were snatching the scorecard with the word forbearance, but they did not expect that a ninja from behind had already attacked. Crap! Someone attacked. Damn Kakashi! I rushed up alone. Obito also yelled, saying good teamwork? Just leave it to me. Kakashi was naturally still arrogant. Ugly machine. Chidori. Kakashi suddenly started to emit blue thunder and lightning, and it made a sound like 1,000 birds, and the lightning flashed. Kakashi's movement speed seemed to become faster. Kakashi used the 1,000 birds to launch a stab at the 3 ninjas. It seems that the speed has reached the limit of the human body. So strong. When did Kakashi become such a strong ninjutsu? Kujuo was also very surprised. The chakra of his body has been concentrated in his hands. What an amazing chakra. Red Butterfly was also surprised. The name of this trick is Chidori, and it's an S-rank ninjutsu created by Kakashi, but it still needs to be improved for now. Shiger knew that the real Chidori could completely break through the physical limits of the human body and stab at an ultra-fast speed. This technique is very good, so I reluctantly accepted it. Shiger's white round eyes had perfectly copied the Chidori used by Kakashi. Kakashi directly killed the 2 genins, but Chunin was not so easy to deal with. Kakashi pulled out his short sword and prepared to use swordsmanship. Obito, who appeared, used the fire-style Great Fireball technique and attacked the Konoha Chunin. The wind and fire are moving. Yuenlin also threw the detonation talisman and the wind-style talisman, which is an artificially made entry-level compound attack. And Chunin was fought close by Kakashi. The mid-range must always pay attention to Yuenlin's composite detonation charm. The Great Fireball of the mid and long-range Obito is not a vegetarian. Chunin was hit, and he was still dead. Soon, Chunin was also directly suppressed. Awesome! We actually killed a squad with Chunin. Yuenlin was also a little happy. If this guy didn't make trouble, I should have killed this Chunin faster. Kakashi didn't appreciate Obito's support. Kakashi, if it weren't for Lin and I to support you, you would be deadlocked. Obito was also very upset with Kakashi. Okay, don't quarrel. We still need to recycle their cards. Lin also grabbed Kaka with one hand, and Obito with the other. Kakashi and Obito still snorted and turned their heads to the other side. Why is this so familiar? Looking at the scene where Kakashi and Obito were bickering and Lin persuaded him to fight, Shiger thought he was watching anime, but after looking back, he was already in this world. Shiger, should we attack? Nangsaying asked. Hundi, look at us, there is no one else behind us, Shijir asked. No. Hundi turned on Byakugan, but did not find anyone outside of Kakashi's team. Now, can I go and surround them? Heitei Kujuo asked. Wait for the moment they get the card, don't worry, keep your breath. Shijir waited until Kakashi and Obito got the third card. It's now! Attack! Shiyu gave a soft cry, and then Hundi and Nanseong rushed out with Shiyu. Kujuo quick seal, wind style breakthrough, and Shijir cooperated with Kujuo to use fire style fire dragon fireball. The power of the fire dragon ball is already very high. Coupled with the increase in the Dragon Ball by Kujuo wind style, although the fire Dragon Ball has not become a compound ninjutsu, the increase is not small. Hurry up, Kakashi yelled, and managed to avoid the blow. Kakashi glanced sideways and scanned the ground next to the tower. He was directly blasted out of a big pit. It's so powerful. Kakashi was also taken aback. Shijir didn't miss it, but Shijir deliberately missed it. After Shijir spit out the fire dragon flame bomb, Shijir controlled the fire dragon and deliberately separated the three of them. Hundi has already faced off with Nohara Lin, and Obito is also against Heitei Kujuo. Kakashi saw Shijir. It's you, Uchiha Shijir, Kakashi said afterwards unexpectedly, you attacked us. I am still thinking about when I can fight you. I sincerely hope that you will be defeated in my hands. Ah, Shijir, Obito was also taken aback. Fighting with me, are you distracted? Kujuo's attacks followed one after another, making Obito tired of resistance. Little Master Shiyu, it turned out to be you. Yeah, you and Lin also saw the person who came. As a senior, don't say that I bully you. You just left us with your back very carelessly. Just now our ninjutsu can definitely eliminate the three of you directly, but I deliberately missed it once. You are separated. As seniors, what has been done is enough, right? Kakashi, Obito, Lin, now I give you a chance. As long as any one of you can defeat the opponent in front of you, even if we lose, we will hand all the scorecards we get to you and leave the Tower of Promenade. Shijir is quite confident in the strength of his team members. Lin's strength can only be said to be average, and Obito, let alone, is called the tail of a crane by Uchiha, and it is not unfounded. Opportunity? Senior? Are you really arrogant? Saying as if we are bound to lose, since being underestimated. Kakashi then drew out his miniature white fang blade. Then prove my strength through battle. Kakashi then rushed towards Shijir directly. The other two also started the 1v1 battle. Senkan, Shijir's body flicker technique rushed towards Kakashi. Fast speed. Kakashi was shocked. Although he knew Shijir's speed was extremely fast, he knew that it was completely different from fighting face to face. Boom! Shijir's Kumu had already cut the blade of White Fang, and a little spark came out. Kakashi also reacted quickly. One blow was blocked, and then a backflip, ready to find another space to attack Shijir. But how could Shijir not know Kakashi's tactics? When Kakashi was a teenager, the advantages of fighting were nothing more than speed, swordsmanship, and undeveloped Chidori. Kakashi just used Chidori just now, and Chakra is not enough for him to use Chidori again, so he can only rely on his swordsmanship and speed to deal with Shijio. However, Shijir is faster than Kakashi, and Kakashi can only rely on the Heitei sword art he learned from his father, White Fang. Kakashi, who was about to use the sword technique, was interrupted again by Shijir. 8 Trigram's empty palm. Shijir hit an air shock wave with a palm, and Kakashi, who had just stood firm, subconsciously resisted it with the blade of White Fang. Shun, a shock wave raised the dust. How so? Kakashi used the blade of White Fang to block Shijir's shock wave, but he still felt a gentle thrust and pushed himself backwards. Kakashi also immediately inserted the blade of White Fang into the ground, trying his best to push himself. The body is fixed. The empty palm is to play gentle fist in the air, and the soft and rigid stamina makes Kakashi retreat. However, as soon as Kakashi fixed himself, Shijir's kick had already passed. Kakashi had no time to react and was kicked. The dust rose, and Kakashi's figure was also very unclear. Shijir's fighting rhythm jumped out of the way. With a sound of chun, he appeared behind Kakashi, who had just been kicked, and the kunao in his hand was also ready to insert it. Kakashi turned his head and immediately raised the White Fang's blade, desperately blocking Shijir's kunao again. Raise-nan. Shijir's other hand, Raise-nan, was already booming. Kakashi was hit directly and was knocked into the air by Raise-nan until it hit the wall. Shijir's fighting rhythm was very tight and would not give the enemy any time to breathe. Kakashi, Obito and Lin both yelled. Who knows? Shijir shook his head and said, Kakashi, you are really boring. As soon as the voice fell, the Kakashi who was knocked into the air just turned into a big wooden stake with a bang. Under the cover of the dust, did you use the body replacement technique secretly? Kakashi is really smart. After Shijir finished speaking, she felt a silver shadow flash over her back. Chidori. Kakashi launched the Chidori from the rear and quickly attacked from behind. Innocent. Shiger's instantaneous body was beyond Kakashi's reach and instantly flashed in front of Kaka, easily grasping Kakashi's arm using Chidori. Shiger's hands were like pliers, firmly locked. Chidori of Kakashi. Kakashi's Chidori dimmed a lot in an instant, and there was a feeling of powerlessness. Chidori is very good, but the current weaknesses are also many. Kakashi, do you have any other moves, right? Who knows? Kakashi snorted coldly and said, you are determined to lose. Then there was a bang, and the Kakashi in front of him turned into a cloud of smoke. Shadow clone. Shiger was taken aback. Is it just in the smoke? Not only did you use body replacement technique, did you use shadow clone? Oops. And the real Kakashi, the Chidori in his hand has already gathered to the current strongest. From behind Shiyu, run it straight through. I Kakashi won. The same Konoha rising star. It seems that I am hate Kakashi better. Kakashi became more arrogant and arrogant. Shiger's body fell weakly to the ground. Kakashi, you killed Zayashushu. Lin was also taken aback. What? Kakashi, we are just playing. How can you do this? Obito couldn't believe it too. Don't worry, I avoided his vitals, he just fainted, and his life is not in danger. You guys quickly abstain, otherwise I can't guarantee that he will be alive later. After you abstain, he will be teleported out of the barrier, and there will be Konoha medical department outside. Kakashi also arranged it wisely. However, no one responded to Kakashi. Looking at Kakashi's expression was like looking at a fool. Why don't you abstain? Kakashi was also very puzzled. Is Shiger very popular? He is dying, and his teammates are still laughing there? This is unscientific. Then just listen to it. Boom, that was the sound of Shadow Clone disappearing. Everyone's attention was attracted. Everyone turned their heads and looked at it. It turned out that the place where a cloud of white mist was rising was exactly where Shiger fell. This is impossible. Shiger just now turned out to be Shadow Clone. What's the matter? Kakashi was also completely stunned. Kakashi, you lost. Shiger suddenly flashed behind Kakashi's back indifferently and put kunai on Kakashi's neck. As long as Kakashi moved, he would die. It's impossible. I've been staring at you, how can you use Shadow Clone? Kakashi admits that he has not kept his hands. Heitake, Chidori, and even tactics are used by himself. Quite smooth. Uchiha Shiger, it is impossible to stand unharmed. Very unwilling? Heitake Kakashi? Let me tell you the answer. I didn't use Shadow Clone just now. Shiger told the truth. Kakashi is still very unwilling to say, then why is this? Since you didn't have the opportunity to use Shadow Clone, is it a ghost that I just killed? Besides, even if he is Shadow Clone, why did he hit my Chidori? It can last so long before it disappears. Shiyu put away kunai, smiled, stretched out an index finger and said, it's very simple. Because, from the beginning, it was my Shadow Clone who was fighting with you. As for why my Shadow Clone won't disappear immediately after being hit, I don't know, maybe it's because I'm strong. Shiger also smiled. Because you are strong. What is the explanation? Heitake Kakashi is like 5 thunders. Isn't he the one who fought with me from the beginning? How is this possible? I am Konoha's first genius. How could I lose to a 5-year-old child? From the beginning it's Shadow Clone? It's impossible. It's impossible. Heitake Kakashi obviously still can't accept this reality. Obito and Lin saw that Shiger had nothing to do, and Shiger did not hurt Kakashi, and then said, we lost. Kakashi, I would be gambled to give up, even if the 3 of us add up, we can't be Shiger's little teacher. Uncle's opponent. Don't call him junior uncle. Uchiha Shiger. Why do you only use Shadow Clone to play against me? Are you despising me? Don't I even have the qualifications to be your opponent? Kakashi still refused. Shiger patted his head. He couldn't think that young Kakashi's obsession was so deep, but when he thought about it, that's right, it is precisely because Kakashi's obsession is so deep that he will keep improving. Shiger said, Kakashi, I didn't use Shadow Clone to fight you for me because you were too weak. What's the reason? Kakashi asked, also clenching his fist tightly. It's because my own strength is too strong. I'm afraid I will kill you if I'm not careful. Shiyu also shook his head, looking very aggrieved. Not to mention Kakashi, even Obito and Lin thought Shiger was exaggerating. You are too strong? You are so embarrassed to say it. I don't care. If I lose, I will lose in your own hands. Otherwise, I will not accept Kakashi. Although Kakashi is arrogant and annoying, but because of this, what he said himself will count. Shiger looked at his teammates, Obito and Lin, nodded, then turned his head and said to Kakashi, well, in that case, I will give you one last chance. If you lose this time, don't deny, don't turn your face, obediently admit that you are inferior to me, and see me in the future. Do you have an opinion? Kakashi doesn't care about any conditions at this time, as long as he can fight Shiger, and then defeat him. The complex emotions in his heart will naturally disappear in an instant, and the unparalleled arrogance in his heart can also continue to grow with the name of his genius. Come on. It's useless to say more. Kakashi pulled out his white fang short sword and rushed toward Shijir violently, trying to slash Shijir to death. This guy feels like a silly, just rushing over? Even Naruto will confuse the enemy with Shadow Clone first and then rush over. Shiryu also shook his head. Kakashi, are you really not sure about the gap between us? Shijir asked rhetorically, and then disappeared with a squeak. Where did it go? Kakashi immediately looked around alertly. I'll let you see and see, the strongest technique in the ninja world. Shijir flashed behind Kakashi again, Kakashi slashed out, and Shijir disappeared again. Where the hell? Come out! Fight with me! Coward! Kakashi looked around, scolding again. Obito and Lin have never seen Kakashi so gagged. Ultimate Ninja Realm. Shijir flashed once again, and the first seal had already been formed, and there was even vibration around it, which caused shock to the other 4 people present. I said, Shijir shouldn't be too much. After all, he is also my cousin. Nangsaying also shouted with some worry. The same Konoha shinobi, please be merciful. Lin also shouted to the surroundings. Shijir, young master, don't be so serious. We just give up. Although Kakashi is very annoying, but he won't be killed. He is merciful. Obito was also very worried. Seeing that Shijir didn't respond, Obito also had a bad feeling. Does the younger cousin of Uncle Master really kill Kakashi? Kakashi, run away. Otherwise you will die. Obito also reminded loudly. Dead? Kakashi was also shaken. Will he really kill me, eh? Why do I think so? Do I admit that I am not his opponent? However, Shijir's voice appeared again. Escape? It's too late now. My technique has been completed. This is the strongest secret in the ninja world. Take it. Kakashi. Shijir finally flashed behind Kakashi's back with his hands. Formed a tiger seal. Crap. Don't. Shiryu Shishu. Lin also shouted loudly. Ninfa 1,000 years of death. Shiryu attacked with a cold expression on his face. Just listen to Puff. The so-called ninja first profound meaning accurately hit a certain part behind Kakashi. The whole world fell silent. What? For voices rushed together, full of puzzlement, confusion, and shock. They didn't expect that 1,000 years of death, the strongest in ninja world, would be such a speechless move. It hurts. Kakashi's expression was distorted, as if he was really dying. He only felt a strong unspeakable pain rushing to his heart. Kakashi instantly foamed at the mouth and fainted directly to the ground. Kakashi. Lin also ran to Kakashi's side immediately. He will be fine, it's just painful and dizzy. Shiryu said. I can only help Kakashi here. This guy is too arrogant. If he doesn't defeat him, he won't learn to be humble. Shijir has already told Kakashi with his own strength what is meant by outsiders. There are outsiders, there are heaven outside. Presumably Kakashi will understand this when he wakes up. Obito shook his head and took out the card from him. Uncle Shijir, we have lost, and we are willing to accept the bet. We hand over our cards to you, as well as the 2 Chunin teams just now. However, Shijir naturally waved his hand and rejected the card. Take it, we just want to teach Kakashi, we don't lack your cards. Obito, compared to Kakashi, you respect the elders. Shijir is also their little uncle. He would not take the arrogantly with his emotions and reason. Besides, Kakashi did not agree to the agreement between them. Seriously, Shijir, you were really just now, you almost scared me to death. Nangsaying also said with some worry. That's it. Although Ming dislikes Kakashi on the face, he is actually worried about Kakashi. Shijir couldn't help but teased. Obito and Lin are in charge of caring for Kakashi, who has passed out, while Toki Yakujo and Hundi are guarding against attacks by other ninjas, but at this moment, Hundi is surprised. Someone is coming. It's very close. Why is she? Hongdai said incredulously. Shijir asked, who is it? Then he walked straight up and saw the woman with purple hair that was already slack off. Is this Katori Violet of the Suzuki class? The one who uses illusion. Heitei Kujuo also recognized him. Violet at this time is not only full of strength, but also bloody all over, with countless small and large wounds. I'll take a look. Shijir left Flying Thunder God Kunao, and then used body flicker technique continuously, and within a few seconds, he had reached Violet's side. Violet's body was faltering, and then he passed out. I don't know if it was a coincidence, but he fell right in front of Shio. Shio had to support him, and then a Flying Thunder God technique returned to the Lindsay Tower. Water. Violet has almost fallen into a coma. I don't know what enemy she met. The strength of the Suzuki class is already pretty good, how could she be the only one left? Nangsaying said in surprise. So you know each other, Obito said. Yeah, there have been some disputes before. Should we eliminate her? Or save her? Shijir struggled a little. Save her and see what happened to her. Hundi suggested. I think so too. Shiryu said Red Butterfly brought some water and soldiers' grain pills. But after a while, with the help of Shiger team, Violet slowly opened his eyes. Here it is, Uchiha Shiger, and Hyaga Red Butterfly, Kujuo, is it you? Did you save me? Violet finally awakened completely. What about the other members of your team? How come you are the only one? Shiger also asked directly. Violet sighed and said our team has been attacked by other candidates. They are not only large in number, but also extraordinary in strength. Xiuyi has been eliminated. Shengping resisted desperately to give me a chance to escape. I said I must come back to move the rescuers, but the examination room is like a battlefield. Where are the rescuers? Violet then looked at Xiu and Hundi and sighed. What? Can't we be your rescuer? Nanxiong was also slightly angry. But we were so targeted at you before, are you still willing to help us? Violet asked with some guilt. I really want to know who made you look like this? How can Shenping's strength have reached Shinan's level? Is this still suppressed by the opponent? Violet then said they are from the Uchiha clan. I don't know why, I always feel that they are not genin. Shengping tried his best to resist one or two. So that's it, a member of the Uchiha clan. Shiger was lost in thought. If he were a member of the Uchiha clan, Shiger would naturally not be merciful. This group of Uchiha? Could it be the Jonin who was sent by the Uchiha clan to assassinate me? If that is the case, it would be interesting. I'm afraid it will be the most interesting battle right now. Shiyu had already made a faint decision in his heart. Violet, tell me the location. Your rescuer has decided to leave the mountain, Shiger said. Violet's heart is full of emotions, and I never thought that genin from Hisashi class would help them without saying anything. They are in the middle of the Tower of Promenade and the Tower of Jia. After Violet finished speaking, she seemed to faint again, and was taken care of by Obito and others just like Kakashi. It is enough to leave it to me alone. You are here to guard. If there is an enemy, you will knock it back. You have a geographical advantage. It should be no problem. As soon as Shiyu's voice fell, he felt the golden enchantment in the sky once again. Has changed. It seems that the scope of the barrier has shrunk again, but this time it seems to have nothing to do with the Tower of Promenade. It seems that the barrier in the south has changed. No way, it just happened to be the one I was going to go to. Tower. Looks like it's going to be faster. After the Tower of Jie is abandoned, the relatively safe Tower of Lin is likely to face the enemy from the south, and the teammates in the Tower of Lin will face the possibility of being attacked. Shiger must defeat the Uchiha clan ninjas as quickly as possible, so that he can return to the Tower of Linear. The Flying Thunder God Kunao was left all the way. Shiger opened his eyes again and clearly saw the 9 Uchihas in the distance. 9? 3 groups of Uchiha? Isn't this a bit exaggerated? Of course, in these 3 groups of Uchiha, there are also the 2 who clashed with Shiger before. Uchiha Hideaki, Uchiha Naomasa, and his teammates? There are also 2 groups of Uchiha. When Shiger observed them with Balin's eyes, he also found that one group of Uchiha had at least Chunin level chakra in the whole body, while the other group was even more terrifying, already having Jonin's chakra. Chakra gathered in the area of the eyes. These people actually started sharing on. It looks like it will be a troublesome battle. Idiot. Why don't we have any rescuers? Do you think too well? I deliberately let go of my teammates? But I'm afraid the result will disappoint you. We don't know the other team members. Your idea of trying to fight for help fell through. Katsuhei Yashida is still a smiling face that is not afraid of the sky, and he easily guessed the purpose of the Uchiha team. You guy? It seems pretty clever. But let her go, we don't lose anything, we just need to stay here and wait. A ninja from the Uchiha clan said indifferently. Katsuhei Yashida laughed and said, huh? I really didn't expect that Jonin from the Konoha Guard would be so insidious. He would attack our small genin class. Wouldn't your conscience hurt if it spread out? Boy, don't play tricks. The 3 of us came here for our purpose. Jonin from the Uchiha clan also directly blocked Shenping's mouth, preventing him from speaking. Shiger understood their lips with white round eyes. It turned out to be Uchiha Jonin from the Konoha Guard? 3 Jonin, 3 Chunin, 3 genin. It is estimated that I had a wishful thinking early on. After I came in, I dispersed the Uchiha group and gathered Chunin together, secretly using Jonin to change into genin's appearance. The purpose of these guys, 80% is to avenge the Uchiha group. Naturally I don't need to be merciful. Then Shiger was ready to attack. However, at this time, a group of ninja squad evacuated from Shiger Discovery Tower, and it happened to be here, and 80% of them would collide with the Uchiha clan. It's really good luck that I can't cultivate for a lifetime. When they fought, it was when I attacked Uchiha, but I didn't know whether I would fight Chunin or Jonin. Shiger naturally did not consider the 3 genins, because their strength was too weak. Not knowing what was going on, the Uchiha clan didn't find the ninja squad sneaking in, and then only heard a loud roar. Teeth through teeth. 2 rotating attacks like tornadoes landed on a very unlucky Uchiha genin, and this genin is Uchiha Hideaki, who was startled by Shiger. Enemy attack. Uchiha Naomasa, who was called His Royal Highness, also shouted loudly. Shijir naturally understood. It turned out to be a ninja from the Inyazuka clan. It seems that I have smelled them a long time ago. Uchiha Chunin immediately drew out the unprepared to resist, but there was more than one ninja in this team. Send bad bugs. Countless purple bugs were also completely attached to a Chunin. A ninja who feels very mysterious has appeared. The one who can use insects to fight is naturally the Konoha Abarame clan. Magic tree binding kill. A female ninja with a good face used illusion. Even a ninja from the Uchiha clan was also recruited. This female ninja has black hair and red eyes, and her name is easy to guess. Yuhi Hong? The Abarame clan, and the Inyazuka clan? Is this team very strong? Chunin of the Uchiha clan was successfully attacked by Konoha Genin team. Not far away, the Uchiha Jonin were taken aback, and then they were also preparing Jiin, planning to fight back. However, Shijir, hiding in the bushes, immediately jumped out. He had already finished Jonin and interrupted the three without mercy. Uchiha Jonin's ninjutsu. Fire style fire dragon flame ball technique. Wind style wind dragon bullet technique. The two kinds of ninjutsu instantly mixed to form a compound ninjutsu fire wind dragon bullet technique. The fiery flames and the swift wind turned into a giant dragon, which was very violent and directly ignited the bushes between Uchiha Chunin and Uchiha Jonin. Uchiha Jonin had no time to rescue Chunin, and had to avoid the fire wind dragon that was constantly spitting out by the rain. For a while, there was no chance of counterattack. It doesn't seem to be the enemy? Hong also asked in doubt. He seems to be the number one in the written test? The freshman, right? Abarame's ninja said. The enemy of the enemy is a friend. Hey, newborn, now that we have attacked Uchiha, let's go together. After we kill Uchiha, it's not too late for us to divide the cards, said the ninja of the Inyazuka clan. Okay. Shijir said, 3 Chunin, give it to you. Jonin, give it to me. The situation was urgent and there was no time to question. Shijir was immediately surrounded by 3 Uchiha Jonin. Uchiha Shijir, you finally showed up. Uchiha Feng, Uchiha Wei, Uchiha Kakuzu, you killed it. Uchiha Jonin also tore off his disguise directly. The 3 Jonin are obviously not young anymore. Yes, since the matter has reached this point, I will admit it. Shijir also looked at the 3 contemptuously and said, since you intend to kill me, why do you waste so much looking for death? Let's go together. Kill him in one go. Open your eyes. The 3 Uchiha opened their eyes directly, and they all had 3 Tomo Sharingan, which Shijir did not expect. Fire style great fireball technique. Fire style phoenix fire technique. Fire style dragon fire technique. The 3 Uchihas surrounded Shijir, and naturally used fire style to attack Shijir at the same time. Shijir naturally guessed what the 3 of them were thinking. Want to push me into the air? Dreaming. Shijir printed with extremely fast speed, and then directly shouted, water style water array wall. A huge wall of water almost 365 degrees directly completely blocked the 3 fire style attacks, water and fire. When they met, there was a lot of water vapor around them instantly. The jaws of the 3 Uchihas were about to drop in shock. How can it be? How can there be a water barrier with such an exaggerated defense range? This guy. Hidden strength. As soon as the 3 Uchihas' words fell, Shijir's hands were like lightning, and they quickly formed ninjutsu. Water style super mist shinobi technique. The surrounding water vapor was full, and a very thick fog appeared instantly. Even Sharingan was easily blocked by Shijir. The Akugan scout eyes seemed to be better than Sharingan's, so Shijir's vision was much clearer than the 3 Uchiha Jonin in the thick fog. The 3 of us back to back. Prevent the sudden attack of this abandoned son. Genin has so many advanced ninjutsu. Be vigilant. The 3 Uchihas are still very vigilant, but in the thick fog, they can only defend passively. Shadow clone technique. Shijir used shadow clone quietly and marked everyone with the flying thunder god technique, making him stand in 5 different positions in the dense fog. Shijir was already dead. These Uchiha methods. Try this trick of mine. See how you guys can guard it. Shijir smirked, and then the 5 shadow clones quickly began to seal, and almost at the same time, they completed the seal. The 5 shadow clones shouted together, fire style fire dragon flame ball technique. Wind style wind dragon bullet technique. Earth style earth dragon ball technique. Water style water dragon bomb technique. Lightning style thunder dragon bullet technique. 5 powerful dragon bullets with different attributes have crossed the dense fog and attacked the 3 Uchihas. I have an unknown hunch, watch out for defense. The 3 Jonin in the thick fog thought that their Sharingan was blocked, and Shijir naturally couldn't see where he was. Therefore, they had to guard their surroundings, ready to defend and counterattack Shijir at any time. However, at this time, the 3 Uchihas saw 1 or 2 Dragon Ball techniques respectively and attacked them. You know where we are. Do we have a chance to avoid it? No. There are powerful ninjutsu in all directions, we can only defend or jump into the air. Jump into the air, we can't dodge. Use ninjutsu for defense. Then the three uchihas also used their own defensive ninjutsu. Earth style wall. Water style water barrier. Although it is not as powerful as Shiger's defensive ninjutsu, it can be more or less a starting point. Oh, ready to defend? Ha! Can you prevent it? Shiyu was quite confident in his 5 elements Dragon Ball technique. The power of the 5 elements Dragon Ball technique was very powerful. It was really impossible for Uchiha Jonin to use the earth flow wall and water barrier to prevent it. Oh, the dragon bullet was in the form of a dragon, and it slammed into the earth flow wall and the water barrier in a majestic manner. Then the 5 shadow clone disappeared with a whistle, and they used the body flicker technique one after another. That's too powerful. It must be avoided. A Jonin clearly saw the collapse of the earth flow wall. The Tuliabai and water barrier were instantly torn apart, and the 3 Jonin had to jump into the air with all their strength. Suddenly, 5 shadow clone used body flicker technique and appeared next to the 3 Uchihas. The Rinnegan in his hand was already ready. Without any hesitation, Rinnegan had already blasted up. Damn it! Are you ready to yin us long ago? What kind of ninjutsu is this? What a strong chakra! There is no way. I can only resist. The 3 Uchiha Jonin were in the air, and there was no way to avoid them. They could only hold their hands in front of Rinnegan, preparing to resist the Shiyu Shadow Clone's Rinnegan. Hard resistance? Okay, let's see how hard your bodies are. Shiger sneered from the side, seeming to have seen the death of 3 Uchiha. Rinnegan played by 5 shadow clones accurately hit 3 Uchiha Jonin. The 3 Jonin were directly rotated by Rinnegan, blurring the twisted flesh and blood, and the body flew directly backwards like a cannonball, and finally fell to the ground. At any time, it is extremely stupid to resist other people's ninjutsu. It's not over yet. A Uchiha Jonin also tried his best to stand up, took a pill from his pocket and put it in his mouth, and then his injuries seemed to be healed. Uchiha Jonin is also preparing to feed the same thing to his companion. Zengxu won? It's a headache, otherwise the battle will be endless chatter. Uchiha Shiger's shadow clone rushed to the last Uchiha again, and Uchiha had to resort to ninjutsu to resist. Fire style great fireball technique. Uchiha used fire style again, and the fireball rushed toward Shiger's 5 clones. Fire style Phoenix fire technique. Uchiha Jonin used fire style continuously, almost completely blocking Shiger's shadow clone's path. However, ninjutsu uses too much chakra in his body sooner or later, and Uchiha Jonin continues to use fire style, and chakra in his body is no longer supported. Take your life while you are sick. The 5 Shiger shadow clone also appeared in front of Uchiha Jonin in an instant. The speed of Uchiha Jonin's formation of seals has slowed a lot. Not only chakra is a little weak, but even his physical strength is a little weak. No time wasting, Shiger's white eyes opened, and while Shadow Clone wrestled with Jonin, Shiger teleported directly in front of Uchiha Jonin through Flying Thunder God, and suddenly launched an attack. Gentle Fist hit Uchiha Jonin's heart directly. Go to hell! Boom! Uchiha Jonin was hit in the heart by Gentle Fist, and his pain was extremely painful. His face was already pale. He knelt on the ground and couldn't stand up even if he wanted to. Not only Uchiha Fang, Uchiha Guard, Uchiha Corner, I also killed Uchiha Zumbu, and all Uchiha who wanted to shoot me in this game. You can die with peace of mind. Shiger took another palm, which directly shook all the meridians around Uchiha Jonin's heart. Shiger! Uchiha Jonin showed a very angry expression, then fell to the ground, no more sound. Shiger turned his head and looked at Uchiha Hideaki who fell on the ground and couldn't move, and Uchiha Naomasa in the corner, still not planning to be merciful. You can't kill me. I am the son of the leader of the Konoha security team. I am so noble. You kill me and Uchiha will never die. Uchiha Naomasa also warned in fear. I never die? Isn't it enough now? Go with peace of mind. Shiyu was cold and ruthless, and easily resolved Zyokyu and Jiaizhung, only to find that there was no one around. It should have escaped to Uchiha Genin? However, it doesn't matter. Shiger walked in front of several Uchihas, put his hands on their foreheads, and he felt the power of blood again. Shiger gradually guided this power of blood, and this power of blood was naturally Shiger's familiar Indra power, and the blood in the Uchiha clan was like a stream, and gradually gathered in Shiger's rivers. Middle. Shiger quickly absorbed the power of one Uchiha's bloodline and then, in turn, completely absorbed the remaining bloodline power. Shiger's eyes seemed to have fetal movement, as if his eyes were about to evolve. This feeling, can't be wrong, my eyes are evolving towards Mangekyo Sharingan. The power of the blood of the Uchiha clan is like the key to unlocking the potential in my body, making my blood more refined and purer. Powerful. Maybe. I don't need to kill the closest person at all to awaken Mangekyo Sharingan. Shiger had such a guess. After killing these people, Shiger naturally opened the white wheels and looked around. The Abarame clan, Inyazuka clan, and Yurihong had already killed a Chunin. Ha! Go and help them. Shiyu appeared on the battlefield with a body flicker technique. Oh, that's great. One person killed 3 people? Or did you escape? Said the Abarame clan. Escape? It doesn't exist. There is no need to waste too much time dealing with them. Shijir was also telling the truth. In fact, Shijir didn't show much of his true strength, so he killed all Uchiha's Jonin. Oh? We can deal with all Chunin, maybe because you deal with Genin, it will be so easy, but your strength should barely reach the Chunin level, right? My name is Inyazuka Ja, and his name is Abarame Shi. In the meantime, the female ninja is called Yurihong. Inyazuka Ja introduced. My name is Shijir, I'll introduce myself later. There are 2 Uchihas. Shijir's by Lunyan also clearly saw the means of 2 Uchihas. Hey! Uchiha Chunin made a shuriken sound. Sure enough, the 2 of them threw out a bunch of shurikens in a tacit understanding. The level of the shuriken throwing was obviously extremely high, and they almost gave Abarame Shimamai seconds. The teeth passed the teeth. Inyazuka Ja and his ninja dog directly attacked the 2 Chunin. Yurihong also jumped in the air and threw the detonating talisman shuriken, while Abarame Shima used the worm technique to suck dry Chunin's chakra. Shijir clearly saw that Uchiha Chunin had a Sharingan with double hook jade. Therefore, although the attack was very powerful, Uchiha Chunin avoided their attack very easily. Shiyu shook his head and said, "This style of play is too slow, let me come." Then Shijir's body flicker technique appeared 5 meters directly in front of Uchiha Chunin, and then quickly threw Flying Thunder God's special kunao to Uchiha. Uchiha Chunin could only open Shijir's kunao with his hand. However, at this moment, Shijir's whistling sound appeared above kunao, which is directly above the 2 Chunin. Shiyu had Rinnegan in each hand, and he also struck down directly. Flying Thunder God's second stage. What? This trick was impossible to guard against, and Chunin didn't even think that Shiyu would come like this. Boom! Boom! Uchiha Chunin was hit by Rinnegan, and the top-down attack naturally killed him directly. The bloody scene made Yurihong almost vomit out. Damn! How did you kill them? Inyazuka Ja was also taken aback. Although he was an old student, he had never experienced such a scene. If you kill someone, you seem to be sentenced to leave. Abarame Shima also said in a low voice. Same as Konoha Shinobi? How could you make such a heavy hand? Red was also very puzzled. Shiyu snorted, "This is a personal grievance, and has nothing to do with the exam. The reason why 3 Chunin appeared here was because Uchiha wanted to kill me through this actual battle." Who would have thought that Inyazuka Ja and Abarame Shima shook their heads and said, "I don't care about your grievances, but it is a fact that you killed someone, and we naturally want to catch you." It's really pedantic. Shiyu didn't expect to be able to reason with this group of people. "If you want to catch me, just come. You are not my opponent yet." The 3 people in front of Shiyu were not qualified to be Shiyu's opponents. "Since you are enlightened, then, teeth through teeth. Send bad worm technique, magic tree bound kill." The final illusion was not released by Hong, but by Shijir. Shijir copied the trick of Hong through Bailanyan. Abarame Shima and Inyazukaja are basically not capable of illusion, let alone the illusion that Uchiha Shijir uses with white round eyes, so their bodies suddenly stopped. During the illusion, they were drilled by Shijir from the trees. "Come out and poke directly." They knelt to the ground, vomiting blood. "Damn it! I copied Red's illusion, and it seems to be more powerful than the red one. We are not opponents at all. I would have known it before." Inyazuka Ja and Abarame Shima also regretted it in their hearts. If they were only the elite Chunin, they would at least have the possibility to resist. Tell you a secret. It was not Genin that I dealt with just now. The 3 I dealt with were all Jonin from the Uchiha clan. All the ninjas, including the Chunin you dealt with, came to kill me. Jonin. Then don't you have at least the strength of the elite Jonin? Abarame Shima and Inyazuka said in surprise. "If others kill me, I will let them kill me? Can't I kill others?" Shijir didn't talk nonsense with the 2, and knocked them out with gentle fist. It is estimated that it will be impossible to wake up within half a day of it. Yurihong picked up kunao, and faced Shijir nervously. "Red, the reason why I didn't attack you was because you didn't attack me with them? So? Do you also think that facing someone who wants to kill me, I can only be slaughtered?" Shijir asked rhetorically. Both eyes. Bailanyan is very cold. The Uchiha clan wanted to kill you first, and then you had to resist." Yurihong was very smart, and instantly understood Shijir's meaning. Shiyu was not afraid that Yurihong lied to him, nodded and said, "It's fine if you know." Then Shijir walked to the dead Uchiha clan, and guided the power of his blood into his body with his hands, and then he walked to Katsuhiro Yashida, who was tied up by the 5 flowers. "Sheng Ping. Ha! Is it Shijir? I didn't expect that Violet would find you. The Jonin should be dead, right? Don't worry, they wanted to kill you first before you resisted." Yashida Masaru Ping was smarter, and was given a vaccination in advance. Since you are fine, I promised Violet's thing, I'm done, let's go together. Shijir untied Shenping's rope with Kumu. Shenping smiled and said, you are not like those nasty uchiha. This time our team even owes you a favor. I hope you will take good care of Violet. See you in the preliminaries. Shenping then used the body flicker technique and disappeared, looking very strange. This guy. Shijir then recovered all the recovered scorecards, and then used the continuous flying thunder god to quickly return to the Tower of Promenade. After Shenping had left a long way away, he also raised his index and middle fingers, and then changed into another look with a bang. A black ninja uniform with an umbu mask on his face and a small sword on his back. Report to Master Hokage that the Uchiha clan really took action against Shijir. Shijir's strength was beyond imagination and completed the anti-kill. There is no need for me to take action. The thing you are worried about has not happened yet, and I will continue to perform the task. Then the mysterious young man placed the written letter on the crow's feet and sealed it again, and then the crows disappeared. Soon, the third-generation project in the Hokage room received this secret report. The Uchiha clan, sure enough, began to restless. Hokage spit out a long puff of smoke, not knowing what he was thinking. Shijir naturally didn't know what happened later. Using the Flying Thunder God technique, he teleported back to the Tower of Proximity continuously, and what he was worried about still happened. Kujuo, Hundi and Obito are fighting the enemy. They were all wounded, and the most embarrassed was Obito. His chakra seemed to be almost exhausted. Suddenly launching a sneak attack while I'm not here. Although the opponent is not from the Uchiha clan, it is quite damn it. Hearing Seng, Shijir appeared in the vicinity of everyone fighting. Flying Thunder God second stage. Shijir threw Kumo at the three enemies without saying a word. Shit, shit, shit. Shijir flashed 3 times in a row, and every time it flashed, he used Gentle Fist to hit the enemy's important acupuncture points. In just 3 seconds, all 3 genin were knocked off by Shijir. To their surprise, the chakra on their body seemed to be completely sealed. Then, they felt a sense of weakness all over their bodies, and then they knelt on the spot and fell down. Okay, so strong. Hongdai couldn't help but said, are we so far apart? Nanxiong was also somewhat silent. Obito also opened his mouth wide. Shijir's performance and Kakashi's performance are almost 2 people. If you use this trick when fighting Kakashi, Kakashi should be killed in a second. Ha! The move just now? I seem to have seen it somewhere. Obito can't remember it. Flying Thunder God technique. Teacher Minato's trick. Lin was also taken aback. She didn't expect that besides Teacher Minato in this world, there would be people who would use this trick. She was also very incredible. Shijir, are you okay? How is Shenping? Hundi asked. Shenping is very strange. He doesn't seem to want to walk with me. He said that meeting in the preliminaries meant entering the final tower, right? Shijir also told everyone the matter. Then Shijir took out a handful of scorecards from his pocket, most of which were uncountable. So many. Nangxiang was also taken aback. Shijir, how many teams did you just defeat? There are not many. Let's divide it before entering the tower. No one should be able to take it from me. Shijir then said, what will happen next? Kakashi and Violet can't wake up for a while. We eliminated him, which seems not very good, but if we bring them, we need to spend 2 manpower. She then looked at Hundi and then at Linear. Obito immediately asked, I'll take care of Kakashi. I don't have much chakra, so there should be no problem with carrying Kakashi. Why are you so active all of a sudden? Lin asked very strangely. It's okay. Obito blushed, so he wouldn't let Lin take care of Kakashi. Hundi pointed to Violet and said, well, then I will carry her on his back. The red butterfly is mainly for reconnaissance, and when fighting, it can only be in close combat, so the red butterfly back is indeed more suitable. Take those genin scorecards, Obito, maybe it will be helpful later. Shijir didn't care about the 3 cards, but now he has a lot of them. Great. Thank you, Shijir. Obito thanked. At the same time, the Lindsay Tower itself suddenly shook, and at this time the barrier stone on the top of the Lindsay Tower became dimmed. We are really unlucky. It seems, the next tower to be abandoned is the Lin Tower. When the Lin Tower completely loses its enchantment, we will be eliminated directly if we haven't evacuated. This is the 3rd time. The schedule is over halfway, and the remaining 3 laps will be shrunk, and 5 towers will be randomly abandoned. At that time we will meet with the strongest team. It shouldn't be too late. We moved immediately. The south of the Tower of Promenade can no longer go. We can only move to the Tower of Soldiers to the east. Shijir started from Mina Tower to Lin Tower, and then went to the north side of Je Tower. Now their team can only continue to the east, occupy the Tower of Soldiers, and then take a step to sea, because no one can guarantee themselves. The area in which it is located will not be abolished. Everyone adjusted their state and ran towards the Tower of Soldiers. However, the current situation is more complicated than it was at the beginning. At the beginning of the competition, most candidates did not head north from the former tower, but went north through the column towers and row towers on both sides because of the long distance, so the competitive pressure will be smaller. Therefore, the place where a large number of candidates fight is the Tower of Soldiers. Nearly 10 teams were eliminated here, and the most powerful ninja teams of more than 5 lurked around the Tower of Soldiers. Shiger was so surprised for the first time after observing the surroundings with Bailanyan's scout eyes. Shiger, there are too many ninjas here, and most of the chakra flow has reached the Chunin Jonin level. Is our competition really a Chunin selection competition? Hundi also felt a little weird. What? There is also Jonin. Chunin is exaggerated enough, why is there still Jonin? Obito also unsuspectingly said. SHHH, get down. Shiger covered Obito's mouth and pressed it to the ground. After everyone got down, Shiger looked at the enemy's direction, which was relieved. The voice and the movement range are smaller. There is a possibility that there are sentient ninjas among the enemies, who were just about to be discovered. Shiger also vaguely felt a little bad. Red Butterfly, please help me to confirm how many teams and ninjas are there near the Tower of Soldiers, and are there any corpses on the ground? Shiger naturally saw it, but still wanted to confirm it. After Hundi observed it, he also took a breath. It's okay, just tell it. Shiyu naturally knew what Hundi saw. At present, there are 6 teams around the Tower of Soldiers, that is, 18 people. All around, there are corpses, all of them are Konoha's old students. They seem to have been cut off by a sharp weapon. Old student? Is it the new student? Lin asked rhetorically. Impossible, there are only 3 groups of freshmen left, our group, Ino, Shika, Cho group, Gaigenma Ebisu's group, and the rest are old students. Chunin exam, how could anyone kill his classmates like this? Kujuo said that he couldn't understand it. Even Shiger only used 1,000 years of death on Kakashi. Of course, Kujuo didn't know Shiger killed Uchiha. Will it be manslaughter? Ninjutsu duel? More or less casualties? Obito guessed too. Simple competition, ninjutsu duel, but it won't cut off the opponent's body. They not only used sharp ninjas to kill their opponents, but based on the surrounding humidity and the water conditions on the ground, they are likely to use powerful water-style ninjutsu to directly cut off the opponent's body under extreme pressure. Use ninja well? And use water-style well? Does Konoha have such a ninja? There are not many ninjas who use water-style in Konoha. Most of the ninjas are throwing. If they can cut people in the middle, it can only be a ninja, Obito said with certainty. Water-style. Ninja sword. Will it be the Mist Shinobi Ninja Sword 7? Red Butterfly was very knowledgeable, so naturally he was on the point. It's a pity that the number of people is not right, and the strength of the Mist Shinobi 7 is estimated to be around the elite Jonin. This group includes not only Chunin but also Jonin. The strength is so uneven, it is absolutely impossible to be the 7. Shiyu also shook his head. There was no group of 18 people in his mind. Let's think of a way to take down this tower. Even if we escape, it doesn't make sense now. We have been suspected. As long as we show our feet a little, the perception ninja not far away can perceive us. Shiger felt it several times, and the perception ninja on the opposite side looked over here. The words were not finished yet, rows of shurikens burst like Shiger and the others. It was discovered. Shiger was also a little surprised, and took a step forward, making seals with both hands at an extremely fast speed. Earth-style Earth Stream Great Wall. Shiger Yukien's operation time was even faster than the rate of fire of a shuriken. Shiyu hardly stopped, turned around to seal again Earth-style Earth Dragon Ball technique. Shiger vomited chakra, and an Earth Dragon rushed out from the opposite direction of the Earth Wall. Shiger opened the white will eyes and controlled the Earth Dragon bullets to rush towards the ninjas, and suddenly forced the ninjas back. So fast speed of printing. Yeah, Yuan Lin was also surprised. Ninjutsu almost didn't stop. Obito was also nervous and more confident. However, soon, there was a big explosion outside the Earth Flow Wall. Cracks were also blown out of the solid Earth Flow Wall. Shiger was also a little surprised, and when he used the white round eyes to explore it, he discovered that several ninjas outside were throwing detonation talisman outside the Earth Flow Wall. Although Bailanyan can observe remotely, like Byakugan, it can only observe one place at a time. Even if the angle of view is 360 degrees, it cannot look at places in different directions at the same time. When Shiger's Earth Dragon Bomb hit the Earth, it disappeared. This place can't stay. Evacuate backwards. For the first time Shiger encountered this kind of completely suppressed situation. At the same time, he faced 18 elite Chunin and Jonin, and had to protect his teammates. It was really powerful. Feeling nowhere. Bang! The Earth Flow Wall finally shattered completely. Even if the Earth Flow Wall is used again, it will not help, and sooner or later it will be consumed. Because of holding Kakashi and Violet, the team's speed became very slow, let alone being chased by 18 ninjas. You go first. I'll hold them. Regardless of their disagreement, Shiyu directly used the shadow clone technique, and the 5 shadow clone blocked the place where everyone left, guarding like a door god. Let's go! Don't waste the opportunity, Shiger has won for us. Nan Xiong persuaded Hundi. The head of the ninjas seemed to be interested in Shiger, waved his hand, and all the ninjas stopped. Oh? Unexpectedly, Kanaha's little devil is so confident. I want to know, why can you stop us all by yourself? Although he carried Kanaha Forward Protector, the person in front of him did not claim to be Kanaha Shinobi. Talking is also yin and yang strange. This person then made another gesture, and all the ninjas rushed to the 5 shadow clones. Earth-style Earth Flow Great Wall Technique. 5 shadow clone directly used the Earth Flow Wall. The 5 Earth Flow walls directly separated Obito and others from Shiger completely, and then the shadow clone disappeared. Ha 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 ha. Interesting, let your teammates escape and leave yourself behind? You are putting yourself into a mortal situation. Ninja, you only need the strongest, other people are cannon fodder, aren't they? I'll take a look at how you blocked our 18 people. The man stopped disguising, and directly used reduction techniques to restore his original appearance. The headed ninja is over 1.8 meters tall, with long gray hair draped over his shoulders, and 2 black spots on the inside of his eyebrows. Shiger was also quite impressed with this outfit, and he seemed to call out to himself, as if desperately eager for the power of the blood of the person in front of him. Otsutski and Kagaya? Are you Yoryuki? Shiger squinted at the person in front of him. Although it was a question, Shiger was quite sure. The person in front of him smiled evilly and said, I can't think of Kanaha's little devil, who knows the name of my Yoryuki clan? My name is Kanbei. It's a pity, you still have to die in our hands, little devil. Ha 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 ha. Shiger couldn't help but laughed out. Guan Bingwei asked, boy, what's so ridiculous about death? Shiger finally put away his laughter and snorted coldly, who doesn't know the name of the dead bone pulse of the Yoryuki clan? Listen to what you mean, do you want to fight against my 5-year-old genin? It's ridiculous. Officer Kagaya's mind turned quickly and pointed to Shiger. Boy, your brain is really alive. Want to distract my power? I won't be fooled by you. Everyone, kill this for me. Kid. Shiyu shook his head and continued violently, you are scared, oh, really, you are scared of a 5-year-old child. Even if I am an elite jonin, in front of 18 elite shinin jonin, I can't make any waves, let alone I am a 5-year-old genin. I don't know what you are afraid of. Coward. The shame of the Hui Yoryuki. Spicy chicken. Scum. Shiger also delayed time as much as possible. On the one hand, he was able to buy time for them, and on the other hand, he could restore his chakra. Don't look at Shiger's chakra at a half step over cage level, but since Shiger entered the Konoha forest, chakra has never stopped using it. Whether it's on the way, killing, or defending, chakra is always on. There is basically no time to rest. Even if it is super shadow, chakra will be scarce for 3 hours of continuous fighting, and once chakra and stamina are overdrawn, death is not far away. Guanbingbei was scolded by Shiger, and seemed to have lost his calm thinking. Boy, shut up. I'm the ninja of the Yoryuki clan. How can I be afraid of you, a stinky kid? I'll take care of you. Kagaya officer guard also made up his mind to kill Shiger with his own hands, but immediately issued an order that made Shiger very unexpected. And you 17, go chase the ninja who just escaped. Smelly boy, do you want to delay time? Do you think I don't know what tricks you have? Ha ha. Guan Bingwei also smiled triumphantly. This guy doesn't seem to look stupid on the outside. Shiyu thought lightly. Taking this opportunity, we must kill the ninja in front of us as quickly as possible. Otherwise, they will die forever. Shiger thought very surely. It's not a time to save chakra. You have to bite the bullet when there are as many chakras. 17 people chased Hundi and others, and the Kagaya officer guard in front of them also said in a big way, boy, I will let you see today, the dead bone pulse of the Hui Yoryuki clan. Shiger directly drew Konao out of the ninja bag and threw it to the Kagaya officer. As he expected, Kagaya Kanbei didn't care about the Konao he flew past. Good opportunity. Flying Thunder God's second stage. Shiger instantly appeared above the Kagaya officer guard, Raisnon in his hand rose directly, and then, when the rain was about to blow down, I don't know if it was a coincidence, Kagaya officer Wei directly used his own blood to follow the boundary. Tang Song's dance. Kagaya officers and soldiers suddenly burst out of sharp bone spurs. The Tang Song's dance of offense and defensive integration made Shiyu no way to start, so he took the initiative to give up the attack. Like all the blood successors of the Yoryuki clan, the guards can freely manipulate bone bud cells and osteoclasts. After Shiger's body flicker technique moved away from the Kagaya officer guard, the guard also sealed the seal again. Dance of Early Fern. A large number of bone spurs appeared on the surrounding ground instantly. Shiger turned somersaults and avoided the bone spurs where he was standing. 8 Trig Ram's Sky Palm. Shiger evaded the attack and slapped the gentle fist at the guards from the air. Although the guards guarded them with one hand, they seemed to underestimate the power of Shiger's gentle fist. No matter how hard the shell is, can it attack the fist inside the human body? Is this the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan? Kagaya officer guard became more curious about Shiger. As Konoha Uchiha, how can I know Hyuga's punches? It's really interesting. Kanbei also joked. Shiger has basically figured out how to kill Kagaya. Random lion hair technique. Shiger directly used Jireya's hair ninjutsu, and the hair turned into a fierce lion head, and then began to rush towards Kagaya officer in guard. So fast. Guan Bingwei was also shocked. The hands have been covered with dense bones. Pop. The guard waved his arm, trying to use bone spurs to beat the messy lion's hair to pieces. However, things like hair are difficult to completely break up unless they are cut with a sharp knife. So even if the Kanbei waved his arms, Shiger's hair was still entangled in his body. Damn it. Guan Bingwei was also anxious. Good opportunity, Shiyu thought. Composite ninjutsu fire earth wind thunder Dragon Ball technique. Shiger quickly seals, and then directly spit out 4 Dragon Ball techniques with different attributes from the air. These 4 Dragon Ball techniques are compounded together to form a super large compound. Ninjutsu. Rumble, rumbling. Shiger controlled the 4 dragons and accurately hit the Kagaya officer guard. He thought that such a powerful ninjutsu could directly kill him. Who would have thought that the smoke would dissipate, but Kagaya officer guard was still standing there. At this time, the guard looked a little embarrassed. His body was densely covered with bones, and most of the bones became scorched by Shiger's ninjutsu. It seems that a large amount of chakra was released at a critical moment to create bones and protect yourself. Shiger was not discouraged. If he were to be killed so easily, it would not be the limit of blood inheritance. Boy, you angered me. The Kagaya officer guard was obviously angry, and rushed towards Shiger again with bone spurs all over his body. Sabeki Mai. The Kagaya officer in guard directly forced Shiger to fight in close combat. Shiger, who had white round eyes, avoided every move without any flaws. Guan Bingwei punched, and then the bone spurs in his hands suddenly became very sharp. Shiger's pupils shrank and seemed to feel danger. Flying Thunder God used it again, and his body appeared in the distance again. It's really annoying. It always appears in the distance suddenly? Is it body flicker technique? Guan Bingwei obviously didn't want to continue to consume Shiyu. 10-finger bullets. Guanbing's phalanx shot out like bullets, and ordinary people have a certain revolving heaven lack of skill. 8 Trigram's palms revolving heaven. Shiger's whole person also spun, and dozens of phalanx bullets were all bounced away by Shiger's revolving heaven without exception. The guards and soldiers were completely dumbfounded now. This is the secret technique revolving heaven of the Hyuga clan? Boy, aren't you from the Uchiha clan? How could this trick be used? How do you know that I am from the Uchiha clan? Shiger felt strange. Oh, feel it, I feel like you are. The guard shook his head and said, boy, don't delay any more time. Use one move to determine the outcome. Guan Bingwei also had no choice but to take Shiger for a while, and decided to kill it with one move. Kanbei's left arm was completely bone, and then it began to change into a spiral shape, a spiral spear. Dance of the Iron Thread Flower. My strongest move. See how you respond. Guan Bingwei ran all the way as he said, as if Chi-Ji also locked Shiger on. Then I will accompany you. Shiger will never avoid this blow, because he is extremely confident of his strongest attack. Shiger's hands begin to generate Reiznan, and the size of Reiznan is also increasing with the gathering of chakra. Bigger. Reiznan grew bigger and bigger, and eventually became so big that Shiyu could no longer sustain it. Big ball Reiznan. Shiger also ran in the direction of the Kanbei, and finally the spear of the Maid of the Iron Line flower stabs and collides with Shiger Reizengan's twisting blow. The surrounding environment has also changed. A strong wind suddenly formed at the place where the two confronted, and the ground seemed to be shattered. Ah, boy. The strongest spear of the Yoryuki clan. No one can resist. Go to hell. Guanbing also obviously exhausted all his strength, and all his stamina and chakra were released in this blow. Superior. Different from you. I will definitely defeat you, because I need to be stronger. Strong enough to change the world. Shiger's obsession is much deeper than Kagaya officer guard, and Reiznan in his hand is naturally stronger. A bit stronger. Shiger also exhausted all his remaining strength and retreated Reiznan, and Guan Bingwei's left hand bone spear was also twisted and shattered bit by bit. Then the extremely hard left hand was completely crushed by the powerful big ball Reiznan in an instant, and the whole body of the guard was submerged in Shiger's Reiznan. Impossible. How is it possible? Someone can beat me head on. How can I defeat this trick? Don't. Officer Kagaya's body was almost completely abolished and fell to the ground. Shiger dragged a heavy body, step by step towards the Kagaya officer, but in the end he fell weakly to the ground. Kanbei had no breath, and the ultimate victor of this battle was Shiger. Shijir was only 5 years old. In the absence of chakra, he was able to use ninjutsu and physique to fight Jonin, who has the blood limit, and finally win, which can already be described as a miracle. However, Shijir also ran out of all his energy and chakra. At this time, as long as any ninja sees Shijir, he can easily drop him in seconds. Shijir touched Guanbingwe's body and found a specially encrypted scroll. Then Shijir also raised the corners of his mouth and put it into his pocket. This thing will definitely be useful. Then Shijir approached the guard and put her hand on his forehead, thinking that nothing would happen, but a magical force in his body seemed to be awakened, guiding the bloodline power in the guard. Xiang Xiu's body surged. Chakra and stamina have recovered some. Shijir was at least able to move, and then a word rang in Shijir's ear. Hello, host. Hello, host. Xiu was taken aback. It seemed that he hadn't heard this sound for a long time, so he immediately responded. My god? Are you? Are you the system? Shijir asked, sitting on the ground. Hello, host. It's me. Long time no see, I am the strongest blood system. The system's voice is the same as it was at the beginning, like a robot. System, are you back? It's been a month, right? The system sent me to this world to activate the otsutski bloodline and then disappeared. What's the situation? Shijir also asked very curiously. The system responded, because of two reasons. One is that the system has crashed, and the other is that the system has run out of energy. Crash? Why did it crash? Shijir also asked. Because I said at the beginning that I would give you the otsutski bloodline, but you already have the otsutski bloodline in your body, so if there is already, I helped you awaken the bloodline, and the system crashed as a result. The system explained. Road. Shijir thought for a while and said, maybe it's because I happened to put my soul on Shijir's body, right? My father is from the Uchiha clan and my mother is from the Hyaga clan. Both have the blood of Otsutsuki. Yes, host, because it's a problem with the system itself, so the system will provide you with the opportunity to re-strengthen your bloodline. You seem to have absorbed another branch of the Otsutsuki bloodline. You can also choose to fuse this bloodline, but after strengthening the bloodline or fusing the bloodline, I will fall into a deep sleep again, until the power of the bloodline absorbed by you next time is enough to wake me up. Wait for the system. I want to ask. Why can I absorb the power of other people's blood? Shijir did not choose to strengthen, nor did he choose to merge, but chose to ask questions first. The system immediately replied, you are the owner of the Otsutsuki bloodline, the Akugan of the Hyaga clan, Sharinan of the Uchiha clan, with style of the Senju clan, chakra physique of the Uzumaki clan, and dead bone pulse of the Kei-Yoryuki clan, all belong to the Otsutsuki bloodline branch. Therefore, you can absorb the above 5 bloodline powers. After absorption, the system wakes up and it will fuse for you. Normally you absorb it by yourself, which can immediately strengthen the bloodline, but only the new bloodline requires a system. Then now I can strengthen the bloodline, or can I merge the bloodline? How long will it take? Shijir asked. Shijir was a little anxious now. It is recommended that the host is better to integrate the blood. This will not only make your blood more pure, but also increase your chakra storage. After the fusion, the chakra and physical strength will directly return to full. You can understand it as upgrading and strengthening the blood. You can understand it as breaking the limit, which is not very useful for you now. The system explained again. In this case, the system, then I will integrate the blood of the Kei-Yoryuki clan. Shijir also decided. The fusion begins. Fusion of the blood of the Hui-Yoryuki clan for you. The voice of the system sounded. Shijir felt that he had just crossed the awakening bloodline again. The bloodline that the body had just absorbed seemed to have become much calmer, not like the beginning. So happy. Then Shijir felt that the original bloodline in his body was accepting this new bloodline energy harmoniously, just like the two teams were negotiating. It was easy for the two teams to compromise, and then they were glued to each other. Together, then began to merge. Shijir didn't know why he could feel so clearly, but the facts were more complicated than this. At the moment when the power of the two bloodlines were combined, Shijir felt extremely refreshed, and did not have the pain of awakening the bloodlines at first. Shijir felt like she was dreaming. The physical strength seemed to be back to his peak, and Xiu was the most excited about his chakra. The bottleneck was finally passed. Shijir finally crossed the shackles of cage level and reached super cage level. And not only the total amount of chakra has broken through, but the recovery speed of his chakra has also become faster. Now, even if I keep fighting, I will never overdraw chakra. Shijir is also quite confident. Dance of early fern, Shijir said faintly. After that, Shijir's 10 meters centered on Shijir directly protruded from the ground with bone spurs that were more than 2 meters long. Tang Song dance. Shijir's whole body pierced a sharp bone, which seemed to be stronger than the dead bone pulse of the guards and soldiers just now. Shijir then put away the power of dead bone pulse with satisfaction. Now, the physique ability will also rise in a straight line. Don't look at the tyrannical rain shinobi technique, but when it comes to physique, it is really short. First of all, age and body are too young. Secondly, Hyuga-style physique cannot be used by people. Shijir can only use Flying Thunder God and Rinnegan. One set, but even the most one belongs to ninjutsu. However, the fusion of the blood of Kaguya Dead Bone Pulse gave Shijir an instant super strong body art beyond his age. Of course, Shijir would still not use it in front of everyone. Cage level combat power. We have to find them. Shijir raised her index finger and middle finger, and disappeared with a chuckle. Kujuo had already left Flying Thunder God Kunao along the way. Shijir used Flying Thunder God to teleport and quickly found their place. And not far away. Damn, they're going to catch up. Nangsaying also said, why don't you go first? I'll break it. No, if you want to go, let's go together. Red Butterfly was also a little stubborn. Kakashi, are you awake yet? Lin asked anxiously. It's really dangerous this time. Obito also felt guilty. Sang 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 sang. At this time, rows of shurikens flew towards everyone. Rows of shurikens flew to the crowd. Seeing that Shijir's teammates were about to be hit. At this time, Kakashi, who was on Obito's back, also tried to jump out, and then pulled out the White Fang short sword. Shoo! Kakashi used White Fang to shoot all the shurikens that burst to the ground. And Violet, who had been carried by the Red Butterfly, finally regained consciousness. What is going on? Kakashi also stared at the surrounding ninjas and asked in surprise. A lot of ninjas. Violet was also very surprised. He didn't expect to see himself surrounded by enemies just after waking up. In short, these people are not Konoha shinobi, we were attacked by them. Lin also explained, letting them know their current situation. And the 17 ninjas started keying one after another, and then more than a dozen shots of water-style ninjutsu had already attacked. Looking at the power of ninjutsu, it can definitely divide a person's body in two. Damn! So many people. So many ninjutsu. Even Kakashi felt a great deal of pressure. How to prevent this? No one can defend against ninjutsu. Violet was also ashamed. Do everything possible to defend yourself? We have no way to escape. Kakashi's fighting consciousness is still good, but at this time Kakashi, there is no Sharingan, so there is no defensive ninjutsu of Big Ben. Good luck to us. Obito tried his best to protect Lin with his body. Little ghosts of Konoha, there is no doubt that they will die this time. The group of ninjas is about to succeed. Base, Flying Thunder God guide mine. At the most critical moment, Shijir used Flying Thunder God to rush to him. In desperation, he directly pointed the Flying Thunder God technique in his hand to fire-style ninjutsu, and used the space to sense another Flying Thunder God technique. Mode. Unexpectedly, he accidentally used Flying Thunder God to guide mine. Then dozens of water-style ninjutsu was directly transferred away by Shijir. The 4th generation project and the 2nd generation project can use this trick to transfer the tailed beast bomb directly, so the mere water style is of course not a problem. How can it be? The ninjutsu used by more than a dozen ninjas has disappeared. The 17 people were all surprised. The water style of a dozen ninjas was integrated, and they should have killed the other 6, but the fact is not the case, and the most important thing is, why does this person appear here? Shijir. I knew you were all right. The joy in Hundi and Nangsaying's eyes came from the heart, and Obito and Lin were also quite excited. After all, Shijir was alone after breaking up and resisting the boss. Kakashi, Violet? You are awake. After I defeat the 17 ninjas in front of me. Shijir also took a step forward, looking aggressive. The other party is a dozen ninjas. You want to be alone. Violet couldn't understand either. Kakashi looks a little different. Uchiha Shijir. Shishu, you are alone, don't behave, we all go together, at least there is a chance of victory. Shijir laughed and said, if I weren't even their opponent, then you wouldn't have the chance to win. Kakashi, my moves are for killing people and not for competition, so I called me this sound master at you. Uncle, this time, I will show you my true strength. You guys, wait for me for 3 minutes, no, 2 minutes, Shijir said to Hundi and Nangsaying, speaking with confidence and no timidity at all. The teammates looked at Shijir in surprise, but they believed him in their hearts. After all, Shijir had created countless miracles. After that, Shijir walked to the 17 ninjas. What happened to that Jonin? Boy, why are you here? Say it. Otherwise we will make you worse off than dead. Shijir shook his head and said, did you say Kaguya Officer Guardian? He is dead. By the way, what you said just now is your last word, right? Looking for death. 17 people were also enraged, and they had never seen such a defiant kid. Humph, Shia snorted coldly, and took out several kunao from the ninja bag and threw them directly at those ninjas. Kunao's throw was just right, and immediately forced the nearest ninjas back. Kunao is good at throwing, but, is this your confidence against the 17 of us? It's ridiculous. 17 people are also ready to fight back immediately. Of course it's more. Shijir pulled his hands like this, and his 10 fingers were entwined with lines that could not be clearly seen with the naked eye. These lines, like puppet manipulating lines, flew to the 17 ninjas with great precision. Kyuu is wired. Be careful, everyone, the perception ninja also reminded immediately. Unexpectedly, Shijir did not lead these lines to continue to attack, but pop, he shouted with his hands folded, multiple shadow clone techniques. Then the art of Kunao instantly covered the entire battlefield. Shijir moved his fingers lightly, and countless Kunao shot at the 17 people like eyes. Hundreds of special Kunao marked with flying thunder gods mark on the field, densely packed like small bugs, shot back and forth at the 17 people. The sound of clanging metal percussions appeared in the entire venue, and the voices of the 17 people became more and more impatient, not at all handy at the beginning. Damn it! How can it be endless? Kunao shadow clone? How can there be such an exaggerated Kunao shadow clone? This is puppet art plus Kunao shadow clone. Where is such a dense Kunao? And even if shadow clone Kunao is hit, it will not disappear immediately. What is the situation? They encountered the same situation as Heitei Kakashi. Shadow clone will not disappear immediately after being hit. It may be because Shijir used otsutski chakra, the ancestor chakra, so any technique is better than others. It's time to end. Shijir also announced, and Shijir closed the seal again. The field has changed again. Boom bang 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 bang. 5 Shijir's shadow clone changed from Kunao to Shijir's appearance. One hand raised the index finger and middle finger to extract chakra, and the other hand raised non also used it at the same time, and then aimed at the bodies of the 17 people were photographed. All the attention of the 17 people is resisting Kuma. How can they expect that Kunao will suddenly become human and use Raiznan to assault themselves? Therefore, before they couldn't believe and accept it, Raiznan had hit at least 5 of the 17 people. At the same time, Shiyu's body was not idle, using the Flying Thunder God technique to shuttle through countless sufferings, and no one could guess his location at all. Raiznan, Flying Thunder God, Raiznan. Shijir has been repeating Flying Thunder God and Raiznan, taking the life of at least one ninja every time he appears. And the rain of blood from time to time in the sky was also covered with Shijir's face unknowingly. Shiyu, like Shura. A little bit of time passed, and Shiyu's killing finally ended. Shiyu came back to his teammate for a moment, and began to wipe the hands and face that had just been stained with the blood of the 17 people. Then Shiyu realized that everyone was staring at him. What do you think of me? Shijir was surprised. How long has it been now? Nangsaying and others swallowed their saliva and said 1 minute and 30 seconds. 1 minute and 30 seconds? It's a little later than the expected time in my mind. It's probably because I wasted some time talking. Shijir was obviously a little dissatisfied. He originally wanted to solve the 17 ninjas in 1 minute. Others have gone from shock to madness. Kill 17 ninjas? Just a minute and a half. Isn't that satisfied? Shijir, you are too exaggerated. Those are all Chunin Jonin, far better than us. Are you really only 5 years old? The most shocking is Kakashi. This time, Kakashi was completely convinced. Shijir was decisive and cruel when he killed people. He saw everything in his eyes. Was his brain kicked by a donkey just now? Otherwise, how could you challenge such a killer? Shijir waved his hand and pointed to the corpses of the 17 ninjas. Kujuo, Kakashi and Obito instantly understood and recovered all the cards from the 17 ninjas. Then Shiyu had doubts. Kyoryuaki is the current limit of Mist Shinobi's blood succession, and with their good use of water style, it is certain that all the 18 people just came from Mist Shinobi. But why did Mist Shinobi sneak into the Chunin trials and then attack Konoha's genin? Mist Shinobi can be said to have been turbulent in recent years. Not long ago, the ninja named No More Killing killed all the classmates in the graduation examination. As a result, the major families of Kirigakure have begun to advocate reforms, and there is already a blood mist. Mist Shinobi, named here, why did you come to mess with Konoha? And all these things? What does it have to do with Uchiha Shijir? Was it a mistake by himself, or was someone else's conspiracy? Shijir also wanted to break his scalp and didn't understand. The encrypted letter in the ninja bag is likely to be the key to knowing all this. When Shijir was thinking, a voice also pulled Shijir back to reality. Shiyu, look at the sky, Hundi reminded. After that, Shijir raised his head and saw that the enchantment had changed again. The enchantment near the original Lindsay Tower completely disappeared. I thought that the enchantment had shrunk for the 3rd time, and so far, but it turns out that Shijir's thoughts have changed again. Wrong. Not only the Tower of Promenade, but even the Tower of Columns in the southwest corner has been dimmed, which shows that 2 towers were directly abandoned in this round. Since then, all the towers on the west side have been abandoned. After half of the field, the correct towers are left. Only the towers of soldiers, the towers of fighting, the towers of all, the towers of formation and the towers of the line where we are located. Out. Shiyu analyzed again. During the last 3 rounds, the density of battles will be very high. We are currently in the Tower of Soldiers. Don't go anywhere. Rest in place and restore chakra. Those scorecards are not important to us anymore. Next, all you have to do is choose the last correct tower. Everyone agrees with Shijir's analysis and arrangements. They have built basic fortifications and traps in the Tower of Soldiers. However, no one dared to come near the Tower of Soldiers. Because of the Konoha Genin's corpse on the ground, and now with a large number of missed shinobi ninja corpses, this place is simply a sure field. Even if there are people who happen to pass by, they will stay far away. After all, they don't want to die. As there was no battle, Shijir and others tried their best to restore their physical strength and chakra. They caught game, picked wild fruits, filled their stomachs, and found a clean water source to adjust their state to the best. This kind of stability lasted about an hour and a half. Until, a slight vibration began near the Tower of Soldiers, and the color of the enchantment stone above his head gradually became dim. Shiyu shook his head and said, "Our luck is too bad. Next, the Tower of Soldiers will be abandoned. The Tower of Jinzi is safe to defend. We can choose the Tower of Do, the Tower of Array, and the Tower of Walking. I think it's almost the same to the end. You can choose." Everyone finally discussed it, and decided to go to the Tower of Do. On the way from the Tower of Soldiers to the Tower of Do, there were no enemies, only some wild boars, and Shijir easily killed them. Bailanyan. Shijir used Bailanyan to observe from a distance, and found that it was not an enemy who occupies the Tower of Do. Shijir went to the Tower of Lin before, and Ino, Shika, Cho chose to come to the Tower of Fighting. Unexpectedly, the Tower of Fighting is still Ino, Shika, Cho. Of course, they seem to be in alliance with others again. These people are also Shika. Familiar. You keep up, don't worry, they won't take action against us. Shijir also said confidently, and then a flying thunder god disappeared in place and appeared again near Ino, Shika, Cho. It turned out that Shiyu had quietly placed the flying thunder god technique on the three of them long ago. Who? Leaf Hurricane. A child wearing a green tights with thick eyebrows and a watermelon head directly attacked Shijir. What a quick response, Might Guy. Shijir also easily broke Might Guy's spin kick, and then threw it out. Might Guy used several somersaults in a row before releasing Shijir's strength, and then began to look at the person in front of him. Guy, it's Shijir and the others. We are also in the league. In this way, our league will have more people. Nara Kazuru also said with a smile. Ha, Shijir? And you, Kakashi. You guys are here. It's great. I'm bored. Let's fight with me. Might Guy was also excited for some reason. Seeing Shijir, I just want to compete with Kakashi. Guy, there will be games in the future, don't waste your own physical strength. Shiranui Genma also held Kianben in his mouth and persuaded. Guy, there is a personal battle behind, and you will definitely be able to meet you if you want to compete. At present, you still need to use a strategy. Ebisu, who wears glasses, also reminded. That's it, only the next time there will be a duel. Although Might Guy has a straightforward character, he is not a reckless person. I really didn't think about it, those of us actually made it through. Yamanaka Yuki also saw that Konoha Chunin has selected so many members of the alliance now. The last correct tower will be born in the Tower of Fighting, the Tower of Formation, the Tower of All, and the Tower of Walking. We are not far from passing this exam. Kujuo also felt relieved for 12 hours. The team competition made him feel a lot of pressure, and it has been nearly 8 hours now. It won't be long before the Chunin selection exam is over. Time passed bit by bit again, and the Konoha League squad including Shijir also stayed quietly on the Tower of Do, waiting, vigilant. No enemy took the initiative to attack, and everyone once again waited until the light of the enchantment stone weakened. It was obvious that the enchantment in the southwest direction of the Tower of Dozi had weakened. It's that the barrier of the Minami Tower has weakened. The last time the barrier is reduced, the two towers will be directly abandoned. If the last correct tower is the Tower of the Line, we must cross the two towers. Our speed should be no. Nara Kazuru also analyzed, after all, there are many members in the Konoha Alliance. I can stay in the Tower of Do, and you can go to the Tower of Array first. If the seal of the Tower of Do is weakened, I can immediately reach your side through the body flicker technique. And if the Tower of Do is not abandoned, you can also rush back immediately. If the remaining tower is the Tower of Seeing, I will come to you in an instant, and then rush over together, so that it is only a tower distance, and should be able to catch up. Shiyu also analyzed a wave based on his own abilities. Everyone discussed it, and finally approved Shijir's method. I hope that in the last 2 hours, everyone can advance together. Shiyu, be careful, Hundi reminded. Rest assured, no one can threaten Shijir after this game. Nangsaying also said with great confidence. The killing scene just now made Nangsaying unforgettable for the rest of his life. Everyone was scattered again, the difference was that this time in the Tower of Do, only Shijir was left. I hope they will not encounter any powerful enemies, nor will they encounter accidents. Either Uchiha, Mist Shinobi Ninja. It's already beyond the scope of this exam, there shouldn't be anything to come, right? Shijir also shook his head and thought. And when the rainy day really thought that there would be no more accidents, accidents came again. Boom bang bang. 3 huge explosions came from below the Tower of the Bucket. The tower of the giant bucket was directly shattered, and the tiles and walls were blown into powder. What's the situation? Shijir was also taken aback. After opening his eyes, he discovered that it was 3 ninjas who had blown up the tower. Blew up the Tower of Do? Who are these 3 people? Shijir opened his eyes and saw that the appearance of the 3 ninjas was instantly unobstructed, but even so, Shijir did not guess the identity of the 3, and it was obvious that the total chakra of the 3 ninjas had reached the elite Jonin level. Ninjas of this level? No matter where they are in that village, they belong to high-end combat power. Who is it? Shijir really didn't reveal the identity of the 3 ninjas in front of him for a while. Unexpectedly, the 3 ninjas appeared directly in front of Shijir, not afraid of revealing their identities. Uchiha Shijir, our task is, kill you. Then the 3 ninjas attacked Shijir, and after a brief contact, a person with a bandaged face in Shijir's heart also appeared. Ninja tool without emotion. Elite Jonin? Want to kill me? Is it the root? Could it be that Danzo shot me? Does he know the secret of my eyes? Or does he know how I killed the Uchiha clan? Doesn't he hate Uchiha the most? Or is he just to kill me? Shiyu thought that he guessed the 10 or 9, he was already very careful. If the blood was not used before the Lammeter, there is no need to use it. Besides, when the white will eye is opened, there will be no blood vessels and blue veins around the eyes. How did Danzo know? You are the roots? Danzo sent you to kill me? Why on earth? Shijir also asked directly, but the 3 ninjas of the roots did not respond to Shijir. Obviously the 3 ninjas are all root members, and the other ninjas don't have the feeling that they are tool people. Earth-style Duruma. A ninja directly used Earth-style ninjutsu. Earth-style ninjutsu is a ninjutsu that can cut the earth. Therefore, the ground where Shijir was instantly cracked and was scored by this ninja. 4-2. Wind-style wind cut. Another ninja took advantage of Shiyu and did not stand still, and a ninjutsu was sent out again. This ninjutsu could use the wind to cut any target. Facing these powerful ninjutsu, Shijir directly used the body flicker technique, and easily bypassed the 2 of them. The 3rd person also directly sealed the seal. Shijir teleported directly to the past, and a gentle fist took it. Hit fly. However, the enemy who was beaten into the air instantly turned into a monster with a very ugly face. This is illusion. Rebounce me. With a sound of, the enemy who used the illusion technique directly knelt to the ground and uttered a painful cry. Shijir bounced the illusion technique and let him take his own fruit. It was obvious that the 3rd enemy was an illusion ninja. The 2 ninjas glanced at each other and knew Shijir was not easy to deal with at a long distance, so they approached Shijir very tacitly. Shiyu snorted coldly. It seems that he really wanted to kill me? I'm sorry, you won't be able to live long. Shijir was ready for the killer again. The 2 root ninjas rushed towards Shijir, and threw Dukuma's shuriken as a cover. Shiyu Bailanyan caught it naturally and clearly, and completely blocked it with ease. Pop! A root ninja also grabbed Shijir's left and right arms, and another ninja took the opportunity to poke Shijir's head with Kumo. You are dead. Shijir was naturally deliberately caught by the other party, in order to kill the root ninja directly before he could show his true strength. Tang Song dance. Then, Shiyu's whole body immediately exploded sharp bone spurs. How could the ninja who grabbed Shiyu's arm burst out fast? He died directly under Shijir's bones. This is? Miss Shinobi's Terra Yoryuaki dead bone pulse? Why did you have it? Are you not from the Uchiha clan? The ninja who was about to assassinate Shijir with kunao reacted slightly faster, but it also paid for one. The price of the arm. Losing an arm, this ninja could no longer make seals. And another elite Jonin finally unlocked his illusion at this time, but it was obvious that he was sweating profusely, and his mental power was almost exhausted. I don't have time to answer your question, go to hell. Root, dance of early fern. Shijir's eyes were cold, his hands clasped together, and 2 or 3 meter long hard bone spurs burst directly on the ground centered on Shijir, which instantly forced the remaining 2 ninjas back countless steps. Retreat! We are not his opponents. This ninja just avoided the dance of Sawara, but did not pay attention to Shijir's position. Shijir's body flicker technique appeared in front of him. You can die quietly, Sabeki dance. A 3 meter long bone spur burst out of Shijir's body, instantly piercing the heart of the root ninja. You are simply a devil. Knowing that he could not escape, the phantom ninja used several illusions in succession. Who knew that illusions were not only ineffective, but also bounced back? The soul of the phantom ninja seemed to be about to collapse, and Shijir relentlessly used his dead bone pulse to directly kill the last ninja. The 3 elite Jonin just died in Shijir's hands. When they died, they were completely confused. After all, Shijir used the dead bone pulse of the Kei Yoryuaki clan. Danzo, since you took action against me, then I will never let you go. Shijir has decided to kill Danzo sooner or later, but he knew that it was impossible to deal with Danzo for a while and killed him himself. I'm afraid that Danzo will have to sway him. Therefore, I intend to wait for the most suitable opportunity. After killing the 3 ninjas, Shijir took the 3 scorecards of the 3 ninjas as usual, because the Tower of Dazi had been blown up, and there was no need for any guards. Meet everyone. Shijir used the continuous flying thunder god directly and returned to the Tower of Formation. Why did you come back so soon? Everyone asked, very puzzled. For some reason, the Tower of Dazi has been abandoned in advance, so I came here. As for the specific reason, Shijir did not explain, and Nara Kazuru naturally did not ask. The crowd was very calm in the Tower of the Formation, and a few veterans came in the middle, and when the rain was not in use, they were cleaned up by others. The waiting time was not as long as imagined. Finally, the enchantment in the sky changed again. At the Tower of the Line to the south, the barrier began to dim. So that means, Obito was also excited. In other words, the Tower of the Formation we are in is the last correct place. Everyone is very excited, and everyone who is currently in can be promoted. Let's decide the order of entering the tower based on the number of ninja scorecards, Nara Kazuru suggested. After all, some people have put a lot of effort, and some people actually increase their power and do nothing. When you poured out all the ninja scorecards in her bag, everyone was stunned. How many teams have you defeated? How come there are so many cards? Everyone was stunned. However, Kakashi and others laughed and did not speak. They knew Shijir was shocking for a long time. Finally, after the arrangement was completed, Shijir team naturally entered the Tower of Formation without any dispute. Shio held the red butterfly with his left hand and Nangsaying with his right hand, and walked in from the main entrance of the Tower of Formation. Then I felt a powerful enchantment power, which seemed to completely attract Shijir 3 people in. There seemed to be countless chakras in the attraction power, which seemed to be maintained and guided by the enchantment class. Force. It turns out that the real entrance is the entrance of the Tower of Sang. The enchantment squad will use the power of the enchantment to attract us to another place. Shiyu nodded, and finally, Hungdi and the others were inhaled. Deep in the enchantment. It's like entering a window. With a sound of pop, all 3 of them entered a new location through the window. There were also a few examens scattered around, and a large number of Shininjonin, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, teacher of Shijir Second Dan, was also standing there, but the Konoha advisory team was not there, nor was Danzo. Congratulations! Completed the preliminaries for the Chunin selection exam. Successfully entered the next round of individual competitions. Heitei Kakashi's father also glanced at Kujuo, but Kakashi seemed a little disappointed to see that it was not. However, before Sakumo finished speaking, Kakashi and others, as well as all the remaining members of the Konoha Alliance, were transported to such a final selection hall. Shijir. Congratulations! Sarutobi Hiruzen was also holding a pipe, looking at Shijir, feeling a little proud. Are all freshmen this year excellent? It's not easy to be able to break through the second stage of difficulty to reach here. Next, you can hand in the scorecards you got. The more numbers and values you get, the better the advantage. Heitei Shumo also started to let Shinin collect the scorecards. When I received the card from Shijir and others, even Hiruzen was a little surprised. There are so many scorecards. How many opponents did he defeat? No, even if you defeat the candidate who defeated others, this strength is beyond doubt. He is a freshman, and he is only 5 years old. Chunin is definitely him. Konoha is about to appear a peerless genius again. Shijir became the focus and aroused heated discussions among everyone present. Shijir naturally became the person with the most cards. After a while, Heitei Sakumo announced, "We can start the following process." Yes, there is no need to adjust the number of people anymore, Hiruzen said too. Shijir also asked, "Teacher? You mean that those who pass the team competition are the only people like us? But the game time is not over yet, and some people are still moving to the winning tower, right?" Hiruzen shook his head and pointed to Heitei Sakumo. Heitei Sakumo said, "There is a limit to the number of people in the team competition, because you have enough numbers. Therefore, all the others are eliminated." Below I announced the list of promoted. Uchiha Shijir, Heitei Kujuo, Hyaga Red Butterfly, Heitei Kakashi, Nohara Lin, Uchiha Obito, Shiranui Genma, Might Guy, Ebisu, Nara Kazuru, Yamanaka Yuki, Akamaiki Dolphin, Katari Violet, and Yuri Hong, Katsuhei Yashida. Shijir glanced at Yuri Hong, and she was the only one left, indicating that his teammates were eliminated, but he did not see Hong in the later stage, which means that Hong had already entered the battle before the end of the exam. Tower took a bet, and won the bet. Katsuhei Yashida also looked up at Shijir, smiled, and waved to Violet. This guy. I didn't expect that he would see him after the preliminaries, and he passed the preliminaries as expected, but he didn't see him at all in the later stage. Could it be that he also chose to gamble? After announcing the list of 15 who passed the team competition, Heitei said again, "We need to select the last 8 ninjas for the individual finals 3 months later. Therefore, your 15 ninjas will have the final battle to select the 8 winners. This round will take a 1-to-1 battle mode, and the 2 sides of the battle will be drawn out in the form of a lottery. The winner advances, the loser is eliminated. There will be one person by and directly advance to the final individual finals, and the more score cards there are, the greater the chance of a bye in the first round, Haytake said. Shiyu thought to himself, isn't that this round, I will be able to advance directly. Are you ready? Everyone. Haytake also pointed to the big screen, and then the big screen began to scroll. Stop. Haytake Sakumo finished yelling to stop, and the 2 lines on the screen clearly wrote out the person who had written the first match. The first game. Kappei Yashida vs Ebisu. Shijir wasn't very interested in who was the winner in the first match, so he walked directly to Hokage. Ms. Sarutobi, I need to report some emergencies in the Konoha forest just now. Shijir then told him about the mist shinobi ninja invading Konoha, and at the same time, he turned in the encrypted scroll in his hand. Give the 3rd generation project. When the 3rd generation heard what Shijir said, it also looked solemn. After all, in recent years, the 5 major nations have recovered from the trauma of the Second Ninja World War. The restless ninja village has already launched another war. Possible. Give the scroll to Heiichi to crack and strengthen the defense around the village. 3rd generation gave the scroll to the trusted Umbu, and then directly asked, Shijir, have you seen the Uchiha clan during the game? Shijir knew that the 3rd generation Mud might have known, and the Uchiha clan had acted on him, so he said with an idea. Yes, I have seen it. I was in the forest, and I had a very normal ninja battle with other candidates, but I was united by the Uchiha clan Jonin to kill me. I don't know the specific reason. 3rd generation nodded, and Uchiha made a move to Shijir, he knew it naturally. Someone killed me, I naturally resisted, after all, this is just an exam. And at this moment, those mist shinobi Jonin just arrived, and they massacred the Uchiha clan. Although my name is Uchiha, I don't have much sense of belonging. You know that, Mr. Sarutobi, but even so, I'm still Konoha's ninja. Since those mist shinobi ninjas killed my Konoha shinobi, I naturally made a counterattack that I deserved. This killed them one by one. Pitifully, the Uchiha clan was also brutally killed by mist shinobi. All of them were killed and injured. It's done. Shijir relies entirely on mist shinobi for Uchiha's death. After all, both parties are dead, and no one can prove that Shijir is lying. 3rd generation was taken aback for a moment, he didn't expect Shijir's wits to be so shocking. 3rd generation glanced at Shijir, and didn't mean to blame, but his expression was a little serious, and he said in a warning tone, Shijir, you are not only powerful, but you are also the top ninja I have ever seen. Thinking it is also extremely mature, and in the future, it is very likely that Konoha will be the most powerful ninja. I can also see that you are a ninja who inherited the will of fire. Therefore, I hope you are aware of everything you do and the price you may pay, and take precautions in advance. If there is anything I need to help you, you can tell me where you are my disciple. Shijir was a little surprised. The 3rd generation was Hokage. He killed so many people in Uchiha. It was impossible without doubt. Uchiha is the largest family of Konoha. It stands to reason that the 3rd generation will at least choose to be a peacemaker in order to reduce conflicts. Even if the Uchiha clan is in the early days, Shijir will take it for granted. However, the truth is that the 3rd generation will know when after Yu's grievance with the Uchiha clan, he remained neutral. Therefore, the meaning of the 3rd generation item is actually, you kid is very powerful. And very smart. The future is unlimited. You are Konoha's hope for the future. So, you must be careful of those of the Uchiha clan. If there is anything you need, I'll help. Just come to me. You are my future S**X. Therefore, on the bright side, it is very neutral, and it doesn't matter what, behind the back, it has already turned to Shijir's side. As for the reason, Shijir didn't understand it for the time being. Shijir thought about it and decided not to talk about the roots. Danzo is not afraid of Shijir's dismantling when he is playing in the shade. Even if Shijir tells the 3rd generation, Danzo will have nothing to do, at most with 3rd generation had a fight. However, Danzo has the support of Udaten Koharu and Mitokato Homura. 3rd generation thought that Shijir would think about what he meant, and patted Shijir on the shoulder to persuade him, my child, you will want to understand, so let's focus on the exam first. Okay, Mr. Sarutobi. Shijir nodded and teleported to his teammate. This guy. Body flicker technique is so fast. Mist Shinobi's 17th Jonin Jonin was killed by him in the end. I'm afraid he has at least the strength of the elite Jonin, only 5 years old. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen is incalculable at this time, how strong Shijir will be in the future. You must save him. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes also showed a very firm look. The battle in the field has begun, but both sides are motionless. But the big sweat beads on Ebisu's forehead showed that she was still struggling to resist. Illusory war? This guy, Shenping, isn't a ninja-type ninja. Violet also felt a little strange, and couldn't guess when Shenping's illusion was so strong. This guy feels different from the first time I saw him. Shijir also found a hint. In the end, Ebisu fell directly to the ground and lost the game. Awesome. Violet didn't expect Shenping to win the game with illusion. Haytake Sakumo took a look and announced Ebisu is defeated. The winner of this game, Katsuhara Yashida. It's okay. Ebisu. I'll cheer for you. Might Guy is so energetic anytime, anywhere. It seems that the enemy used illusion. Really, our group doesn't know any illusion. I don't know what Huo Xianjian can do. Ebisu shook his head, returned to the audience, and said to his teammates, I'm not lucky, so I can only try my best next time. I'll cheer for you. Afterwards, Heitake Sakumo announced the start of the second game draw, and the scrolling of names began on the screen. Stop. Second game. Uchiha Obito vs Might Guy. Heitake announced. It's him again. Obito wasn't very confident. His opponent was a physique maniac Might Guy, and he was Guy in the last Chunin competition exam. Might Guy was even more excited, and said a golden sentence from his disciple Rock Lee one day in the future. There are two types of geniuses in this world. One is a natural genius, just like your Uchiha clan, and the other is a hard-working genius, just like me. Might Guy had a nice somersault and turned over to the playing field. Obito had to bite the bullet. Although he knew he was not an opponent at all, Obito tried his best to fight. Leaf Hurricane, Leaf Great Whirlwind, Leaf Strong Whirlwind. Guy flexibly and swiftly used his own whirling kick, and Obito was also completely at a disadvantage. His physique was not as good as Guy, and ninjutsu couldn't interrupt Guy's attack. After hitting Guy's 3 rounds, Obito directly lost the game honorably. Lost again. Obito was also very discouraged. After returning to the audience, Lin stepped forward and encouraged, It's okay, Obito, you can see that you did your best. Obito felt so much better. Obito, next time I lose to him, I can't spare you. Kakashi still looks cool, but this time, Obito feels that his words are much warmer. Kujuo also said softly, It seems that Kakashi has really changed, thanks to Shijiryu. If it weren't for Senior Grey Tooth, please, I wouldn't do this. You Heitei clan, it's really interesting. You obviously care about each other, but you all express it in such a strange way. And, Kujuo, didn't you realize how much even you have changed? Shijir reminded him. Yeah. Nang Siang nodded, seemingly lost in thought. Then, the lottery continued, and Heitake looked at the screen and shouted stop again. Nara Kazuru vs Shiranui Genma. The game ended soon. Because of the shadow restraint technique of the Nara clan and the clever mind of Nara Kazuru, Shiranui Genma was easily hit, and finally lost the game without any suspense. Lots were drawn again, and this time, even the examiner Heitake Sakumo's eyes changed a little. Ha! Is it them? Obito was also surprised. Kakashi. Go on. Lin also cheered. Don't lose, Nang Siang. Shijir also cheered up. Come on. Defeat Kakashi. Hundi also clenched his fists, encouraging. Here, Nang Siang, I won't be merciful. I do not know either. It turns out that the next players to play against are Heitei Kakashi and Heitei Kujuo. Kakashi and Kujuo are very similar. They both use a mask to cover their entire face. Secondly, both sides have a reduced version of short sword. One is the blade of White Fang and the other is the blade of Grey Fang. Kakashi is already Chunin, but Kujuo is still alive. You guys, don't lose the face of the Heitei clan. Start fighting. Shumao also reminded him, and then officially announced the start of the 4th game. At the beginning of the game, both sides rushed towards each other, each pulled out the short sword on their backs, and slashed hard on the other's short sword. Dang Kang. The sound of metal collision made everyone's ears harsh. Immediately afterwards, the two sides began a series of physique battles. They showed the swiftness of Heitake's swordsmanship to the fullest. Heitake Sakumo shook his head from time to time, nodded from time to time, and he was also quite fascinated to watch. Shijir was also watching the battle between the two closely, and the Balinyan in his eyes also studied and copied everything in front of him. I don't know how many rounds of the battle. Kujuo's physical strength seems to be a little weak. After all, Kujuo's age is younger than Kakashi, and it's normal that his physical strength can't keep up. Sorry, Kujuo, I will use this trick to kill you. Migratory locusts. Kakashi shoveled Kujuo with a sliding shovel, then kicked him with one kick, and then White Fang severely shot down Kujuo. Nang Siang fell to the ground with a plop. His whole body was already wounded, his blood and sweat almost soaked Nang Siang's body at the same time. Kujuo, abstain, you are not my opponent. Kakashi was quite confident. Looking at the appearance of his little cousin, he was a little unbearable. Who would have thought that Kujuo would stand up desperately and looked at Kakashi firmly? I can go on. Kujuo lifted his grey teeth and slashed at Kakashi again. However, Kujuo, who was exhausted, was not Kakashi's opponent only by will. Kakashi knocked down Kujuo again with his physical skills. All right. Kujuo, don't continue. Kakashi knew that Kujuo had reached his limit. Okay. Kujuo, don't stand up anymore. Obito couldn't help but said. If this continues, he will die. Lin said in surprise. This guy, why do you insist? Shijir also couldn't bear to look at it. Nang Siang. Hundi also doesn't know what to say. However, Nan Xiang stood up trembling again, put his hands together, preparing to seal the seal. Kakashi, you have changed a lot, Shijir. Shijir also said that I also changed a lot. I just kept thinking about what he said. At the beginning I only believed in my own power. Everything felt like I could accomplish everything, but then Shijir made me understand, reason. He made me understand that the three of us are a small team, but as the number one in the ninja school, the arrogance in my heart is not much lower than yours. I have always targeted him, surpass him, but even you, who is known as Mu Ye Tian, are defeated by him. So me? Why do I fall here willingly? I want to surpass you, Kakashi. Only by surpassing you, I can surpass Shijir. Kakashi, let you see, my own tricks. Heitei Kujuo's obsession is deep. After chakra gathered, he began to make a quick seal. Although it is not as good as Shijir, it is also better than ordinary Chunin. It's going to be much faster. Kakashi was taken aback. When Kujuo was just knocked to the ground, he looked like chakra and his stamina were exhausted. After a few words of this, has it become so vigorous again? Wind style breakthrough. Kujuo directly resorted to wind style. There was also a violent wind on the field, which raised a lot of dust, and Kakashi immediately blocked his face with his arms. Nanxiang rushed over at an extremely fast speed, and the gray teeth on his back had been pulled out. Uranus Gray burst. Nanxiang picked up the gray tooth, which was covered with his own wind attribute chakra. The cutting of the wind attribute made the sharp gray tooth short sword sharper. Oriyoshi Shiro Koblade. Kakashi also greeted Kujuo as his part. When the silhouettes of silver and gray finally collided together, and a huge crater appeared on the field in an instant. The blast caused by the chakra collision also spread to the surroundings. So strong, everyone shined. What a sharp spike. Shijir was also a little surprised, but he didn't expect Nanxiang to hide such a powerful move. The two sides cross each other and stand with their backs to each other. The silver-haired back said, Nanxiang, you have become stronger. Gray-haired back Kaido, you're not bad, cousin. Ha ha ha. The two sides laughed at each other several times, almost at the same time plop, and both fell to the ground. Kujuo completely lost consciousness. Not only did chakra overuse, but also his physical strength was overdrawn, and finally he was attacked by Kakashi. The medical ninja immediately went to use healing jutsu to rescue. Although Kakashi fell to the ground as well, his consciousness was still clear. Both sides fell to the ground. Kakashi is still conscious, so Heitake was about to announce the final result, but saw Kakashi raise his hand. I gave up, Kakashi also said weakly. But even though the voice was small, Heitake heard it. This guy, has his personality finally changed? Shumao also nodded and then asked again, are you sure you want to admit defeat? The other party has no consciousness. As long as he doesn't get up within 10 seconds, even if he loses. I confirm, I admit defeat. I am already Chunin. It doesn't make sense to participate in the selection. Kujuo forced me to be like this as Chunin. I am convinced. Kakashi truly gave in. Obito and Lin, who were teammates, also clearly felt that Kakashi had changed. Kakashi's temperament has improved, I hope he can go further. Shijir can only silently bless. Subsequently, Heitake opened the next round of drawing again. Fifth game. Akamike Dolphins vs Hyaga Red Butterfly. Heitake announced. Oh, I'm going to fight Red Butterfly. Akamike is about to play and still eats potato chips there. And Hundi glanced at Shijir. Shijir immediately said, come on, Hundi. You can definitely win. Hundi seemed to be encouraged by Shijir's words, and also nodded. As a classmate, Hundi naturally knew the secret technique of the Akamike clan, but Shijir was actually a little worried in her heart. The Akamike family, in terms of the destructive power of physical surgery, Konoha first, the fleshy chariot, uses fat to transform into chakra, and performs surgery on its own body. After it becomes larger, it is crushed. It is a head-to-head surgery. Even if Red Butterfly owns Byakugan and Gentle Fist, it won't get the slightest benefit. Start. Heitake announced the start of the game, and Akamike put the potato chips on the ground, seemingly serious. Byakugan. Red Butterfly opened Byakugan directly, and saw the flow of chakra in Akamike's porpoise tree. Red Butterfly, you are not my opponent. I'm afraid it will delay my eating. If you want me to say, just give up, it will save time. Akamike Yusha directly said, and then looked at the potato chips over there. It seems not enjoyable yet. Hundi shook his head and said, how can you know if you don't try? Hey, Dolphin. Be gentlemanly. Yamanaka Yuxi also reminded. Poppy tree. I won, and the teacher said there is a barbecue. Nara Kazura was also irritating, but as the team think tank, he did not know the true strength of Hundi. Wow. Really? Got it. I'll end it soon. Meatball chariot. As soon as Akamike's voice fell, the whole person became a big ball bigger than his own body. And then the limbs and head retracted into the ball, and then rolled towards Hyaga Red Butterfly. The Red Butterfly is flexible and can easily avoid it. The meatball hit the wall of the ring and made a loud bang. However, what Hongdai didn't expect was that the flesh bomb chariot was so flexible that it continued to chase Hongdai from the wall in the opposite direction. No, there is no way to use gentle fist. This can only be forced to dodge. The red butterfly has no good way for a while, and Akamika's attack on the porpoise is getting more intense. Red butterfly, are you out of stamina? This last move will directly eliminate you. You must be impossible to avoid. Akamika Yusha shouted. Multiplying meatball chariot. Dolphin's body became a bit bigger than it was just now, and then he rolled over to red butterfly again. Hongdi couldn't retreat, but instead rushed forward. Shiu, I won't, forever dragging my legs. Hongdi finished speaking, and the flesh bomb chariot was about to hit Hongdi's body. At this time, the red butterfly turned slowly, and then the speed of rotation became extremely fast in the blink of an eye, like a top, and then a light blue sphere appeared around the body. Shiu was really taken aback this time. This is, Nara Kazuru and Yamanaka Yuxi are also unbelievable. Chakra points all over her body are exuding chakra. This is a technique that can withstand all attacks from the outside world. This is 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. Shijir did not expect that Hongdi would have mastered this trick. It is the future Hyaga Niji. I am afraid I learned it after the age of 10, right? The destructive power of Akamika's incarnation into a meatball is amazing, but facing revolving heaven, no matter how huge his body is, he has not escaped the fate of being bombed. Dolphin screamed and passed out in the ring. Heitake Sakumo looked at the scene and then announced, this game. Hyaga Red Butterfly. Win. Third generation may also nodded, expressing satisfaction with Kanaha's new generation power. This is a secret technique passed down by the Hyaga sect family. Can't you imagine that the little girl can release it perfectly? Shiu's side seems to be some geniuses too. Third generation was not even more satisfied. Hongdi returned to the audience and asked Shijir, how is it? It's amazing, not only others underestimate you, I think even you underestimate yourself. Your energy is far beyond your imagination. You can be called a genius girl of the Hyaga clan. Shiu can't help but praise. It was the first time that Hongdi was praised like this by Shijir, so his face flushed. As long as I can follow your footsteps, I will work harder. Red Butterfly blushed and said quietly, come on together. Shijir nodded, and there were only 2 games left. Heitake Sakumo then started again and continued to draw Rin Nohara vs Yamanaka Yuki. This is the first battle between pure women. In this game, Yamanaka Yuki had an absolute advantage at the beginning. She released her heart and turned technique and occupied Lin Ye-Yuen's body, but for some reason, she couldn't control Lin Ye-Yuen completely. In the end, Lin Ye was forced to leave her because of her self-harm. Body of Nohara. Lin has more combat experience and seems to be smarter than Yamanaka Yuki. In the end, Lin defeated Yamanaka Yuki through her own wind and fire. Yeah, I knew you could. Obito was also happy for Linear. Lin looked at her side, as if wishing Kakashi could see herself. Then there were only the last 2 players left, which was the second battle between women. Heitake Sakumo announced the 7th game, Yurihong vs Violet. But this game was quite boring, because at the beginning, the 2 women were motionless, like a pillar. In fact, they were both engaged in illusion warfare. Less than a minute after the battle between the 2 illusion-type ninjas, they both began to vomit blood, and they seemed to have suffered a lot of injuries. After that, he took kunao and slashed at each other, appearing more tragic. In the end, Violet had more experience, a little better, and won the game. Then Heitake Sakumo announced Violet's promotion. Because Uchiha Shijir has the most scorecards, so this time I have a bye and go straight to the promotion. The final winner of the game, Katsuhei Yashida. Might Guy. Nara Kazuru. Heitake Kujuo. Hyaga Red Butterfly, Nohara Lin, Violet and Uchiha Shijir. 3 months later, there will be a personal battle at the Konoha Chunin selection venue. Hokage-sama will come to watch with other Konoha executives, and even the daimyo of the Country of Fire. Be prepared. Then, Lord Third Generation will speak. Heitake completed the task, and left the rest of the final work to Third Generation. Third Generation put out the smoke, walked to the middle of everyone's sight, and began to speak. Congratulations! You have completed this game. 3 months later, you will be able to participate in the last of the Chunin selection exam. I hope that within these 3 months, you can continue to cheer and continue to work hard to improve your strength. In order to become a 1A powerful ninja who inherits the will of fire and fights. The Third Generation talked about it for a long time, and finally, the exhausting Chunin exam was an end. What surprised Shio the most was that all members of his team had advanced to the competition 3 months later. In terms of gains, first of all, Shijir's total chakra exceeded the cage level category, and secondly, he mastered the dead bone pulse, which is a big blood following the limit. The strength can be described as a rapid improvement. In the individual competition 3 months later, Shijir also intends to be fully prepared. Shijir? How about it? 3 months is neither long nor short, how do you want to improve your strength? Hundi also asked actively. Shijir thought for a while. Now my shortcoming lies in melee combat. After all, Dead Bone Pulse's blood inheritance limit, and Hyaga's gentle fist method, 8 trigrams palms, generally cannot be used casually, so. Shijir thought about it and said, Red Butterfly, first I plan to learn Heide Kanaha Raiwachi's sword technique, secondly I want to go to Might Guy and they start to lay a solid foundation for physical skills, and finally to Hisashi teacher, plan to start learning from the gentle fist of the Hyaga clan. After all, I have a deep relationship with the Hyaga clan. Hundi is also overjoyed. You need Hisashi to learn gentle fist. Great. Then we can cheer together. Shijir asked a question she wanted to know. Hundi, what is the relationship between you and Hisashi teacher? I heard you say that your name is Uncle Hayashi? Your identity is. Hundi's face turned red and said, I am the righteous daughter of the branch house chief of the Hyaga clan, and the daughter of the elder of the clan family. She nodded, not surprisingly the honorable status of Red Butterfly. Do you have any brothers or sisters? Shijir asked. Well, no, and even among the children of the current patriarch, there is no son. I heard that Uncle Hayashi is ready to succeed the patriarch of the Hyaga clan, and Mr. Hisashi is the patriarch of the branch house. Red Butterfly also said. Although it sounds like the head of the clan, but the position of the branch house is far inferior to that of the clan. Shijir also shook his head. Sooner or later, the Hyaga clan will have problems. The two went to Kanaha Hospital to see Nangxiang. Nangxiang's physical condition had stabilized, and Shijir said goodbye to everyone, preparing to tell his sister, Sibail, the good news of his promotion. Using the body flicker technique to walk through Kanaha quickly, I inadvertently saw the figure of Xiao Xing in Yulramen. Ha! Brother, it's you. Is the exam over? How is it? Xiao Xing asked anxiously. My elder brother is out. One of the two. I naturally entered the finals. Shiyu also said with a smile. Congratulations, Shijir, but I am not happy today. I may rarely see it in the future. Another woman, naturally Aminiya Narcissus. Before Shiyu asked, Xiao Xing had already explained, Miss Narcissus is going back. She may rarely see each other in the future. No, please have a bowl of noodles. I wanted to share my joy with Xiao Xing, but found that there was suddenly another melancholy of separation. Are you leaving? Shijir asked. Yeah. Narcissus nodded, and several people like bodyguards at the door said, Miss, it's time to go. Send it to you. Shijir accompanied Xiao Xing and sent the Narcissus to Kanaha Gate. Xiao Xing, Shijir, I hope we will see it again next time. At this time, Narcissus was as melancholy as her name, and finally she left Kanaha Shinobi village reluctantly. In this way, only Changpu will be with me. Xiao Xing also shook his head. Shijir then suggested, Xiao Xing, why don't you go to the ninja school? In this case, you can fight with me in the future, and you won't be bullied. Xiao Xing shook his head and said, No, I can't even condense chakra, so how can I become a ninja? Impossible, Xiao Xing, you must not use the right method. Shijir also taught Xiao Xing how to condense chakra on the road, and even observed Xiao Xing with the white wheel, and found that Xiao Xing is indeed, and chakra has no way at all. Condensation and extraction. Shijir felt puzzled and lifted Xiaoxing's shirt up. As a result, she discovered that there was a very complicated seal on Xiaoxing's abdomen. What's the situation? Why is there a chakra seal on Xiaoxing's body? Shijir has no idea about seal art, but in Kanaha, there may be someone who can help them. The wife of Senju Hashirama, Uzumaki Mido. Don't know if it's a coincidence, and Umbu suddenly appeared in front of Shijir, and said politely, Shijir-sama, third generation asks you to go to the Hokage room as soon as possible. There is something to discuss. Shiyu turned his head and said, Xiao Xing, then, you go back to rest first, and I will help you see if Chakra's problem can be solved. Okay. Xiao Xing nodded and went back. Let's go. Shijir followed Umbu to the Hokage room, and when he opened the door of the Hokage room, Shijir was a little surprised. Not only was the third generation present, but also Mito Kato Homura, Yuditen Koharu, and Danzo, all of Kanaha. There was also a black-haired man who had never seen Shijir staring at Shijir very maliciously. Is this? What are you going to do? Shijir was also quickly mentally prepared. Shijir, you are here. I'm sorry, I called you over just after the Chunin exam. There is indeed an important thing. Third generation pointed to the senior Kanaha around him, and introduced them first. The identity of the black hair turned out to be Uchiha Fugaku, the deputy head of the Uchiha clan. Master Singh asks for a crime. Today I came to you, there are actually 3 things. This first thing. Before the third generation's words were finished, Uchiha Fugaku interrupted it and made a sound. The first thing is about you killing my Uchiha clan. Don't try to deny me. Fugaku is also aggressive, looking like a bad person. Third generation stopped talking, but looked at Fugaku and waited for Fugaku to say. Shijir secretly said, this guy is really an idiot. He dared to interrupt the purpose of third generation. Even if there is nothing on the surface of third generation, his behavior will undoubtedly be annoying. Shijiro sneered and responded, "It's weird, when did I kill Uchiha? Do you have any evidence?" Fugaku also sneered, "This time all the ninjas of my Uchiha clan died in the Chunin examination venue. Because your blood is impure, my Uchiha clan has targeted you, so you will avenge your personal revenge and take all the ninjas of my Uchiha clan. Killed. Ha 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 ha." Shijiro also couldn't help laughing. "Why are you laughing?" Danzo asked flatly with his eyes closed. "Your Uchiha clan is the #1 Konoha clan, what about me? It's just an abandoned son in your mouth. Just 5 years old, you said that I killed everyone in the Uchiha clan? Are you kidding me? What about me? How can you, the powerful ninja who can kill you Uchiha?" Shijiro asked rhetorically. Fugaku was also speechless for a while. If he admits that a 5-year-old can kill Uchiha's ninja, Uchiha's face will be lost. Even if you didn't do it alone, you might have done it together with others. Danzo also opened his eyes and added a sentence. "Old fox," Shio thought in his heart. "Others? Are you kidding me? One of my teammates is the son of Heite Greifang, and one of my teammates is the daughter of the Hyaga clan elder. The two big families are both big families that I joined during the creation of Konoha. How could it be possible to kill with me? Are you from the Uchiha clan?" Fugaku was a little speechless again. The Heite and Hyaga clan are both Konoha clan and both have their own arrogance. It is absolutely impossible for them to join hands with Shijiro to kill their own clan. Just a few months ago, Uchiha Fang, Uchiha Corner, Uchiha Wei, and Uchiha Umbu died in Konoha's interrogation room. You must have done this thing, right? Mito Kato Homura also continued to question Road. Uchiha Wei bullied you, you were unwilling to kill the three of them. Umbu took you to the interrogation room and was attacked and killed by you? It's a plausible thing, don't want to deny it. Uchiha Fugaku got a reminder from Mito Kato Homura after that. He asked again. "You didn't feel nervous at all," and sneered again. "You said something a few months ago, how do I know? I'm only 4 years old, and I am less than 1,000th of my current strength. Why should I kill them? Killing Umbu at the age of 4? Even a sneak attack is impossible." Shijiro then smiled and said, "Are you kidding or telling stories? If you like to listen to stories, I recommend you to read a novel of Hokage, The Strongest Bloodline. It is very well written. He is made by Huikai. It's blooming." "Shut up. Don't talk about those useless. You washed yourself completely, right? Then ask why the day Wei Jiaofang died. There were signs of fighting in your house? When was secretly investigated, he found Quan Yu. Yeah, only your family uses fire style." Uchiha Fugaku was also smug, so Shijiro couldn't tell at all. "Fight with fire style? Are you kidding me? That day, I wanted to cook a bowl of cup noodles, but the gas stove in our house didn't catch fire. I was young and didn't smoke. I heard that fire could make the gas stove light quickly, so I used fire style. As a result, the gas tank was accidentally detonated because Chakra didn't control it well. As a result, our house became like that." What Shijiro said was vivid and vivid, just like the truth, making Uchiha Fugaku clenched his fists and scolded angrily. "Nonsense! Nonsense! My counselor, if you suspected me at that time, why didn't you arrest me at that time and ask the matter clearly? I am embarrassed to have caused such a big misunderstanding. In the final analysis, it is because I ate cup noodles. It seems that I'm going to eat the original food at Yul Ramen." When Shijiro talked about it, Danzo finally couldn't take it anymore. "If it weren't because you were a disciple of the 3rd generation, we would have brought you the murderer to justice." Danzo also looked at 3rd generation, and then at Shijiro. "Who is the murderer? Who is the murderer?" Shijiro didn't understand. 3rd generation waved his hand and asked in a very serious manner, "Shijiro, did you kill the Uchiha clan?" Shijiro shook his head and said firmly, "No." "Look," he said, "no. It seems that he didn't do it." 3rd generation also said directly to the donkey. He saw with his own eyes that the Uchiha clan was killed by them. "What, is there such a thing? 3rd generation, why don't you tell us about such an important thing? And, how can you be sure what this guy said is true?" 3rd generation took out the deciphered scroll and the one before deciphering separately, and said, "Look at the arrangement of the encrypted text." Unitin Kohara nodded and said, "The arrangement on the unencrypted scroll is obviously mist shinobi's, and it's full of water chakra. In addition, their corpses are indeed lying there, and they are quite close to Uchiha's. Therefore, Shijiro said that there is absolutely no problem. Mist shinobi has the strength and is most likely to kill Uchiha." 3rd generation confirmed again. Danzo opened the encrypted scroll, and there were not many words on it. "Observe the target and the new target and kill Uchiha." This is the second thing I want to say. Mist Shinobi obviously has some ulterior motives, so I looked at Konoha and Uchiha. The 3rd generation I also cleared Shijiro's suspicion in an instant. "This is all you are talking to yourself. Both are dead now, you can say what you say." Uchiha Fugaku is also the deputy head of the Patriarch, the future head of Uchiha, but at this time he is so gagged. Obviously, the appearance of Fugaku made third generation look a little angry. Danzo was a little flustered when he saw this, and immediately ordered Fugaku to leave. Fugaku, you go back first. Regarding the Uchiha clan, we will give you a satisfactory answer. Fugaku also felt that he was acting a little gaffe, and finally he was unwilling to leave. Danzo is very clever. He kicked Uchiha Fugaku out before the third generation was angry. Otherwise, let alone the Uchiha clan, even his Hokage assistant might step down instantly. Today's third generation is in the prime of life. It can be said that he is superb. The master has a large number of ninjutsu. He is known as Dr. Ninja. He is also known as the strongest Hokage in Konoha history. His temper is not as good as the future. Mist Shinobi attacked Konoha Genin by 18 people. We will discuss it later. Third generation glanced at Danzo and asked, what else do you have? Danzo swallowed, feeling a little bad, but still said to Shijir, even if you didn't kill the Uchiha clan, you still have the suspicion of killing. The ninja under my roots didn't come back, maybe it was killed by you. Shiyu then asked, assuming this is the case, what punishment will I face? I'll take you to the roots to be punished. Danzo thought Shijir was going to admit it, but was instantly beaten in the face by Shijir. Ha ha, ridiculous. Absurd. It's simply baseless. I still think they were killed by you. Shijir also took a bite back immediately. Me, my dignified Hokage assistant, why should I kill my own men? Danzo asked rhetorically. Then me? I'm also the close disciple of Master Hokage, why kill the ninja in the same village? Shijir also spread his hands together, looking extremely innocent and helpless. This reason is very reasonable. There is no reason. Why should we kill the roots of the same village? Moreover, I really want to know, in the team competition of the Chunin exam, you Danzo, why did you send your roots to sneak into the exam site? Is there any purpose? Do you want to manipulate the exam? Or do you want to kill someone secretly? Shijir's momentum was pressing, and he also raised several questions in a row, which forced Danzo to be almost speechless. Yudatin Koharu immediately relieved Danzo. Danzo sent the roots, probably to protect you students. Shijir didn't give Koharu any face either. Haha, it's amazing. At the end of the protection, Konoha Genin was killed and injured, and the Uchiha clan was slaughtered. The roots themselves were not able to stand it. In the end, the whole army was wiped out? Is that true? Shijir was also ironic. Staring at Danzo, he found that Danzo's expression was also very wonderful, but the assistant Hokage was speechless by Shijiri at this time. Ahem. Mito Kato Homura coughed and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Third generation stood up and said, well, guys, the facts couldn't be more obvious. Mist Shinobi slaughtered me. Konoha Shinobi, the Uchiha clan was killed, and Danzo sent the roots to sneak into the selection venue. Unfortunately, he lost his precious life in the end. In the whole incident, Shijir was just a survivor who watched all of this. So Shijir is not guilty, Danzo is not guilty, that's how it is. What do you think? Seconded. Mito Kato Homura and Yudatin Koharu also knew that there was no discussion about this matter, and Danzo could only swallow the breath this time. Hiruzen, you really have a good apprentice. Danzo showed a smile that was uglier than bitterness, sat aside, and didn't speak anymore. In that case, Shijir, it's okay here. You have to prepare for the trials in 3 months with peace of mind. If necessary, you can find me when I have time. Hiruzen stroked his short beard with his hand and smiled. When I got up, I seemed to be satisfied a lot. Shijir nodded and replied respectfully and politely, okay. Teacher. By the way, Shijir suddenly remembered about Sibail, so he whispered in Hiruzen's ear. If this scene is an adult, it is naturally a little weird, but now Shiyu is only a 5-year-old child, so it will find it very interesting. After hearing the response from third generation, Shijir nodded. The disciples retired, and advisors, especially Master Danzo, please do it for yourself. After that, Shiyu opened the door and left the Hokage office building with the body flicker technique, and checked with white round eyes that there was no one in ambush. Shiyu's whole heart was completely let go. The Uchiha clan, the roots of Danzo, it seems that I have to take precautions as soon as possible. The Hyuga clan, perhaps a good ally, can also inquire about the mother's news, so let's go to Hyuga's house tomorrow. And Shijir's request to third generation is nothing more than a problem with his sister Sibail. One is Sibai's safety issue, the other is Sibail's chakra, and the other is Sibail's enrollment problem. The answer given by third generation is only 9 words. Don't worry. Find Minato. Leave it to me. As for why he was looking for Minato, Shijir quickly figured out. The relationship between Mito-sama and Kushina must be extraordinary, and Kushina and Namikaze Minato are the parents of the original protagonist Naruto. With this relationship, maybe they can help Xiaoxing unlock the chakra seal. It seems that the 3-month arrangement is very clear. The Heitake family learns swordsmanship, the Hyuga family learns the Hyuga secret technique, goes to Minato and Kushina to solve the problem of Xiaoxing chakra, and goes to the third generation to learn ninjutsu. Of course, if possible, you can also find Might Guy's father, Might Dai, to learn 8 inner gates, which is probably the case. Shijir went home and slept first, and waited until the next day, when it was completely bright, before going to Hayaga's house. Before going out, Shijir looked in the mirror and found that his appearance had changed again. 6 tomo appeared faintly under the neck, and the horns on his forehead had fully grown. Shijir immediately covered it with his gray hair, which was not so strange. The power of otsutski is slowly evolving, but as the system says, I need to absorb more blood power from the branches of the Otsutsuki clan before I can evolve into a real Otsutsuki. In this way, I need to absorb a lot of blood power. What I absorb is the power of the blood of the dead. I have to try to absorb the blood of the living next time and see what happens. The system merged with the blood of the Yoryuki clan, and fell asleep again. Shijir couldn't ask, and shook his head. Shijir went out and walked to Hayaga's house. However, when he was halfway there, Shijir heard someone calling his name from behind. Shiyu, I found you. I heard that teacher Sarutobi has newly recruited a closed disciple. It must be you, right? Uchiha? Are you interested in fighting with me? The voice was very soft and cold, and Shijir turned slowly. Body, I saw a familiar figure. Shijir looked at the person in front of him carefully, with long black hair, golden snake eyes, purple eyeshadow, pale skin, wearing a dark black ninja uniform, wearing a hat, and it seemed that he returned to Konoha after a long journey. You are Orochimaru? Brother Orochimaru. Brother Orochimaru. Shijir also greeted him. I didn't expect Konoha to be so small that he would run into Orochimaru and Sunin so easily. Junior Shijir, even at the Konoha frontier, I have heard of your reputation. I wonder if you can let me see your strength. Orochimaru is not as evil and domineering as in the animation, but the words are full of etiquette. I was hungry when talking. I could tell that he was a guy with a deep city house. Shijir grinned too. Kaido, you call me junior brother, naturally, but I won't compete with Sunin for no reason, and it's no good. Orochimaru was taken aback, and smiled in response. Oh, what a greedy person, who extorted benefits the first time I met. Does Mrs. Sarutobi know this side of you? Shiyu thought, play this with me? Ha ha. Brother Orochimaru, human nature is different and complicated, so there will be different people and different lives. Like you Sunin, you have completely moved towards 3 different futures. I wonder if teacher Sarutobi knows you who are studying the immortality technique? Shiyu asked with a smile. Orochimaru's pupils shrank suddenly, like a snake. He used the body flicker technique at an extremely fast speed. With one hand tightly locked Shiyu's neck, several fierce snakes immediately emerged from his sleeves. Boy, I don't know what you are talking about. Orochimaru also stared at Shijir's eyes coldly. You will know what I'm talking about. Shijir also showed a more evil smile than Orochimaru, and then turned into a big snake with a bang. Orochimaru didn't feel surprised, and without turning his head, he guessed Shijir was behind him. Just shouted, Shul King Snake Hand. Several snakes, seeing that they were about to attack Shijir, they lost their target. At the same time, Shijir's flying thunder god Kumo had already been thrown beside Orochimaru. Shijir made a chuckle and appeared right in front of Orochimaru. Shijir grabbed Orochimaru with his right hand, and the kunao in his left hand was also extremely precise against Orochimaru's heart, and Orochimaru's heart would be pierced by just half an inch. Uncle Snake was nearly 1.8 meters tall. Shijir was only 5 years old. At most, he could only reach the heart. It was absolutely impossible to cut his throat. Flying Thunder God technique, and it hits my heart precisely. Unexpectedly, in addition to the Kid Minato, there will be other people who can practice this kind of space-time ninjutsu like this. Orochimaru was quite shocked. He had just started the confrontation, less than 10 seconds after the battle. As Sunin, he had already lost everything. What a monster! Sarutobi teacher really accepted a genius closed disciple, and seems to know a lot of things. If you don't mind, you can come to my residence, we have a good chat, I will give you the benefits you want. Orochimaru is not as inferior as the A** star. Only Shijir knows that Orochimaru can escape from ninjutsu. There are no fewer than 5 kinds of ninjutsu. The reason why Orochimaru doesn't fight is just because he doesn't want to fight Shijir in the village. What? Are you afraid to come, or are you afraid that I can't afford the benefits you want? Orochimaru asked when Shijir didn't respond for a long time. Ha, brother laughed, you must have what I want. Shijir also put away his kunao afterwards. He was not afraid that Orochimaru would be disadvantageous to him, because he had already turned flying when he held Orochimaru with his right hand. Thunder God's technique was marked on Uncle Snake's body. Then come with me. Orochimaru also walked towards his own residence. Soon, Shijir followed him to the remote part of Konoha village. Are you looking for a place where no one is there and kill me? Shijir couldn't help but asked. What you said is a cold joke. Ha, brother did not expect that you were so cold and humorous. Shiyu couldn't help but laugh. Here, Orochimaru also led Shijir to his home, and then Shijir was shocked because Orochimaru's house was really tidy. Everything is neatly placed, even if I haven't gone home for a long time, there is still no trace of dust here. Sit down. Orochimaru was very polite and didn't seem to want to do anything against Shijir. Are you surprised? Well, Sunen's room is so clean. Not all three of us are like this. Tsunade's house is messy, let alone Jiraiya. Orochimaru then sat down and said, it's safe here. No one else can hear what you say. Let's talk about what you want. How much do you know about my research? Shiyu thought for a while and said, do you know summoning technique? Orochimaru then replied, summoning technique? Yes. Do you want to learn my summoning technique? Shijir shook his head and said, no, I want to enter Ryokai Cave. Orochimaru stared at Shijir again in a daze, unable to calm down for a long time. After a while, he asked, can you see the past and the future with your eyes? Why do you know everything? Ryokai Cave, most people don't know where it is, and even me, I haven't completed the trial of the White Snake Fairy in Ryokai Cave. I just signed a summoning contract with some snakes. Shiyu shook his head and said, you don't need to worry about other things, just send me over. This is the benefit I want. Orochimaru was very firm when he saw Shiyu, and could only say, okay. Then, how did you know that I was studying the immortality technique? Shiyu smiled and said, don't worry, no one else in this world knows except me. If you insist on asking me how to know, I can only tell you that my eyes can really see the future. It's a rather perfunctory answer. Orochimaru didn't think Shijir could tell the truth anymore. Then I'll give you a suggestion. The human soul and body should be equally strong and occupy only the body. Then the damage to the soul will be great. As for how to be immortal in the true sense, you can start with natural energy. Natural energy? Orochimaru nodded seemingly. After Orochimaru experienced World War II, he has naturally begun to study various forbidden techniques. He is very likely to be developing the early living corpse reincarnation, and Shijir's advice is equivalent to giving him a new breakthrough. Well, if someone else knows about this, I won't let you go. Orochimaru threatened. Ha! Shijir also smiled, saying that he would never say that he would continue to blackmail Orochimaru later. Summoning technique. Orochimaru had a snake out of summoning directly in the yard. Orochimaru? What's the matter? The snake actually spoke. This human wants to go to Ryokai Cave, so please take him back. Orochimaru said. Ha! This human child? Oh, is it a human sacrifice? Great. The snake also made an excited voice. If you can eat me, you can just eat it. Shijir also stood on top of Orokai's head in an instant. When, Orokai was also taken aback. Orochimaru also laughed and said in a hoarse voice, ha, I advise you not to mess with him. If he fails the trial, it's not too late to eat him. The snake also sighed, okay. However, Ryokai Cave is a fairyland between reality and illusion. I can only send you to nearby. Besides, you have to get into my mouth before I can take it directly. No problem, let's go. Shijir was very brave and flew directly into the mouth of the snake. It smells really bad. Shijir couldn't bear it either. Good luck. As soon as Orochimaru's voice fell, he cancelled the summoning technique, and his summoning beast Orokai disappeared in place, and at the same time he took Shijir away. Then Shijir saw Orokai's mouth open. Humans, don't die too fast. No one has tried the Ryokai Cave for a long time. I will leave first. The big snake also quickly disappeared nearby. Shiyu looked around. There was dense fog everywhere in this place, and a road was faintly visible in the dense fog, and there were some small hills on both sides of the road. Hey! Shijir threw a handful of flying thunder god kunao, and then continued to move forward, but after walking for a long time, he finally returned to the place of kunao. Illusion? No, I didn't have illusion. This should be the misty illusion outside Ryokai Cave. Shijir also looked around, and didn't see anyone else. White Lunyan. Shijir opened the White Lunyan directly, and it was obvious that the three figures near the trees behind him flashed away. Strange? Shiyu shook his head, pretending not to see it. Can a strong-willed person arrive at Ryokai Cave? Shijir also continued to move forward. The three figures behind him were also taken aback. This human senses are so keen, in such a dense fog, we can even perceive our existence. It seems that his will is strong enough, and he has come to accept the assessment deliberately. Maybe just an ordinary human? Try him. The three figures disappeared completely in the thick fog. Shijir walked for a while and found that there was a change in the front, and 8 golden bright spots on the left and right appeared in the thick fog. Then Shijir walked over step by step, and a very magnificent building appeared in front of Shijir. The golden bright spot just now was the lantern hanging on the house. In the middle of the gate, there is a huge plaque with the 3 characters Ryokai Cave written on it. Then, the door suddenly opened, and a young girl appeared in front of Shijir. The girl in front of her has green eyes, long green hair, a golden crown on her head, a golden ball on the crown, a white gown, and a tomo-like green ornament on her chest. We have been waiting for Mr. for a long time. Welcome to Ryokai Cave. And entering the interior of the magnificent castle, the interior decoration is also exceptionally luxurious, brightly lit, and the nine-claw golden dragon goes up the beam, as if to soar into the sky. I'm Tianxin Shenji, you must be exhausted? Please take a good rest. Shiyu shook his head. No, my purpose is to meet the white snake immortal, you don't need to delay time here. Shinki Tianxin's expression did not change and responded, I'm sorry, then I will arrange it for you, please wait a moment. By the way, during this time, you can have a meal. Then Tianxin Shenji raised her hand, and the large amount of delicious food on the table exuded an attractive aroma. However, Shiyu still looked at Tianxin Shenji with a black face. What's the matter? This little gentleman? Tianxin Shenji looked at Shiyu's eyes, unexpectedly a little scared. I said, don't delay, do you want me to say it a second time? Shiju then flashed in front of Shinki Tianxin, and the kunao in her hand was already on her heart. Snake and hit 7 inches? I think I passed the first test, right? Tianxin Shenji? It's impossible. Tianxin Shinki turned straight, her face almost as ugly as Orochimaru, and then floated backwards, then disappeared. The surrounding illusion was destroyed in an instant, surrounded by some skeletons and bones, and the splendid castle disappeared. It's amazing. It was able to break the first trial. Only Hein's power-seeking lunatics will come here, human. Don't think you can really see the white snake fairy without incident. You are really noisy. Are you dying to clean up? Shiju threw out a shuriken, but didn't hit anything. Ha ha, naive. Human attacks can't hurt me. Tianxin Shenji's voice appeared all around. That's not necessarily. Shiju pulled back the shuriken that was connected to the thread and returned directly. After that, Shiyu directly Jian multiple shuriken shadow clone technique. These shurikens instantly covered all around, even the sky was full. It's just floating and invisible, making you mumble beside you all the time. Shiju simply pulled the line, and those shurikens burst into the surroundings with endless chattering. Tianxin Shenji smiled contemptuously, floating higher, trying to go around to attack Shiyu, but Shiyu once again used Flying Thunder God to teleport to her. Now, can it hurt you? Shiju already gathered a big ball Raisnon in his hands. Although there was no natural energy, Shinki Tianxin might not be able to hold it. Enough, I apologize to you for what I said. Shinki Tianxin is also a little scared. She doesn't know how the child locked herself in front of her, she has no breath, let alone chakra. How exactly was tracked arrived? If this is the case, then the next trial. Shiyu was especially like an anti-object person at this time. Follow me. Another figure suddenly appeared, attracting Shiju, and Shiju also chased him directly and continuously. Immediately afterwards, Shiju came to a cave. There were grooves of various shapes on the door of the cave, and spars of various shapes on the ground. I am Ichikishima Haim. Just fill up all the holes in the rock and I will let you go. Ichikijima is a lowly wearing a white gown and dark blue long hair. She also wears a golden crown with a ball on the top of the crown. She wears cyan blue goose-shaped earrings on her ears, and a single goose green jewelry on her chest. It shouldn't be long. Shiyu directly used shadow clone technique. In the next instant, 5 Toshijin appeared. If you add me this way, the speed will be faster. Ichikishima Haim was also shocked again, but then she thought, use it. Use all your chakra, and I can swallow you. After all, the second trial is to test patience and eyesight. Shiju and Shadow Clone both have white round eyes, and it is easy to find the grooves of the corresponding size. It took less than 3 minutes, and there was only one groove left on the wall. This guy. Chakra doesn't seem to consume even a bit. I'm sorry, it's almost the last hole. Shiju pointed to the last one. Ichikishima Haim didn't know what to say anymore. Damn, there is only the last one left. They must not be able to find out. Ichikishima Haim also prayed. Isn't the last groove filled with exactly the same stuff? Shiju's Shadow Clone also searched for a long time. There is a way. Shiju's Shadow Clone took 2 or 3 small pieces directly, and finally squeezed them inside. It's done. Shiju snapped his fingers, and his Shadow Clone disappeared. As for the chakra in Shiju's body, it should be as much, if it is less, it will be less, which is roughly equivalent to the amount of a strand of hair. Then the surrounding scenes changed once again, becoming the same as the mist shrouded just now, and the illusion disappeared again. What a smart human being, you passed the second trial. Shiki's Himaheim also slowly disappeared. Immediately afterwards, a god G suddenly rushed over at an extremely fast speed, and bit Shiju's neck in one bite. Hello, this is Tanjin G. It is not easy for you to pass the test of Tianxin Shen Ji and the others. The brown-haired girl, all the decorations are the same as the previous Shen Ji. The difference is that she has 3 tomo-shaped green ornaments on her chest. Ah! Shiju also felt a rush of heat rushing into his body, and instantly understood that it was hallucination paralysis venom. Then countless familiar people appeared in front of Shiju, and they began to criticize Shiju, but Shijir was still very clear in the end. He knew what he wanted to pursue, and he also knew his purpose of coming here. So soon, the illusion was broken. In the end, the surrounding environment changed again. There were dragon sculptures on the beams, and a simple castle with 3 characters Ryokai Cave written on it. It looks like this is Ryokai Cave, right? Yes, in front of the monastery of Immortal White Snake. Well, I'll be considered past, right? Shijir asked. Of course, if we can get here, we have already lost, Tanjin-ji said. So hard work, Shadow Clone. The real Shijir walked slowly from the entrance, snapped his fingers, and the Shadow Clone disappeared. Shijir also smiled. Shadow Clone and the illusion experienced by the body are the same, you don't need to be like this. Tanjin-ji shook her head and said, it's better to be careful, who knows what you will do to me. Shijir smiled, and then walked to the inside of Ryokai Cave. The third god Tier-ji also whispered in the back, this guy is more like a snake than a snake. You're too careful and sensitive. The internal appearance is actually no different from Orochimaru's lair, but it is much larger and empty. Shijir also went straight up the stairs to the top. In the mouth of a dragon head stone sculpture, there was a stone plaque that read Ryokai Cave, and under the stone plaque was a throne on which was coiled a large orange-haired white-scaled serpent with an extra-long body. White snake sage has yellow eyes, red night pearls on the top of the head, military green horn-shaped ornaments on the front of the forehead protector, a pipe on the mouth, a green opal on the chest, and a purple ribbon as the forehead protector. There are 2 golden rings on the tail. You are the white snake immortal? Shiyu asked. Yes, humans, you seem to be different from other humans. Not only do you have super strength, you also have amazing wisdom. Yes, I'm here to learn celestial arts and find suitable summoning beasts. Shijir also stated his purpose of coming here. Humans are born for desires, and are destined to slowly fall into darkness. Everyone who comes to me abandons everything for satisfying desires. However, while having desires, you can maintain the purity and attachment of your heart. Whether it's the key to learning immortality, I can teach you immortality, but as for the summoning contract, you need to find a summoning beast that suits you by yourself, the White Snake Fairy said. When can I start? Shijir also asked directly. Ha ha, what an impatient young man. The White Snake Immortal gradually shrank and finally turned into a human form, like an old woman. Xianshu won't be able to be the master for a while, come with me. The White Snake Immortal then led Shiyu into the courtyard of the temple. First of all, you have to know what immortality is. The magic or trick used by chakra that uses the mental and physical energy in the body and the natural energy of the outside world is called immortality. So the first step in learning immortality is to feel the natural energy of the outside world. There is a well here. This well is the place where the natural energy of Ryokai Cave is the most abundant. You sit in anew and see if you can sense the natural energy. Immortal White Snake raised his hand in motion for Shiyu to move forward. Shijir stepped forward, sat at the head of the well, closed his eyes, and a chakra that was completely different from usual rose from the bottom of the well. Shijir immediately guided this chakra to flow into his body. However, as soon as this originally peaceful chakra entered Shijir's body, it seemed to change into a different appearance. Ha! I just let you feel the natural energy. How did you directly absorb them? You have absorbed too much fairy magic now, and your whole body has begun to transform into a snake. Don't continue, otherwise you will become a snake forever. However, Shijir's natural energy seemed to have found a catharsis, and he rushed into Shijir's body in a large amount. Looking desperate, Shijir's body changes became more obvious once again. Damn! Natural energy turned from calm to so violent? This guy's body seems to be quite suitable for sage mode, but if this goes on, he will be occupied by natural energy and will become a snake forever. The White Snake Fairy also reminded afterwards. Don't forget, keep your inner clarity. The words of the White Snake Immortal came to Shijir's ears, but Shijir was already unable to move his whole body, and the world deep in his heart, Shijir was fighting a huge monster. This monster is bigger than the White Snake Fairy. There are 2 horns on his head. Unlike White Snake Sage, he actually has 5 claws. This guy? Is it my inner product after the violent natural energy? 5-clawed white dragon? Ho 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 ho. The 5-clawed white dragon in front of her could actually use the tailed beast bomb. Aiming Shiyu was a powerful tailed beast bomb. This white light bomb even caused a huge shock to the entire world. Flying Thunder God. Shijir's Flying Thunder God dodges the white dragon's light bullet with one move, and then the big ball Raiznan in his hand blasted out. However, when Shijir's big ball Raiznan was about to hit him, he was hit by the white dragon's tail. Shiyu steadied her body, feeling the boiling of her blood, but she was a little excited. Fast speed. Although this white dragon is huge in size, it is still extremely agile. Obviously, I didn't see me at all. I can really sense my position. It seems that I must seriously defeat the monster in front of me. Shijir also looked extremely serious. The monster in front of me might be Master Xianshu. The key to it. Ho 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 ho. The violent white dragon rushed toward Shiyu like a gust of wind. White round eyes. Shijir directly used the 3-go jade white round eyes, and the veins and flow of Bai Long's body were clearly visible. Dance of early fern. Shijir directly used the power of dead bone pulse, and the whole land was completely covered with sharp bone spurs. Unexpectedly, the white dragon uttered a roar directly, and an extremely powerful whirlwind hit Shijir, and all the bone spurs on the ground were also cut off. Such a high-density bone spurs were cut off. Isn't this guy too strong? Shiyu shook his head and quickly used ninjutsu. Water-style water barrier, earth-style wall. Then Shijir threw flying thunder god Kunao into the distance to prepare for a rainy day. As a result, the white dragon usually directly hit Shijir's defensive ninjutsu. The water barrier and the earth flow wall are like paper paste, and they are instantly torn apart. It's a lie. Shijir immediately used flying thunder god to escape again. Does he have no weaknesses? Shijir evaded, and immediately shadow clone. 5 Shijir directly used 5 types of ninjutsu and ninjutsu were superimposed to form Shijir's most powerful compound ninjutsu. Bang! The compound dragon bullet technique blasted on the white dragon scales. What caused Shiyu to collapse again was that there was no trace of the white dragon scales. Speed, sensitivity, destructive power, defensive power, what else does this guy have? Shijir also didn't know what to do for a while. Roar! The dragon attacked Shijir again. This time the dragon used his dragon's mouth, like lightning. The white dragon bit a Shijir shadow clone and slammed it down, and then swept it all down. Shijir's shadow clone disappeared one after another. His bite force is really strong. The teeth are also quite sharp. I really don't know whether his teeth are sharp or the scales are hard. Shiyu was also slightly taken aback, as if she understood something. Then Shiyu appeared right in front of the white dragon. 10 fingers in a row. I am here. Although the 10-finger combo didn't hurt Bai Long at all, it managed to attract Bai Long's attention. Roar! Bai Long seemed to be angrily, and attacked Shiyu again. Shiyu was also very flexible, using Flying Thunder God and Body Flicker technique to lie on Bai Long's body. The white dragon naturally felt it, and immediately danced his body, trying to shake Shijir off, but Shijir used chakra to completely attach to the white dragon's body. Finally, Bai Long began to hit the ground with his body. If Shijir hit the ground, it seemed that he would die directly. Isn't it? Shijir immediately ran away, and Bai Long stopped the impact. However, Shijir had already left the mark of Flying Thunder God on the white dragon, so it appeared on the white dragon again. Then Shijir continued to appear on the white dragon's cylindrical body, and the white dragon's anger reached its peak. I'm here. Shijir also suddenly appeared in a place, and Bai Long also directly took a bite. Shijir used Flying Thunder God again, and Bai Long turned around without stopping. It's finished. Shijir finally teleported to Bai Long's body, and because Bai Long was large and long, without any pause, he finally bit his body with one bite. Wow! Bai Long directly crushed his scales, and even lost a sharp tooth. It seems that the teeth are sharper. In that case, you will lose. Shiyu also directly shadow clone technique afterwards. Each of the 5 Shijirs raised a huge blue ball in their hands, and the body was just 6 people, and they rushed to the position just now. Big Ball Raisnon 6 combo. Boom! 6 Big Ball Raisnon completely blasted the white dragon's wound. The white dragon instantly splashed blood and the dragon head fell to the ground. It's not over yet. Use this trick. Kill you completely. Shijir's body hand has been turned into a very sharp and huge bone spear with bones. Dance of the Iron Thread Flower. Shijir slammed over with the fastest speed and the greatest strength of his own. Hearing a puff sound, Shijir's bone spear was completely submerged in the dragon's mouth. The white dragon also gradually disappeared, Shijir's body also gradually disappeared, and the surroundings also slowly disappeared. What's going on? The natural energy that was violent just now turns out to be extremely calm in an instant. Could it be said that something happened? No, the natural energy in the well has been absorbed by him. The white snake fairy also opened his mouth in surprise. Shijir opened his eyes slowly, holding a huge bloody tooth and white scales in his hand. The whole person seems to have become different. Dragon teeth and dragon scales? What happened just now? The white snake fairy asked in surprise. I fought with a dragon and finally won. These are his teeth and scales. Shijir also replied faintly. Dragon, you guy really surprised me. The battle just now should be the battle between chakra, the fairy art formed by natural energy, and your own chakra. If you can win, it proves that you will never become a snake again. Natural energy has been in peace with you. As long as you extract chakra from your body, you can transform it into sage mode at any time. And these teeth and scales are also great opportunities that others will not be able to repair in a lifetime. The sharpness of this tooth is probably the best in the world, and the toughness of this scale is probably rare in the world. If it can be condensed into a weapon and armor, there will naturally be great help. Shijir also stood up, touched the dragon's teeth and scales to feel the extraordinary power, and then directly made a seal of extracting chakra, and felt the turbulent energy in the body. Is this chakra? Sage mode is on. Shijir yelled softly. Then Shiyu's appearance changed a bit. The horns on his head became larger, the color of his pupils became golden, and there was an inexplicable temperament on his body. Other than that, there were no other changes. This fairy white snake was stunned again. The smaller the change in appearance, the greater the fit with natural energy. In other words, you kid is a real fairy. Is this sage mode? Shijir also felt an unprecedented amount of energy, and slammed a punch forward, even directly hitting a shock wave, which seemed to be able to break a mountain. You fellow! You are the most talented human being I have seen in 1,000 years. The white snake immortal also said very seriously, just feel the natural energy. It can be absorbed, and can it be directly turned into sage mode? Shiyu nodded and then said, Fairy white snake, is there anything else I need to learn? Well, since you have become the Xianshu mode, then the next step is the use of Xianshu chakra. You can't worry about this. The white snake immortal is also seriously teaching Shijir. Shijir is also seriously adapting to Xianshu chakra. At the same time, Shijir also uses shadow clones bugs to fight against each other, but in the past few days, Shijir has mastered Xianshu chakra. Shijir uses the magic technique chakra uses to increase its power by at least 5 times. In addition to the increased power of the 5 elements escape technique, the flying thunder god technique version of the fairy technique has a great breakthrough. The fairy technique chakra is produced by absorbing natural energy. Therefore, after Shijir enters the sage mode, he can use the fairy technique chakra to create the flying thunder god technique it will within the range of sensing. In other words, Shijir will there is no need to teleport by throwing flying thunder god kunao, but infinite teleport can be achieved. Done! White snake fairy, I have mastered the Xianshu chakra completely. Shiyu said. Only a few days? Can you do this? You kid is really shocking. The white snake immortal then said, since you have perfected the master chakra, then it is time to learn sage art. But before that, I need you to do 3 things. Only after completing these 3 things, be able to master the real sage art. You said. Shiyu said lightly. These 3 things have something to do with you, and if you complete them, they will increase your strength. The first thing and the second thing is that you need to find the fairy in the fairy cave, and then use the fairy fire of the fairy to smelt the dragon's teeth and dragon scales. The dragon's teeth are made into weapons, and the dragon scales are made into armor. Shijir nodded, and when he became sage mode, he did find that there was a cave with a waterfall, and he couldn't perceive his fairy skills. Okay, what's the third thing? Fairy white snake shook his head, bring the weapons and armor, and I will tell you the following things. After that, Shiyu didn't bother, and ran straight there. Since he knew the location early, Shiyu also went straight to the destination, and soon saw a waterfall. Underneath the waterfall, there was a cave. Xianshu chakra can't detect it, try Bailanyan. Shijir opened the Bailanyan and found that there was a dense golden mist everywhere in the cave, which seemed like natural energy, which was more energy than the one beside the well. More. Shijir found that there was no danger, so he jumped directly from the top of the waterfall, passed through the entrance of the cave accurately, and reached the cave. The cave is not big, there is only a place similar to a blacksmith shop, and there is a low black-haired old man next to it. The old man pulled the bellows with his hand, and the flames burst into flames. Then he put the red iron rod on the anvil and started beating with the hammer. It just took less than 10 blows to create a flawless spear. Shiyu was also a little surprised. Are you good at making immortals, fairy? Excuse me, can you help me build a weapon and a set of armor? Shiyu also asked directly. The old man put down the hammer in his hand, then turned around, and Shijir was taken aback again. Except for the black hair and beard, the person in front of him was exactly the same as the human-shaped white snake fairy. Oh, it's been 1,000 years. Someone will visit my fairy cave? Belan asked you to come, right? Shiyu nodded, yes, fairy. The black-haired old man nodded, and then smiled and said, then, you can die. Haha. The black-haired old man instantly grew bigger, and then turned into a black-scaled snake, and the surrounding scenes also changed. A huge open space. Shiyu shook his head and said, it turns out to be a black-scale snake? Senior, since you are trying hard, don't blame the younger generation for being polite. Sage mode. Shijir turned on sage mode without saying a word, his eyes instantly turned golden, and Bailanyan also turned into golden 3-hook jade. Ha! The black-scaled big snake also took advantage of Shia to turn into a god, and directly entangled Shia with his body. Human kid, why do you want to order me? In the next life, the black-scaled snake was very fierce and prepared to directly kill Shiyu. However, the black-scaled snake found that he had exerted enough strength all over his body and still couldn't kill Shijir. At this time, the black-scaled snake discovered that the human in front of him was not an ordinary human. This is sage mode? You passed the trial of Ryakai Cave? You got the inheritance of the white phosphorus sage art. The black-scaled snake was also a little surprised. Seeing Shia squeezed his hands outwards, he directly pulled the body of the black-scaled snake away, and jumped into the air with ease. Sage Art Super Big Ball Rinnegan. Shijir in the first second was still in mid-air, and in the second Shijir had already smashed the 3 inches of the black-scaled snake with a super big ball rinnegan. Roar! The black-scaled snake uttered pain, and a burst of purple smoke was ejected from its mouth, and then he couldn't lift his head. Shiyu came to the black snake in an instant, grabbed the black snake's body, yelled, then lifted it up, and was about to throw it out. I give up. I give up. The black-scaled snake also shook his head, and then slowly turned into a human form. Senior? Can you build armor and weapons for me now? Shijir also said faintly, and didn't seem to spend much effort. The black snake fairy touched his neck. Then he said, you said you were a fairy, now you hurt me, I can't help you build it. Shijir then asked with a dark face, really? Rinnegan in his hand was already spinning again. Don't worry, although I can't help you build it, but as an immortal, you can still build it. And if I guide you, you might get twice the result with half the effort. The black snake fairy also said the truth. Okay. Then tell me what to do. Shijir just finished speaking, and the surrounding scene turned into a blacksmith's furnace again. What are you going to use to make armor and weapons? The black snake immortal asked. Dragon teeth and dragon scales. Shiyu took out his own raw materials, shocking the black snake immortal for a long time. It's really a dragon. Dragon is the length of scale insects. Dragon teeth and dragon scales are even more divine objects, crafted artifacts, but they are called divine artifacts. Artifact? Is it such an exaggeration? Shiyu was also a little bit unbelievable. Exaggeration? No exaggeration at all. The black-scaled big snake then said, snake has been cultivated for 1,000 years as a python has been cultivated for 1,000 years as an anaconda has been cultivated for 1,000 years as a dragon, and a dragon can only become a dragon after 1,000 years of cultivation. Ryakai Cave is one of the 3 great celestial places. It is a place with unique virtues and strong natural energy. Therefore, we can give birth to horns in only 1,000 years, and can use the illusion to transform into a human form. However, we want to rise to the sky. It is also far away to cross the robbery and transform the dragon. Shijir also nodded. As far as he knew, it was very difficult for snakes to evolve into dragons. However, the white dragon he had just fought was clearly defeated in illusion. In the end, it was unscientific to fall out of teeth and scales. Therefore, I was shocked to see that you got the dragon scales and dragon teeth. Then what kind of weapon do you want to build? The black snake immortal asked immediately. Shijir thought for a while. He already had a meteor knife. When it comes time to extract chakra with one hand and use flying thunder god with the other hand, he will definitely be very powerful. To create 2 knives of the same size, using 2 knife flow? It may not be suitable for Shijir, an all-round ninja. Why don't you just create a short sword? Shijir wanted to create a short sword similar to the blade of White Fang, so that it could be used in actual combat immediately. And even if it grew up in the future, it could still be used for surprise attacks. The Mateo sword was suitable for slashing head-on. Short sword. Then maybe you need to work harder. Then dragon scale. Let me create a set of white dragon scale armor for you. The black snake fairy then started the command mode. Pull the bellows. Let the flames in the furnace burn the dragon teeth in your hands. Shiyu immediately pulled the bellows, but the black snake immortal still shook his head and said dissatisfied, where is the sage mode just now? It's impossible to burn the dragon's teeth red. Shijir also started sage mode directly afterwards, pulling the bellows with the exaggerated speed of the hand, and as expected, a lot of wind poured in, and the flames burned violently. Who knows, as soon as the flame came up, it began to slowly go out again. Fire style great fireball technique. Shijir also used fire style directly. However, although the flames came fiercely, they quickly became decadent. What's going on? Shijir also didn't know why. What you forged is an artifact. How can you use ordinary fire style techniques? Let me teach you a trick. The black scale immortal directly and said, Sage Art 6 Ding Shen Huo. Sure enough, a flame that was dozens of times more powerful than the fire style quickly reignited the furnace. Shijir pulled the bellows while using the white gold and white round eyes, trying to memorize this sage art carefully. Okay, don't let the flame go out again. Push and pull the bellows 400,000 times, and the fire will burn the red dragon's teeth. At that time, how is it? Shijir was also full of expectations. Wake me up again, sleepy. I'll go to heal my wounds. The black snake immortal also supported his injured neck, lay down very irresponsibly and snored. Does the snake fairy also hibernate? Shijir also shook his head speechlessly, looking at the bellows and the iron furnace and muttering to himself 400,000 times? I'm afraid it's crazy. But I must become stronger. Otherwise, I will be cannon fodder in the Third Ninja World War. Come on. Therefore, Shijir began to build the artifact from this pull bellows. Pushing forward and pulling it back was only a bit. Shijir didn't even use shadow clone, so he pushed and pulled while watching the flames in the furnace. In the eyes of Balin, Shijir found a magical scene. The flames in the furnace had no combustibles at all. No wonder the ordinary fire style goes out. It turns out that the combustible material of the flame is natural energy. It was ignited with fairy fire. The dragon's tooth, which has been burning by flames, turned out to be only slightly red. Water and fire are not invaded? It's a bit exaggerated. Shio did not know how long it took, and found that the fairy fire had also slowly begun to weaken, and it was about to go out. Sage Art 6 Ding Divine Fire. Shijir also spit out a fairy fire, and the powerful flame ignited the furnace again. Fortunately I learned, otherwise I just pulled it for nothing? Ha! How many did I pull? It's over. Shijir had to count again. Shijir found that every time it was pulled up to about 80,000 times, the furnace would be fired. After supplementing it once, Shijir finally supplemented the fifth flame, and then immediately awakened the Black Snake Immortal 400,000 times here. Shijir shouted. Fairy Black Snake opened his eyes, nodded in satisfaction, and then took out the sledgehammer just now, and said, I woke up too. Next, you only need to hit this dragon tooth with this hammer, about 250,000 times. That's fine, the intensity should be even. As for me, I am also responsible for hitting with a small hammer. Let's cheer together. The Black Snake Immortal handed the sledgehammer in his hand to Shijir, but Shijir was suddenly dragged down by the power of the sledgehammer. What is this? Why is it so heavy? Shijir also raised the sledgehammer with difficulty. Well, if he is not hard and not heavy, how can he hit something harder than him? The Black Snake Fairy took out a small hammer and lightly smashed the dragon tooth, and the outline of a knife appeared. Hurry up. Ha! So you quit Sage Mode? You must use Sage Mode for training, Black Snake Fairy reminded. However, Shijir pulled the wind more than 400,000 times, and all the energy of the body was consumed. How could there be chakra? So there is no Xianshu chakra? It doesn't matter, this is the elixir that I have made myself. Take one pill, and your Xianshu chakra will be full in an instant. The Black Snake Fairy also said triumphantly. Shiyu took the elixir, just as the Black Snake Fairy said, his chakra was full in an instant. Something is wrong. Why has my chakra more than doubled? Shijir was also a little frightened. Boy, do you think it's easy to build an artifact? Pushing and pulling the bellows is not a white push and pulling. You have to pull the bellows again when you are in the ink. Come on, the Black Snake Immortal also urged. Shijir was also overjoyed. In the process of forging the artifact unknowingly, he also made progress unknowingly. Sage Mode. Open. Shijir turned into a powerful Sage Mode form again, and Shijir could easily handle the heavy and huge hammer just now. Start smashing. Every time Shijir was hit, Shijir felt that his chakra was losing a small amount, but he felt that the chakra on the hammer was attached to the knife again and again, being tempered again and again. It lasted for not knowing how long. The Black Snake Fairy once again smashed the dragon's tooth with a small hammer. In an instant, the body of the dragon's tooth blade changed again, and once again took a big step forward from the completion of the target. Shiyu used this sledgehammer to smash. Every time it hits for a period of time, the Black Snake Immortal will come and tap it with a small hammer. This is repeated 5 times. The Black Snake Immortal finally hammers the sound. A flawless pure white dragon tooth blade appeared in front of Shijir. 250,000 times. Is it over? Shiyu felt a little unsatisfied. It's over, why do you want to continue? The Black Snake Immortal also shook his head with a wry smile. You guys are really committed to doing things. The weapon is considered complete. As for the dragon scale armor, leave it to me. The Black Snake Fairy walked over to the dragon scale, picked up the small hammer in his hand, and smashed it a few times. A magical thing happened. A full set of white dragon scale armor appeared. Dragon scale armor, dragon scale leg armor, and ninja feet, ninja gloves. Shijir immediately asked the key point, how tired is it that the armor made of dragon scales is worn on the body? The Black Snake Fairy smiled and said, you can give it a try. Shijir realized that even if he disarmed Sage Mode, his armor was still very light. You don't need to worry about the weight. This armor belongs to your exclusive armor. If someone else takes it, it can't be moved at all. Shijir then asked another question. I can't put on this armor at all now, is it a bit bigger? The Black Snake Fairy smiled. Dragons are said to be able to appear and hide, to be thin and to be huge, to be short and long, and your armor, as a divine weapon, can do everything except invisibility. Ha! It's so amazing. Shijir didn't believe it, so he said, small, smaller. The magical scene happened again. The dragon scale armor in front of me was like a golden hoop, and it really became smaller. In the end, Shiyu also put on the armor of just the right size, and she wore it on her body, still so light. However, Shijir shook his head again and said, Senjin, although I can put it on, I feel a little uncomfortable. It seems that the corners of the armor Kakuzu will come to me. Who made you wear a ninja uniform and armor? The Black Snake Fairy also patted his forehead with a wry smile. The Black Snake Fairy then took out a set of black tights and said, you must put on tights before you can wear armor. This tights is the snake skin that was faded when the predecessor who became a dragon evolved when I came to Ryokai Cave. It is comfortable. It's breathable, warm in winter and cool in summer. This time it's really cheap for you. Then Shiyu quickly changed into tights and armor. With a menacing look, even Black Snake Fairy looked a little fascinated. You forgot your short sword. The Black Snake Fairy threw short sword directly. Shiju raised his hand and grabbed the dragon tooth blade. There are some dragon scale armor pieces left, so let's make a scabbard for you. The Black Snake Fairy knocked again with a small hammer, and a white scabbard was also handed to Shiju. Not only that, the gloves and feet are also made of extremely precious materials. Shiju has these gains. It is impossible to say that he is unhappy. But the Black Snake Immortal could not do so many things for himself just because of his own threats. When the Black Snake Fairy fought with him, he absolutely hid his strength. Black Snake Immortal? Are you helping me like this? What's the purpose? Just tell me what you want me to do for you. Shiju also said straightforwardly. Fairy Black Snake smiled and said, you are really smart. In fact, what I want is very simple. I just want to accept you as a disciple. My sage art can be considered as a heritage to teach you. Want me to worship you as a teacher? Shiyu also couldn't believe it. Yes. The Black Snake Fairy nodded. Ryokai Cave, there are two snake immortals, one is the White Snake Immortal, the white-scaled serpent, and the other is me, the black-scaled serpent. White-scale sage art is completely different from my sage art. The human experts who have passed the trial often find by scale to learn sage art. The human beings swallowed by desire can only become slaves of power and become the creators of killing. Therefore, the human beings who have inherited the Ryokai Cave inheritance in the past are all people with a firm heart but full of evil thoughts, but this is not the case. My black-scale sage art is completely different from white-scale. I am the real fairy who has inherited the will of the immortal, but the black-scale sage art is not known to everyone, which makes me very confused. If Balan didn't want to borrow my hand to get rid of you, then it recognized you, and you have indeed passed my test, so I can teach you my black-scale fairy art, and the white-scale fairy art will also be taught to you by it. You are the complete inheritance of me, Ryokai Cave, the snake immortal of the Xianshu. The Black Snake Immortal also said very excitedly. However, Shiyu looked at the Black Snake Immortal with a dark face. Yo, is there such a good thing? Will there be any conspiracy? Nonsense, the dragon tooth knife is in your hand and you have put on the dragon scale armor. Don't you take care of all the good things? Those count as my meeting gifts for you. Isn't that made by myself? Shiju was also a little confused at this time. I'm helping you practice immortality. You can feel it. How much has your chakra strengthened in the past 2 months? The Black Snake Fairy is also a little helpless. This kid doesn't know whether he is smart or smart. Shiju hammered hundreds of thousands of times, and chakra was consumed again, so he asked for an elixir from Black Scale, and then swallowed it directly. Then Shiju opened his eyes in disbelief, and he could feel his chakra skyrocketing again. Although still at a super cage level, chakra's purity has far surpassed his previous self. If you compare the previous chakra to the sea with a depth of 1,000 meters, now it has 5 kilometers. Although the width has not changed much, the depth has already turned upside down. Seeing Shiju's horror, Heilin nodded. Now you know. Whether you use Sage Mode to pull the bellows or swing the sledgehammer, it is my training for you. You are now qualified to learn the real Sage art. Heilin also patted Shiju on the shoulder, giving Shiju a sense of mission. However, Shiyu shook his head and said with a disgusting look, who said I want to learn your Sage art? I have to become your disciple? He taught Sage art to others, and didn't let others call him master? I think I should learn from the Orakai. You should be. She doesn't have the ability. Ha ha, me? Black Scale? Will there be no White Scale Orakai? Are you kidding? Black Scale Orakai is also very dissatisfied. White Snake Immortals by G Technique, do you know it? It will instantly numb the enemy and lose combat ability. Isn't it strong yet? Shiyu also deliberately said. By G Technique? What kind of spicy chicken fairy technique? It's just to block the enemy's sight and hearing through sound and strong light. My Black Yao technique can create a field that blocks the 5 senses of other people around. The black-scaled serpent is also quite proud and does not adulterate it at all, but it went on to say, however, the only drawback is that it is not effective against the enemies of Sage Transformation, otherwise the white scales will not be my opponent. Shiyu was also shocked when he heard it. Seal the realm of the 5 senses. It's more than just a little bit stronger? It doesn't work for Sage Transformation? There are not more than 5 people who know Sage Transformation in the original book. Isn't this invincible after learning this trick? However, although Shiju wanted to learn very much in his heart, she still shook her head and said, I won't talk about this trick. There seems to be another trick called inorganic reincarnation. It can give life to inorganic things. Let them all fight. Is it still not strong enough? Yes, the reincarnation ninjutsu that gives lifeless inorganic matter to control it is indeed very strong, and it can launch a sudden attack. It can't get close to the caster. It can only be a dead end, but. The black scale snake patted his chest and said, how strong is the inorganic matter? Only when you are strong enough to ultimate is the ultimate victory. I have Sage Art 8 Dragon Reincarnation Technique here. This trick. It allows you to instantly gain even more terrifying power than Sage Transformation in the moment of crisis. It's like possessing 8 Yinglongs. Promise rebirth? What is it? It's not my opponent for 8 Dragons Reincarnation at all. Shiyu still asked, since it is so powerful? Then why can't you defeat the white-scaled serpent? Alas, this trick is not long-lasting. If it drags into a protracted war, Sage Transformation will be lifted and will eventually fall into an unfavorable situation. Shijir fell into deep thought. 8 Dragon Reincarnation belongs to the short-term transformation type. It should burn its own fairy technique chakra within a certain period of time as the price of its invincibility. It is estimated that there is a strong hegemonic effect to fear any attack. Sage Transformation is already very strong. I don't know if anyone else can stop me after learning this trick. Dare to ask who in the world. Can you force me to use the 8 Dragons Reincarnation? If you use Heiyao technique to block the enemy's 5 senses within a certain period of time, and then use 8 Dragons Reincarnation, will the enemy be given a second, no matter how strong the enemy is? I am afraid it is not my opponent. I don't know Heiyao. Can technique deal with the super shadow pinnacle like Madara? However, when Shijir was thinking, the black-scaled big snake patted Shijir and asked, boy, what are you thinking? Not everyone is qualified to learn this third gate Sage Art. Do you want to learn it? Or do you still don't believe what I said? Black-scaled Orokai asked directly. Shiyu smiled without saying a word. Seeing this, the black-scaled snake was finally angry. You kid neither believes nor wants to learn? Yes. Hey, I don't believe it today. I just want to teach you. I will teach you seriously. I want you see, is it my sage art, or the sage art of the old lady with white scales? Shijir was very proud in his heart, but still pretended to be very resistant on the outside. My third gate sage art. The first sage art 6 ding sage art. Your kid has all learned it. In battle, your fairy art chakra needs to be released even more, in order to have greater lethality. Second gate, sage art black yao technique. The 5 senses are divided into form, sound, smell, taste, and touch, that is, the 5 senses of human beings, the vision of the eyes, the hearing of the ears, the smell of the nose, the taste of the tongue, the touch of the skin. The key to this sage art is to release the fairy black dragon and use the strong black light in the first time. Finally, the third gate, Sage Art 8 Dragon Reincarnation Technique. There will be natural energy in every corner of this world. You need to work hard to attract these energies all the time, and these energies will gather in your body and use the 8 Dragons Reincarnation will directly burn all the chakras in the surrounding area and in your body. The Black Scale Orokai is also an extremely serious guide. After a while, Shijir has thoroughly learned this third gate Sage Art, bowed deeply for the Black Scale Orokai, and then said, "Thank you for teaching me Black Scale carefully. Sage Art. I'm going to find the white snake fairy to see if your sage art is better." Shijir also left such a place in an instant. The black snake immortal smiled and shook his head after Shiyu left. This guy is really strong, but he has completed the inheritance of Ryokai Cave. Senior, this is what you predicted. The one who changed the ninja world, and where will he lead us immortals to? Then the black snake fairy only had a shell left, and everything around it turned out to be an illusion. Shijir also returned to Ryokai Cave at a super fast speed through Sage Art Flying Thunder God. Get the weapons and armor, I already know. Everything in Ryokai Cave will pass into my ears. Uchiha Shijir? Next, you have to do one thing before I will teach you my 3 magic tricks. 3 moves. Shiyu was also a little surprised. Yes, in addition to Beiji technique and Wuji reincarnation, of course I also have the immortal technique at the bottom of the box, otherwise how would I fight that black snake? Hey! The white snake fairy spoke with a heavy accent, and smiled with a black belly, which made Shiyu a little bit want to laugh. What's the matter? Shijir asked. There is a big snake named Zinnia in the depths of Ryokai Cave. I don't know anything about it. You need to let Zinnia recognize you from the bottom of your heart and let it become your summoning beast willingly, even if you pass the last level. Then I will teach you fairy skills. Shiyu naturally knew Xianya's name, and also knew that this guy was a violent serpent whose saliva could petrify others. The area where Xianya is located is the lair of the most violent snakes in Ryokai Cave. You have to be careful, of course, you can't hurt or kill him, then you won't get his approval. Do you still go like this? Asked the white snake immortal. Shijir confidently compared with an okay gesture. Although it was difficult for a violent snake to recognize him, Shijir was still full of confidence. Today, he is not a kid who just entered Ryokai Cave. After that, Shiyu followed the instructions of the white snake immortal and went to the vicinity of the large snake's nest. The air was filled with gloomy fog, and some deep trenches appeared on the ground from time to time. Shiyu knew that these were traces of the snake crawling. And on the surrounding tree trunks, there will be bite marks from time to time. Balanyan. Shijir opened Balanyan and instantly saw the petrified snake sculptures around him. These are all made by Xinya stone, right? Sure enough, it's a rather violent snake. Dense fog obstructs the view, then. Sage mode. On. Because Ryokai Cave is rich in natural energy, Shijir also stores a lot in advance, so there is no need to condense and transform like Naruto Jiraiya. Shijir then directly used Sage Mode sensing ability and instantly felt a violent red chakra. It should be right. Shijir then teleported to Xinya's position at a very fast speed. And this one-eyed crimson snake didn't react slowly, although it didn't see Shijir for the time being, it was already ready to fight. The abdomen of snakes can feel very small vibrations, and the cheeks, like infrared sensors, can easily and accurately locate Shijir's position. Human. Xinya's anger was also instantly ignited, whether it was a human or a snake, as long as it tried to get close to him, it would be killed. The reaction is so fast. Shijir avoided Xinya's attack and teleported directly in front of Xinya using Sage Art. Xinya, I want to talk to you. Shiyu said. Talk. Humans. I don't know how you knew my name, but you will definitely die today. Xinya hates humans very much, in the final analysis because of his last master. Since it doesn't make sense, I can only use my fist to make you surrender. Shijir teleported directly to Xinya's tail, grabbed Xinya's tail, and turned it around with brute force. Unexpectedly, Shiyu could easily shake Xinya with such a huge body. Human, you have such great power. You can shake my body. Xinya was also taken aback, and then his whole body was thrown high and far, and hit the ground heavily. Human, Xinya was also furious. Facing Shiyu, he began to vomit venom. The venom has the effect of petrification. As long as it gets on a little bit, the whole body will be petrified. However, who is Shijir? Teleporting this bug infinitely makes him invincible. Shijir teleports quickly, avoiding those salivas one by one. Sage Art Black Yao Technique. Shijir directly resorted to what he learned about Sage Art from the Black Scale Orakai not long ago, and then a black dragon rushed towards Xinya. This is? Sage Art. Xinya was also taken aback. He didn't expect this little human being in front of him to inherit Sage Art from Ryokai Cave. Immediately afterwards, a blast of darkness enveloped Xinya, and even Xinya, who possessed extremely strong senses, lost his 5 senses in an instant. Where is this place? Impossible. Why can't I even hear my own voice? Where am I? Let me go out of humanity. I want to kill you. Shiyu also lifted Xinya's hearing lock first, and said, Xinya, I hope you can convince me, and then volunteer to become my summoning beast. Ha 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 ha. How could it be possible? Humans? Why should I do this? Xinya seemed to hear a joke. There are 3 reasons. The first reason is that my strength is far greater than that of you, and I have mastered Sage Mode and gained the inheritance of the Black and White Fairy of Ryokai Cave. Xinya's body is obviously stagnated. For thousands of years, no one has done this step, and the Sage Art just now is indeed the Sage Art of the Black Scale Orakai. What else? Xinya is not stupid, naturally knowing that the inheritors that the Black and White Immortals can choose together will definitely be people with extremely powerful talents. Second, I want to repair your eyes and the hurt in your heart. I know your story, and naturally know that you took the post of the host to blind your eyes with lightning style. Your eyes and heart are hurt. Wrong. Xinya also uttered a painful and angry roar. I don't know how you know. I haven't told anyone about this. Could it be that you know him? No, it's been hundreds of years, he can't still alive. My eyes can see the future. Shiyu also directly showed her golden white round eyes, which made Xinya also look very surprised. What else? The third reason, Xianya's attitude was not as aggressive as before. I want to change all of this, change the world I live in, change the relationship between people, and even change the status quo of the ninja, so that the whole world will remain peaceful, so there will be no such betrayal. Shiyu also said righteously. However, Xianya sneered and said, ha 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 ha, you think well, but the betrayal between people will never stop. Why do you make the world peaceful? Why do you change the world you live in? Xianya also replied in a very resistant manner. Shiyu then asked, hundreds of years? Do you know why your master attacked you? Just because I didn't follow his command. That made me lose an eye. Shijir shook his head and said, do you think that for a ninja, life is above everything or mission above everything? Life. Otherwise, how could that guy escape? Will it hurt me? You don't understand his cold eyes. Xianya, let me tell you that ninjas are a profession born to perform tasks. This profession is destined from the moment he becomes serious. Ninjas are born for tasks. Since ninjas are born for tasks, then what about the summoning beast that signed the contract? Naturally, he absolutely needs to execute the ninja's orders. Xianya, if he really flees, why did he call you together? And when you insisted on attacking, if he wanted to kill you, why did he just hurt your eye? You really misunderstood what he meant. Shijir naturally understood the intention of the ninja. What do you know? Explain it to me. When Shia said this, Xianya discovered that maybe things weren't what he saw and thought at the time. Your snake clan's vision is inherently not very good. There is no big difference between having and without. Your eyes are injured. In the final analysis, it is just a small injury, but it can still make you remember that for a ninja, the task is higher than all these words. If you are hit, you can be directly teleported back to Ryakai Cave. In this way, at least he can guarantee that you are alive, and he can continue to perform the evacuation mission to ensure that there is another chance for a comeback. But, he didn't explain it to me later, and his eyes were so cold and clearly betrayal at that time. Xianya couldn't forget the scene for a long time, and resisted desperately, but was hurt by summoning's own host. How frustrated? Xianya, the reason why he has cold eyes and a look of betrayal is because you insist on fighting. He has to evacuate. You have to fight. Over time, not only will he not escape, you will also not escape. Go out. He may be disappointed in you. He has fought with him for so long, but still can't obey the command. And why didn't he come to you? Because he sent you back to Ryakai Cave at the time, and you died in battle later. War, death in battle? How could this be possible? Didn't he leave? Xianya also looked incredulous. Maybe you were motivated? Or maybe he didn't want to live at all? Or maybe he was killed by his own people. The world of ninjas is like this. They are all tools. In order to complete the task, you may not even care about your own life in the end, let alone you. What you said is good. However, I was attacked by him, but I was not teleported back to Ryakai Cave, and I woke up and found that he was not there. Shijir also responded immediately, but you weren't dead at the time. So, is it possible that he intentionally hurt you so that the enemy no longer disperses his forces against you, and then he attracted the attention of other enemies and evacuated? Human beings are so complicated. I think it's too simple. In this way, human beings are more like living in hatred and betrayal all the time. Only then did Xianya understand that it is complicated with humans. Compared to his intrigue, his own experience is simply drizzle. Xianya, do you want to become a dragon? Shijir asked suddenly. Dragon. Xianya was also very puzzled, wondering why Shijir would suddenly ask. Give me a chance? Become my summoning beast. When I fly high, you, as a summoning beast, will become different. Shijir then used his own fairy technique chakra a lot. The spread out. So strong. What a strong natural energy. Even if I join forces with Immortal Balan, I am afraid it is not his opponent. Can this guy really become an existence that none of us can? Xianya had already determined that Shijir was a top-notch master, let alone Shijir's less than 5 minutes, basically resolved the pain in Xianya's heart. If you encounter the same situation, will you betray me too? Xianya raised his last question. Shiyu shook his head and said, no. Xianya asked, I don't believe it, tell me why. Why should I betray you? And why should I retreat? Shijir asked back. Isn't the ninja's task above all else? Your superiors order you to retreat, or, because of the situation, you must retreat. Xianya asked again. I'm not the same as your master. I'm so strong? I need to retreat? Just kidding. If you encounter an enemy that I need to retreat, I'm afraid the world will be destroyed. Shiyu said with incomparable confidence. That is the absolute confidence of the peerless strong man, all this deeply infected Xianya. You guy is really as confident as I was before. I like my character too. Xianya finally nodded and said, okay. I am willing to be your summoning beast, but I said it in advance, I just want to look. What do you call building a peaceful world look like? Any reason is fine, you can do it willingly. Shiyu quickly sealed the seal, brought out the contract technique summoning, and signed the contract with Xianya on it. What's your kid's name? Xianya asked. My name is Shijir. I remembered. Xianya also nodded. Shiyu then left the Orakai lair group contentedly. Then Shijir came to the white phosphorus immortal in Ryakai Cave. Before Shijir learned the magic arts, the Balan immortal said, Shijir, has Zinnia been conquered by you? Yes. Shijir nodded. I know, you are absolutely fine. The white snake fairy nodded, and then said, then prepare to learn immortality with me? It will take about 3 months. 3 months? I'm afraid not. I may still need to go back to my world and do some things. Shiyu thought for a while that she still had things to do. Ah. Then you learned black scale immortal art, didn't you also spend 3 months? The white snake immortal also felt very puzzled. What? It's been 3 months. Shijir was immersed in sage mode, having forgotten the passage of time. Yeah, it's been 3 months since you came here. It seems that you still have things to do? Then I have to come back to learn Xianshu next time. The white snake immortal also understood. You have become a snake immortal. As long as you reverse summoning, you can return to where you came from. From now on, you should be able to go back and forth to Ryakai Cave at will. Okay. I'll come again next time. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to catch up. Shijir was also very anxious. He didn't expect to learn immortality by himself, so 3 months had passed. Those plans are nothing more than plans. Shio shook his head, and then Shio directly used the reverse summoning technique, and the whole person disappeared in place. This guy is really committed. I don't know how strong he will be next time. The White Snake Fairy also said to the 3 God-tier G who suddenly appeared next to him. Shijir returned to the vicinity of Orochimaru's residence through reverse summoning. 3 months have passed, and Orochimaru has naturally disappeared long ago. Shio found a passerby and learned that today is the day of the Chunin selection exam. Crap! I'm afraid I'll be late. Shijir also rushed to the Chunin selection venue desperately. In the Chunin selection venue, the 3rd generation was sitting high on the top seat of the viewing platform, and next to Konoha's 2 consultants, except for Danzo, all the top and face figures of Konoha arrived. 3rd generation asked, has Shijir not appeared yet? Mito Kato Homura shook his head and said, I didn't see it. Yuditen Kohara said, 3rd generation, if he doesn't show up again, we have to draw lots first. Mito Kato Homura also suggested, let's draw first. Since he is a favorite to win, we can relax the rules appropriately and put him in the final match. 3rd generation nodded and said, that's all there is to it, let's start the draw. The Chunin selection venue was full of voices and crowds of spectators in the audience. After all, it was the largest and highest quality Chunin selection examination since the Second Ninja World War. The auditorium circled around the venue, and there were no empty seats, which shows the grandeur. The players are all waiting in the waiting room. After receiving the message, the examiner announced, preparation for the exam begins. Now the draw begins. Why hasn't Shijir come yet? He said he would learn Hyaga fluid art together, and in the end he disappeared mysteriously. Hundi was also quite worried. Yeah, this guy also promised to learn Heidake swordsmanship from my dad. It seems like the world has evaporated, it can't be found at all. Kujuo was also very confused. Katsuhei Yashida and Violet frowned. I don't know what Shijir is doing. There is no waiting stage yet. Shijir, has something delayed? If the opponent is him, I have no confidence at all. Lin lost the desire to fight when she thought of Shijir. No matter who the opponent is, I will use physical skills to defeat him, become the most dazzling star in this competition. Dad should be watching me too. Might Guy is still a familiar dress, he is totally different from other players. The same, very excited, like a chicken blood. Hundi and Nangsaying were naturally still worried about Shijir, a little anxious. Narad Jia he doesn't matter. One less person is one less competitor himself, not to mention how strong Shio is, he knows. Time passed quickly, and the examiner began the draw. It is speechless. The examiner randomly draws, and he draws a message like Uchiha Shijir versus Might Guy. Shijir's back too. In this case, won't you lose before the war? Nangsaying was also a little speechless. Then a Jonin said something in the ear of the examiner, and the examiner nodded and announced, due to special reasons, the first game is put to the end, and we continue to draw the second game. The second game, Katsuhei Yashida versus Heitake Kujuo. Heitake Kujuo is also the favorite to win the championship, so the audience's enthusiasm has not decreased but increased. I'm here, I must defeat him this time. Nangsaying is also full of confidence, he is very confident in himself, and he has endured hardships in the past 3 months. Well, it's him. Shengping nodded, still with that cold look, which was somewhat inconsistent with the hippie smile at the beginning. The contestants enter the arena immediately. The examiner urged, and Kujuo and Shengping also immediately entered the test venue, and the atmosphere instantly became interesting. Kujuo drew out his gray tooth blade. Start. The examiner raised his hand and waved it down. Then, Shengping and Nangsaying fought together. Dang Kang. Nanxiang fended off a few shurikens and Kyu, and rushed to meet Shengping, using the shortness of his gray tooth blade to quickly chop off. Heitake's swordsmanship. Shengping also became extremely agile, and he avoided Kujuo's tricks with a roll. Then Shengping quickly closed the seal, and the speed of the seal was also surprised by Nangsaying. Fire-style Great Dragon Fire Technique. Shengping unexpectedly used the proud skills of the Uchiha clan, and the 3 fire dragons immediately rushed towards Nangsaying. Wind Dragon Cut. The gray blade in Nanxiang's hand also slashed quickly, instantly forming a gray-white sword aura. The sword aura was so powerful that it could even compete with the dragon fire. The audience boiled over. This kind of battle full of visual sense is extremely exciting, and they are especially fond of watching. And the 3rd generation on the stand was also surprised and said, is Grey Fang Seo's son? Now he can use such a strong sword energy. It's amazing. The one called Katsuhara is not bad. He has such a strong fire-style ninjutsu. Mito Kato Homura was also surprised. I don't know who will win in the end. Yuditen Koharu is also looking forward to it. Kujuo's sword energy slashed with his sword skills hit the dragon fire, and finally he was shocked by the winning streak. So strong sword spirit, it seems that you are best at ninjutsu, right? So, I also use swordsmanship to fight you. Shengping drew the kodaki from behind him, and the kodaki was instantly attached to flames. Sword Yuan. Shengping also suddenly rushed towards Nang Xiang with a small flame sword, only to hear the ding. Nang Xiang pulled out his grey teeth, which had blocked Nang Xiang's attack. Unexpectedly, you are also a master of swordsmanship. Did you really underestimate you? Ding jingle bells. Nang Xiang and Shengping started various sword battles, and you came and I met each other, and at the most thrilling moments, both of them were able to make good fortune. With flame and wind chakra? What a genius! Quan Xiong became more and more shocked as he fought. The familiar Shenpi liked to use ninjutsu, but now Shenpi seemed to suppress himself even with sword skills. Something's wrong. Could it be that he wasn't Shengping? Where did the real Shengping go? A clone of Nang Xiang was kicked by Shengping. You are distracted. You are not my opponent. Shengping also said lightly. You're not Katsupi. Katsupi won't be so cold forever. That guy is a Tenten with a hippie smile. And, your ninjutsu is not what he can use at all. He can only use ninjutsu. Kuzuo also boldly guessed road. The audience was very noisy, and no one could hear them clearly. Shengping shook his head and said faintly, everything will wait until you can beat me. Grey burst. Kuzuo was also doing his part, and the stab attack he used when he was fighting Kakashi had also used it. Dangling, the kodaki in Shengping's hand also blocked Nang Xiang again. The sword skills of both sides are very good. After playing for a while, both are somewhat exhausted. Unexpectedly, you are quite strong. You can only use this trick. Shengping nodded his hands, and then Kuzuo suddenly felt a little dizzy, and then Shengping turned into a huge skeleton in front of him. It's illusion. Although Nang Xiang's reaction was not slow, he was not familiar with illusion, so some time was lost. Solution. As soon as Nan Xiang unlocked the illusion, Shengping said, sorry, you lost. Shengping hit Nang Xiang in the head with the hilt, and Nang Xiang fainted instantly. The examiner stepped forward to check Kuzuo, and then announced, winner. Katsuhara Yashida. The audience shouted and cheered again. After all, the Heite clan was already very strong, but in the end, another person won. This reversal made them feel that the game was wonderful. The consultants in the stands were also stunned. This kid can beat the children of the Heite clan? The future is limitless. Indeed, the Heite boy is already very strong, but he still lost in the hands of that man if he didn't want it. Hiruzen? How do you feel like you are not surprised? Hiruzen showed a meaningful smile and said, yes. Kuzuo is very strong, but he is sure to lose. So, let me prepare a decent opponent for my disciple. Hiruzen, your approach seems to be inconsistent with what you insist on. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and said, I am the third generation. What I insist is still what I insist. You think too much. All of this is not deliberately arranged by me. This ninja named Katsuhei Yashida is going for the second time. When the team played, they were eliminated by Uchiha and others. I was worried that the Uchiha clan would take Shiger's hands, so I sent a ninja from Umbu in. At the same time, Shenpi told the Umbu ninja that he hoped that he could replace him and fight Shiger. And I also happen to need an Umbu to protect Shiger. Therefore, this Umbu will always pretend, just to fight Shiger seriously. Hiruzen also explained the whole story, and the consultants understood. Hiruzen also smiled and asked, don't you want to know? How strong is my closed disciple Shiger? The first match became the fourth, and the second became the first. Kanaha Genin Yashida Kapi defeated the master of the Heite clan, Heite Kuzuo, with an advantage in illusion. The atmosphere of the selection venue also seems to usher in a peak. The examiner then drew lots again, and finally the picture on the screen was fixed on a man and a woman. The second game. Nara Kazuru vs Hara Lin. Come on, Lin. Although Obito did not advance, he still appeared in the audience to cheer Lin on. This game was also quite exciting. Although no Hara Lin had any characteristics, she was agile, quick-thinking, and very desperate. For a while, she suppressed Nara Kazuru. However, when Nara Kazuru got serious, Nohara Lin had no chance. No matter who dealt with the Nara clan who possessed secret arts, they would not get the slightest benefit. In the end, Lin Nohara was defeated, but she also showed her strongest side. Yes, this girl has tried her best. Third generation's eyes also showed a trace of satisfaction. With the second battle, the atmosphere in the venue became active again, and it seemed that it was about to reach its peak. At this moment, the chief examiner read the names of the remaining two contestants. Next third game. Hyaga Red Butterfly vs Katari Violet. A little girl from the Hyaga clan? Is that genius of the clan who can revolving heaven? Sarutobi Hiruzen is also looking forward to this competition. Violet. Go on. Win like Suppate. The same team Ninja Shuaki and Suzuki Sensei were also in the crowd, cheering on Violet. And the audience of the Hyaga clan is also not a minority. Watching the Red Butterfly also made a shout. Red butterfly. It's up to you this time. It's best to postpone the time until Shijir arrives. Hisashi was also a little nervous in the audience. Violet faced the red butterfly and bowed directly. I'm sorry, I have been looking at you with the eyes of Miss Hayaga before. I thought that you would be superior by virtue of blood inheritance and noble blood. But I was wrong, this once. Let me see how powerful Konoha's Hayaga clan is. Hayaga Hongdi also bowed. You are welcome, I will do my best to deal with you. Please do my best. This time I want to prove myself, I will not drag our team back. Violet was able to feel Hayaga red butterfly, and there seemed to be an obsession to push her forward. Start. The chief examiner finally announced the start of the game. The battle between the two girls directly detonated the scene, and countless spectators were also watching the only duel between the two girls in this game. Hey, Violet threw the shuriken at the beginning, and Hongdi took the kunao, and knocked out every shuriken with great precision. At this time, the shuriken suddenly turned into eyes and flew towards the red butterfly. This is illusion? Didn't you expect to use illusion from the beginning? It is really an illusion-type ninja. Illusion solution. Red butterfly also released the illusion in an instant. Although Hongdai is not good at using illusion, but in the past 3 months, Hisashi has carried out special practice to dispel illusion to solve this problem. Red butterfly can already do illusion without fear. After unlocking the illusion, Violet had to discard the shuriken in kunao again, and a detonation talisman was attached to the kunao. Via Kugan. The red butterfly directly chose to open its eyes, and at the same time, the whole body directly began to spin super fast, like a spinning top, and the surrounding area centered on the red butterfly also formed a strong wind and a blue and white protective cover. Violet was also taken aback. Those shurikens were shot off in an instant, and those kunao with the detonating talisman exploded directly. The speed of the red butterfly's rotation gradually slowed down. Seeing that the red butterfly was unharmed, Violet was also a little surprised. Is this the revolving heaven of the Hayaga clan? It's really amazing. However, I haven't done any big tricks yet. Violet G in again. However, before the end of Violet, the attacks of the red butterfly came one after another. 8 trigram's empty palm, and air shock wave hit the acupuncture points on Violet's body. Violet miscalculated again, and she never thought that after only 3 months, Hayaga red butterfly could become so much stronger. Due to the wrong estimation of the opponent, Violet directly ate the 8 trigram's air palm. This 8 trigram's air palm is like an acupuncture point in the void, and the shockwave hits the important acupuncture points of Violet's body accurately and unmistakably. Oops, my chakra. It's not smooth. Did that blow just block part of my chakra? Violet was also taken aback. Has this guy become so strong now? Unexpectedly, the young lady of the Hayaga clan actually did hard training. This surprised me too much. In the audience, Hidechi Matsuyama and teacher Suzuki were equally surprised. I still remember that between taking the Chunin exam, the girl in front of me was still being beaten by them, but now, it turned out to be so difficult. You already know acupuncture points. The Hayaga clan girls are really amazing. Is it because of the influence of teammate Shijir? Hiruzen joked on it. This girl named Violet doesn't seem to give up, she seems to be a stubborn girl again. Unitin Koharu also shook her head, she seemed to see the reluctance in Violet's eyes. Sure enough, Violet dragged his heavy body and stood up little by little. The cheering, shouting, and encouragement of the audience were endless, and everyone was infected by the spirit of Violet. I can't fall down yet, at least, you have to take my trick. Don't extract chakra anymore, part of your chakra has been blocked by me, so I am afraid it will have a bad effect on the body. Hongdi also persuaded a little anxiously. I don't care so much, even you can't beat you, how can I beat it? Uchiha Shijir, Violet said stubbornly. Shiyu. Hongdi was also taken aback for a while, she also thought of Shiyu. Yes, what right do I have to make people give up their obsessions? Isn't it the same for me? Hongdi also understood Violet's firm heart. This trick is not a normal illusion. If you can't hold it anymore, just surrender. Violet also extracted chakra in an extremely painful way. After completing the difficult Ki-in, he shouted, Ninfa Nerika C technique, and immediately after Hongdi saw the picture he feared the most. In the picture, Shijir was covered in blood, lying in the Chunin selection venue, where the corpses piled up like a mountain, where they were all his family and friends. Hongdi's inner weakness was infinitely magnified, and she seemed to have forgotten the Chunin match at this time. Red Butterfly couldn't control his body and fell to the ground. However, almost at the same time, Violet was panting and vomiting blood. Obviously, using this illusion technique forcibly caused Violet almost serious injury. Sorry, this time we are dragging our feet again, Hongdai thought. Really? I'm not lucky enough. Red Butterfly. This time I lost. Violet also fell to the ground and completely lost consciousness. Teacher Suzuki ran to the venue and shouted, the medical class is here. Save people. The examiner raised his hand, and the medical class immediately went to observe the situation of the two. At the same time, the chief examiner observed the situation of the two and made the best judgment. The two ninjas are evenly matched in this game. Both sides fell to the ground. I need to discuss with Master Hokage how to judge. The examiner then went to the third generation project. Third generation asked about the specific situation, but there was a dilemma. Violet has completely lost consciousness. It stands to reason that it should be ruled out. Hyaga Red Butterfly wins. Mito Kato Homura said. No, after Violet took a blow, he could still get the red butterfly into the illusion. The red butterfly suffered a mental attack. If I ask me to say it, let the red butterfly out and Violet wins. Uchiha Kohara said. This is really difficult. Hiruzen thought for a while and said, since there is still a semifinal, these two can't fight, why don't they call it a tie? Just showing strength is enough. What do you think? Seconded. Hiruzen nodded and said to the chief examiner, that's it. But what should I do if one less person participates in the semifinals? The examiner was also very clever. He thought of an idea and told it directly to the third generation project and consultants. Konoha's two consultants were shocked. Is this okay? If you do this, will it be unfair to the fighters? Now there is no other way, it can only be so. Do you have a better way? Third generation looked at the other two. The two also shook their heads. Let's do it then. It feels very interesting. Third generation also nodded with a smile. The examiner then went down to announce. After discussions between Hokage-sama and advisor, this game is a draw. As Hyaga Red Butterfly and Katori Violet are both unconscious, Hokage-sama will send Chunin-level ninjas to replace them in the next game, codename Monkey Jump. The audience burst into enthusiastic applause again, because the judgment was fairly fair, and it also left suspense for the subsequent battle. How strong is the Chunin ninja chosen by Hokage? Maybe it will surpass the champion Uchiha Toshiger. The examiner then read out, then, the last group, Uchiha Shiger, will fight Might Guy. Might Guy also jumped in the examination room with a very shining posture, revealing his iconic white fang teeth, thumbs up, and black watermelon hair shines. I'm ready, Dad. In the audience, a person with almost the same appearance also showed a smile. That person is naturally 10,000 years Genin Might. What's the matter? Why haven't Uchiha Shiger come yet? Yeah, did you forget? I heard that Uchiha Shiger disappeared after the preliminary round. Missing? Isn't he missing this time? He is the favorite to win the championship. The atmosphere in the venue gradually became a little depressed, and the examiner was also a bit embarrassed. I said, Examiner-sama, will Uchiha Shiger run away? Is it because the opponent is me? The examiner said, be safe and not restless. Then the examiner went to Hokage again. Hiruzen, if he hasn't arrived within the specified time, he can only be sentenced to lose, otherwise I am afraid that everyone will not be happy. Uchiha Koharu also said the truth. Yes, Hiruzen, a long time has passed, we can't wait for him all the time. Mito Kato Homura also persuaded. Sarutobi Hiruzen lit his pipe, took a sip, and shook his head. Isn't this supposed to be? Forget it, announce it. These chief examiners breathed a sigh of relief. In this game, Uchiha Shiger did not appear at the game within the specified time, so I announced that this game. Wait a minute, a loud voice appeared. However, upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the red Hyaga butterfly who had a waxy white complexion and jumped off the stretcher. What the hell? I thought it was Shiger here. It's over, it looks like it's out of play. Uchiha Shiger won't show up. Hundi dragged his shaky body and said, I beg everyone, can it rain for a while? Maybe he's already coming here quickly. Don't everyone want to see him? To see him? Can you wait for a while? I beg everyone. Hongdai also asked sincerely. The examiner game looked helplessly at Hiruzen. Hiruzen nodded and waved his hand. The examiner then said, Master Hokage said that there is a 5-minute grace period. Once these 5 minutes arrive, if Shiger does not rush back, he will lose. Okay. As expected of Master Hokage, really broad-minded. The purpose of third generation was recognized by the surrounding audience. Hundi also nodded, and fell back on the stretcher again, and he could see that he had fainted. Time goes by little by little. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes have passed. Everyone, 5 minutes have come, but it's a pity that Shiger didn't make it to the game. Now I announce. Wait a minute. I'm here. A figure that everyone was looking forward to, used a hacky body flicker technique and appeared on the venue. The short gray hair looks heroic. The Konoha forehead protector on the forehead is slightly raised. Wearing a black scale snake tights, a white dragon scale sleeve, a light-colored 6-hook jade under his neck, and a dragon tooth blade on his back, the whole person is like the god of war alive, unparalleled in the world. Everyone was in tears with excitement. Shiger's genius name can be heard in Orikimura near Konoha, let alone Konoha village. It's finally here. Third generation's eyes also nodded at Shiger. Shigerbi gave an okay gesture, and then waved to the auditorium. Wow! Shiger really showed up. This guy has finally come. Shengping also saw Shiger in the waiting room, and his eyes lit up. Shiger, come on. Nang Xiang was also lying on the hospital bed and saw Shiger's figure. Since you are here, get ready to start fighting with me. I told you very early, I want to fight you, Might Guy also said with high morale. No problem, today, I will have a good time with you. Shiger also slapped his fingers, ready to fight. The fourth game, Uchiha Shiger vs Might Guy. Let's start. The examiner waved his upper hand down, and the battle had begun. Leaf Hurricane. Might Guy ran toward Shiger without saying a word, and attacked directly up and down. Might Guy's attack speed is very fast. Almost invisible. Good coming. Shiger also greeted him directly, using his arms and legs to directly resist Might Guy's attack. What? I can resist my physical skills. Might Guy couldn't believe it. At the same time, Shiger made seals at an extremely fast speed, and soon a powerful ninjutsu was released. Fire-style Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. Shiger also spit out a Fire Dragon. The Fire Dragon was fierce and powerful, which directly caused the audience to exclaim. Shiger's ninjutsu has become stronger again. Hiruzen also guessed, this guy is too enchanting. Naturally, Might Guy would not be defeated so easily. He used his own speed to move around the venue flexibly, avoiding Shiger's ninjutsu attacks, and using the body flicker technique to approach Shiger. Body flicker technique? Compared to me? Interesting. Shiger also uses the body flicker technique, but the same as the body flicker technique, Shiger and Might Guy use completely different. Shiger's body flicker technique can to describe it as a transformed state. Whenever Might Guy appears in one place, Shiyu can flash faster than him, and when this happens, Might Guy is also a little flustered. This guy is faster than me. Sure enough, a master. Guy also took a deep breath. Guy, if you don't have any other moves, you can only lose the game. Shiger has no pressure to deal with Guy today. Guy gritted his teeth. When it comes to ninjutsu, he is naturally inferior to Shiger. Shiger chakra has a lot of volume and has great ninjutsu power. When confronted, Guy can only be beaten. On illusion, he also knows nothing about illusion. Regarding the body flicker technique, Guy couldn't do it even when connected to Shiyu. After all, the body flicker technique Shiyu was more proficient in master. It seems that I can only use this trick. 8 inner gates technique open the door. Watch Lian Hua. Guy suddenly used the Watch Lian Hua, kicked Shiger, then caught Shiger, and then slammed into the ground. 8 inner gates seems to have appeared in everyone's field of vision for the first time, right? It will definitely surprise everyone. Guy hit Shiger heavily on the ground. Boom, a big hole seemed to be blasted directly from the ground. The battle seems to be over. Guy was quite confident about the lotus flower after he opened the door. This trick is not bad, but it doesn't work for me. Shiyu was already sitting on the big wooden stake with a sound. It turned out that Might Guy was not attacking Shiyu, but Shiyu's body replacement technique. When, I didn't see him in at all. Only then did Might Guy understand that perhaps the person in front of him was not enough to open the door to confront the enemy. Stop the door open. In Shiger's white round eyes, he also saw a lot of energy exploding from the 2 doors in Guy's head. That's you to lift the limit on the brain and lift the limit on physical fatigue? It seems troublesome. Immediately afterwards, Might Guy's speed and attack power increased again. Shiger only blocked Might Guy's various attacks, but did not respond much. Shiger could clearly feel that after opening 2 doors, Might Guy was tireless for a certain period of time. I still can't touch this guy. Guy also felt a little weird. Obviously he had already opened 2 doors. If you can't even touch it, everything will be meaningless. In that case, 8 inner gates Shaman. Open. In the last safety zone of the 8 inner gates, the life gate was opened by Might Guy. Immediately afterwards, Might Guy's appearance changed. His body began to become red and bloodshot. The blue energy of the whole body rose like a dragon around the beam. And outside of Might Guy's body, a green energy body burst out, and the speed seems to have reached the fastest speed Might Guy has never had. I can catch up with him. Might Guy is also chasing Shiger, who uses the body flicker technique, making Shiger a bit of a headache. Sure enough, it's Might changing one? But don't think you can transform yourself. Shiger folded her hands, but in an instant, the corners of Shiger's forehead grew a bit, and the whites of her eyes turned golden. A powerful and terrifying force burst out from Shiger's body. This is Sage Mode. Sarutobi Hiruzen was naturally surprised. Has this guy got the inheritance of one of the 3 great immortals? Just like Sunan, unexpectedly, he has gone so far. For 3 months? Could he have been learning celestial arts in the fairyland? Hiruzen was also surprised. Hiruzen? Sage Mode? Is it Sage Art? Mito Kato Homura asked in surprise. Yeah, I don't know if the guy who turned on 8 inner gates is stronger, or the Shiger who turned on Sage Mode is stronger. Hiruzen also became more interested. To deal with Guy itself, maybe Shijir does not need to turn on Sage mode, but because many things are not available in the game, and can deal with the current Guy and fight against it, only rely on Sage mode. As for whether Sage mode is better than no one, I am very sure of that. Shijir, let me see how strong you are. Might Guy rushed over, and the attack fell on Shijir's body. However, Shijir reacted faster and easily blocked Guy's attack. What? Can actually block my attack, can't even open the door to hurt him. Might Guy was also a little shocked, the first time he met an opponent who couldn't solve the door. However, Guy was not discouraged. He faced Mu Tian, whose reputation even surpassed Kakashi. Shijir, this is my strongest move so far. If you can still beat me, I will convince you completely. Come on, Guy. Shijir was also high-spirited, and he played a lot more immediately after using Sage mode. Lilian Hua, in the face of Shiyu, Guy is not welcome. He directly used his super-coherent ultimate body art profound meaning. He rushed toward Shijir at an extremely fast speed, and Shijir immediately raised a huge golden Raisnon in his hands, and directly attacked Might Guy. Sage Art Big Ball Raisnon. Might Guy didn't expect that Lianhua in his continuum technique would be blocked by Shijir's Raisnon. This is the last one, and the strongest one. Shijir takes the move. I'm the last blow too. Guy, bump. The attacks of the two finally collided together. At the same time, a dazzling flash broke out all around, so that all the audience did not see what was happening. After that, the two passed by one after another. Shijir dismissed Sage mode, and then turned his back to Might Guy and said, "It is indeed a Might Guy. Turning on the third gate is so powerful. If I have a chance, I want to learn too. Is this trick possible? Haha." Might Guy raised his right hand and said with a thumbs up, "I will be waiting for you. Such youth is not regrettable. This time you win, you are really strong." Then Might Guy fell directly to the ground. 8 Inner Gates' freshman has torn his muscles. It really comes at a price to become stronger. Shiyu said lightly, and then went to the waiting room to prepare for the next semifinals. Uchiha Shijir victory. After the examiner announced Shijir's victory, the atmosphere in the venue had reached its peak. After all, Shijir and Might Guy's performance capabilities exceeded people's cognition of ninjas. Shijir, really amazing. Kujuo nodded as he saw the final result on TV. Finally, one of the team has reached the final. Other familiar people are also following this game in different ways. The break time finally ended, and the chief examiner walked into the venue again. Next, among the remaining 4, there will be 2 more teams duel. The next match does not need to be drawn. The first is Yashida Katsuhei versus Nara Kazuru, and Uchiha Shijir versus Monkey Jump. Immediately afterwards, the intense and exciting semifinals began with the announcement of the chief examiner. Start. The chief examiner waved his hand downward, then announced. Immediately afterwards, Nara Kazuru and Yashida Katsuhei started a fight. Shijir's opponents will emerge from these 2 people. They are both old opponents. There is nothing worth noting, but Shijir still found something unusual. Katsuhei Yashida. Is this person Katsuhei Yashida? Why do you always feel that the temperament is a little different? And from the beginning of the battle, this guy turned out to be using Kodaki? From a ninja to a physical ninja, Shijir was 100% sure. Katsuhei Yashida was dropped. Even Shijir could see it. Couldn't the examiner and Hokage? Could this guy pretend to be an Umbu ninja? Shijir didn't think about it, and she really got it right after a casual guess. Nara Kazuru suffered a strong blow from Yashida Katsuhei at the beginning, but after using tactics flexibly, she still used her own secret technique, Shadow Ninjutsu, to smoothly set Yashida Katsuhei in place, and it was in Kazuru. When preparing to win Katsuhei Yashida, there seemed to be a scarlet jade in Katsuhei Yashida's eyes. At this moment, Nara Kazuru found out that she had been involved in the illusion. In the end, before the end of Shengping, Nara Kazuru was directly terminated by Shengping. Shiyu also squinted, as if he already knew who this person was. The first semi-final ended in a narrow victory by Yashida Katsuhiro. Then, Shijir played against another monkey jumper wearing a mask. I heard that both Red Butterfly and Violet were unconscious in the battle, so the third generation sent this Chin in to fight instead of them. This guy, identity seems to be quite mysterious. I don't know anything about his abilities at the moment. Shiyu looked at the monkey jump who was about to leave the venue, and also said that there was no information. Next, the second round of the semifinals. Monkey Jumpers vs Uchiha Tokigure, the examiner announced. Shijir stared at Monkey Jump. Monkey Jump wears Umbu's mask, like a brick without emotion. Start. The chief examiner waved his hand down, which represented the official start of the duel. At the beginning of the exam, Shijir saw the monkey jump with his hands and began to quickly seal. So fast. Shijir immediately closed the seal at a faster speed, and the two said almost at the same time. Fire style Fire Dragon Bullet Technique, Water style Water Barrier. The Fire Dragon hit the water wall, but did not break through the defense of the water wall. it just formed some water vapor. This shows that the rain shinobi technique is very powerful. One side is the B-level fire dragon bomb, and the other side is also the B-level water barrier for defense. I have to say that Shijir has a strong resilience. When you see the enemy juju, you know what spell the enemy will use, and what spell it will use to defend. Hayaga Hizashi also exclaimed from the audience. As soon as the two confronted each other, the whole audience was excited again. What a strong fire style. This person is not easy. Shijir also got serious. Third generation also said with interest, it's really amazing. I used such a strong water barrier in a place where there is no water. Immediately afterwards, the two people on the field began to seal the seal again. Wind style great breakthrough. Monkey jumped loudly. Fire style Halong fire technique. Shijir is proficient in the 5-element escape technique, and fire style defeats wind style, so the Halong fire also jumped directly at the monkey. The action of the monkey jump is still quite sensitive, while retreating directly and continuously uses the defensive ninjutsu river attack ninjutsu. Earth style wall. Earth style earth flow great river. The earth stream wall directly blocked Shijir's fire style, and the soil under Shijir's feet instantly turned into liquid and attacked him. Shattering technique. Shiyu naturally would not sit and wait for death. Facing the monkey jump's successive attacks, Shiyu appeared above the monkey jump with a sigh, and immediately threw out the kunao in his hand. However, Kyo passed through Monkey Jump's body in an instant, but Monkey Jump's body also turned into a puddle of mud. Doppelganger? This guy is so difficult. Shijir was also surprised. At the same time a voice came from behind. Ninjutsu Earth Dragon Flame Flow. Monkey Jump directly used the combined ninjutsu of Earth style and Fire style, which is infinitely powerful. This shocked Shijir, but Shijir instantly understood the identity of the person in front of him. Smelly old man, that's it. Shunshin technique. Shijir used Shushin once again, but was hit by Monkey Jump's physique shortly afterwards. Shijir himself flipped back several times in a row, removing most of the strength of Monkey Jump. You lost, Shijir also said firmly, but the Monkey Jumper remained silent. Lightning Water Dragon Bomb. The Monkey Jumper quickly and released another big move. Hey, seeing Shijir was about to be killed by compound ninjutsu, Shijir didn't rush and raised a Raiznan in his hand. Disappear. Sarutobi's shadow clone. Immediately afterwards, Shijir, a flying thunder god, appeared above the monkey jump, and Raiznan struck down from top to bottom. It turned out that Shijir was hit deliberately just now in order to leave the flying thunder god technique on the monkey jump. And then, the monkey jumper's bang turned into a cloud of smoke, and after a while, it did not appear anywhere. The audience was at a loss and didn't know what happened. The chief examiner walked out slowly and began to explain. Just to replace Red Butterfly and Violet, Master Hokage used his shadow clone pseudonym Monkey Jump to compete, but he was defeated by his disciple Shijir. Shijir. That's so strong. Unexpectedly defeated Lord Hokage's shadow clone. The future is limitless. The shouts and screams of the audience were endless. Shijir's popularity reached its peak at this moment, not only among the younger generation of Konoha, but in the entire ninja world. There is probably no one who can defeat Hokage's shadow clone at the age of 5. Monkey Jump? Sarutobi? It really is the same thing. Shijir also smiled slightly and looked at the third generation show on the same stand. The examiner walked over and asked, Shijir, do you need a rest? Because next is the finals, you can rest for 10 minutes. Shijir shook his head and said confidently, I don't need to rest, I want to be the final winner in one breath. Although Shijir fought fiercely with third generation's shadow clone, the chakra consumed was just a drop in the bucket. In that case, the examiner announced loudly, Shijir chose not to rest. Then we directly invite Katsuhei Yashida. Subsequently, Yashida Shenping also slowly walked out of the waiting room. I announce, this Chunin selection examination is the final decisive battle. Katsuhei Yashida vs Uchiha Togure. It's officially started. The examiner flicked his arm down, and the fierce battle began. Base, base, base. That was the sound of the shuriken shooting out of the sky. When the two sides started the battle, they both deliberately extended the distance, and both quickly threw out countless shurikens. Ping pong pong. The shuriken and the shuriken collided with each other, which also burst out a lot of sparks, and both sides turned out to have extremely high shuriken throwing skills. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Shijir threw the shuriken and directly used a ninjutsu trick. Then, countless shurikens flew toward Shenping. Shenpei drew out his kodaki and smashed all his shurikens to the ground one by one with extremely fast speed. Good swordsmanship, Shijir admired, and then drew out his dragon tooth blade. The eyes of the two met, and they felt the sharpness in each other's eyes. Base, shattering technique, shattering technique. The two used the instant technique with each other, and Shenping raised his small sword and attacked Shiyu. Shiyu Bailanyan opened, and Shenping's movements were completely predicted. In addition, Shiyu's instant body technique was stronger than Shenping, and Shenping's face also showed a hint of shock and solemnity. It really is Shijir. Even I feel the pressure like a mountain. In terms of strength, you are at least an elite Jonin class. Shengping also praised Shiger while resisting Shiger's attack. You are also very good. If you don't have any other moves, you may lose. Do you want to continue to play Yashida Katsuhei? Or do you want to show the real appearance? Shiger said while holding up his hand. The dragon tooth blade slashed up. Shengping immediately raised the Kotoki in his hand and blocked it. Boom! Shengping was sweating profusely, and felt great pressure instantly. What a sharp short sword! And it's powerful. Shengping naturally knows how good a sword is with a knife, and he also knows Shiger's strength. However, you don't seem to know how to use a knife. This way? At least I can hold dozens of rounds. Shengping is also confident, his sword skills are very grandmaster. Kunfen sword. Shengping used the body flicker technique again, but this time the body flicker technique was actually integrated with wind attributes, using the instantaneous body of the wind attributes to hold Shiger down, and then raised the flame-filled Tai Deo Xiangxi in his hand. The rain cut away. Hey, Shiyu's mouth rose up and disappeared again. Jian Yuan. Shengping once again used ninjutsu to attack where Shiger might appear. However, Shiger did not appear around Shengping. Katsupi, whom I am familiar with, doesn't always use ninjutsu. Let's fight against ninjutsu. A voice came. Shiger had teleported into the air, and at the same time, for Shiger's shadow clone had already beaten Yashida Ping was surrounded. In the air, Shiger and shadow clone finished their seals with super fast speed that could not be seen clearly by the naked eye. 5 escape Dalian bomb technique. After that, the 5 Shigers simultaneously spit out a series of bombs with 5 attributes of water, fire, earth, thunder, and wind to Katsuhira Yashida at the same time. This is. Hisashi was also taken aback. Hiruzen? Isn't this your compound ninjutsu? Uchiha Koharu was also shocked. This kid, he has learned all 5 compound ninjutsu by himself, he is no longer a genius. A peerless genius. 3rd generation Swallow 2, thinking that he showed 5 escapes when he was a child. The technique was praised by 2nd generation as an extraordinary talent, but compared with Shiger in front of me, it was terrible. It's awful. Shengping was also taken aback, and he didn't care about maintaining the transformation technique. His body changed in an instant, and his eyes turned into a scarlet 3-hook jade. The audience was also shocked. The 5 elements escape technique hit the so-called Shengping, which is definitely a dead end. The match venue was full of smoke and dust, and Shiger's ninjutsu blasted the venue into ruins. There was basically no good ground, most of which were potholes. To describe it in one word is terrible. Just when everyone thought Shengping would be killed like this, a figure suddenly jumped into the air. It seems to have used the instant to escape in the gap of ninjutsu. But the appearance of Shengping has also changed. He has a very special dumpling nose. He wears short sleeves of the same style as Umbu. He wears pants of the same color and leggings. There is an obvious Uchiha clan emblem on the back of the clothes, with a small sword on his back. The most dazzling one is his Sharingan with 3 hooks in jade. It seems that he is still exposed. Hiruzen. Mito Kato Homura said with some regret. There is no way, after the game is over, explain to everyone. Hiruzen smiled and shook his head. It's also the Uchiha family, I don't know what the final result will be. Uchiha Kohara said, I just don't know if this is against the purpose of 2nd generation. Hiruzen did not answer, and was silent for a while and said, then it depends, what kind of Uchiha is. The audience also exclaimed. Uchiha Shisui? I guessed it was you. Shiger also looked at his little cousin with a smile. Do you know me? Shiger. Shisui was also surprised. The 2 Konoha Uchiha geniuses know each other, isn't it normal? Shiger also raised the corners of his mouth. You are really cheerful. Shisui also smiled. Let's go with each other. Now there is no bondage? Can you fight me with all your strength? Shiger asked expectantly. I have to explain why I would hide to become Katsuhei Yashida. Shisui is also faintly prepared to explain. Shiger immediately waved his hand and interrupted. It doesn't matter, after the battle is over, 3rd generation will naturally explain it to everyone. Our battle is not over yet. Now the battle continues. Shiger kept the Bailanyan open, controlled his shadow clone, and rushed towards Uchiha Shisui again with the instant body. Shadow clone technique. Sharingan. Shisui also started Sharingan, and immediately used the shadow clone, and at the same time attacked Shiger's shadow clone. Shadow clone, instant technique, swordsmanship, shuriken, ninjutsu. The 2 sides played happily. The 2 Uchihas prejudged each other's movements. I don't know how many rounds you come and go. Age and body are younger than me, but physical strength and chakra? It seems to be endless. Uchiha Shisui gets tired as he fights. On the other hand, Shiger's fighting power is getting stronger and faster. Go on like this. I will definitely lose. Although it doesn't matter if I lose, but losing to my cousin is too shameful. Then Shisui directly interrupted the battle, and pulled away in an instant. The reason Shijir fought for so long was to copy Shisui's sword skills a little bit. Shisui suddenly moved away and Shijir also stopped for a while. Countless crows appeared in Shisui's eyes. Shiyu laughed too. Immediately afterwards, both of them were motionless, which is undoubtedly very boring to those who do not know how to do it. Why aren't they moving? Mito Kato Homura asked in confusion. They are engaged in illusion warfare. Hiruzen explained Shisui's strongest move is not in swordsmanship, but in illusion. It's a pity that Shijir's eyes are not Sharingan. It seems that he might lose the game. But this third generation project is very wrong, because Shijir not only owns the 3 Tomo Sharingan, which is a minority of the uchiha clan, but also owns Byakugan, the Hyuga clan. In addition, Shijir's bloodline is the purest otsutski bloodline in the world that has been strengthened several times. How can you be afraid of Sharingan illusion? In the face of ordinary illusion arts below Mangekyo, Shijir does not need to do anything at all. Even Uchiha Shisui of the illusion type 3 god Jade, Shijir can still rebound. Puff! Uchiha Shisui's motionless body suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood, and then he also picked up the sword to support his tired body. Shiyu, your spirit and pupil power, how can you be so strong? And, your chakra, is it endless? Shisui's expression is very strange, shocked, fearful, and unbelievable. Perhaps, because I am a half-blood. Perhaps the blood of the parents of the Uchiha clan and Hyuga clan has created the current me, that's why I have the current pupil power. Shijir also said faintly. So, do you want to continue? Shijir also took out special kunao. No, you won, my chakra and stamina are gone. Shisui fell to the ground while talking. Although he didn't lose consciousness, he had completely lost his combat ability. The examiner was taken aback for a moment, checked Shisui, then looked at Shisui, and raised Shisui's arm. I declare. Uchiha Shijir won the Chunin selection exam. The scene was out of control. Many people also knew Shisui's genius. It was also a Uchiha genius boy who was specially recruited to Umbu when he was just a few years old. He was defeated by another Uchiha genius boy who was younger than him. This is also extremely dramatic. One scene. Very good. This guy. It really made it. Many people related to Shijir also learned such good news through various channels. Then, I would like Master Hokage to give a speech. The chief examiner also invited third generation down. Shinashuk, thanks for your hard work, you really look like a few examiners. Haha. Hiruzen also patted the chief examiner on the shoulder. I said the old man, as a big smoker, are you willing to put down your pipe? The examiner also sarcastically said. There are many children here, I'm afraid to teach them badly. Hiruzen also smiled at Kaido, and then began to give a speech. My god? The chief examiner's name is Shinashuk? Sarutobi Shinashuk, the eldest son of the third generation, the father of Konohamaru. Shijir also heard the heavy news inadvertently. Hiruzen and his son exchanged a few words before they walked over, raised Shijir's hand high, and announced this Chunin selection exam. It was the one who won the championship. My close disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Shijir. You must have many questions. Third generation explained the events of Katsuhira and the monkey jump, and then announced I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, have since awarded Uchiha Tashijir the title of Jonin. However, things did not go so smoothly, and a voice stopped the third generation project. Wait a minute, Hiruzen. He can't be Jonin. Everyone followed the sound and found out that it was Hokage who had never shown his face to assist Danzo during the game. Shijir also didn't know where this guy appeared from. Danzo, he defeated my shadow clone? He inherited Konoha's will to fire again? Outstanding performance. Why can't you become Jonin? Third generation is a tolerant person, although his decision is questioned. But the conversation continued. You are too anxious. No one has been promoted directly from Genin to Jonin since Konoha was founded. I am afraid that you are not in line with the rules. And it is also very detrimental to his growth. He is only 5 years old. If he is proud and complacent, he will never be successful in his entire life. Shiyu was also furious, and thought, what kind of shit reason? Danzo, are you afraid of me? Shijir also questioned. Me? Why should I be afraid of you? Danzo asked rhetorically. If you are not afraid of me? Danzo, can you dare to fight with me? You were once a member of the elite guards under second generation. Now you are also Hokage assistant. Your strength is at least cage level. What if you dare not fight? I'm afraid everyone in Konoha village is laughing out loud. If you lose, it proves that I have the ability to defeat cage level. I am qualified to be Konoha's Jonin. Shijir also resorted to aggressive action, and the surrounding audience was naturally full of interest in Hokage's assistance in the fight against the championship, so they all cheered directly. You guy, Danzo was also a bit angry at this time. He won. He was dishonorable. He lost. He was even more embarrassed. The third generation learned about the situation and said, Danzo, since Shijir doesn't know the sky is great, you, as a senior, teach him a lesson for me. Come on, Danzo-sama and Shijir, I really look forward to it. The battle between the newcomer and the old man. The people around started booing one after another, and seeing a big battle is about to begin again. Danzo was forced to helpless at this time, but he said with joy in his heart, the kid of the Uchiha clan, after continuous battles, your chakra has bottomed out. Since you want to find yourself unhappy, then you can't blame me. Ninja exchanges, but it is inevitable that there will be casualties. Danzo was also vaccinated for what he did in advance. Okay. In that case, I will train Konoha's younger generation. Danzo then put on a ninja uniform and prepared to fight Shijir. Shijir knew that Danzo had taken the bait, and felt very proud. Both felt that each other was a big fool. Sarutobi Hiruzen became the referee himself. Don't be too serious. I don't know if it was to Danzo or Shijir. Start. With the start of the third generation purpose, Shijir-Danzo rushed towards each other. Wind-style vacuum bomb, shattering technique. Danzo Kyuyan was not fast. Before the vacuum bomb came out, Shijir in front of him had disappeared. Body flicker technique. What a fast body flicker technique. Danzo was taken aback. It is estimated that Konoha can compare with Shijir faster than Namikaze Minato, right? Shijir also appeared directly behind Danzo. Danzo didn't react too slowly. He directly grasped the kuna hidden in his sleeve, and instead took Kunao directly behind him. Pop! Shijir grabbed Danzo's hand. Danzo's physical skills were not bad. A gust of wind blew out, and the shuriken in the other hand became a wind attribute shuriken, and then he threw it forward. He quickly spared a big bend, just bypassed himself and attacked Shijir. Very clever shuriken throwing technique. But unfortunately, Danzo, you have already lost. Shijir also confidently said. Anyone Shijir meets will definitely leave his mark on Flying Thunder God. That's not necessarily. Danzo bit his finger and said directly with his hand, summoning technique. A dream eater that looked like an elephant appeared in front of Shijir, and Shijir didn't care about teleporting for a while. This guy. Even the summoning technique is used. Third generation was also a little surprised, but he was not worried about his disciple because he was confident. Let the enchantment squad use the enchantment technique. Protect the audience. The third generation also said to Umbu immediately, and the enchantment was isolated on and off the field. The tapir screamed like an elephant and opened its mouth. The tapir is also called a dream-eating beast. It is said to be able to swallow everything. Although it is not so exaggerated, it is indeed capable of sucking wildly, making Shijir unable to move for a while. Facing the wind attribute summoning beast in front of him, Shijir also printed directly fire-style Great Fireball technique. The tapir swallowed the Great Fireball and turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared. At this moment, two wind shurikens that were enough to cut through the stone flew toward Shiyu. It turns out that summoning technique is just a bait. Shijir picked up the dragon tooth blade and blocked the two shurikens abruptly, turning his eyes to one side, and saw Shimura Danzo rushing from behind. Is the shuriken also bait? Wind-style vacuum continuous waves. Flying Thunder God technique. Shijir ignored everything and directly used Flying Thunder God to teleport to Danzo's face, hitting an important acupuncture point on Danzo's chest with one palm. What? Flying Thunder God. This is Master Tobirama's technique. Danzo was shocked. He found that half of his chakra could not be used, and he was very uncomfortable. I actually can't mobilize chakra? Is this the acupuncture of the Hyuga clan? How is it possible? How did you learn this trick? That's right. Your eyes have. Oh, Shiyu ignored Danzo's words at all, but hit Danzo's abdomen with a hard punch. Danzo spit out bitterly. He covered his stomach, looking both painful and embarrassed. You. Danzo was also angry, planning to amplify his move, and was interrupted mercilessly again. Enough. The third generation directly interrupted Danzo's action. If you continue to fight, I'm afraid it will be endless. Master Danzo. Accept it. Shijir also bowed respectfully, but the pride on his face and heart couldn't be concealed. Awesome. Even Lord Danzo was defeated. Shijir is really amazing. This guy is incredible. How about this? He already has at least the same strength as Danzo. It's not too much to be a jonin, isn't it? Records are used to break. Why can't you be a jonin at the age of 5? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at other consultants. They all nodded slightly, approving Shijir's power. And Danzo? Even if he was reborn, he could only swallow the bad breath temporarily. The hatred between him and Shijir had already ended during the team match. They know the temper of the old monkey. Although they are tolerant and tolerant to others, if they break that limit, and continue to entangle them, there will be no good fruit to eat. The atmosphere of the entire venue also reached the highest point in history. In this match, the third generation officially announced Shijir's status as a closed disciple. Shijir defeated all the new generation ninjas except Minato and became Konoha. Do not. The youngest jonin in ninja history. I am afraid that Shijir is the only ninja with such an honor, and those who want to be disadvantageous to Shijir also have to put away their minds and avoid their edge for the time being. The Chunin selection examination finally came to an end, and the third generation project also promoted many outstanding genins to Chunin, and Heitei Kujuo, Hyaga Red Butterfly and others soon became Chunin. But at this time, they were still in the Konoha hospital, and they were chatting casually about the injuries that Chunin suffered during the match. Red Butterfly, the Hyaga clan will choose Chunin and Jonin by themselves? After you graduated from the ninja school, why did you choose to form a team with us and become one of us? Kujuo also asked directly. Because, Hungi didn't say it, Shia's figure appeared in his mind. So, Heitei Kujuo also said that he understands. Kujuo nodded and said, Shijir is already Jonin. I don't know when we will be able to surpass him. Let's take care of the injury first, so that we can do the task together. Actually, our growth rate is already very fast. It's just a few months before we are already in the Chunin team. Hungi felt that he was following Shijir's footsteps and slowly growing up. When Shijir finished the game, he went to the entrance of Konoha Shinobi School to pick up his sister Xiaoxing home. Brother, you are here, you are so amazing. Xiaoxing also let out a bright light in his eyes. I have seen all the games on TV. Brother, when I grow up, I have to be like you and become a great ninja. Brother, when I grow up, I have to be like you and become a great ninja. Xiaoxing also said very encouragingly. You're so skinny. Is anyone bullying you in the ninja school? Shiu asked with a smile. No, after everyone heard that you are my brother, they treat me well. Xiaoxing is also quite proud. He. Shiu patted Xiaoxing on the head with his hand. By the way, handmade Uncle's Yul Ramen breakthrough formula, and it has a new decoration, and it will be officially open again soon. Shall we try it? Xiaoxing is also very looking forward to pulling Shiu to the brand new one. Eli Ramen ran away. Konoha Hokage Rock, where the three-head statues of Hokage stayed quietly, and the Hokage building can be seen anywhere on the main street. In the most prosperous section of Konoha Street, countless villagers are lining up in front of a shop, and the line has formed a long queue. A closer look reveals that it is the official opening of Yul Ramen. Welcome, this is what we are proud of. Open today. Ramen is half price. Uncle Xiaoda also advertised as much as possible. The store is already full of seats. It's over, today is really full of people. Yul Ramen has become so popular. Xiaoxing and Shijir were shocked when they saw the crowds. After all, it is officially opened. In the future, when there are a lot of people, it will be difficult for us to eat. Shiu was also relieved. He saw many familiar faces in the crowd, including Guy, Asuma, and Shizun. Kakashi etal. This Eli Ramen is really popular. At this time, a person came from not far away, dressed in Konoha Jonin costume, and seemed to be looking for someone among the crowd. Minato, a tall figure, patted the blonde Jonin from behind. Mr. Jiraiya? The blonde Jonin was originally Namikaze Minato, and the tall white-haired ninja was naturally Konoha's son in Jiraiya. Come with me. Jiraiya also mysteriously pulled Minato away. When Shijir saw it, he and Xiaoxing approached secretly, wanting to see what they were going to do. Jiraiya called Minato to a hidden place, and then said, "Okay, don't be scared." Immediately afterwards, Jiraiya raised a blue ball in his hand, which was naturally Raiznon. How is it? You spent 3 whole years to complete the secret technique. I am already a master, isn't it amazing? Jiraiya asked very proudly. It's amazing, worthy of Jiraiya teacher. Minato complimented, and then said, however, there is another one in Konoha who can do this, he is your junior, Uchiha Toshijir. Shijir? This guy. I still have something urgent. Minato was a little absent-minded, he bowed, and then went to find someone again. And Jiraiya was petrochemical on the spot. Shijir shook his head quietly. Let's go, Sibail, let's go to Minato and see if the chakra seal on you, Uzumaki Kushina, can they unlock it for you? Among the people in the line, Kakashi was arguing with Guy Asuma. He saw Minato and immediately ran out. Ms. Minato, do you have a task? Well, Kakashi, we will gather soon. Minato turned out to be looking for Kakashi. But, we still lack one person. Minato turned around and saw Shijir behind him. Uncle Shiu, speaking very bluntly, why don't we call you teacher? This way it can show respect as well as your seniority. Minato also suggested. Then I also call you a teacher? It's weird to call you Zayashishu or Shishuzu. Kakashi also agreed. Shijir smiled and raised his hand. Okay, Minato? Why is there me in this mission? Yes, in this mission, Jonin is the 2 of us. Let's go to Master 3rd Generation to pick up the mission now, Minato said. Shijir immediately said, before the task, I need you to do me a favor. This kid is sealed. It needs the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan to unlock it, otherwise, you can't condense chakra. Minato also gave a sigh, and asked Shijir and Xiaoxing's consent, and looked at Xiaoxing's abdomen. As expected, he found the chakra seal technique. So, I can't do anything with such a degree of sealing, no wonder I have to find Mito-sama? It just so happens that Kushina is at home. Let's go back first, and then let Kushina take us to Mito-sama, and help Little Star lift the seal. Minato also left immediately. From the preliminary round to Ryokai Cave to the end of the final, Shijiro never had the opportunity to do this. This time he just ran into Minato and must lift the seal of Xiaoxing. Soon, I arrived at Namikaze Minato's house. Minato knocked on the door, and a woman with long red hair appeared in front of Shijiro, with a hairpin pinned to her left bun and a brace on her left wrist. She asked, "Huh? Minato, why are you back? Don't you have a mission?" "Sister, you are so beautiful," Xiaoxing also said from the bottom of his heart, which made Kushina very happy. At that moment, Shijiro felt a call of blood power on Kushina's body. Uzumaki Kushina? Can't be wrong, this is the blood of the Uzumaki clan. It's different from Uchiha and Kagaya who absorbed the dead before. This time I have a good feeling. It seems that touching the other person will make the other person stronger. Shijiro's premonition was accurate, and Shijiro looked at it afterwards. Look at Minato and ask, "Minato, Kushina is from the Uzumaki clan? Can I touch it?" Huh? Everyone thought Shijiro's request was strange. "Ha, kid? Your outfit is really cool. Is Kakashi your friend?" Kushina also joked. "That, Kushina, this is my uncle, that is, Jiraiya-sama's junior, the third generation's close disciple, his name is Uchiha Shijiro." Minato also scratched his head in embarrassment. "That's it? I remember it. Is it the genius of Konoha village?" Kushina is very enthusiastic, very different from what she imagined. It is said that when she gets angry, her hair will float up, turning into a blood-red pepper violent appearance. Shijiro was only 5 years old, and Kushina didn't think too much about it. After being touched by Shijiro, a force of blood flowed into Shijiro's body, and at the same time, a more pure blood force was also passed to Kushina. In a short while, Shijiro discovered that his blood was perfected again, and Kushina also gained a lot of growth. "I seem to be stronger? Chakra has increased. What's the situation?" Kushina asked in surprise as she had never encountered such a situation. "This is my ability. I can help people with bloodlines and make their bloodlines more pure. This is why I am so strong." Shijiro couldn't help lying. Then, Kushina pulled up Xiaoxing's shirt and saw the seal. When Kushina saw the seal, she was also a little shocked. Is it such a complicated seal technique? Even Kushina was shocked. Shijiro was naturally more worried. "Xiaoxing is okay, what the hell is going on? I don't know the situation either. Who on earth would apply the chakra seal to Xiaoxing? This kind of sealing technique is extremely complicated and ancient. Maybe only Granny Mito knows how to remove it. Let's go find Mito's mother-in-law right now." "Little sister, I will definitely help you." Kushina loves Xiaoxing very much, and now she wants to help her. "Then let's go." Minato nodded, and walked towards Mito's house with everyone. Mito's place is even more hidden than Hokage's residence. The place is protected by a large number of Konoha elites, not only because she is the wife of first Hokage, but more importantly because she is Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Because third generation had said hello in advance, Shijiro and others were put in. In the past, Uzumaki Mito was Konoha's #1 beauty. At this time, Mito's beautiful long red hair has turned white, and there are more and more wrinkles on his face, but he still has a double ball head and a purple diamond mark on his forehead, wearing a white cheongsam. Mother-in-law. Kushina also rushed up immediately. The two hugged each other. It was obvious that Kushina and Mito had a good relationship. "Minato is here too. Is this White Fang's son Kakashi? Who are these two kids?" Mito asked. "I'm Uchiha Shijiro, this is my sister, Xiaoxing." Shijiro also took the initiative to introduce herself. "Well, yes, kind Uchiha, can you walk in some? I have a kind of intimacy in you, just like seeing Hashirama." Mito is also affected by Shijiro's blood. Shijiro naturally touched Mito, and the power of blood was attracted by the blood of Shijiro. When the power of blood of Mito was transmitted to Shijiro, Shijiro also returned the purer power to Shijiro. "Mito." Mito looked at his hands with a little surprise. "It's amazing. I shared my blood, and you seem to have gifted me a lot of life force and chakra. You can feel that I have become younger. In a few years, my old lady will not have to die for the time being." "Mother-in-law? What nonsense are you talking about? How can you die?" Kushina also didn't want to believe it. "Stupid girl, death is not an opposition to life, but a part of life. Let's talk about it. What's going on today? Is it related to this Shijiro kid or this little star?" Mito asked kindly. "Master Mito, my sister Sibail was hit by a sealing technique." Shijiro lifted off Xiaoxing's clothes and saw the complicated seal technique. Mito was silent for a while, and then said very solemnly, "How could it be? There would be such a sealing technique." "Mother Mito, am I going to die?" Xiaoxing asked with some fear. "No, little sister, but your yin and yang sealing technique, it is a bit troublesome." Mito also shook his head and said, Yin-Yang sealing technique. Shijir immediately recalled in his brain, he knew the 100 healings mark, the seal of the 5 elements, but had never heard of the Yin-Yang seal. However, I haven't heard of uchiha Shijir. There is no surprise that something other than the plot appears. Shijir also stopped struggling. You guys go out first. Shijir stays. Mito waved. Let's go, Kushina, we have to believe Mito-sama and Shijir-sensei. Minato also took Kushina and walked outside the door with Kakashi, waiting carefully. Shijir asked, Master Mito, how can I help? The 100 healings mark on my head is the 100 healings mark, and I can store all the usual chakras in it. This way I will have a longer lifespan with more chakras, 9 tails will be more stable, and Konoha will be safer. Master Mito, I wanted to ask, what can I do for Xiao Xing? Shijir also asked awkwardly, and Xiao Xing was also full of doubts. Sorry, I'm too nagging, old lady. Actually, I want to say that 100 healings mark is half of Xiaoxing's sealing technique. If you want to completely unlock Xiaoxing's seal, all kinds of seals are unlocked. The seal technique used by Xiao Xing is called the seal of yin and yang. As the name suggests, the seal locks all the chakras in Xiaoxing's body, that is, Yin Dun Chakra and Yang Dun Chakra. But as far as I know, the Vortex hidden village in the country of Vortex has been destroyed, and the people of Huiyang escaped seal technique no longer exist. Even if it is the 100 healings mark technique, there are only me and Tsunade at present. People have, and only Tsunade can fully unlock the 100 healings mark, the Baihao technique she created. That is to say, you also thought of a bad result. Yes, even if you find Tsunade, you can only remove the 100 healings mark from the yin-yang seal, but if you remove the 100 healings mark, at least Xiao Xing can use ninjutsu, but Tsunade also doesn't know where he is going because of the death of his relatives. NS. Who the hell would use such an ancient sealing technique to seal Xiao Xing? Shijir also couldn't understand. Is there no other way besides finding Tsunade now? Mito-sama, Shijir said unconvinced. Mito smiled and said, there is a way, I think it's more feasible. What, you should be the genius disciple of the little monkey? I can teach you 100 healings mark. If you can develop Baihao technique through 100 healings mark, then this little girl's problem will be solved. Uzumaki Mito suggested road. Shiyu looked at Xiao Xing, then nodded. In this case, I will try my best to study and also find ways to develop Baihao technique. Shijir had to agree to Mito. After all, Tsunade is not in the village and there is no way to find it. If I don't work hard, then Xiao Xing really can't become a ninja. NS. Later, Uzumaki Mito taught Shijir the most basic sealing technique, and Shijir soon became the master. Sure enough, 100 healings mark. Mito then taught Shijir the 100 healings mark. Shijir also lived up to expectations and quickly learned this S-level support technique. Immediately after, Shijir also began to try to develop the 100 healings mark solution. This 100 healings mark is like making a bag for owning chakra. Nowadays, you must not only learn to make it for yourself, but also learn to make it for others, and more importantly, pour out the chakra in yourself and other people's bags. As time passed, Shijir gradually mastered Mito's 100 healings mark technique. First Shijir sealed himself, and a diamond mark appeared on his forehead. Then Shijir tried the second step, the third step, until the crucial last step. Mito also looked at Shijir in shock. I wanted him to learn 100 healings mark, then go back and study and develop slowly. This kid, is he even so talented in sealing technique? Hashirama, the next generation is terrible. It seems that the most critical step has been reached. Mito also looked at Shijir and Xiao Xing and thought, why did Baihao technique fail again? Is it because the amount of chakra stored is too small? In that case, I will send all the chakra in my body to the seal. Shijir's chakra amount has reached over don't cage level, such a huge chakra is slowly transported to the 100 healings mark on the forehead. After a while, Shijir was a little dizzy. After all, his own chakra had bottomed out, and chakra was another kind of human energy. What's the matter? My 100 healings mark still can't activate Baihao technique? Is it still not enough even if I use super cage level chakra? Shijir thought about it, there was no other way, and went straight into Sage mode. Shijir's eyes instantly turned golden, and the horns on his head became longer. I don't believe it, this 100 healings mark can hold unlimited chakra. Shijir then sent the incomparable Xianshu chakra to the 100 healings mark on his forehead. With the Xianshu chakra, the 100 healings mark is also filled. Soon the 100 healings mark went from a small half to a large half. A lot more. Crap. Xianshu chakra has all been transported, but it turned out to be so much worse. Shijir also encountered a problem at this time. It seems that the amount of chakra is not enough? There should be no problem with my chakra. Uzumaki Mito also immediately put his hand on Shijir's back. Thank you, Shijir nodded. After that, Shijir felt a huge chakra coming into his body, and Shijir guided all the chakras into his 100 healings mark. No, my chakra is not enough. Your 100 healings mark is like a bottomless pit. You can only use 9 tails chakra. Uzumaki Mito is not perfect 9 tails Jinchuriki, but control part of 9 tails chakra is still fine. Shijir instantly felt a disgusting red chakra coming from Mito's body. Full, with Uzumaki Mito and 9 tails chakra, the 100 healings mark is finally completely filled. This time, there is absolutely no problem. 100 healings mark solution. Baihao technique. The diamond mark on Shijir's forehead quickly turned into a black line outward, and a chakra Kong Shijir far surpassed the shadow, erupted from the body. Humans? How could there be such a powerful chakra? Even 9 tails was taken aback in the seal. You'd better stay here obediently, Mito said to 9 tails inside his body. Huh? 9 tails also snorted coldly, but couldn't hide the shock in his heart. The chakra just now really surprised it all. Baihao technique. It succeeded. And I seem to have absorbed a part of the power of 9 tails' bloodline. Then just remove the 100 healings mark from Xiao Xing, and it will be done. Shijir hurriedly entered the state of concentration again. Ahem. Mito was a little tired and thought, I have done what I should do, I can't disturb them. Mito walked out of the room. How is it, Mito-sama? Shijir and Xiao Xing, Kushina asked with concern. Shhh, leave the time to them, let's go somewhere else and wait, Mito said softly, and then led the 3 of them to another room. Shijir did not realize that Mito had left, showing his full concentration. As she used Baihao technique, some of the problems that bothered him were solved. In that case, the Baihao technique completely unlocks the 100 healings mark, then the Baihao seal is to use the 100 healings mark to others and the huge chakra. The Baihao seal is to remove the 100 healings mark of others. After another period of time, Shijir finally understood it. He laughed and applied the 100 healings mark to himself again. The huge amount of chakra that had not been absorbed by Shijir was once again sealed on his forehead by Shijir. It is still the diamond-shaped mark. That's the trick. It's absolutely okay this time. Xiao Xing, at least you can extract chakra. Baihao Jiyu. Shijir directly used the Jiyu technique on Xiao Xing. The yin and yang seal on Xiaoxing's abdomen instantly lost half of the technique, and Shijir could not help it for the other half of the yang seal. Xiao Xing opened his eyes slightly and said, Brother, my body seems to be much more comfortable, and then fainted again. Successful. Shijir opened Bailanyan and was able to see the flow of Xiaoxing's chakra, and then opened the door to tell everyone the good news. Uzumaki Mito was shocked again. I thought that your development of the Baihao technique is already at the limit, but I didn't expect that you would still be able to pass the Baihao technique and release the Baihao seal and the Baihao seal. Sure enough, the talent is strong enough, no one will be surprised, because it takes it for granted. Mito is also completely numb to Shijir's talent. Shijir-sensei, Minato-sensei, we need to go to the 3rd generation project to pick up the task immediately, Kakashi reminded. Don't worry, Seibail will be taken care of by me and Kushina. Shijir, Minato, please feel free to pick up the mission, Uzumaki Mito said. In that case, then I can rest assured. Xiao Xing was on Mito and Kushina's side. Shijir felt that there should be no problem. Immediately afterwards, Shijir and Minato entered Hokage's office. The 3rd generation was still familiar with the outfit, wearing a Hokage cape, and wearing the Hokage outfit unique to 3rd generation. You are here, this time due to the limited manpower for the mission. The village decided to send you 2 Jonin to perform an S-level mission. S-level mission. Shijir was also a little surprised. As soon as he was upgraded to Jonin, he was able to receive an S-level mission. According to Kanaha's reliable sources, in the desert of San Shinobi, the Kingdom of Wind, there is a place where weapons of mass destruction capable of destroying the world are being studied. A weapon of mass destruction? Isn't it a tail beast? Shijir was also a little confused. It's not the tail beast, I don't know the details, but what you need to do is to completely eliminate things that might threaten the entire ninja world. Although it sounds vague, but the location is very clear, it is the mysterious country in the desert of the Kingdom of Windlulan. Lulan, Shiyu also thought of something. The above is the summary of the mission. Uchiha Shijir, Namikaze Minato, you will go to Lulan immediately. 3rd generation said without any doubt. Understood, there is one more thing, Master 3rd generation, I want to take Heide Kakashi with me for this mission. Namikaze Minato said as he took out Kakashi's specific information. 3rd generation glanced at it and asked, do you have any ideas? Well, although he is still very young, he is a very good ninja. Minato also recommended. Okay, 3rd generation nodded and agreed to Chunin Kakashi's joining. Then, the mission begins. Are there any problems? Then the mission begins. 3rd generation nodded. Immediately afterwards, Shijir, Namikaze Minato, and Kakashi began their journey from Kanaha, the country of wind that traveled thousands of miles away. The Land of the Wind is located in the southwest of the Ninja continent. Although the land area ranks first among the 5 major countries, the land is barren and there are many deserts. Many people starve to death due to lack of food. After the second ninja war, Sand Shinobi was the no. Third Kazekage worked hard, and Sand Shinobi gradually stabilized. And Shijir and others have arrived in the desert of the Kingdom of Wind after several days of rushing with all their strength. Our goal this time is Lulin. Lulin is a mysterious and independent country. Teacher Shijir, do you have any plans? Namikaze Minato discussed with Shijir as he hurried along. We may have to sneak into Lulin first, and we will know after specific investigations. Shiyu currently has no good way. After all, he needs to confirm with his own eyes to make the due judgment. The plot known in advance can only be used as a reference. In this case, Kakashi will be responsible for the response, and the two of us will sneak in first. Namikaze Minato and Shijir have also negotiated a strategy in advance. Fortunately, I did not encounter any danger. It was getting late, and the three of Shiyu set up camp and prepared to rest for a night before moving on. At this time, Shijir's dream voice sounded again. Host, I'm back again. Host, you have absorbed so much blood power. Shiyu also responded in surprise, is it a system? Yes. Last time I merged the blood of the Yoryuki clan of Otsutski branch for you, so that you can use Dead Bone Pulse. I owe you a blood boost before, but who would have thought that you have absorbed the blood of the Uzumaki clan now? Power, it seems quite pure. There is the power of Ashura in this Uzumaki bloodline. So do you want me to strengthen the bloodline this time? Or continue to merge the Otsutsuki branch bloodline Uzumaki bloodline? The system also asked. Shijir suppressed the excitement in his heart and asked faintly, with the blood of Uzumaki? Will I sleep for a long time? Relatively speaking, if you merge your blood, you will sleep for a few hours, while strengthening your blood will sleep for at least 1 day. According to your current situation, I still recommend you to merge. The system also answered truthfully. In that case, I will merge. Wait, the system's voice is also a little surprised. Have you absorbed the power of the tail beast's blood? Yeah? Is there any problem? Shijir was also a little surprised. No. You are too lucky. The system then began to tell of the Otsutsuki bloodline, even the purest Otsutsuki bloodline. In the end, only by taking chakra fruit can it have super combat power. In other words, if you want to become the strongest in the end, you have to absorb the power of the blood of 10 tails. Only then will you become the strongest beyond Otsutsuki. And now you can absorb the power of the blood of 9 tails. It's like planting a chakra seed in your own physical strength. When the chakra seed of the 9 big tails matures, you only need to get the body of 10 tails to become new 10 tails Jinchuriki. When Shijir thought about the system, it probably meant that he didn't need to take the life of the tail beast like Akatsuki did. He only needed to touch Jinchuriki's body to get part of the tail beast's blood. When the blood of the 9 big-tailed beasts is gathered, touch the body of 10 tails, which is the Gadu statue, to absorb his blood. At that time, you will have 10 tails in your body that are different from the original ones. And he is the new 10 tails Jinchuriki. If you have the power of other Otsutsuki branches at that time, what level does Shijir reach? I do not know. If this is the case, I want to ask, if I take someone else's blood, will it cause any harm to others? Shijir asked. On the contrary, after you come into contact with others, it is actually a kind of exchange. Not only is there no harm to others, but there are also certain benefits. You will give others chakra and vitality, and the other party will give you the power that I can absorb into the body for you. Of course, what you give to each other is just a fraction. It turns out that the living and the dead will all be drawn from me by the pure blood power. This blood power can give me different abilities. Will the blood power of the same power strengthen each other? Shijir can be considered to have thoroughly understood what the system said. Ready, fuse, Shijir also said to the system. Okay. After the fusion, I will fall asleep again. I hope the host can continue to grow stronger, accumulate enough blood power to wake me up. After the system finished speaking, the blood fusion began. The power of Kushina and Mito's bloodline was only temporarily stored in Shijir's body, and did not merge with Shijir's own bloodline. It was because of the relationship between the systems that it began to slowly merge. When the cells were not strong before, it might be fusion. Now it should be the cells in my body that are eating other cells. Shijir didn't feel any discomfort all over, she felt good, and the better she felt, the heavier she slept, the more dead. I don't know how long it took. After Shijir woke up, she realized that the sky was already bright. Namikaze Minato prepared. Ready finally woke up. Shijir-sensei, if you don't wake up, I don't know what to do, Minato also said with a smile. Sorry, I increased my strength a bit. Shijir also touched his head and said embarrassedly. Minato didn't take it seriously, let's go. We have to hurry. How does it feel? Shijir was shocked. Shijir found that even without using Bailanyan, everything around him seemed to be able to clearly feel the Tao. Not far ahead is Kakashi. Kakashi seems to have been accidentally swallowed by quicksand. Shijir also said immediately. What are you talking about? Namikaze Minato was also taken aback, but he knew Shijir was not a source of wind, and then disappeared with a swish, and then with a swish, he appeared in front of Shijir again holding Kakashi. Good risk. Fortunately, I gave you the flying thunder god Kunao. Ms. Minato, how did you know that I had an accident? Kakashi asked with a dazed expression. Minato was also shocked and said, I didn't know it, but Shijir-sensei knew it. Shiyu smiled and shook his head, didn't I mean that I added a new ability? This, you slept, it became a sensory type. Shijir didn't deliberately explain. Minato Kakashi didn't ask much except for expressing surprise. After all, everyone has their own secrets. Besides, the perception type is not a strange and outrageous type. I don't know how long it will take to reach Lulin. Is there really a country like Lulin? Minato, Kakashi, we seem to have arrived. Shijir pointed to the front, and a huge building was faintly visible in front of him, blocked by the dust floating in the air. Soon, the strong wind blows, everything is clear, a majestic tower building complex stands in front of you. It's magnificent. Is this the ancient country of Lulin? Kakashi's eyes widened too. Yeah, we're here, Minato said. Because of the surrounding desertification, the tower is built higher and higher, that's why such a majestic tower building has been formed. Shijir analyzed. Next, we were divided into two groups, Kakashi was in charge of support, and the two of us carried out according to the original plan. Minato said. Be careful of everything, Kakashi reminded. Okay, then Shijir and Minato teleported to each other and disappeared. Sure enough, there is a large amount of chakra hidden beneath this city. If everything is like the plot, I will see it, Naruto, right? Shijir also thought involuntarily while traveling through the desert. Minato, take a mask. Shijir reminded. I was careless. Minato put on a mask like Shijir, and people who are not familiar with it can't tell who it is. There are many towers in the ancient country of Lulin, and they are very dense, just like Talon. After diving into the city, Shijir and Minato couldn't help but marvel. The magnificent architecture, the relief art on the towers, and the bridges connecting the towers are dazzling. This country is really prosperous. I feel that even Konoha can't match it. Minato couldn't help but exclaimed, but it always feels a little weird, like it's something less. You also found out. Although this city is big, there are no living people. What do you mean? I mean, prepare to fight the puppet. Shijir also quickly took out the flying thunder god special Kunao from his sleeve. Minato also noticed this. At the same time, 3 tall puppet robots flew down from the air, and then they stabbed Minato and Shijir with the electric drill in their hands. Raise Nan. Minato directly used the second stage of Flying Thunder God and exploded a puppet. Shijir also used Flying Thunder God, but he aimed at the chakra line above the 2 puppet robots. Kaze Chakra Shuriken. Shijir threw it out, instantly cutting a row of chakra lines, and the 2 puppets fell to the ground and couldn't move. This trick is to learn Danzo, and attach the wind attribute chakra to the shuriken to form a technique with extremely strong cutting ability. That's it really is a puppet, Minato said. It seems that there is something wrong with the senior level of the ancient country of Lulin. The reason why we were attacked by puppets means that an enemy has already discovered us, Shiyu said. That's true, it seems that the enemy's reinforcements will come soon, let's withdraw first, hide it, Minato suggested. No, Minato, hide it first. I probably have a plan, trust me. Shijir also looked at Minato confidently. Minato nodded and disappeared. When Minato disappeared, Shijir's mouth rose slightly. Is it a puppet? Shijir walked behind the puppet, grabbed the puppet line, and his huge amount of chakra flowed directly along the chakra line. Immediately after Shijir felt the puppet connecting the chakra line, the massive chakra of the underground dragon vein, and of course the person trying to control the dragon vein. A person also opened his eyes in shock. Impossible. Using the chakra line to find my position. Who is it? Forget it, it doesn't matter. When you find me, you also exposed your position. No matter who you are, you must die. So that's it, really you? 100 feet? Or in Lushan? It's all the same. Baiu. A group of puppet ninjas suddenly appeared, and launched a laser-like shot at Shijir. Shiyu squinted his eyes and easily avoided the light shooting. Since no one is gone? It seems I can kill Shijir. Shijir also sneered, and the 3 puppet ninjas also used electric drills to transform their hands and attack Shijir. Random lion hair technique. Shijir has improved the quality and quantity of chakra several times, and now his hair has turned into an existence like a big snake, and several huge snake heads instantly smashed the puppet ninja in front of him. Then more puppet ninjas reappeared. Those who were far away were directly scattered by Shijir's hair, while those who were closer rushed to Shijir, intending to kill Shijir directly with the hidden weapon in his body, but Shijir was quick. One turned around. Ninfa Dance of Jizo. This time the needle Jizo is not an ordinary needle, but the combination of the needle Jizo and dead bone pulse, which makes the hair grow harder and sharper bone spurs. These bone spurs will instantly the neighboring puppets were shattered. Really, I can't even move my muscles and bones. Shijir instantly put away the needle Jizo, and then quickly threw out Flying Thunder God Kunao, just plunged into a gap in the body of a puppet ninja, tightly. Then a quick teleport, 2 Rinnegan in both hands directly scattered the 2 puppet soldiers on the left and right. Then Shiyu used Gang's puppet as a stepping stone and jumped into the air again. Wind-style vacuum continuous wave. Shijir naturally aimed at the chakra line that controlled them. The chakra line was cut off, and the group of puppets was beaten to shreds by Shijir again. Then a group of puppets joined the battle, and they attacked Shijir with the missiles on their waists. Shijir used her induction ability to dodge while using ninjutsu at the same time. Ninfa Multiple Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Shijir directly threw out the shuriken with the detonating talisman, and then used the shadow clone, filling the entire battle space with detonating talisman. Countless puppets gathered together. Shijir directly raised his index finger and middle finger, and said, "Art is an explosion. Drink." At the same time, the puppets were instantly affected by the big explosion. Countless puppets also turned into fragments and fell to the ground, and those chakra lines were also broken. When the battle reached this point, the surrounding puppets were almost all killed by Shijir. It should be almost done. If you continue to fight, I'm afraid it will be endless. It's time to meet Lulin's queen. Shiyu's mouth raised, and then raised his index and middle fingers, using the body flicker technique to rub and disappear again. It's gone. But the uncle who manipulated the puppet in a certain position was furious. Damn, who is it? I lost hundreds of puppet ninjas in less than 3 minutes. Who would have such strength? Could it be 5 shadows? Forget it. I have the power of the dragon veins. I am invincible. Even if the shadow comes, it doesn't matter. With the puppet army and the ultimate puppet weapon I made, I will have unlimited power. Even the 5 ninja countries or not will be my opponent. As for the queen like a puppet, you can go to die. After Shijir disappeared, he looked around, but the perception ability of the Uzumaki clan told him that there were no humans around, and the humans who participated in the parade had all been replaced by puppets. At this time, on the tallest tower in the center of the city, a red-haired woman also slowly walked towards the edge of the tower. She was waving her hand to the people on the ground, but he didn't even know that the people on the ground has already become a puppet. It seems that this is Lulin's queen Sarah. At this moment, Sarah was suddenly slammed by the puppet guard next to her, and then she fell from the high tower. She was about to fall to her death. At this moment, a yellow-haired teenager wearing a black and orange jacket suddenly appeared, and rescued Sarah at the very moment of his death. However, Sarah didn't seem to appreciate her, and she slapped the other person. Uzumaki Naruto really appeared. I don't know if the future will be changed or a parallel universe will appear. It seems to have to negotiate. Then Shijir also appeared in front of the two. Ha! Who are you? Could it be that you came to take her life? Naruto picked up Kunao and looked at Shijir nervously. Shiyu hasn't waited for any movement. At this moment, Minato also appeared. I hope you don't get me wrong, we are here to protect Her Majesty the Queen. Minato easily stopped Naruto's reckless behavior. Then, we seem to be able to talk. Minato and Shijir then took Naruto and Sarah into a spacious corridor. The puppets suddenly attacked. Lulin, which was still a ruin just now, suddenly became such a powerful town. I have no idea what is going on. If you know something, please tell me. Naruto was also confused. Shijir nodded at Minato. Minato said, in this case, I will explain to you as much as I can. Minato took off his mask and said, we accepted the secret mission and came from Konoha. Indeed, this is not what you can do. Lulin, I know. If my idea is correct, you should be the one who came here from the future. Minato guessed. Future? You mean the future? Naruto was also shocked when he heard it. Well, the reason why I don't want to talk to you is because if people in the future are connected with this era, the flow of time will change drastically. Compared with your era, this is probably 20 years earlier, and 6 years ago, there was another ninja who came here from the future. Minato seems to have investigated a lot of information during a period of time apart from Shijir. Like you, it was a sudden visit. The name seems to be Beiju. Naruto also hugged his head and said, what, we are chasing Beiju? Ah, what the hell is going on? I'm completely confused. What happened to you? Can you tell me? Maybe you can find a clue. Minato also intends to ask Naruto directly. Naruto began to say, we chased 100 Foot and kept pushing him to the dragon vein, but he swallowed the seal technique into his body, and then, that means you and Hayakuza both passed time and space ninjutsu, and you have regressed from the future time to the present, right? Namikaze Minato also seemed to understand. I still don't understand, so am I unable to go back? Naruto also asked nervously. But if he swallows the technique into his body as you said, as long as he defeats 100 feet, the time will return to the original state, and you may be back to the future. Minato analyzed the wave. Really, Naruto was also full of energy again. In short, you must defeat Beiju quickly, otherwise the times will become more distorted. Shiyu then said, do you know the name of Beiju in this era? What? Beiju is the minister of the ancient country of Lulin and Lushan. He is using the dragon veins to make the ultimate weapon of puppets, Shiyu also said directly. At this time Sarah couldn't help it, you people. Stop talking nonsense. Who came to this town 6 years ago? How can there be a 100-footed ninja? And Lushan is an outstanding man. As a minister, and Lushan has inherited the will of his mother and worked hard for this town. A man who loves peace like this is absolutely impossible to develop the kind of weapon in your mouth. Shiyu shook his head, feeling a little speechless. Your Majesty, it's a pity that you were deceived by that man. Minato also persuaded. I can't believe this, you guys are even more suspicious. Then Sarah turned and left. Hey, where are you going? Naruto asked. I want to confirm it myself. You guy, didn't you just be assassinated and almost lost your life? This may be that in lieu, no, Beiju is doing a trick in secret, Naruto said with some worry. However, Queen Sarah has also gone far. Shijir stepped forward and put his hand on Naruto's shoulder and said, hey, let's do this. We are divided into 2 groups. I hope you can protect Queen Sarah, and we will look for Beiju. Naruto originally wanted to do both tasks at the same time, but after being touched by Shijir, he realized that his body was a little different, and I don't know why. He had a feeling of trust Shijir, so he nodded and said, I see. Here you. Minato also gave Naruto the kunao marked with Flying Thunder God technique. This kunao is specially made by me. As long as you hold it, no matter where you are, both of us can rush to you immediately, Minato said. This is the kunao inserted in the ceiling technique. Could it be that this person? Naruto was interrupted by Minato just as he wanted to speak. Time is running out, go. I see. Sarah, please, Minato said. Then Naruto left, and Shijir and Minato changed places. And Shijir not only absorbed the blood power of Uzumaki Naruto just now, but also absorbed a little bit of the blood power of Nine Tails. The most important thing is that I also felt the blood of Ashura in the blood of Naruto he absorbed. As expected this time Ashura reincarnated. This mission, the true value. Because if you follow the normal process and want to absorb the power of Naruto's blood, it will take 20 years. When he finished processing the blood in the body, Shijir said to Minato, Minato, come with me, I know where the 100 feet are hidden. The destination of Shijir and Minato is naturally hidden in the entire ancient Lulin country, where the huge dragon veins extend. That's it. Is the dragon vein used to control the puppets in the entire city? Minato was also taken aback. Get ready to make a big fuss. That be ********** D named Beiju will definitely appear. What Minato and Shijir are in front of is a large factory completely different from Lulin's buildings. The surrounding area is filled with heat in various pipes. The puppet ninjas are young men who guard Lulin and turn them into laborers. Push the burner day and night. They were handcuffed with chains on their hands and feet, as if they had become slaves. And this large burning furnace is connected to the dragon veins, and the entire factory is actually to produce a large number of puppets and turn them into assembly line production. Bah! The surrounding vents were also exhausted with hot air, and the conveyor belt sent the puppets' parts to the next location, and was assembled bit by bit. Soon, it became a complete puppet soldier. Using Lulin's people as coolies and absorbing the power of dragon veins to make unlimited puppet weapons. If we can't stop him, I'm afraid a disaster will really break out, Minato said. Yes, in that case, let's destroy their production line first. I am afraid that only the Queen of Lulin Sarah can cut the power of the dragon veins. Shijir and Minato nodded each other, then they slapped, disappeared, and then appeared. In the ground floor factory, the two of them hid behind each other's big pipes and approached the machines that produce puppet soldiers bit by bit. The two of them gestured to each other with their eyes, and then used their own ninjutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone technique. Minato's Shuriken Shadow Clone is a green shuriken full of chakras. There are so many shurikens that it can easily destroy a machine. Shiyu directly used messy lion hair, like a huge snake head, and instantly beat several large tongs pots that made puppets. However, immediately afterwards, Shijir and Namikaze Minato also evaded immediately, and suddenly flew over to the chakra line. However, the unfinished puppet soldiers behind were all reassembled. Let's meet for the first time, right? Who are you? Why come to such a place? You even destroyed my machine? A figure walked out. This man was wearing a hat with a bandage on his head, and his big horoscope and beard looked very greasy. Should you be called in Lushan? Or should you be called 100 feet? To use the power of dragon veins to produce puppet weapons for warfare, and use the people to perform hard labor. Minato also took out Flying Thunder God Kunao. Can't understand? You two Konoha mice naturally don't know my great plan. You are really troublesome, but it doesn't matter, even if you know it, it's okay, because you will definitely die here. Lu Shan also said confidently. Because of the puppet army? You are really confident. Shijir did not panic at all, and looked indifferent, which made Minato a little weird. Oh? Don't think that if you destroy hundreds of puppets on me, you will be eligible to fight with me. My army of puppets from Onla Mountain. But I have been preparing for 6 years. Now there are so many that they can launch the Third Ninja World War. The degree. Unlushan finished speaking, and a large group of puppet soldiers surrounded Shijir and Minato. Hundreds of puppets? Shijir teacher? Did you do it? You are really good. Minato also smiled in shock and embarrassment. It's this time. Minato, do you still have time to praise me? Still think about how to live. Shijir also said faintly. You just die in the hands of the puppets. Ha ha. And Lushan also hit his figure while laughing. The puppet soldiers were densely packed like a wall, surrounding them, the puppets of the entire underground factory. They all seemed to be here. Teacher Shijir. Minato also tried to break through this layer of puppets by flying Thunder God over and over again, but there were too many puppets. In that case, we had to join forces to kill the group of puppets. Shijir then bit her finger and began to quickly seal the seal. Namikaze Minato understood it instantly, and the seal began almost at the same time. Ninfa summoning technique. 2 voices sounded, 2 groups of extremely huge smoke appeared, and 2 huge figures instantly crushed countless puppet soldiers into parts. Minato, why did you call me out in such a narrow place, said a big toad with a scar on his left eye, a pipe in his mouth and the traditional shrimp written on his back, and then he looked at the one next to him. Summoning beast comrades also instinctively hide back. What? Is it Orochimaru's 10,000 snakes? One snake? No. Shiyu clasped her hands and stood handsomely on the head of the one-eyed red big snake. The snake also cursed, smelly toad. One snake spicy chicken product dare to be compared with me? Remember, Laozi is called Xinya. Our goal is to destroy all the puppets. Let's get started. Under Shijir's command, Xinya also launched a powerful blow to those puppets emitting laser rays. Xinya's body is very huge, even bigger than Wentai. Just by waving his body, he can sweep a large swath of puppet soldiers. We can't lose to him either. Wenta, let's go. Minato and Wenta also started to attack the puppet soldiers. Ha! Xinya sprayed a large amount of venom, and a large swath of puppet soldiers stained with venom turned directly into stone. The puppets are still constantly concentrated, but it is obvious that Wentai and Xinya are a bit tired. Flying Thunder God technique. Raise-nan. Namikaze Minato asked when Raise-nan killed a puppet soldier and asked anxiously, Shijir teacher? The number of puppet soldiers seems endless. He didn't speak big words. We will be dragged down if this continues. Dead. It seems that these puppets can be quiet only if the dragon veins are cut off. Next, hand it to me. You go find the yellow-haired boy. And Lushan will probably attack Sarah. Didn't you give him a flying thunder god? Shiyu also said. But you can also teleport over, it's better to go together. Namikaze Minato suggested. Don't be long-winded, if these puppets are not completely resolved, even if the dragon veins are cut off, they will still be controlled by Onlushan's puppet technique. Shijir also rejected Minato. Minato then said, in that case, Boss Wen, you go back and rest first. Boom! Minato lifted Wenta, and then threw flying thunder god Kunao to the ground. Teacher Shiyu, let's fight together. I don't know why, I believe that Kana a boy, he will seal the dragon veins with Queen Sarah. Let us hear. I have always wanted to know if your speed is fast, or my speed is fast. Minato also intends to fight Shijir to the end. Minato did not leave at the last moment, which made Shijir see a shadow similar to third generation in Minato, and his evaluation was much higher. In that case, Xinya, throw us into the group of puppets. Shijir ordered. Don't die. Xinya also obediently threw it over. Shijir and Minato were thrown into the puppets, and the puppets naturally gave the most enthusiastic greeting to the intruder. Shijir flashed and attacked. In the middle of the gap, he said with great interest, Minato, we will all be Raise-nan and Flying Thunder God. It's better to kill these puppets in the fastest way. My pleasure. Minato also used Flying Thunder God technique to kill several puppet soldiers again. Shadow Clone technique. Shijir used Shadow Clone first, followed by another Shuriken Shadow Clone technique, and then countless karma flew to or beside the puppet. Shijir and Minato smiled at each other, and the real massacre began. Dump, dump, dump. The marked Kumo covered the entire underground factory, and it could be said that the entire factory was the stage for Shijir and Minato. Shijir, Shadow Clone and Minato, and various Flying Thunder God teleports, flashed across the factory, and it was naturally Raise-nan who blasted the puppets one by one. In the end Shiyu's Shadow Clone disappeared due to lack of chakra, and the puppets on the ground were also killed and wounded countless. Minato gasped, and it was the first time he encountered physical exhaustion and chakra. So strong. Our united Flying Thunder God Raise-nan can defeat thousands of puppet soldiers. Why not let me give you a name? It's called Spiral Warriors Flash Rondo Slashing Zero Style. Namikaze Minato also said happily. Shijir showed a rather speechless expression and said, "This, as long as you like it." Immediately afterwards, the puppets once again surrounded Shijir and Minato. "Oops, how come there are so many puppets? We have defeated so many puppets, but there are still?" Minato was also taken aback. "We defeated nearly 8,000 puppet soldiers, but it is impossible for 8,000 puppets to conquer the 5 great nations. It seems that Lushan is trying to adjust a puppet of the ancient Lulin country." Shiyu also calmly analyzed. "What's the matter?" Minato was also taken aback when the puppets rushed together and then turned into a huge puppet robot. "The puppet is combined, it should have the ability to absorb chakra, don't be caught by him." Shijir also used the white wheel eyes and sensing ability to detect it clearly. Immediately after the giant puppet hit the ground with a punch, the surrounding earth shook. As soon as Shijir was about to teleport with the flying thunder god, he was hit by the giant puppet. To the effect, Shiyu focused on the puppet's body and didn't see that the puppet's hands had grown so long. "Teacher Shijir!" Minato cried out worriedly, and Rinnegan rushed towards the puppet. However, Shijir's white scale armor was a divine weapon, and he didn't suffer any damage. The huge puppet did this for the purpose of separating Shijir and Minato. Immediately afterwards, a mechanical tentacle rose on the ground, directly entangled Minato's body, and the tentacle also squeezed it into his own body. Because Minato was entangled and could not extract chakra, so there was no way to use Flying Thunder God. However, the giant puppet obviously didn't know Shijir was so resistant to the beating. As soon as Shijir beat Shijir to fly, Shijir teleported back to Minato with a Flying Thunder God, took Kinao and waved it downward, and cut the robotic arm open. However, countless mechanical tentacles appeared on the body of the giant puppet. Shijir directly pushed Minato away, and as a result, he was locked in his body by the giant puppet. "Can't get out? Isn't it out of power? Because that puppet is absorbing your chakra." And Lushan's voice suddenly sounded, but he was not around. "How can it be, you kid? There will be a huge chakra beyond the shadow." And Lushan's voice also appeared in shock. "Super shadow." Minato is also a little dumbfounded. As an elite Jonin, he has a quasi-shadow peak of chakra already feels very ridiculous, and Shijir in front of him has a super shadow chakra when he was less than 6 years old? Are you kidding me? This is really an unexpected gain, but no amount of chakra will be in my bag. Ha ha. And Lushan's voice also laughed. "Teacher Shijir." Minato wanted to save Shijir, but he didn't have much physical strength and chakra himself, and fell to the ground weakly and helplessly. "Oh, do you like chakra so much? Let's suck enough for you." Sage mode. Shijir turned on Sage mode directly. "Wow, more chakras? Great. Struggle. Your chakra will be absorbed by my puppet." But soon, and Lushan couldn't laugh. Why the puppet? Absorbing Shijir chakra's puppet turned into a strange monster quickly, and Shijir immediately jumped out of the giant puppet's body. Seeing that the giant puppet turned into a stone in the shape of a snake. Sage art in Ryokai Cave. Minato was clever and guessed it all at once. Yeah, like Mount Mayaboku, you cannot control natural energy. In the end, it will become snakes, then assimilated by natural energy, turning into stone. Shijir also released Sage mode. Obviously, the puppets in the surrounding factories have been Rain and Minato are all killed. Ha ha, you are really amazing. But it's a pity that Lulin, the idiot queen, will be killed by me. No one can seal the dragon vein. You will live in regret forever. And Lushan's voice Hashirama went away, and then disappeared without a trace. Sigir sensei? What happens next? Minato said. Shijir then put his hand directly on Minato's body and distributed his remaining chakra to Minato. Let's go to Lushan to settle the account together. Ms. Shijir? Your chakra? Minato also asked with some worry. Don't worry about me. Shijir is naturally not anxious and nervous about his chakra. And Lushan is a baby at the bottom of the well, and he hasn't absorbed much chakra from himself at all. Shijir's chakra amount. Although it is super cage level, but with Otsutski's most original bloodline infusion of multiple branches, the true amount of chakra has actually surpassed the ordinary super shadow. Shijir now only adds depth to the chakra sea in the body. The whole factory began to shake. Shijir and Minato immediately used Flying Thunder God and appeared next to Uzumaki Naruto. And obviously, Queen Sarah has cut off the power of the dragon vein, and Lushan has now become a spider-like body, completely unrecognizable, looking like the void in Shinigami. Since you guys are here, let's go to death together. Let's be buried here with Sarah. Then Lushan's forelimbs turned into sides and slashed at everyone. When Shiyu was instantaneous, Rinnegan flew the 100-foot on the mountain. Rumble. And there was another big explosion around. It's now. It seems that Kakashi has succeeded. Minato and Shijir looked at each other, and all the puppet factories were destroyed. It's now. Sarah, hurry up and take everyone to escape to the ground. Naruto also said to Sarah. Queen Sarah responded and went to rescue the people of Lulin. Well, why did you raise Nan? Only pervy sage in 4th generation can do this trick. Naruto also asked Shijir in surprise. SHHH, the yellow-haired boy, our place is still the 3rd generation right now. Don't change the history. Don't ask more about why. Shijir also sealed off Naruto's back in one sentence. Sure enough, he is more like 4th generation. Naruto's attention shifted to Minato again, instead of waiting for Naruto to speak. 100-foot Onla Mountain unexpectedly started to move again. Can this guy move? It's best not to relax your vigilance, this guy's strength is unfathomable. Minato also said vigilantly. And Beiju Onla Mountain fell to the ground and made a sound again. Do you think this will defeat me? Then, the head of Onla Mountain in 100-legged rotated 180 degrees, and the surrounding puppet soldiers were also absorbed by it, just like a tile. And Lushan's body, immediately after Lushan's body became even bigger. I've already said it. My power is unlimited. And Lushan, 100 feet, also said confidently. Before Shiyu and Minato could do anything, Naruto shouted directly, multiple shadow clone techniques. After that, he picked up the chakra knife in his hand and rushed towards the 100-foot Enlu Mountain. However, the body of 100-legged Onla Mountain, because it absorbed a large number of puppets with the power of dragon veins, was already extremely hard, and Naruto's chakra knife could not pierce it at all. Immediately afterwards, Naruto's shadow clone was beaten and disappeared one by one. Sage Mode. Shijir directly turned on Sage Mode, possessing superb celestial power, and punched the 100-foot Onla Mountain into the steel wall with a single punch. Really damn it. 100-foot and Lushan still wanted to struggle. Shijir immediately followed, and Sage Art Big Ball Raisnon directly rose in his hand, and hit 100-foot Onla Mountain directly. Damn it. Why is there such a force? And Lushan also grew his mouth wide and looked sluggish. Afterwards, and Lushan was directly beaten to pieces by Raisnon, and its location was also blasted into a huge pit by Shijir's attack. Everyone opened their mouths wide, and didn't expect Shiyu to be so strong. Did you succeed? Minato and Naruto stood at the entrance of the cave, looking into the smoke-filled cave. Roar! Suddenly a strange roar was made in the cave, and then the surrounding debris and puppet parts flew into the cave. Again, here again. Naruto couldn't believe it. A voice came from the cave. Let you see the power of the ultimate puppet weapon I made. See my brand new flesh. Shijir also observed clearly, and reminded Minato and Naruto, this guy has become bigger again. Dodge. Shijir and Minato were also instantaneous, so they avoided the heavy objects thrown by Onla Mountain. It's no longer possible to call him 100-foot Onla Mountain, the current Onla Mountain. I think it is more appropriate to call the puppet Onla Mountain. Shijir was also slightly surprised, but he didn't expect that he could not completely use Raisnon. Destroy Onlu Mountain. It seems that it is still the problem of dragon veins. Only by sealing the dragon veins can the power of Onlushan be sealed. When Shia was stunned, the puppet Onlushan had broken out of the ground and was about to hunt down Queen Sarah. Kill Sarah, no one can stop Onlushan. Minato was also clearly aware of this, so he gave Naruto the task of protecting Sarah again. Sarah! The puppet Onlushan also directly held the chakra line and grabbed Queen Sarah. Your mission is over. Honestly, go to death. And Lushan also controlled Queen Sarah's hand and grabbed his neck. Naruto arrived in time and cut the chakra line completely. 5 Escape Dalian Bomb Technique. Shiyu used Shadow Clone to cooperate with each other, and used the 5 Elements Escape Technique, and the devastating explosion directly knocked down the puppet Onla Mountain to the ground again. However, no matter how severe the injury was, and Lushan would once again recover himself. I can stop the source of the dragon veins, the inner courtyard where you first met Naruto. As long as you can get there, the power of the dragon veins will not be spread, and Lushan will not be able to approach it. Queen Sarah also cheered up again because of Naruto. I won't let you go. I'm going to kill you. Sarah. And Lushan deformed again, seeming to have become a centipede. Queen Sarah led the people to retreat to the place where the dragon veins could not reach, and Naruto, Shijir and Minato once again stood in front of Onla Mountain. This is my job, you go to protect Sarah. Because splitting can save time, Shiyu said. How do you say that? How can you be here alone? Naruto was also ready to challenge. Shijir-sensei is right, that guy is difficult to deal with, it is better to set up more grassroots defense nets. Minato also refused Naruto's support. Trust him. Hurry up. Minato evacuated after speaking. Got it. Please. Naruto didn't know why. He couldn't refuse what the blonde man said. Sarah, I won't let you go to the dragon vessel. And Lushan turned into a puppet and chased after Sarah quickly. Since there is no one else now, I can let go of my hand and fight with you. Shijir entered Sage Mode again, Ki-Ian said. Sage Art Heiyao Technique. Shiyu spit out a huge black dragon from his mouth, and the black dragon also rushed towards the puppet to Beiju, followed by a huge explosion. However, this explosion didn't have any flames, nor did it cause any harm. It just instantly sealed the 5 senses of the puppet Dabeju. What kind of technique is this? Why, I can't see anything anymore. Even the voice disappeared. How is this possible? The puppet Dabeju found out that even if he couldn't hear his own voice, and he shook himself, and he didn't feel anymore. The endless emptiness and darkness make the puppets overwhelmed. It was just at this moment that something resembling thunder and lightning was suddenly cut out of the air, and then Shiyu clearly felt that chakra, a puppet, was rapidly increasing. The whole body is full of purple thunderbolt, and he also has the extremely terrifying chakra in an instant. Shijir found that his fairy skills seemed to have failed. What? Xianchu has also failed? Although the scene in front of him surprised Shijir very much, Shijir was not a horny person, and soon understood the reason. That's the case, because it is a puppet and possesses the endless power of dragon veins. Is it possible to break my fairy skills? Shijir could also see that the current Dabeju was injected from the top of the tower by the granulated chakra, so it can be said to be temporarily invincible. Puppet swing fist. Then, Dabeju attacked Shijir. Sage Art Kaizo dance. Shijir's hair burst out a large number of high-density bone spurs, piercing Dabeju's body again. Dance of the Iron Thread Flower. Shijir turned his right hand into a huge bone spur, and directly pierced Dabeju. Wow, haha. Then Dabeju laughed again. Don't be obsessed. You can't kill me. Dabeju was struck by the purple thunder and lightning on the top of the tower again, and his body was injected with a large amount in an instant. Chakra, soon as brand new. Since it is invincible, the frontal confrontation is meaningless. Withdraw. Shiyu disappeared with a flashing technique. It's so fast. Sarah, you must die. Dabeju did not chase Shiyu. His most important goal was to quickly reach the deep dragon veins and kill Queen Sarah completely. Roar. What? Naruto and Minato were surprised when they saw the big 100 feet suddenly appeared. Naruto immediately summoned the shadow clone and gathered a Raiznan. Minato was also surprised when they saw Naruto's Raiznan. Raiznan. Naruto rushed towards Dabeju and was easily swept away by Dabeju One Tail. Minato then quickly caught Naruto and said, "Leave it to me here, you protect Sarah." But, what Naruto wanted to say was stopped by Minato. It's futile to face the enemy head-on. I have a way to find out its weakness, so go ahead. Understood. Naruto nodded and rushed towards Sarah. Minato threw out the shuriken and shouted, "Shuriken Shadow Clone." Immediately afterwards, countless green shurikens were densely packed like bullets of a machine gun, and they were quickly shot at Dabeju. Even the body of the big 100-foot puppet was quickly broken. Minato also saw the centipede's heart position in the centipede's body. This is your weakness. However, a thunder ray once again hit the big 100-foot, and the big 100-foot chakra quickly recovered, and the injury shot by Minato on his body also quickly recovered. The regeneration is so fast. Is there no way to stop him? Minato was also helpless. Finally here. Shijir has already reached the spire that can inject chakra into the big 100 feet. As long as these are destroyed, the big Beiju will lose the power of the dragon veins, right? Shijir avoided the direct confrontation with the big Beiju and chose another plan. In that case, Big Ball Raiznan. Shijir hit the tower with Big Ball Raiznan, but Shijir regretted it immediately. He felt an energy far beyond his comprehension and violently ejected himself. Boom! Puff! Shijir suffered such a terrifying energy bounce for the first time in the Hokage world. If it hadn't been for the white dragon scales, Shijir would have only half his life left. Now Shijir was only slightly injured. This energy, even I can't understand it. It doesn't seem to be a pure chakra. Shijir also clearly felt the dragon veins unusual. Immediately after that, the tower suddenly began to be surrounded by purple light, and then it slammed into Shijir as if launching an attack. So fast. Shiyu was taken aback, and the energetic purple thunderlight struck him at an extremely fast speed. Shijir didn't even have the opportunity to use Shushin and Flying Thunder God, and was struck by lightning. He could feel that this energy was consuming the chakra in his body at an extremely fast speed. Shijir's entire body had burst out of a super blue chakra, even the big 100 feet were attracted. What a powerful chakra. This, even Gakage would not have such a powerful force. Konoha's kid. Is it Nine Tails Jinchuriki? Dabeiju was shocked again afterwards. This guy. Could it be that he attacked the transformation tower? The chakra sucked out from the dragon vein after the transformation tower failed is full of devastation. In other words, can you beat you now? Minato also stood in front of Dabeiju again. You can try. Dabeiju also smiled coldly. What about that? Naruto asked worriedly. We have to trust Shiyu teacher. At this time, Shijir realized that there was not much chakra left in his super shadow. Even the Xianshu chakra disappeared completely. Shijir's entire body had begun to be swallowed by the power of the dragon veins. There is no way, you can only use this trick. By how technique? Solution. Shiyu made a decisive decision and completely relieved by how technique. The unimaginable chakra also broke out from Shiyu's body, and the surrounding towers were also instantly collapsed by Shiyu's chakra. This guy, who is it? How can there be almost unlimited chakra? Dabeju was also shocked. He is our Konoha ninja. Minato also fought with Dabeju again. The power of the dragon veins tears through every cell of Shijir, and Shijir can 100% confirm that the energy contained in the power of this dragon vein can't even match the legendary 10 tails. This is simply existence beyond the power of otsutski. Although Shiyu used Baihao technique, he was still at a disadvantage in the confrontation. Shijir also resisted with all his strength, and suddenly remembered that he still had another trick? Burning all the chakra. I wonder if it will turn into a waste like opening a dead door. It doesn't matter. This time, either he died, or I died. Shiyu's white eyes turned golden in an instant, and then he shouted Sage Art 8 Dragon Reincarnation Technique. If the dead door of 8 inner gates is to use the body to its limit, completely tearing every cell, 8 Dragons Reincarnation is like detonating all the chakra in one's body. Shijir cried out in pain. He tried everything. His own chakra instantly suppressed the power of the violent dragon veins, and slowly the energy of the dragon veins gradually calmed down, and then Shijir felt the 8 dragon reincarnation and sage transformation modes disappeared, and a large number of dragon veins chakra surged towards Shijio. Come, this is my strength just now. Shijir was overjoyed, feeling that the continuous flow of chakra began to flow back into his body again. Shijir was very satisfied, and because of the dragon veins, the quality of the chakra in the body became more high quality. Great! This dragon vein has returned my chakra back. Why can't you stop? And also, Shijir feels like a devouring beast at this moment. His body is the weapon that carries these energy. Shijir absorbs a large amount of the stable chakra in the dragon veins. Shijir couldn't bear it anymore. No! 100 healings mark must be used again. Seal technique Yin Dun Seal. Shijir sealed herself directly, and then countless pure chakras from the dragon vein flowed to the diamond-shaped seal on Shijir's forehead, which was the 100 healings mark. The outside world was just a moment. Shijir seemed to have spent 10,000 years, and soon Shijir discovered that the 100 healings mark could no longer store the energy of the dragon veins. The energy of the dragon veins is too much. Even if it does not become violent, it is not what I can absorb now. My dignified Otsutsuki bloodline will eventually be burst by the power of the dragon veins? Isn't this way of death too awkward? Shiyu couldn't help it, because the power of the dragon veins was already connected to him at this moment. He couldn't move, he couldn't even lift his fingers. I have an idea. But I only have one chance. Shiyu also thought of the yin escape sealing technique. Never tried it. But if you don't use it, there will be no chance. At the very moment, Shijio made a decision. A set of super complex techniques different from all techniques appeared at Shijir's feet, and Shijir's whole person was still in place as if the space was still. Then, what is that? Dabeju was also taken aback, then shook his head and said, it doesn't matter. Ha 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 ha. Your partner is dead. Has absorbed so many dragon veins? Even the tail beast. It will be burst. Dabeju also laughed. I believe Shijir teacher. Minato is also firm in his belief. He doesn't think Shijir will die. How is it? Sarah, isn't it okay? Naruto also asked very anxiously. Because of the impact of the collapse of the tower, the mechanism of the door may be broken. Although Sarah worked hard, the mechanism that opened the door was stuck and there was no way to enter. But even today's big 100 feet can still compete with today's Minato and Naruto. Minato chakra is not much left, and Naruto lacks tactical applications. But who is Naruto? Xiao Qian, who can be called immune to death. He was still recklessly blocking the progress of the big 100 feet. Naruto fell down again and again, stood up again and again, and Queen Sarah saw all this in her eyes, and a force surged up. Naruto! Finally, Queen Sarah was infected by Naruto. She also mustered the courage to stand up again and rush to the organ. After trying again and again, Sarah shed tears when she saw the chakra knife that Naruto gave her and issued it. The magical light. Sarah aimed at the organ and inserted it in, and then led Lulin's people, pushing the organ in bit by bit. Sarah tried her best. Crack! Finally the door opened, and the people of Lulin were happy and entered one after another, but Queen Sarah stayed outside. I'm going to do what I should do. Queen Sarah was also resolute. I found you. Sarah. Dabeju also crawled over step by step. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Minato attacked Dabeju again and broke the outer skin of Dabeju again, but what was surprising was that Dabeju recovered his body perfectly again. Naive. Do you think that I only have a Dragon Vein Power Conversion Tower? And the powerful Dragon Vein Chakra is still rolling in my body. Dabeju also sneered. It seems, if you don't stop the source of the Dragon Veins, the power of Onla Mountain is unlimited. I will definitely seal the source of the Dragon Veins, Queen Sarah said very firmly. Well, please, Naruto said. Be sure. Block this guy here. Naruto also intends to guard. Multiple shadow clone techniques. Naruto used shadow clone again and grabbed Debeju's feet. Stop it for me. Rinnegan gathered afterwards and rushed towards the big 100 feet. Everywhere. What an annoying stinky kid. Debeju also broke out directly, bursting purple thunderlight all over his body, and those thunderlight directly smashed into the surroundings, and each of Naruto's shadow clone instantly turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared. Seeing that Debeju was about to stab Naruto to death, Minato also used Flying Thunder God to rescue Naruto again. Sorry, I want to withdraw some chakra. Minato chakra is overdrawn at this time. Ha! It's not over yet. Shadow clone technique. Facing the big 100 feet, Naruto used shadow clone again. However, Debeju did not want to continue wasting time and say, Dragon Vessel Halong Fire. After opening his mouth, a purple mouth cannon shot at Naruto and its shadow clone. In the shadow clone, the attack turned into smoke and disappeared, and Naruto was also knocked to the ground. I won't let you pass. Naruto leaped up again, summoned 2 shadow clones, and began to perform the operation, and then a rotating spiral shuriken integrated with wind-style nature transformation was directly thrown out. As a result, Debeju swallowed this trick into his body in one bite, and then swept away Naruto one tail. Naruto, Sarah also worried. Noha's kid, can't it be done? The big one shot Naruto into the air, and when it was about the first time, Minato rescued Naruto again. Sorry, I just extracted some chakra, I let him expose his shortcomings, and then you use Rinnegan to kill him. But, I can't gather chakra anymore. Naruto also said tiredly. I will help you. Minato said confidently. No. Rinnegan is 4th Hokage's technique, only Pervy Sage and me, and the younger brother just now can use it. Naruto said. That means I will too. Minato said, hurry up and stretch out your right hand. Naruto stretched out his hand, and then Minato directly gathered a Rinnegan for Naruto, and Minato himself gathered a green Rinnegan. What the hell is going on? Naruto asked in surprise. Chakras of similar nature will resonate when they are close, and then when the mutual chakras merge, the strongest Rinnegan can be used. Minato and Naruto Rinnegan got together very smoothly, and there was a storm around them instantly. This is the strongest Tai Chi Rinnegan, Minato said. Debeju also felt that this trick should not be underestimated, so he said, what kind of technique is this? I will get rid of you first, and then get rid of Sarah. Then another tower gave the dark purple chakra to Debeju again, and the power of Debeju instantly became stronger. Let you see my strongest technique. Debeju's chest also glowed purple again. Dragon Vessel Super Powerful Fire Dragon Technique. The powerful purple dragon vein fire quickly shot towards Naruto and Minato. Queen Lulin also called out worriedly. Although it was a very powerful attack, it was once again avoided by Minato using Flying Thunder God. Immediately after, Minato used the Shuriken Shadow Clone again to expose the heart of the big 100 feet puppet's body, and the big 100 feet's body was also exposed. At the same time, Queen Sarah controlled the dragon veins and shut it down. High-speed regeneration technique. Debeju still wanted to use the dragon veins to recover himself, but he discovered that the dragon veins had been severed by Sarah. Naruto. He can't regenerate anymore. That's his weakness. I'll leave the rest to you. Minato also just walked away. Oh, I'm on it. Naruto also rushed towards Debeju. Don't want to succeed. Debeju's hands flew out countless hidden weapons again, but they were all avoided by Naruto one by one. Even with the purple shock wave, they were still ignored by Naruto. Tai Chi Rinnegan. Naruto lifted Rinnegan in his hands and hit Debeju. Smelly kid. Debeju insisted on this move, but he did not expect that Naruto's attack target was in his own body. Immediately after that, Debeju's body began to shatter, and his life was passing by quickly. The 5 ninja nations should be functioning as I wish. I won't die in vain, I will destroy you and the dragon veins. However, Debeju hadn't finished speaking, and a person behind him directly pierced Debeju's body. Beju thought with a shocked expression on his face, impossible, how can I not even blew myself up? It was Shijir who killed 100-foot, and Shijir's forehead had also undergone some changes. The diamond-shaped print became golden, and there were huge amounts of chakra inside. Those were chakras with dragon veins. Are you still alive? Impossible. You swallowed so much dragon vein power. Why didn't you burst yourself? Debeju also fell to the ground, struggling to ask. She pointed to his forehead and said, except for those that I have absorbed, the yin-yang escape seal has sealed a huge amount of dragon vein power throughout my body for me, 100 feet. Now, you can go to death with peace of mind, right? Empty palm. She slapped it out of the air, and the Debeju was beaten to pieces in an instant. It seems that after Debeju is killed by me, the dragon veins will never lose control? Does this change history? Shijir shook his head. He doesn't think that the history he changed is his own history. There should be so-called parallelism in the Hokage world, the concept of the universe. Great. 100 feet finally stopped. Minato and Naruto are also supporting each other, and watching Shijir and Sarah is also indescribably happy. Then Yamato drove in from outside with Kakashi. Captain Yamato, Naruto exclaimed. It seems that everything has been solved. Don't we need to do anything? Everyone, Sarah also saw her own people. The power of the dragon veins has been absorbed by me 7 or 88, but this power must be sealed so that it will never be used by the bad guys again. Shijir also said. Minato nodded and said to Naruto, give me the flying thunder god Kunao who gave me to you. I want to completely seal the dragon veins. Yeah. Naruto handed the flying thunder god trigeminal Kunao to Minato. Minato then walked to the top of the dragon vein's eye and said, seal. Then he inserted Kunao in. Everything around seemed to have turned into Minato's green chakra, and then the dragon veins were completely sealed. Naruto found himself and Captain Yamato's bodies also beginning to appear white. What's going on? Naruto said in surprise. After defeating 100 Foot, the technique is restored, and the time is back on its normal trajectory, Yamato explained. It seems that you are going back to your own time soon, Kakashi. You have successfully completed your mission. Minato praised. Kakashi, teacher, Naruto said in surprise. This Konoha shinobi was also saved by me. He was in front of Lulin's gate and passed out very hopelessly. Kakashi was also from Sundara, but Yamato hit the head with a punch. It hurts. Why are you hitting me? It's nothing, I've been bullied by you all the time, so I can't help but. Yamato also said with a black belly. It's an honor to see you, this one? This, could it be that? Yamato was also surprised. Sorry, it's time to say goodbye to you. Minato and Shijir stopped their conversation. How come? Is it going to be separated so soon? Sarah asked. Well, Sarah, you have already done what you should do? You are already an excellent queen, even without our help. You are fine, Naruto encouraged. I will never forget Naruto, Queen Sarah said. In order not to change history, it is better to erase all our memories here, Minato suggested. My pupil technique can make each other forget each other's technique, right? Shijir asked. No, wait a minute. Didn't you promise me that you should listen to me to finish before then? Naruto also asked anxiously. Well, but not now, we definitely still have a chance to see each other. Minato resolutely rejected Naruto, Shijir-sensei. Why? I have a lot to say to you. If you don't say it now, there will be no chance to say it. Naruto also looked a little anxious. One day, I will definitely listen to you. Minato looked at Naruto and said in a confident tone. Big brother, are you? If I had a son, I would like to train him to be a ninja like you. Minato was also thoughtful. Naruto. Maybe like you said, the town of Lulin will really be destroyed, but I still have the people of Lulin. For them, I will do what I should do, because this is Naruto you taught me. Yes, Sarah also said to Naruto at the last moment. Yes, as long as you have firm perseverance, you will be able to do it. Naruto also smiled confidently. Sharingan. Shijir activated Sharingan's memory erasing power at the last moment. In an instant, Minato, Naruto, Kakashi, Yamato and others were directly hit by illusions. But Shijir lied, because he initiated it, he didn't erase his memory. After all, the reason why he exists in this world is to change the future. Naruto Yamato returned to their world, and Minato and Kakashi also fell asleep in place. Using Flying Thunder God to rescue the two slowly woke up. Where is this? Why are we here, Master Shiu? What is going on? What is our mission? The task has been completed. Shiu explained. What the hell is going on, Mr. Minato? Kakashi asked. Shijir took out his kunao, pointed to Minato, and Minato discovered the problem. That's it, I see. The memory I keep is that for the task, we have to erase each other's memory, so we will lose memory, but why erase memory? Minato, guess you should understand, right? Shijir also asked while smiling. I understand, Minato said. Our mission is complete. I can go back, and the necessary memories are still in my mind. Shiyu said. Shijir teacher, why do I feel that you are a little different? The 100 healings mark on your forehead seems to have changed, Minato asked. Yeah, now it's not only the 100 healings mark, but also the Yang seal, which is the yin-yang seal. Shiyu also deliberately couldn't remember it. At that time, the situation was very urgent. When Shijir was about to be overwhelmed, he directly resorted to the Yang escape sealing technique on himself. He originally wanted to fight it, but he didn't expect it to succeed. The power of the dragon veins instantly surged into Shijir's Yang seal. Due to the interaction of yin and yang, Shijir, like Jinchuriki, completely sealed the dragon vein power that was transmitted to his body. Shijir actually absorbed the power of the dragon veins. Minato and Queen Sarah sealed it, but it just concealed the fact that, in other words, the entire dragon vein was emptied by Shijir. What can be absorbed by Shijir is absorbed by his body, and all that cannot be absorbed flows into the seal of yin and yang, and the power of the remaining dragon veins is actually not much. The power of the dragon veins is so huge, but Shijir can completely remove it because of the yin and yang seal, which also illustrates the power of the yin and yang seal from another angle. Namikaze Minato, Shijir, and Kakashi also quickly crossed the border of the Kingdom of Wind and reached the territory of the Kingdom of Fire, and then arrived at the Konoha Shinobi village at a very fast speed. When you saw Konoha Gate again, everyone there is a sense of intimacy. Finally back? Let's hand in the task first. The three went directly to Hokage's office and reported all the tasks they knew to the third generation project. That's it. Now that the task is completed, it is enough. Third generation nodded, very satisfied. An S-level task was declared complete. Immediately afterwards, Shijir returned to his residence and began to frantically study the Yang Yun seal. After all, he was an immature self-seal before. Now, one is to study the release of the seal and the other is to study how to seal and seal others. However, despite Shijir's talents, Yang Yun's sealing technique is also extremely difficult to master. As a last resort, Shijir found Mito and Kushina, and the three began various communication attempts together. Time hurriedly passed, day after day, and finally one day, Shiyu laughed loudly. Complete! The blood technique that completely removes the yin and yang seal. It is more powerful than the Baihao technique. I who have removed all chakras will have unimaginable combat power. Immediately afterwards, Yang Yun's sealing technique and not seal technique, Shijir was completely mastered. When Yu was about to lift Xioxing's seal, Mito-sama grabbed Shijir. Shijir, the yin and yang seal is to seal chakra. If someone uses this trick on Xiaoxing, then there must be some purpose. Now Xiaoxing is learning ninjutsu enough. If the yang seal is lifted, will it be out? Question. Mito also persuaded sincerely. Shijir also reacted. Yeah, Xiaoxing is still young. If the yang dun seal is lifted, what terrible things really happen? What should I do if something happens to Xiaoxing? Shiyu also felt that she was 100 secrets. Wait a little longer, you are still young, everything is too late. Kushina also persuaded. Shijir finally suspended the release of the seal on Xiaoxing. Shijir returned to his residence again, unintentionally in the middle. I saw my own meteor knife. Meteor knife and dragon tooth blade? Right, it's time to go to Nangsang and Senior Grey Tooth. They have good knives, but no good knives, and they are of no use at all. Shiyu took down the meteor knives and dragon tooth blade, put on his clothes, and walked to Heitake's house. When Shijir played against Uchiha Shisui, he had copied some Shisui's sword skills, but because it was not very complete, the practicality of the battle was very poor. You are Shijir. You guy, finally here. Heitake Kujuo didn't have a mission. He just recovered from Chunin's injury during the game, and immediately started a swordsmanship showdown with Heitake Sae in his own dojo. Nangsang, are you better? I went on a mission and just came back. Shijir also said. Knowing we were injured, you and Minato Kakashi went off the mission. Kujuo didn't care either. Nangsang? Who is it? A familiar voice came from the dojo. My father. It's my teammate Shijir. He is finally here. Oh, don't invite him in yet. Grey Fang also looked very interested. The sword and the sword in Hokage Pirate World are the same thing, and Grey Tooth was holding a wooden dachi in his hand at this time, and he also slashed directly towards Shijir. Shijir immediately drew out his dragon tooth blade. Grey Tooth's knife hit the dragon tooth blade wound, and then it broke into fragments, but Grey Tooth still held the knife in his hand. Is this the short sword that you specially wanted to learn Heitake's sword art? Grey Fang also said lightly. Senior Grey Tooth, that's not the case, it's just an artifact that I got from an adventure some time ago. Shiyu was not afraid that Grey Tooth didn't know the goods. Sure enough, Huifang nodded and said, indeed, this knife is definitely not a mortal thing, but it still depends on who uses it, you kid. It's okay to find me to learn the sword technique. Why it has been so long. It's really time to fight. Grey Fang also gradually put away his cold attitude and became enthusiastic. Nangsang also put the heart in his throat back and let go. Don't use your divine tool yet, and then this Tato. Grey Fang threw the wooden sword in his hand to Shijir directly. Next, we will still do the basic exercises, and you will do the same for Kujuo. This is a horizontal hack. This is a vertical hack. This is. Grey Fang demonstrated all the parts he wanted to demonstrate, and then asked, these are not copied with sharing on, they can only be split over and over again. Cut, find that feeling, how about there is no problem? Shijir nodded, and together with Kujuo, he started horizontal and vertical chopping in various basic operations. Time passed for a long time, and sweat dripped from their hair. Grey Tooth nodded in satisfaction and said, he has a good temperament, and he was really committed to the chopping. This guy is probably not an ordinary genius, no wonder third generation also admires him very much. The basic practice is almost done. Next, the moves. Grey Fang said afterwards, first, the dead moves. When you use the dead moves, it means that swordsmanship and kendo officially enter the room. Immediately afterwards, Grey Tooth began to demonstrate his moves. The two are also studying seriously. Look up. Heitake's sword skills are fast and accurate. Very fast. How to kill the opponent depends on the person who uses the knife. The most important thing is to attack the weakness of the opponent. One blow will kill. This is Konoha Ryu's sword technique. Tobirama-sama has spread throughout Konoha, but this frontal charge is the essence of it. Tobirama's sword technique is just like his water style. No matter how strong the enemy is, it will cut off directly. Heitake Zyuyu also demonstrated every trick, very patient and careful, not letting go of any small details. And why does Heitake Seiya want to teach Shijir the essence of his life? First of all, he naturally took a fancy to Shijir's potential. Shijir is the disciple of the third generation. He has unlimited potential. It is definitely possible to compete with Hokage. Coupled with his own strength, extremely high talent, and the right personality, Grey Fang is willing to teach Shijir to swordsmanship. It should be. Because Shijir not only brought the short sword White Fang this time, but also the meteor sword Shijir, Grey Tooth, together with the essence of Konoha Ryu and Heitake Ryu's moves that were carefully modified by itself, were disassembled one by one and taught Shijir. Yu and Kujuo. Nangsaying himself belonged to the Heitake clan and he had been familiar with him since he was a child. Naturally, he quickly mastered the points his father had said, but it was still difficult to control some details. And Shijir? Not only has the three-hook jade white round eyes, coupled with the sensing ability of the Uzumaki family, it is natural to be able to achieve perfect repetition. After that, Shijir began to repeat and fine-tune these moves, so that the whole move was fully adapted to his small body. In this way, Shijir gradually integrated the two schools of swordsmanship, and in the end, he was very engaged in dancing them in the dojo. Shijir. I realized the main points of Heitake Ryu and Konoha Ryu's two sword arts so quickly. This is not something a genius can describe. Heitake Kujuo also opened his eyes wide. Can't believe it at all. After all, Nangsaying himself belonged to the Heitake clan. He had learned swordsmanship from his father since he was a child, but the scene before him was indeed unacceptable. Even Grey Tooth, Heitake Sae suddenly didn't know what to say. This guy has actually fallen into the mood of the sword. At a young age, he can think about the way of the sword so deeply. I still underestimated him. Nangsaying, don't bother him. He has entered a state of no self, and is working hard to integrate the two great swordsmanship. Okay, father. Nangsaying also responded gently. However, as Shijir danced little by little, Heitake Sae once again showed a shocked expression. His moves. Impossible. Among his moves, there are not only the two major genres, there are also some things I didn't teach him. I remembered, this seems to be the sword technique of the Uchiha clan. Unexpectedly, he learned the sword technique of the Uchiha clan? Is it the school inherited from Uchiha Kagami? Sae and Nangsaying waited there for a while, and not long after, Shijir yelled, and then put away his dragon tooth blade and meteor knife. Shiju raised his head, suddenly feeling refreshed. Senior Grey Tooth, really? Your swordsmanship is really super useful. Shijir also told the truth, but he looked at Grey Tooth and Nangsaying's expressions a bit embarrassed. What's wrong? What are you guys looking at me doing? Why is it so late? Shiju was also taken aback. Before she knew it, the night was cold and worms sang like weeping. You really are a great guy. Grey Fang also patted Shiju on the shoulder. You already have a kendo that suits you. It took you a day to get the essence of the two major genres, and you are almost as good as the master. Now in swordsmanship and swordsmanship, you have officially entered the room. Killing one person, killing two people is enough, but the real distance is still a little bit short of the master. What's the difference? You still need to understand it yourself. I can't teach you anymore. Grey Tooth also said very directly. Shiju looked at Grey Tooth with a firm attitude, and then followed the gift of discipleship and said, Teacher Seiyu, teach me swordsmanship. I will never forget this kindness. Okay, I have learned your mind. I will tell you one thing. When you plunged into the sword realm, there was an aristocratic servant who found here very anxiously, saying that he was looking for you. He said that you must go to Hayaga's house when you were finished practicing, and he also said about your biological mother. After listening to Sae's words, Shijir was also taken aback. Mother. Shijir naturally remembered the thing that Hisashi-sensei asked before. I see, thank you Lord Sae. Shijir also bowed to express his gratitude. In Konoha village, etiquette is very important. If there is anything that can't be handled, please remember to tell me. My Heide clan will definitely support you. Seiyu said firmly. No matter what the reason for Seiyu, but if people can put this to the face, it seems that they are planning to suppress Shiju to the end. Shiju was naturally moved. Okay, Lord Sae. Kujuo. I'll leave first. After Shijir said hello, he walked out of Heide's house. After Shijir left completely, Kujuo asked, "My father, the distance master you said." "Almost, what the hell is it?" Sae said, "One stage is missing. Shijir is still very young, if he can fight on the battlefield, then there will be nothing missing." "My father, how far are I from this point? I want to surpass Shijir." Nangxiang also asked unwillingly. You have to work harder, plus the influence of the battlefield. Zhou Yu also couldn't bear to hit his child. Shijir, after leaving Heitake's house, used body flicker technique to quickly come to Hayaga's house. Hayaga's house is still that kind of Japanese architecture, and in the courtyard, there is still the sound of breaking through the air with the palm of a fist. I walked over and saw that Ms. Hizashi was practicing boxing alone in his courtyard. "Master Hizashi, Mr. Shijir is here," the servant said. "Okay, you go down." Hizashi then looked at Shijir, and then stretched his brows. "Ms. Hizashi, don't come here unharmed, is there anything you want to do with me this time?" Shijir also asked knowingly, he wanted to see what Hizashi meant. Hizashi smiled and said, "Shijir, you are such a clever ghost. This time I want to teach you all the essence of the Hayaga clan. When you have fully learned it and become proficient with the master, you can challenge the Hayaga clan's current patriarch. If you prove that you have Hayaga's Byakugan and Byakugan's physical skills, then you can truly join our Hayaga clan." Join the Hayaga clan. Shijir was still a little hesitant. His name was Uchiha Shijir and he was used to it. After joining the Hayaga clan, is it possible to change his name to Hayaga Shijir? Besides, after the Uchiha clan has lost so many elites, they have not dared to do anything to themselves. It seems that it doesn't make much sense to join the Hayaga clan now. Moreover, Shijir is also masters fascination with those Byakugan's physical skills. If you want to learn, just copy it directly. But how can I know the specific situation of my mother? Joining the Hayaga clan is nothing more than a name. Shijir is in entanglement. Perhaps seeing Shijir's dilemma, Hizashi said immediately. "Shijir, if you can learn the secret arts of the Hayaga clan, first of all your strength will be enhanced, and secondly, with the support of the Hayaga clan, you will have a greater influence in Konoha. Anyone who wants to do it on you we must weigh whether we have the ability to fight against a group alone. Furthermore, what the Uchiha clan treats you, even as a teacher I know. Except for the two guys Shisui and Obito, who else would treat you as a member of the same clan? About your mother, anyway, is also the princess of the Hayaga clan, but your father was expelled by Uchiha. Shijir, these are not what I said as a member of the Hayaga clan, but from the bottom of my heart as your teacher." Hizashi patted Shijir on the shoulder, very sincerely, pure in Byakugan, no time, no deception. "Think about it, anyway, I will be waiting for you." Hizashi also gave Shijir the opportunity to choose freely. "Never mind." Shijir said, "Ms. Hizashi, let's start, teach me the Hayaga clan's physical skills. I hope you can teach me something, I don't know how to do it now." Hizashi was also taken aback. "Shijir, what do you mean?" Shijir smiled and opened Balin's eyes. This time, Shijir deliberately caused the blood vessels around his eyes to burst. "This is Byakugan. And Guyu, upgraded Byakugan, or upgraded Sharingan." Hizashi was taken aback. Shijir said he was very speechless. "Mr. Hayaga, since that's the case, I don't hide it anymore. My eyes are called Balinyan." He has the blood inheritance boundary of 3 Tomo Sharingan and Byakugan at the same time. So he not only possesses Byakugan's 360-degree reconnaissance feature, but also has Sharingan's copy and anticipation capabilities. Therefore, I copied some of your secret techniques early. I lied to you before. I hope you don't mind. Shijir once again chose to tell the truth, and also directly revealed one of his secrets. "So, it doesn't matter, what abilities do you master have? Can you show me all of them? So I know what I need to teach you." Hizashi also said directly. Shijir also used the secret techniques he copied one by one. 8 trigrams air palm, 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven, gentle fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms. Shijir finally used all the Byakugan techniques he had learned, and Hizashi was also stunned. "You guy, even revolving heaven is the master, even me, I wasn't qualified to study. I don't know if your pupil skills are terrible or you are terrible." Hizashi was silent for a while, then said, "You are very good, master has a lot of skills that can only be used with Byakugan, but it is still a little worse. I will teach you now." Hayaga Hizashi then used it under the moon, but Shijir did not use any moves. 8 trigrams air wall palm. This palm technique can surpass the power of the 8 trigrams air palm. This trick, it can have a larger area and power than the 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. It is the 8 trigrams revolving heaven. Also, the footwork when attacking. Hayaga Hizashi also realized that he had taught Shijir all the true physique essence of the Hayaga family. After Shijir listened to it, he immediately began to correct and improve what he had copied before. Soon, Shijir said that Hizashi understood all the things that Hizashi said, and understood them well. Shijir could feel that his Hayaga fluid technique had also taken a step forward. Currently, there is so much that I can master. Now that you have learned it, then I think I can defeat the patriarch. Hisashi is also quite confident in Shijir. Shijir nodded and said, Ms. Hisashi, I won't let you down. Now that I have come to Hayaga's house, why not challenge the patriarch now? Now, are you sure? Hisashi looked at the sky, and a full moon hung in the sky. Why, is there something wrong with the moon? Shijir was also a little confused. No, the patriarch of the Hayaga clan, on the night of the full moon, I am afraid that his strength will become stronger. Does it have to be today? Hisashi asked uncertainly. The night of the full moon will become stronger? What is the reason? Is the patriarch a werewolf? Shiyu also felt a little puzzled. In the original work, it seemed that there was no such setting. The Gadu statue is sealed in the moon, and the descendants of Yamura are on the moon. What is the reason? Although Shijir didn't understand it, there was probably a connection. I would like to see it more. Shijir was full of interest instead, and wanted to fight with his grandfather. Well, Shijir, since you have made up your mind, I won't stop you. Good luck. Hisashi also nodded. Oh, I almost forgot, sir. Shijir also patted Hisashi's body afterwards, and then a bloody force surged towards Shijir, and Shijir could clearly feel that he had sucked Hisashi's blood a little. Of course, Shijir used this power to attract chakra from Hisashi's body, so Hisashi instantly felt that his body became stronger. This, Shijir, my chakra is filled a lot? Is this your ability? Hisashi asked. Yes, my ability attracts the opponent to gain some blood power, and triggers some of the opponent's potential. Shijir also answered truthfully. This way. Will it cause damage to your body? Hisashi asked a little excitedly. No, it will be good for me. My blood will be strengthened. In other words, the purity of my Byakugan will be improved, and mutual benefit will be achieved. Shijir replied. If this is the case, great. Can you trigger the Hayaga clan to gain the power of chakra? Hisashi asked excitedly. Shiyu naturally said without even thinking about it, of course I can. To be honest, my trick is mutual benefit. Hisashi nodded, and whispered, Shijir, the patriarch, if you want to negotiate with him, then this will be your best wait. It surprised me. You actually have such a magical power. Shijir smiled and didn't speak. He smelled the power of blood in Hisashi's words. It seems that the power of the Hayaga clan's bloodline is not worrying. According to Hisashi's prompt, Shijir walked to the most majestic and luxurious building of Hayaga's house, and entered the interior of the building. A Hayaga man with some Madara white hair and a scar on his eye made a sound. Are you my grandson, Shijir? The man then introduced himself. I am the head of the Hayaga clan and your grandfather. My name is Hayaga Ieyasu. Ieyasu. Shijir thought of a very famous person. In the Sengoku era, there was a man named Tokugawa who was also called Ieyasu. If you can show up here, it means that you have agreed to join the Hayaga clan, but before that, I want to see how strong you are. You must use the Hayaga clan's moves to defeat me in order to make me recognize you. Hayaga Ieyasu's voice is full of power. I mainly want to know about our mother. Shijir also said truthfully. As long as you defeat me, I will tell you all those things in the past. Hayaga Ieyasu also cut off Shijir's retreat. It seems that I can only shoot. Shijir was also ready to fight Ieyasu. Are you ready? Start. Then Ieyasu took the initiative to attack Shijir. Byakugan. At the same time, Ieyasu also started Byakugan, but the next second Ieyasu was surprised by chakra in Shijir's body. How come? The amount of chakra flowing in Shijir's meridians is not at all understandable by normal people. What is going on with the larger amount of chakra than the third generation master? White Lunyan. Shijir also opened the White Lunyan directly, and Ieyasu was shocked once again. Binoculars, what's going on with this unidentified feeling? Such a high purity Byakugan seems to be evolving. Is Byakugan evolving or Sharingan evolving? How come I can't figure it out? After Shijir's Bailanyan has undergone blood fusion time and time again, it is now also due to a bottleneck. Once this bottleneck state has passed, it may be in another field. Come on, Ieyasu-sama. Let me learn about your Hayaga style. 8 trigrams air wall palm. Shijir raised his hand and attacked Ieyasu without saying a word. Ieyasu naturally didn't give much help. He raised his hand, and the 8 trigrams air wall palm was also sent out in seconds, and Shijir started the so-called anti-wave. What a fast attack speed. Apart from Hayaga physique, this guy should also have a very fast speed of seal. Hayaga Ieyasu found that he couldn't hold it anymore. He hadn't thought about it at all. As the patriarch, it is also the day when the strongest of the Hayaga clan will be suppressed by his grandson. The empty wall palm is already so strong? What about gentle fist? Ieyasu suddenly hit Shijir hard, and then he thought to himself, I'm sorry, Shijir, everything is not that simple. 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, 32 palms. 64 palms. 8 trigrams 64 palms. All of Ieyasu's attacks fell on Shijir, not because Shijir couldn't avoid it, but Shijir wanted to feel what it was like when 8 trigrams 64 palms hit him. Shijir fell to the ground and could indeed feel that his chakra was tapped to a key position by Gentle Fist's acupuncture method, thus completely blocking his current chakra. You lose, grandson, you can challenge me again next time. Hayaga Ieyasu also confidently said that no one can fight normally after winning the 8 trigrams 64 palms. 8 trigrams 64 palms is the most critical 64 acupuncture points in the human body. Gentle Fist is used to break into one's chakra and block the opponent's chakra. However, what made Ieyasu stunned again happened. Shijir slowly got up and finally stood up. Then the blue chakra burst out in an instant, surrounded by some blue arrogance. The chakra locked by Ieyasu is nothing but the chakra in Shijir's body. 8 trigrams 64 palms seems to freeze a thin layer of ice on the sea, and now, the volcano in the sea erupts, and the thin layer of ice is instantly destroyed. Shijir also stood up again. Ieyasu-sama, acupuncture has no effect on me. Shijir then launched a series of 8 trigrams air wall palm to Ieyasu. 8 trigrams empty wall combo. Shijir's empty wall palm was stronger than one palm, and Ieyasu was able to dodge it first, but in the end he was very reluctant. As a last resort, Ieyasu directly spun. Revolving Heaven. A blue shock wave bounced off Shijir's moves in an instant. This trick is the secret technique of the Hayaga clan. Only the genius of the Hayaga clan can be a master, and the branch house is not qualified to learn, and your attack is also invalid for me. Ieyasu also said confidently. Revolving Heaven, right? I will too. Shijir knew the value of Revolving Heaven, so he copied it early. How is it possible? You said you have learned Revolving Heaven. Ieyasu obviously didn't believe it. Since Ieyasu-sama doesn't believe it, let's use Revolving Heaven together. See whose Revolving Heaven is better. Shijir then turned around without saying anything. Shijir's spinning is incredible, because Shijir Chakra is already huge and Chakra, who is above the peak of cage level, uses Revolving Heaven. The visual impact alone has already shocked Ieyasu. A large number of blue protective shields slowly approached Hayaga Ieyasu. This range, is it an upgraded version of Revolving Heaven, the larger Revolving Heaven, the secret technique that the Zong family is qualified to use at the age of 5. This guy's talent may be stronger than True Red and Red Butterfly. In that case, I can't lose to my grandson. 8 trigrams palms Great Revolving Heaven. Hayaga Ieyasu then violently rotated, and the same blue protective shield rose directly, and the two people's Revolving Heavens are huge, and eventually they collided together at the same time. Then there was a very harsh impact sound, which was the sound of tearing and breaking air caused by ultra-high-speed rotation. The result of the match between the two was destined from the beginning. After all, even if Hayaga Ieyasu and Chakra are rich in experience, they are not the opponents of Shijir like pervert monsters. Shijir's Revolving Heaven can no longer be called a big Revolving Heaven, and his rotating blue energy cover is around more than 10 meters, and it seems that the trend is still getting bigger. I can't support it. The future of the Hayaga clan. No, Kanaha's future depends on him. Hayaga Ieyasu was directly bounced off by Shijir's Revolving Heaven, and Shijir stopped at the last moment and released Revolving Heaven. Shijir hugged Hayaga Ieyasu with a body flicker technique, and then placed it on the ground. At this time, Ieyasu had already fully recognized Shijir at this time. Good grandson, when you meet for the first time, you will clean up your grandpa. Then I have won. Shijir also asked directly. Of course you won. I was hit by you. Hayaga Ieyasu was also a little speechless, and then stared at Shijir for a long time. Me? What's the matter? Shijir looked at Ieyasu strangely and asked. Nothing, you really look like her. Ieyasu also said thoughtfully. She? Is it my mother? Shijir asked. Yes. Ieyasu shook his head, seeming to swallow what he wanted to say. Okay, Shijir, I agree with you. It seems that your eyes are indeed Byakugan. You defeated me through the Hayaga clan's physical skills, and you are eligible to become a member of the Hayaga clan. Hayaga Ieyasu also announced. Shiyu shook his head. These are not that important to me. What I want to know is the news of my mother. Ieyasu then said, no, these are very important. If you can defeat me, you are a member of my Hayaga clan. It doesn't matter if you don't admit it. Your body also has the blood of my Hayaga clan. It doesn't matter. Shiyu's mind was still on his mother. Let's do it, I have a negotiation condition. Shijir said after speaking of his own ability. What? Ieyasu asked. My name is Uchiha Shijir and I am used to it. Even if I join the Hayaga clan, I don't want to change my name to Hayaga Shijir anymore. My name is Shijir, Kanaha Shijir. About mother's news, you have to tell me everything, it can trigger the potential of the Hayaga clan, just like this. Shijir also patted Hayaga Ieyasu later, and then felt a pure blood force coming by himself. Shijir triggered the potential in Ieyasu's body. Ieyasu's chakra then grew a bit, breaking through the bottleneck that he could never break through. Then Ieyasu also showed an expression of excitement, and said, "Oh my god. I actually broke through to the quasi-cage level." Ieyasu's strength itself lies in the elite Jonin. Under the influence of Shijir's ability, Ieyasu's total chakra directly broke the limit of the elite Jonin and reached the quasi-cage level category. "Grandson, this is your ability. Is it harmful to you and me?" Ieyasu also asked immediately. "This is a mutually beneficial process. I will gain the power of blood, the other party will be triggered by me, and the amount of chakra will increase. I hope that the whole Hyaga clan can let me grow with this ability, so that the clan will have stronger strength and progress," Shiyu said. "Great." Ie Kong also nodded in excitement. "So, those conditions that I just mentioned," Shijir also tentatively asked. "I promised you on behalf of the Hyaga clan. You are a member of my Hyaga clan. You don't need to have the surname Hyaga, and also news about your mother." Then Hyaga Ieyasu took out a strange key and handed it to Shijir. "The key is very cold, it is an ancient stone key. This is the sealing key of my Hyaga shrine. Only the patriarch is qualified to enter. When you are ready, go in. But your mother said that after giving you cage-level strength, you can go in. I thought you might not be able to achieve this strength for the rest of your life, so I put the key on my body. But now, I believe that you have this strength. There may be danger there, I hope you still get ready before you go in," Ieyasu said with concern, and Shijir nodded. "Mother's business seems to be dangerous, I need to be prepared. Since the blood of the Hyaga clan is about to be available, I will absorb all the blood, wake up the system, and then fuse the blood of the Hyaga clan to see if my blood will evolve again." Shijir immediately informed the matter. With Ieyasu also made it clear that he would allow Shijir to increase the strength of all Hyaga clan. Shiyu returned home, and was not idle either. "I need to strengthen my strength as soon as possible, no matter what method." Shijir then directly used reverse summoning and returned to Ryakai Cave. As soon as he returned to Ryakai Cave, Shijir saw Xinya in the group of snakes. "Ha! Why did you come here?" Xinya wondered. "I'm going to find that big white-scaled snake and learn how to do immortality," Shiyu replied. "That's the case, then you go quickly and continue to strengthen your strength. Soar like a dragon for 9 days." Shiyu smiled slightly and said, "Thank you for your good words." Walked into Xinya, touched Xinya with his hands, and then triggered some of Xinya's potential. Then Shiyu left the group of snakes. I seem to have evolved. Did this guy do it? I don't hate him anymore. It really looks like a real fairy." Xinya also went to sleep. As for Shijir, he returned to Ryakai Cave, and the white-scaled snake became an old woman again. "Oh, I'm back, I've been waiting for you for a long time," the white snake immortal also said with a wicked smile. "Stop talking nonsense, teach me the magic," Shijir also urged. "What's the hurry, young man?" The white snake fairy said afterwards, "That's it. I want to ask if you lack servants." "Servant? What do you mean?" It was a bit confused for a while. "It's the 3 of them." Fairy White Snake then waved his hand slightly, and the 3 invisible figures appeared. The 3 figures in front of them were the initiators of the previous trials, Tian Xin Shenji, Ichikashima Haim, and Tanso Haim. "Me? I don't need a servant." Shiyu also directly rejected the White Snake Immortal. "That's it doesn't matter." The White Snake Fairy waved 3 times again. God Tier G disappeared again. "What are you doing?" Shiyu also didn't understand the meaning of the White Snake Immortal. "After teaching you Xianshu, I want to find the black scales in the fairy cave. I plan to let you take charge of this Ryakai cave," said the White Snake Fairy. "Let me stay here? Don't dream, I am not a snake." Shiyu also directly rejected the request of the White Snake Immortal. The White Snake Immortal shook his head. "You leave the technique. If you sense that a tester has broken into the first 3 levels, you can just shuttle back directly. But for thousands of years, people who have been able to pass the Ryakai cave trial are also fine. There are only 3 people. You promise me this, so I can teach you immortality. Besides, if you have learned that immortality, if you want to learn the final immortality, you still need to go to the fairy cave. I can't teach you the ultimate immortality by myself." Fairy White Snake explained. Shiyu understood. "This is the rhythm that makes me a new snake fairy? But am I qualified? If you don't have this qualification, I don't know who has this qualification." The White Snake Fairy persuaded. "Anyway, there is no harm, your freedom will not be restricted, and the last trick, Sage Art, is only can teach the next Snake Fairy." Shijir thought about it, and it seemed that there was no harm in it.